One day, upon awakening, Lu Haun finds himself traversing the tumultuous realm of the Dajing Dynasty, beset by demonic creatures and barbarian invasions. Armed with unparalleled insight, he perceives the essence of all things, ultimately cultivating celestial prowess. You practice the Hu Wei Dao Fa, deriving the Hu Sha Dao Fa, shattering obstacles with overwhelming force. You observe the Xuan Ge Toabe 2, comprehending the Gui Shi Na Gong, with breath as boundless as a river, exhaling clouds and mist. You deduce the Tia Ipan Shi Gong, successfully grasping the Da Ri Jin Zhong Zhao, with skin like bronze and bones of iron, impervious to harm. The scions of noble families, millennium-old demons, and the specters of the netherworld all fall beneath Lu Haun's blade. Chapter 1. The wealthy merchant of the Lu family. In the Dajing Dynasty, at the Lu family estate in Jianyang County, Lu Haun awakens from the depths of darkness. He opens his eyes to find himself in a house rich with ancient charm. The air is suffused with a delicate sandalwood fragrance, and the room is adorned with intricately carved wooden furniture, which, despite Lu Haun's lack of knowledge in home decor, he can discern to be of considerable value. Where am I? Lu Haun recalls hosting clients at a restaurant, where the atmosphere was lively and liquor flowed freely, until he lost consciousness. Could it be that after drinking too much, his colleagues brought him to some themed hotel? The ancient decor of this room, indeed, seems meticulously arranged. Lu Haun slowly sits up from the intricately carved wooden bed, rubbing his groggy head. In the next moment, a torrent of fragmented memories surges into his mind, accompanied by a piercing pain. Dajing Dynasty, Jianyang County, Lu Haun. A flood of information crashes against his neural pathways, and after several minutes, it finally subsides. Fragments of a foreign life drift through his consciousness, prompting Lu Haun to shake his head and smile wryly. So, I really have traversed worlds. Lu Haun, the third son of the wealthy Lu family in Jianyang County, has always been a good-for-nothing, indulging in pleasure and revelry, a true spendthrift. His two older brothers manage the family business, while their father, Lu Qianhao, has long given up on him. Below him, there's a younger sister who has just reached the age of 12, the age at which a girl begins to adorn herself with hairpins. A month ago, Lu Haun and his rowdy friends sought amusement aboard a pleasure boat, and after becoming inebriated while admiring the moon on the deck, he accidentally fell into the river. After being rescued, he contracted a mysterious illness, which worsened day by day. The county physicians were at a loss, and he was now relegated to the inner quarters, waiting for death. However, upon waking, he felt only weakness and insatiable thirst, with no other discomfort. Could it be that after crossing over, my illness has miraculously vanished? Lu Haun forced himself to stand, walking to the table in the room to pour himself a drink. He picked up the Zisha teapot, only to find it empty. It seemed the Lu family had deemed him beyond recovery and no longer bothered to care for him. With a quiet sigh, just as he was about to rise, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the door, startling him, and he quickly cast his gaze over. Their eyes met. Lu Haun saw a young girl in a light yellow dress attempting to enter, her delicate features revealing disbelief as her wide eyes stared at him. He recognized her as Xiao Chuan, a maidservant of the Lu household. Just as he was about to greet her, she let out a piercing scream. Dropping the tray, she carried with a loud crash and hurriedly fled the scene. Come quickly, the young master has awoken. Come quickly. The sharp cries shattered the tranquility of the inner quarters, and Lu Haun glanced at the shattered teacups strewn across the floor, his expression darkening. I merely wished for a cup of tea. Inside the Lu family's quarters, Lu Haun once again lay flat on the bed. The room was crowded with maidservants and attendants who had come to visit him. He scrutinized the group, able to recognize a small number based on his memories. As for the more ordinary-looking servants, the original owner of this body had naturally not bothered to remember them. Presently, his father, Lu Tianhao, and several siblings were absent, leaving only a gray-haired elder standing before him. This man was the steward of the Lu family, Ah Fu, who looked upon him with tears of joy. Heaven has eyes, heaven has eyes. Young master, you are blessed, I am truly. Lu Haun raised a hand to interrupt him, about to speak when another commotion arose outside. Quick, this way. As soon as the words were spoken, an attendant ushered in an elderly physician with a youthful demeanor. Allow me to diagnose him, the physician said, sitting beside Lu Haun and placing 3 fingers on his wrist. After a moment, the physician appeared incredulous, his brow furrowing as he stroked his beard and sighed. Strange, strange. Young master, your pulse is steady and strong, your organs balanced, your energies harmonious. Although there is some deficiency in vitality, you are certainly not an ill person, merely. The physician paused for a moment before continuing. However, I treated the young master 3 days ago, and at that time, he was clearly beyond the reach of medicine. In nearly 60 years of practice, I have never encountered such a case. This must be the benefit of crossing over. Lu Haun mused silently upon hearing the physician's words. After concluding, the physician carefully examined Lu Haun's body once more, then stood up and addressed Ah Fu. The young master is blessed with fortune and has recovered without medication. I need only prescribe a few tonics, and within half a month, he will be brimming with vitality. Ah Fu expressed countless thanks as he saw the physician off, and the attendants began to leave, leaving Lu Haun to rest in peace. As for Xiaochuan, she had gone to prepare a bowl of congee for him, as he had requested, for he had lain in bed for a month, his stomach weak and unable to consume rich foods. Lu Haun leaned against the headboard, gazing at the lively and charming Xiaochuan, inhaling the faint fragrance of magnolia, which instantly lifted his spirits. Though she had yet to reach maturity, it was evident that she was a beauty in the making. "Young master, be careful, it's hot." Xiaochuan scooped a spoonful of congee, gently blowing on it before bringing it to Lu Haun's lips. He reveled in her attentive service, not needing to lift a finger, merely opening his mouth to savor the meal. Most maidservants in this world were sold into servitude. Their fates tragic, required to tend to their masters with utmost care, and provoking them could lead to harsh punishment. While Lu Haun felt sympathy for them, he lacked the ability to change their circumstances. After consuming a substantial portion of the congee, he curiously asked Xiaochuan, "What exactly was my illness?" "I cannot recall anything." All he remembered was falling into the water, after which his memories were completely blank. Upon hearing this, Xiaochuan shook her head and said, "The master has summoned the most renowned physicians from across the county to diagnose the issue, yet they remain baffled. Various precious medicinal herbs have been employed, and several rituals have been conducted by monks and Taoists, yet to no avail." Stealing a glance at Lu Haun, she continued with trepidation, "You may not know, but when your illness strikes, it is truly terrifying. Your eyes bleed, and your entire body convulses violently. It takes several young men to restrain you." Lu Haun inquired about recent events from the past month, and then smiled faintly. "Now that I have recovered, you may go rest. I shall spend some time in the study." Upon hearing that Lu Haun intended to go to the study, Xiaochuan's expression changed noticeably, for it was well known that the third young master of the Lu family was rather unlearned. However, she dared not pry further. Instead, she obediently bowed and departed from the bedroom. Lu Haun entered the grand study of his home, pushing the door open. Although Lu Tianhao was a businessman, he had amassed a considerable collection of precious books. The study was filled with rosewood bookshelves, adorned with a plethora of exquisite tomes. Having just traversed to this world, Lu Haun was entirely unfamiliar with it and was eager to gain some knowledge. Fortunately, the servants had already organized the books by category, and Lu Haun quickly found a volume detailing the history, geography, customs, and notable figures of Jianyang County. Chapter 2. The Pursuit of Martial Arts. No matter what, one must engage in martial practice. Lu Haun opened the county annals and began to peruse its pages. The great Dajing Dynasty had flourished for nearly 2 centuries, spanning vast territories. The Jianyang County, where he resided, was governed by Yun Prefecture, with a population of approximately 7,000 households. Its economy, culture, and customs bore a striking resemblance to those of feudal antiquity. The previous emperors of the Great Jing were characterized by their incompetence and debauchery, leading to widespread discontent among the populace and several uprisings. Fortunately, the current emperor, Jingwen, had ascended to the throne and ruled for over 30 years with exceptional talent and diligence, repelling northern barbarian tribes and establishing peace with southern nations, heralding a subtle resurgence for the Great Jing, earning the admiration of the people for embodying the virtues of his illustrious ancestors. As Lu Haun continued to explore the annals, he gradually gained a preliminary understanding of the world. However, upon reaching the final chapter, his breath caught in his throat. The Strange Records section detailed bizarre occurrences in Jianyang County and its surroundings. In the 20th year of the Great Jing, a sudden flood in the mountains unleashed nearly 100 headless corpses, their flesh nearly devoured. In the 65th year, the county was haunted by the weeping of a woman at night, heard throughout, with residents witnessing red-clad paper figures wandering the streets for a duration of 2 months. In the 82nd year, over 100 households in Lu family village mysteriously vanished overnight, with neither living nor dead found. In the 117th year, a drought ravaged the land, leaving vast stretches of desolation and starvation, with 9 out of 10 households empty in Jianyang County. In the 173rd year, residents encountered flying head demons at night, and several constables sent to investigate mysteriously vanished without a trace. The strange records chronicled the eerie events occurring in Jianyang County and its vicinity, leaving little doubt that there indeed existed unspeakable entities in this world. Lu Chun closed the annals, a shiver coursing down his spine. He had once believed that living as the heir of a wealthy merchant would allow him to indulge in a life of blissful ignorance. Yet, he now realized that the world was far more perilous than he had anticipated. With his current capabilities, should he encounter any of the strange phenomena recorded in the annals, he would likely meet an untimely demise. As Lu Chen's mind raced with unease, two messages suddenly materialized before him. You have diligently read for 3 hours. Immersing yourself in the text, activating supreme perceptiveness, successfully comprehending the skill. Focused mind. Focused mind, a state of concentrated thought and unwavering attention when activated. This skill enhances the effectiveness of activities such as reading or martial practice, with the extent of enhancement correlated to the user's physical attributes. Upon reading these words, Lu Chun was instantly filled with elation. A golden opportunity had arrived. Supreme perceptiveness, as its name suggests, bestows an extraordinary ability to perceive, contemplate, and discern the essence of matters. While an ordinary individual might require years to grasp a particular martial art, Lu Chun could master it effortlessly and with increased insight. He could even forge his own techniques. Now, armed with supreme perceptiveness, he had already grasped the skill of focused mind. The combination of focused mind and extraordinary insight promised great potential in the martial realm. Engage in martial practice. No matter what, one must engage in martial practice. He must possess means of self-preservation. Should he encounter bizarre occurrences, at the very least, he would not remain passive. According to Lu Chen's understanding, the martial arts of this world are categorized into 9 ranks, above which stand the formidable martial masters who command respect. It is said that their prowess is so immense that they could single-handedly annihilate a city or cleave mountains and rivers with but a sword. Furthermore, even if he cannot attain the vast abilities of a master, practicing martial arts is beneficial for longevity. Lu Chen returned the county records to the shelf and stretched lazily. He was surprised to find that he had spent such an extended time in the study. Just as he intended to leave, he heard Xiao Chun's voice from outside. Young master, the master has returned. He was unable to find you in the bedroom and is currently in the hall. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun sighed inwardly. What was destined to come would eventually arrive, and he only hoped he would not be exposed. Guided by Xiao Chun, he soon arrived at the Lu family hall. Now, there was no way to evade the situation. Lu Chun could only steel himself and walk in. As soon as he entered, he was met by a stern middle-aged man and 2 handsome young men. Father, elder brother, second brother, Lu Chun promptly greeted Lu Tianhao, who sat in the main seat, and then acknowledged his 2 brothers. The wealthy merchant, who nearly monopolized the silk trade in Jianyang County, regarded Lu Chun with authority and inquired, You have just recovered from a severe illness. Where have you been? Lu Chun bowed again and candidly replied, I went to the study to read. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianhao could not help but reveal a hint of a smile, saying, Ah, what a remarkable occurrence. I have never heard of young Master Lu being interested in reading. He paused for a moment, his expression remaining unchanged. Afu has already informed me of the situation. Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped with your life. Let us see if you will still venture out to mischief in the future. Lu Tianhao intended to continue his reprimand, but upon glancing at the thin figure of Lu Chun before him, his heart softened slightly, and his demeanor relaxed. During this time, do not go out. Focus on recuperating. If there is anything you wish to eat, just inform Afu. Your brothers will support the family business. Just do not create trouble. Lu Chun was well aware that Lu Tianhao had never held him in high regard, and he readily complied, taking a seat beside his elder brother, Lu Yan. The bond among the 3 brothers was quite strong, and upon seeing Lu Chen's recovery, they were genuinely pleased. Engaging in lively conversation, half an hour later, second brother Lu Xian was the first to rise and address Lu Tianhao. Father, since third brother is no longer in serious condition, I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Lu Tianhao nodded slightly, though a hint of dissatisfaction flickered across his face. Once Lu Xian departed, Lu Chun quietly asked Lu Yan, Does second brother have something to attend to? Lu Yan gently shook his head, signaling him not to pry further. Shortly thereafter, Lu Tianhao stood up, and upon noticing his intention to leave, Lu Chun hurriedly spoke up. Father, I wish to practice martial arts. The response was one of evident surprise. Practice martial arts? Lu Chen nodded affirmatively. Lu Tianhao cast a scrutinizing glance at Lu Chun, his brows furrowing in disbelief. Martial arts? When did you develop an interest in such pursuits? At 17, it seems rather late to embark on this path. Moreover, having been pampered since childhood, how could you endure the hardships of martial training? It would be wiser for you to settle down and start a family, he remarked, a frown etched upon his face. Seeing his father's irritation, Lu Yin promptly interjected, "Third brother's desire to practice martial arts is commendable, far better than indulging in frivolities outside. Even if he cannot fully immerse himself in the martial way, learning a few techniques could serve as self-defense and promote his health. Father, perhaps you should allow him this opportunity." Lu Chun, being the biological sibling of his elder brother, felt a deep bond and was grateful for Lu Yan's defense on his behalf. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tianhao scrutinized Lu Chun once more before letting out a resigned sigh. "Very well, if you wish to pursue martial arts, you shall need the guidance of a professional master. Despite Jiangyang County's modest size, there are still several martial arts schools. I will arrange for inquiries to be made at these establishments. I shall allocate an additional 100 taels to your monthly allowance as training funds. However, if you do not show any progress within a year, I expect you to abandon this notion altogether." With that, he departed without further ado. Lu Yin patted Lu Chun on the shoulder and followed suit, leaving the hall. Lu Chun exhaled a sigh of relief. Having recently traversed into this realm, he required the financial backing of the Lu family, and now he could finally embark on the path of martial arts. A month swiftly passed. During this time, Lu Chun remained at home, refraining from venturing outside, while Lu Tianhao and his two brothers were preoccupied with business, only finding time to check on him every few days. Relishing the solitude, Lu Chun was content. He had already savored the exquisite delicacies of Jiangyang County, and his daily meals were nothing short of lavish. In the evenings, he would ask Ah Fu to prepare a midnight snack for him. After a period of recuperation, Lu Chen's physique became robust, his complexion radiant, and his overall vitality markedly improved, almost unrecognizable compared to his former self. He spent the remainder of his time immersed in the study, deepening his understanding of this world. One midday, Lu Chun returned to his chamber, where a spread of delectable dishes awaited him. Little Chun, standing nearby, greeted him respectfully. "Young master, today's lunch has arrived, featuring steamed tender lamb, stir-fried phoenix tongue, 5-flavor apricot goose, and steamed base. Additionally, I have brought the roster of the 16 martial arts schools in Jiangyang County for your perusal." Lu Chen's eyes sparkled upon seeing the roster. "Excellent. You may leave now." Just then, he heard a sweet and melodious voice emanating from the doorway. "Third brother, what delicious food do we have today?" He looked up to see his sister, Lu Qingyin, entering the room, clad in an exquisite light purple skirt. Her fair skin and picturesque features exuded charm as she smiled at Lu Chun. "Qingyin, have you eaten yet?" Lu Chun inquired with a smile. Upon seeing her shake her head, he promptly set an extra pair of chopsticks and a bowl for her. He served her some dishes before resuming his meal while glancing through the martial arts school roster. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Lu Qingyin inquired with curiosity, leaning her small head closer. "The martial arts school roster. Are you interested in learning?" "Ah, I have no desire to learn. It sounds exhausting." Upon realizing that it pertained to the martial arts Lu Chun often spoke of, Lu Qingyin lost her enthusiasm. Half an hour later, after finishing their lunch, Lu Chun savored the fragrant tea brewed by Xiao Chun while handing the martial arts roster to her. "Instruct a Fu to invite the schools I marked in the roster to our home in 3 days. 3 days later, at the Lu residence, Lu Chun had already directed the servants to tidy up a large area in the backyard to serve as a training ground. He also tasked a Fu with procuring an array of training equipment in advance. At this moment, several martial masters stood on the training ground, all familiar with one another as they ran schools in Jiangyang County. After exchanging pleasantries, a middle-aged man clad in a blue martial outfit spoke first. "I heard that the young master of their family has turned 17 and is now clamoring to practice martial arts. It seems to be a fleeting whim of a wealthy young master." The others nodded in agreement. "This one is a prime target. Let us showcase a few techniques and see if we can profit from him. It is said he recently had a brush with death. What if he tires himself to the point of collapse?" "Show quiet. Someone is coming." Under their watchful eyes, a young man with a refined appearance, standing tall in exquisite attire, entered, closely followed by the Lu family's old steward. His complexion did not suggest recent illness. Perhaps the rumors were unfounded. The martial masters whispered amongst themselves, but Lu Chun paid them no heed and took a seat upon a chair, sipping the fragrant tea served by a maid. He subtly gestured to a Fu. Understanding the cue, a Fu clasped his fists and addressed the four martial masters. You are all esteemed practitioners of Jiangyang County. My young master wishes to learn martial arts. I kindly request that each of you demonstrate your skills, regardless of whether my young master finds favor. A generous reward will be offered afterward. As a Fu spoke, Lu Chen remained composed, silently activating his abilities, undistracted and focused. In an instant, the world around him seemed to fall into silence, the clamor fading away. His mind devoid of distractions as his gaze fixed intently on the martial masters in the training ground. After a brief exchange of glances, the seemingly impatient blue-clad martial master stepped forward, bowing to Lu Chen. I am Lu Haun, the master of the Kaishan Martial Arts School, proficient in the Kaishan palm technique. Allow me to demonstrate. He approached a wooden training dummy and unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, sending splinters flying with each powerful blow, accompanied by a chilling sound of air being split. With a resounding thud, Lu Haun delivered a forceful strike to the wooden dummy, which could no longer withstand the impact, shattering into pieces. Once he stepped back, another individual strode into the training ground with a commanding presence. Bring me a sword, he bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder. Afu hastily commanded his servants to fetch a fine steel blade. Suhai of the fierce Tiger Martial Arts School observed this formidable tiger might blade technique closely. Young Master Lu. Suhai stepped forward, his body slightly bent, resembling a crouching tiger poised for the strike. In the next instant, his eyes gleamed with intensity, and he brought the blade down heavily into the void before effortlessly transitioning into a fluid display. The execution of the technique was utterly seamless and exhilarating. Even from 10 zhang away, Lu Chen could feel the fierce wind sweeping towards him. His eyes brightened as he recognized that the four martial masters he had selected were the pinnacle of martial prowess in Jiangyang County, embodying the highest standards of martial arts in the region. After Su Hai concluded his demonstration, a burly middle-aged man, as robust as an ox, strode into the training ground. I am Zhang Li of the Iron Garment Martial Arts School, and our training is unparalleled in Jiangyang County, young Master Lu, he proclaimed. After taking a deep breath, his muscles bulged prominently. With a sudden rip, his shirt tore apart. Bring me wooden sticks. Zhang Li comanda fiersedi. Observing his signal, Lu Chen did not hesitate and instructed two young and vigorous servants to wield sturdy wooden sticks and strike him with force. Remarkably, Zhang Li remained utterly unmoved under the assault. With a resounding crash, one of the sticks, thick as an arm, shattered upon impact. The strength of Zhang Li's training astounded the other martial masters, eliciting their admiration. The final martial master stepped forward with confidence. He appeared to be around 30 and exuded a seasoned aura. I am Chen Huaiqiu, the eldest disciple of the Flying Feather Martial Arts School, specializing in the swift goose leg technique, which emphasizes being as immovable as a mountain yet as agile as a startled goose. He addressed Lu Chen solemnly. In a flash, Chen Huaiqiu's figure became a blur, his legs moving with the grace and lightness of a wild goose, making his movements difficult to track, shifting with countless variations and striking with incredible precision and speed. Upon completing his demonstration, the martial masters gazed eagerly at Lu Chen, who remained seated on his chair. Establishing a martial arts school was ultimately about profit, and if they could capture this young master's favor, it would surely yield substantial income. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Chen gently applauded, then slowly rose to his feet. He surveyed the assembly in the training ground with a slight smile. Indeed, beneath the grandeur of their reputations lie true talents. I am thoroughly impressed. I shall acquire all of your martial arts. Chapter 4. The Discourse on Martial Arts. With a force that can shatter withered trees, you attentively observed Lu Haun's demonstration, gaining insight into the mountain opening palm technique. As fierce as a tiger, the blade technique is sharp. You have successfully grasped the tiger might blade technique. With walls of bronze and iron, impervious to blades and spears, you have developed a commendable understanding of the iron garment rock's solid skill. Immovable as a mountain, yet as swift as a startled goose, your comprehension is exceptional. You have successfully entered the realm of the swift goose leg technique. As the martial masters demonstrated their skills, a torrent of information surged into Lu Chen, allowing him to instantaneously grasp the principles of four martial arts. The methods of exertion and the execution of techniques were indelibly etched into his mind. His insight was extraordinary, a stark contrast to the mediocrity of ordinary individuals. However, what they had just demonstrated were merely fragments of the techniques. The true essence of martial arts could only be imparted through monetary exchange. In the present day, Lu Haun must first enter the martial arts school to master the complete techniques, allowing him to continually comprehend and ultimately forge a martial art uniquely his own. All of them? The four martial masters thought they had misheard, their expressions betraying incredulity. Is he mad? This young master Lu must be jesting. Although the techniques they practiced were not of the highest profundity, they were not easily grasped. To reach even a modest level of proficiency would take several years, and to attain their caliber would require no less than 20 years. This young master Lu, raised in luxury, had only begun training at the age of 17, and now he intended to learn 4 disciplines at once. Surely, this was the folly of a dreamer. Indeed, all of them. Seeing their doubtful expressions, Lu Chen reiterated, "Rest assured, gentlemen, the monthly fees will be substantial." Upon hearing this, the masters ceased to ponder whether Lu Haun was indeed mad. As long as the payment was adequate, they cared little for his ability to learn, content to visit the Lu residence every few days to impart a few techniques. As noon approached, Lu Haun waved his hand lightly, signaling the 4 maidens, who each carried a pouch of coins, to gracefully approach the martial masters. "It is now midday. I have prepared a modest feast, and I hope you will do me the honor of partaking." The masters accepted the pouches, feeling their weight, and upon hearing of the prepared food and drink, their spirits lifted considerably. In the main hall of the Lu residence, Lu Haun took his place at the head of the table, having previously instructed the servants to prepare a sumptuous banquet. The 4 masters gazed at the array of dishes before them, their appetites awakened. "I shall drink first as a gesture of respect." Lu Haun readily downed his cup, prompting a maid to refill it promptly. Seeing Lu Haun to be more agreeable than they had anticipated, the others warmed to him and began to drink freely. "Excellent wine," they exclaimed, for the beverage was rich and fragrant, lingering on the palate, a true delicacy. Compliments flowed, and the atmosphere at the table grew vibrant and animated. Before long, after several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, Lu Haun noticed that the masters had nearly finished their meal and smiled as he inquired, "I'm still quite ignorant of the martial arts. Might you gentlemen enlighten me further?" This was, in truth, his true purpose for hosting the banquet, as his understanding of the martial path was still superficial. Lu Haun laughed heartily and explained, "The martial path is divided into 9 ranks from 9 to 1. Those below rank 7 are termed lower-tier warriors, ranks 6 to 4 are middle-tier, and ranks 3 to 1 are upper-tier warriors. Lower-tier warriors can contend against 10 opponents, middle-tier warriors can face 100, upper-tier warriors can take on 1,000 or even 10,000. For your situation, young master, the most important task is to first attain a rank." "How can one swiftly attain a rank?" Lu Haun inquired hastily. "By consuming meat." "Consuming meat?" "Indeed." Su Haibian spoke while picking up a slice of marinated beef, observing the intricate marbling on the meat. Practicing martial arts requires immense energy and can easily lead to a depletion of vital essence and blood. Only by consuming copious amounts of meat can one replenish these vital forces and strengthen the body. Beef, pork, lamb, and venison are all excellent choices, preferably freshly slaughtered for optimal effect. After saying this, Su Hai placed the slice of marinated beef into his mouth and began to chew heartily, oblivious to how long it would take to achieve the desired proficiency. Lu Chen inquired, "Is it not true that you have been training in martial arts since childhood? Your efficiency may be somewhat compromised." Su Hai replied, "The time frame varies. It could take 3 to 4 years at a slower pace, or about a year with the guidance of our kind, supplemented by the medicinal broths prepared by the various martial arts schools. Within 2 years, no. In a year and a half, one could undoubtedly reach the desired level of proficiency." "A year and a half?" Lu Chen mused, realizing that the time required was longer than he had anticipated. How long did the fastest martial artist take to reach this level? He asked casually. Su Hai pondered for a moment. In Jiangnan County, where martial arts flourish, there are over a dozen schools and countless practitioners. Our own school has produced an individual with unparalleled talent who achieved proficiency in just 3 months and now serves in the imperial capital of Dajing. Lu Chen nodded slightly, recognizing that with his exceptional comprehension, if he dedicated himself to rigorous training, he might attain the rank of a 9th-grade martial artist sooner than expected. "What grade are all of you masters?" he queried. Su Hai and the others exchanged glances, a hint of resignation flickering across their faces. "We are all currently 7th-grade martial artists," Zhang Li stated, raising a cup of wine, his eyes momentarily dimmed before a flicker of pride emerged. "Even so, how many in the county can rival us? In fact, throughout Jiangnan County, There are only two sixth-grade martial artists. Oh, who are they? Lu Haun had initially assumed these individuals were the pinnacle of martial prowess in Jianyang County, unaware of the existence of middle-grade practitioners. One is the master of this young man, Chen Huaiqiu. Zhongli indicated toward Chen. Chen Huaiqiu smiled slightly, though my master is a sixth-grade martial artist. He is nearing 80 and now enjoys a life of leisure, no longer engaging in martial affairs. And the other? Lu Haun pressed. The other is the county magistrate of Jianyang, Zhongli remarked, his eyes gleaming with envy. The county magistrate is indeed a martial artist, and a middle-grade one at that. Lu Haun was taken aback, recalling that the magistrate was not yet 40 and had assumed him to be a mere scholar. Is that so? Zhongli continued. A few years back, the magistrate personally led a team to exterminate bandits outside the city, and I was among them. I witnessed him slay over 10 bandits with ruthless precision. Zhongli sighed, his expression filled with admiration. If the magistrate were not in office, he might achieve great feats in the martial world. Chapter 5. Rising momentum. After more than an hour, the banquet finally concluded. The martial masters, having feasted to their satisfaction, took their leave. We shall each dedicate a day every 7 days to guide young Master Lu in his martial training. Should you encounter difficulties at other times, you may send word to the school, and we shall see what can be arranged, they said. Lu Haun pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. I will ask Master Shi to come tomorrow. Despite his exceptional understanding, he was still but a mortal and could not endure daily instruction from the masters. After bidding farewell to the masters, Lu Haun instructed a Fu. From this day forth, I shall prepare 5 pounds of fresh beef or venison daily. Furthermore, I am now heading to the training grounds. Unless there is an urgent matter, I wish not to be disturbed. Having spoken, he donned his martial attire and once again arrived at the training field. The various insights he had gained earlier required relentless practice to truly become his own skill. He sequentially executed the 4 martial arts he had studied. Though it was his inaugural practice, he seemed to possess muscle memory, exhibiting no sense of discord. Each movement flowed seamlessly, even more gracefully than that of seasoned practitioners. The opening mountain palm technique, the tiger's might blade technique, the iron cloak stalwart technique, and the stunning swallow leg technique. Lu Haun comprehensively performed the techniques stored in his mind. Ah, what a relief. Lu Haun, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, felt as though every pore in his body was wide open, with sweat cascading down like rain. He drew a basin of water and removed his shirt. At this moment, his skin was flushed, enveloped by the steam rising from his body. Alas, he had lost some weight. Observing his muscles, Lu Haun could not help but shake his head. Despite a month of rest, his physique still fell short compared to the martial artist he had encountered today, though muscle definition had begun to emerge. After a brief cleansing, he returned to his quarters and changed into a fresh set of clothes, feeling considerably rejuvenated. Henceforth, he must exercise caution, ensuring that his martial training does not compromise his health. Lu Haun massaged his shoulders, feeling an overwhelming soreness throughout his body, as if he were disassembled. Come tomorrow. He feared the discomfort would only intensify. Ah Fu had prepared dinner, with 4 dishes all crafted from freshly slaughtered beef and venison. After such a prolonged session at the training ground, his appetite was unexpectedly robust, and he nearly devoured every morsel, leaving Ah Fu astonished. After dining, Lu Haun felt utterly fatigued and exceedingly drowsy, thus resolved to retire early. Once he had completed his evening ablutions, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Enter, he called. Xiao Chun and 4 other maids promptly entered the room. Greetings, young master. They chimed, bowing gracefully before Lu Haun. He nodded in acknowledgement, then reclined on the bed and closed his eyes. His entire body ached, and he suspected he might struggle to rise the following day. Thus, he had instructed during dinner to summon a few skilled maids for a massage. Xiao Chun gently kneaded Lu Chen's temples, her voice laced with concern as she said, Young master, you mustn't be so diligent. What if you strain your body? She tenderly caressed his arms, her gaze soft and dreamy, murmuring, You are even stronger than before you fell ill. Lu Haun, enveloped by the gentle ministrations of the maids, felt as though he were floating on a cloud. His eyelids heavy and difficult to open. With a mumbled suggestion, he informed them, You may leave after I fall asleep. The following day, Lu Haun awoke feeling refreshed from his slumber. Although the soreness in his body had not entirely dissipated, his mind was exceedingly clear. Shortly after breakfast, Shi Hong from the opening mountain martial arts school arrived at the Lu residence, and the two proceeded together to the training ground in the backyard. Do not rush into practicing the palm technique. Young master, do you know what the most crucial foundational skill is for becoming a competent martial artist? Lu Chun shook his head. Lu Haun spread his feet apart, bent his knees, sank his hips, and placed his palms together lightly in front of his abdomen. This is the stance practice, the bedrock of a martial artist, emphasizing an upright upper body, a stable lower body, and an immovable presence akin to a mountain. Young master Lu must commence his training with this stance to better enter the realm of martial arts. Lu Chun committed the movements and key points of the stance to memory, then stood firmly on the training ground like Lu Haun. Initially, it was manageable, but as time passed, he began to realize the daunting nature of the stance practice. Maintaining this position consumed far more energy than he had anticipated. After the duration of an incense stick, Lu Chun was drenched in sweat, utterly unable to continue. Breathing heavily, he sat down and wiped his brow, only to find Lu Haun staring at him in disbelief. Young Master Lu, have you truly never practiced martial arts before? Lu Haun could not help but inquire. Of course not, Lu Chun replied. Lu Haun's lips twitched slightly. It was rare for a beginner to endure half the time of an incense stick in stance practice. Yet young Master Lu had managed to persist for an entire stick, a feat unheard of. Previously, Lu Haun had heard that Lu Chun was merely a frivolous young master. Yet he had not expected such innate talent in martial arts. You should diligently practice the stance in your spare time. Next, I will teach you the initial forms of the Kaishan palm technique, he said, proceeding to demonstrate as he had the day before. Lu Chun activated his focus skill, absorbing every detail without missing a beat. You have attentively observed the Kaishan palm technique and gained considerable insight. If all goes well, he might grasp the fundamentals within 2 months. Lu Haun practiced the forms twice before concluding. We shall stop here for today, young Master Lu. Take your time to thoroughly comprehend the movements. Furthermore, he suddenly shifted the subject to excel in the Kaishan palm technique. The muscle-building ointment provided by the Martial Arts Academy is indispensable. What are your thoughts on this? Lu Chun smiled calmly and replied softly, naturally, I will take a 2-month supply. After all, it is only by investing more that these martial instructors will teach with greater dedication. In the days that followed, Lu Chun immersed himself completely in his martial training, receiving guidance from 4 different instructors each week, deepening his understanding of martial arts. He underwent a transformation, developing solid muscles with graceful lines, and even grew slightly taller. His spirit and energy were now worlds apart from before. His appetite increased significantly. 5 pounds of meat daily no longer sufficed, necessitating several additional meals. Had it not been for his vigorous vitality and abundant energy, perhaps a Fu would have sought a doctor for treatment long ago. On this day, on the training grounds, blades flashed with a fierce brilliance, the sharp momentum slicing through the air with a piercing resonance. Under Su Hai's watchful gaze, Lu Chun demonstrated the tiger might blade technique before sheathing his sword. Master Su, how was that? To avoid appearing overly unusual, Lu Chun had deliberately controlled the fluidity and force of his technique. Standing beside him, Su Hai exhaled heavily, expressing his admiration. I am truly impressed. After nearly 30 years of running a martial arts school, I have encountered few with talents comparable to young master. Aside from that extraordinary individual, at this rate, within half a year, young master Lu shall undoubtedly attain a higher rank. Lu Chun accepted the towel handed by a maid. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he approached Su Hai and inquired, Master Su, I appreciate your kind words. Yet I find myself perplexed as to why the martial arts school does not teach inner strength techniques. Su Hai pauset momentia, then chuckled. What purpose does practicing inner strength serve? Such techniques are not only rare, but cultivating genuine energy is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. One could spend years in vain, which pales in comparison to the immediate results of external martial arts. To my knowledge, none of the 16 martial arts schools in Jiangyang County possess any inner strength manuals. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun refrained from further questioning, realizing that he was merely in a county of the great Dajing Dynasty, far removed from higher realms of knowledge. Chapter 6. Entering a new realm in the dead of night, when silence enveloped the world, the main hall of the Lu residence was brightly lit, while the other rooms lay in darkness. Lu Tianhao sat in the main seat of the hall, sipping tea, having just returned from Linen City, the capital of Yunzhou Prefecture, his face showing signs of fatigue. Ah Fu, how has Chen been faring? In response to your query, my lord, the 3rd young master has been confined to his quarters lately, dedicating himself entirely to martial training. This is the first time I have witnessed him so engrossed. Ah Fu replied with utmost respect. Lu Tianhao expressed surprise. Oh, is that so? That boy, having recently recovered from serious illness, seems to have genuinely changed his ways. A smile crept onto his lips. If he requires funds for his training, he may draw directly from the household resources without consulting me. Furthermore, keep a close watch on him. Do not let him overexert himself. Ah Fu nodded repeatedly. After a brief pause, Lu Tianhao composed his expression and quietly inquired, "And what of Xian lately?" At this, Ah Fu's face faltered, and he hesitated to respond. "Humph." Lu Tianhao snorted, slamming his palm against the armrest of his chair in anger. This ungrateful son. 7 days later, at the Lu family's training grounds, Lu Chun sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes tightly shut. He had just completed his training, yet this time felt different. He sensed an extraordinary change occurring within his body. The process of entering a new realm in martial arts involves incessantly refining one's body, mastering oneself, and enhancing one's skills. After nearly a month of diligent practice, coupled with a diet rich in meat and his remarkable talent, Lu Chun felt an inkling that today he might break through to the 9th rank and truly become a martial artist. Currently, his entire being surged with vitality, an energy relentlessly battering against his limbs, seemingly striving to unlock the meridians throughout his body. Intense pain coursed through him, and he was already drenched in sweat. He had previously queried several masters about this ordeal, understanding that it was a trial every martial artist must endure upon entering a new realm. Now, he had to grit his teeth and persevere. Buzz. Lu Chen's entire body trembled violently, as though he had shattered some form of constraint. He suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. As he rose from the ground, his bones crackled, and he immediately sensed a transformation within his body. With acute hearing, sharp vision, and abundant vitality, a 9-tiered warrior possesses senses that distinguish them from the ordinary. Now, compared to half an hour ago, Lu Chen's speed, strength, and perception had escalated to an entirely new level. He stood taller, exuding an aura of boundless energy. Is this the realm of the 9 tiers? Clenching his fists, Lu Chun marveled at the power surging through him, feeling a mix of astonishment and exhilaration. After nearly a month of arduous training, he had finally attained this status. Upon returning to his chamber, Lu Chun cleansed himself, shedding his martial attire for a luxurious outfit crafted from dark satin, transforming into a noble and elegant young gentleman. The fabric was soft and comfortable, adorned with exquisite bamboo leaf patterns. With his tall stature and radiant countenance, he stood out remarkably among his peers. Having achieved this milestone, he intended to inform a few mentors of his success. However, just as he was about to step outside, he was startled by faint sounds of an altercation in the distance. Puzzled, he hurried out, knowing that the servants of the Lu household were typically well-behaved and unlikely to quarrel. As he approached the source of the commotion, he could see a group of servants gathered outside the archway, hesitant to draw near. What transpired? Lu Chun casually inquired, not waiting for a response as he made his way toward the main hall. The door was tightly shut, and the sounds of a fierce disagreement erupted from within. Outside, a middle-aged woman held Lu Qingyin in her arms, her face etched with concern as she gazed anxiously at the closed door. Second mother, Qingyin, what is the matter? Lu Chun swiftly approached the woman, who was Zhao Menglan, the second lady of the Lu family and the mother of Lu Xian and Lu Qingyin. Third brother, Lu Qingyin, who had been on the verge of tears, immediately broke down upon seeing Lu Chun. Do not be afraid, Lu Chun said gently, ruffling her hair in a comforting gesture before turning his attention back to the woman. What has happened? From the sounds emanating from within, it was evident that Lu Tianhao and Lu Xian were embroiled in a heated argument, with Lu Yin and Fu attempting to mediate. Zhao Menglan was about to speak when she caught sight of Lu Chun's radiant demeanor, her expression shifting to one of shock. Chen, Lu Chun gestured for her to hold her questions, prompting Zhao Menglan to sigh deeply. It is merely that Xian has been rather disappointing. For the past 2 months, he has become infatuated with a courtesan named Qin Wan from Chunchuei residence. Despite his father's numerous admonitions, he remains deaf to them. Chunchuei residence? Is that not one of the most notorious establishments in Jianyang County? Lu Chun recalled his own frequent visits there and felt a flush of warmth rise to his cheeks. His second brother's visits to Chunchuei residence did not seem particularly alarming. Perhaps it was merely a social engagement among friends. Yet, he wondered why their father was so incensed. Despite his outwardly casual remarks, he felt a twinge of confusion. as Lu Xian had always looked down upon such places and had often chastised Lu Chun for his own past associations. Zhao Minglan shook her head, her disappointment palpable. If he merely visited Chunshui residence, it would be one thing, but he often stays out all night, and recently, he's been going there every evening. It is truly disheartening. The Lu family adheres to certain rules, although one may frequent establishments such as brothels and gambling houses. It is strictly forbidden to spend the night there. In light of this, it seems that Lu Xian has momentarily lost his sense of reason. With this thought, Lu Chun could only offer reassurance. Do not worry, second mother. I shall persuade second brother. Just then, as he spoke, the main door of the hall suddenly burst open, and Lu Xian stormed out in a fit of rage, not even glancing back as he exited the courtyard. Lu Chun peered into the room and saw Lu Tianhao seated on a chair, his chest heaving with agitation, clearly still seething with anger, while elder brother Lu Yin and Ah Fu were quietly attempting to comfort him. Catching sight of Lu Chen outside, Lu Tianhao spoke in a low voice. What is it? Lu Chun, mustering his courage, entered the room and respectfully announced, Father, I have entered the realm of martial arts. Upon hearing this, the three men were taken aback. What did you say? You've entered the realm? Chapter 7, The Might of the Tiger. In just a month, you have achieved this? Lu Tianhao expressed clear skepticism, his eyes reflecting doubt. Although he was not a martial artist, he understood that entering this realm was no simple feat. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone be practicing martial arts? Lu Chen nodded affirmatively. Lu Tianhao scrutinized Lu Chun closely and noticed that his vitality and spirit were indeed drastically different from before. Could it be that his words held truth? After a lengthy silence, Lu Tianhao's anger gradually dissipated. Good, 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 Lu Tianhao exclaimed thrice, astonished that the Lu family could produce such a martial talent. If you truly possess a gift for martial arts, I, Lu Tianhao, would spare no expense to support your training. With that, he rose from his chair. I must travel to Linen City soon for some matters. You should discuss things with your elder brother and Ah Fu. I also need to confer with your elder brother regarding business. You may leave now. Lu Chun glanced at Lu Yin, who gave a slight nod, and then exited the room. In the afternoon, the four martial masters gathered once more at the Lu family training grounds. Su Laudi, what do you suppose is the reason for Lu Gongzi summoning us all here? Shi Hong inquired of Su Hai. How would I know? Su Hai zipli gutli. However, this individual truly is a formidable martial artist. It is a pity he is a bit older. If he had been nurtured from a young age, he could have at least become a mid-tier martial artist, perhaps even breaking through to the third tier. The four masters did not have to wait long before Lu Chun walked into the training grounds. Upon seeing his figure, they were all taken aback, their bodies jolting in shock, their eyes betraying their disbelief. How is this possible? He has entered the realm in less than a month. Lu Chun approached them with composure, a smile gracing his face. Masters, I have finally entered the realm. The group stood in stunned silence, unable to find their voices, exchanging incredulous glances amongst themselves. A prodigy, a living prodigy. They had heard tales of individuals achieving such feats within a month, but those were from the prestigious families of the great Dajing Dynasty, accomplished through the use of countless medicinal herbs. Today they had witnessed it firsthand, and this individual had previously been known as a frivolous young master who indulged in pleasures. After a long moment, the four of them exhaled heavily and offered their congratulations to Lu Chun. An hour later, several individuals took their leave. Lu Chun had already inquired about the cultivation methods for a 9th-grade martial artist. As before, it required relentless refinement of the body and enhancement of martial skills. Moments later. Aside from Su Hai, the other 3 martial masters departed from the Lu family. Master Su, is there anything else? Su Hai remained impassive, softly replied, Follow me. The two returned to the training ground, where Su Hai drew a steel blade. Gazing at the menacing edge of the sword, he murmured, Alas, it is a tad too light. He stepped to the center of the training ground, brandishing the blade with a stern expression. Lu Chun could sense Su Hai's aura intensifying, as if he were transforming into a ferocious and intimidating tiger. This is the most formidable move of the tiger might sword technique, young Master Lu. Observe closely. Su Hai's eyes sparkled with determination, his right arm swelling with muscle, instantly becoming robust. Tiger might. Su Hai roared thunderously, like a clap of thunder. The blade tore through the air, emitting a roar akin to that of a mighty tiger, before striking heavily into the void. Clang! Following the strike, the blade could not withstand the force and shattered in two, producing a crisp sound. with the strength to shatter mountains and wither trees. Your understanding of the tiger might has deepened through careful observation. Lu Haun watched, his blood surging with excitement, his heart racing. This was indeed Su Hai's true prowess. The power of this move was worlds apart from what he had taught earlier. Su Hai casually discarded the broken blade onto the ground, taking a few deep breaths. Once his energy stabilized, he approached Lu Haun. This move embodies the essence of the tiger might sword technique. It requires the mobilization of your entire energy, concentrating your strength at a single point to unleash its utmost power. Even with my abilities, I can only execute it 4 times at most. This technique is typically reserved for direct disciples of the martial hall. I see your talent and feel a sense of appreciation for it. Hence, I'll make an exception to teach you this time, but you must not share it with others, or I shall not spare you. Lu Haun was taken aback by Su Hai's regard for him and felt immensely grateful. Thank you, master. Su Hai then instructed him on how to channel his energy and invigorate his blood. After half an hour, he departed from the Lu family, advising Lu Haun before he left. The blade at home is too light and unsuitable for the execution of the tiger might. I know of a blacksmith shop in the southern market with excellent craftsmanship. You should visit when you have the time. 2 days later, in the backyard of the Lu family, tiger might, a fierce glint of the blade flashed, followed by a deep, powerful roar of a tiger. And Lu Haun's long sword broke into 2. 2 attempts were his limit. Breathing heavily, Lu Haun sat on the ground. After 2 days of insight and practice, he had become proficient in the tiger might technique. However, for him now, executing it twice would leave him utterly exhausted, requiring at least an hour's rest to recover. And the power of his technique still paled in comparison to Su Hai's. The sword is indeed somewhat unwieldy, Lu Haun murmured, gazing at the broken blade in his hand. I should take a walk and see that blacksmith shop Master Su mentioned. Upon reflection, he had spent over 2 months in this world, yet had remained within the confines of the Lu family home without venturing out. After donning a fine silk robe and taking a few silver notes along with some loose change, Lu Haun stepped beyond the threshold of his home. In the southern part of Jiangnan County, an abundance of marketplaces flourished, brimming with various shops, businesses, and inns. Before long, Lu Haun found himself on the bustling streets of the marketplace, where inns, taverns, and tea houses lined both sides, thronged with pedestrians. The cacophony of vendors calling out their wares filled the air, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity. Lu Haun unfurled his folding fan, gently waving it. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed his surroundings. He stood tall, a solitary crane amidst a flock of chickens, and clad in the attire of a wealthy scion. He attracted the attention of many young women who cast flirtatious glances in his direction. A couple of bold souls even deliberately bumped into him, attempting to take liberties. Paying them no heed, Lu Haun continued on his way until he spotted the blacksmith shop mentioned by Su Hai. The forge roared with flames, and the rhythmic clang of hammers echoed as several blacksmiths tirelessly shaped iron on the anvil, sparks flying, the air thick with the scent of scorched metal. Upon Lu Haun's entrance, a burly, dark-skinned, middle-aged man approached him. "Young master, are you here to purchase weapons?" Lu Haun picked up a long blade from the display, weighing it in his hand before setting it back down. "They are decent, but none meet my requirements." A flicker of recognition passed through him as he noted the man's resemblance to Su Hai, prompting him to inquire, "Do you know someone named Su Hai?" The man chuckled. "You know my brother? That makes things easier. I am Su Tai. Please, state your request." Lu Haun found himself bemused, realizing the two were indeed brothers. "I wish to forge a sword, one that excels in cleaving, and it must be heavy, made of the finest materials." "What weight do you desire?" Su Tai asked. "About 20 pounds. You jest, do you not? A typical 10-pound blade is already a challenge for most to wield, let alone one weighing 20. You would tire after just a few strikes. That is not your concern. Just tell me if it can be forged." After a moment of contemplation, Su Tai responded, 60 taels of silver, with a deposit of 30 taels, and the blade will be ready in a month. Chapter 8. Spring Water Pavilion. Having paid the 30 taels deposit, Lu Haun exited the blacksmith shop. The day was still young, and rather than rushing home, he strolled leisurely through the market. Everything here, from the shops to the passers-by, was entirely novel to him. After wandering for a while, he faintly heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he spotted a young man of average height running towards him, waving. "Master Lu, it has been 2 months. I hope you've been well." The man wiped his brow before composing himself. Lu Haun scrutinized him for a moment, finally recalling that this individual was Zhang Sheng, an acquaintance from his past. Despite coming from humble beginnings, Zhang was quite adept at indulging in pleasures and had often ingratiated himself with their circle of wealthy young masters, reaping various benefits in the process. Lu Chen nodded slightly. At present, he had no intention of rekindling ties with his former companions of revelry, yet he wished to avoid appearing overly aloof. Zhang Sheng displayed an ingratiating smile, remarking, "I heard that Master Lu has not been in good health recently and had paid several visits, only to be turned away. It is a delight to see you in such fine spirits, indicating you have made a full recovery. It is of no consequence. I appreciate your concern." Lu Chen replied with a soft chuckle. Zhang Sheng continued to regale Lu Chen with tales of the latest novelties emerging in Jianyang County. Lu Chen responded with feigned disinterest, soon intending to take his leave. Upon noticing Lu Chen's departure, Zhang Sheng hurriedly approached, his face a mask of sycophancy. Recently, Chunshui residence has welcomed several exquisite ladies, all charming and skilled in the art of companionship. Knowing Master Lu's preferences, I wonder if you might be inclined to visit tonight? Get lost. Lu Chen laughed, giving him a playful kick. Just as he was about to depart, he paused momentarily. Chunshui residence? Has a lady named Qin Wan recently arrived there? Master Lu truly knows all, Zhang Sheng replied eagerly. Qin Wan has only been in Jianyang County for 2 months. Yet she has already become the star attraction at Chunshui residence. Countless young lords have fallen under her spell. She offers her talents, but does not sell her body. However, with your remarkable charm, Master Lu, you could surely win her heart. Zhang Sheng added with a furtive glance. I have also heard that your second brother has been quite captivated by her as well. Then, why not accompany me to Chunshui residence tonight? Lu Chen expressed newfound enthusiasm. Zhang Sheng's face beamed with delight as he nodded repeatedly, then hesitated before saying, I happen to be a bit short on funds at the moment, Master Lu. What do you think? Before he could finish, Lu Chen produced a silver ingot, flashing it before him. This should suffice for your evening's enjoyment. As night descended, most shops along the street had already shuttered, leaving the brothels and gambling houses to thrive as the liveliest spots in Jianyang County. Lu Chen met Zhang Sheng at the appointed time, and after a brief walk, they arrived at the edifice housing Chunshui residence. As the largest establishment of its kind in Jianyang County, Chunshui residence boasted 4 grand floors, each featuring numerous lavishly adorned private rooms. Upon reaching the entrance, Lu Chen was met with a cacophony of voices within. As he stepped inside, a heavily made-up matron rushed toward him. Master Lu, we have missed you dearly during your absence, she exclaimed, clutching his arm tightly and steering him into the bustling hall. Ladies, Master Lu has arrived. As her words echoed, nearly 10 flamboyantly dressed women gathered around him. The matron released her grip, and 2 others immediately wrapped their arms around his, cooing, How could you be so heartless? Master Lu, to stay away for so long? These 2 had been frequent visitors during his previous life, their names seemingly Xian and Yuer. Lu Chen smiled gently. Accustomed to socializing during his time on Blue Star, and now fortified by the memories of his former self, he navigated this scenario with ease. As he embraced the waists of the 2 women, exchanging playful banter, he quickly had them in fits of laughter. Upon entering the hall, Lu Chen immediately spotted a familiar face. Zhang Shifu, indulging in a drink and embracing a lovely lady, exuded an air of sophistication. Ah, Master Zhang, what a refined evening you are having, Lu Chen teased, playfully patting him on the shoulder. Zhang, initially displaying signs of annoyance, turned to see it was Lu Chen, and a hint of embarrassment crossed his face, just seeking a bit of merriment. Please, Master Zhang, carry on. Not wishing to intrude further, Lu Chen leaned closer to Ziyin and inquired softly, I've heard a new lady named Qin Wan has recently joined you all. Both women exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a twinge of jealousy. What? Is Lord Lu intrigued by this vixen? Lu Chen shook his head slightly and then asked, Is my second brother here? Yuer pointed upwards, stating, He is in the private room on the 2nd floor. Ascending to the 2nd floor, Lu Chen found Lu Xian drinking alone, without any female company. Clearly surprised to see Lu Chen, Lu Xian pulled him into the inner room, exclaiming, What brings you here? If my brother can come, so can I. Besides, I wish to meet the enchanting Qin Wan who has captivated you, Lu Chen replied, gently fanning himself. Lu Xian chuckled in resignation and returned to the table. Lu Chen settled beside him, filling his cup and addressing Ziyin and Yuer, You 2 may return. I shall keep my brother company. The 2 engaged in casual conversation over their drinks. Before long, Lu Xian's eyes brightened with excitement. Qin Wan is coming out. As his brother had informed him, Qin Wan performed in the hall every evening. following Lu Xian's gaze. Lu Chan beheld a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a luxurious light blue dress, gracefully seated at the Qin table amidst a throng of admirers. The previously noisy hall fell into an immediate hush. Just a glance at her visage sent a shiver through Lu Chan. Beautiful, alluring, and somewhat sinister. Her breathtaking beauty could ignite the protective instincts of any man. Her every gesture exuded charm and allure, with each smile radiating brilliance. Yet beneath this flawless exterior, Lu Chan sensed a subtle aura of malevolence, an unsettling peculiarity. As Qin Wan tenderly caressed the Qin, her melancholic notes resonated through the air. And even without understanding the music, Lu Chan found himself entranced. When the performance concluded, Lu Xian savored the moment before rising. Come quickly. I shall introduce you to Miss Qin. Chapter 9. A Tragic Incident. The two returned to the hall, where numerous young gentlemen were already vying for Qin Wan's attention. Miss Qin, this is my third brother, Lu Chun, Lu Xian said, maneuvering through the crowd to introduce Lu Chun. Qin Wan glanced up at Lu Chun, then lowered her gaze, speaking softly, "It is a pleasure to meet you, young Master Lu." After exchanging a few hushed words with the matron beside her, she disregarded the pleas of the crowd and departed the hall. As the assembly witnessed her departure, they dispersed in disappointment. Noticing that night had fallen, Lu Chan turned to Lu Xian and said, "Brother, it is time to return." With a sigh of reluctance, Lu Xian replied, "Let us go." It was deep into the night, and the deserted streets were illuminated only by a few scattered lanterns. Guided by the moonlight, Lu Chun and Lu Xian made their way home, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the stillness of the night. Second brother, it would be wise for you to avoid meeting with Qin Wan in the future. I have an unsettling feeling about her, Lu Chun suggested after much contemplation. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's face flushed with anger. Why do you say such a thing? What is wrong with Miss Qin? You must never bring this up again, or I shall disown you as my brother. Lu Chan sighed inwardly, realizing that his elder brother had already become enmeshed in his feelings. Perhaps Qin Wan was indeed innocent, and it was merely his own misperception. A heavy silence enveloped them, and after a moment, Lu Xian seemed to recognize the intensity of his previous words and let out a sigh. You're unaware, third brother. Miss Qin lost her parents at an early age and has endured countless hardships while mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her arrival at Chunshui residence was solely to earn money for her release. Lu Chun nodded slightly. Perhaps I am overthinking it. As they spoke, Lu Chun suddenly felt his vision blur. Had a fog descended? In an instant, thick mist enveloped the surroundings, and it felt as though they had been transported to another realm. The night, already dim, became utterly disorienting under the heavy shroud of fog. Silence reigned, yet Lu Chun could faintly hear the sound of a woman weeping. The sobbing grew louder, a chilling wail reverberating through the streets, sending shivers down their spines. Third brother, do not be afraid. You must stay close to me, Lu Xian urged, his grip tightening on Lu Chen's sleeve as he trembled slightly. Fortunately, they were not far from home. Though their visibility was greatly hindered, the two brothers cautiously made their way forward, and after a while, they finally caught sight of the Lu family's gate. Once inside, Lu Xian exhaled heavily. I never expected to encounter such eerie happenings tonight. You should rest early, third brother. Do not venture out in the coming nights. Back in his room, Lu Chun reflected on the night's unsettling events, still haunted by the fear of the unknown. Though he understood that martial arts were the natural adversary of such strangeness, he had yet to experience it firsthand. The following morning, as Lu Chun rose from his slumber, Xiao Chun hurriedly burst into the room. Young master, 2 constables have come, specifically requesting to see you. Puzzled, he wondered why the constables from Jianyang County were seeking him. Please wait a moment. After freshening up and changing his attire, he followed Xiao Chun to the front courtyard of the Lu residence. There, Lu Yin and a Fu were in hushed conversation with 2 constables clad in dark attire. Upon noticing Lu Chen's arrival, Lu Yan's expression turned serious. Third brother, come here. As Lu Chen approached, the 2 constables bowed respectfully and inquired, Young Master Lu, do you know a man named Zhang Sheng? He nodded slightly. I am only acquainted with him. What trouble has he caused? One of the constables replied. Last night's eerie occurrences. I trust you have heard about them. The fog lingered for half the night and only dissipated by dawn. This morning, a report was made regarding a corpse discovered near Chunshui residence. Upon our arrival at the scene, after conducting inquiries, someone recognized the victim as Zhang Sheng. Lu Chan was taken aback. He had just been with Zhang Sheng at Chunshui residence the previous day, but after entering the hall, Zhang Sheng had vanished, wrapped in the embrace of a young lady. Could it be that these two suspected him of foul play? The constable cast a glance at Lu Yin and remarked, "We are certainly not suspecting you, young master. It is merely that someone witnessed you entering Chunshui residence with Zhang Sheng last night. Hence we are here to fulfill our duty of inquiry." Lu Yin, hearing of Lu Chen's familiar predicament, began to head towards the theater district, now entangled in a murder case, his brow furrowed and his expression decidedly displeased. Although Lu Chen was initially shocked to learn of Zhang Sheng's demise, he felt it bore no relation to him and responded with composure. "I encountered Zhang Sheng by chance. After we entered Chunshui residence, I did not see him again. Moreover, I left well before midnight. Thus his death has no connection to me." The two constables smiled apologetically. "That is certainly understood, but according to protocol, we still require you to identify the scene." "Gentlemen, please wait a moment. I wish to speak with my younger brother first." Lu Yin interjected, and without further ado, pulled Lu Chen into a private room. Before Lu Yin could speak, Lu Chen preemptively declared, "Elder brother, you must believe me. My visit to Chunshui residence was not for revelry, and Zhang Sheng's death is in no way related to me." Lu Yin scrutinized Lu Chen without betraying any emotion before patting his shoulder. "Go on, take care on the way, and remember to bring along a few servants." Lu Chen, accompanied by 3 strong young servants, followed the 2 constables to the vicinity of Chunshui residence. By then, a considerable crowd had gathered, drawn by the spectacle, while several constables were preventing them from approaching. As Lu Chen navigated through the throng, it was his first encounter with a murder scene, and upon witnessing the horrific sight before him, his heart tightened and his stomach churned. Although Zhang Sheng's body was covered by a white cloth, the surrounding area was saturated with dark, viscous blood, and pieces of flesh clung to the walls. Even with prior mental preparation, Lu Chen had not anticipated Zhang Sheng's death to be so gruesome. A constable lifted the white cloth. Lu Chen marveled at the constable's skills, from which he gleaned a technique for throwing concealed weapons. All knowledge regarding the elusive dart technique surged into his consciousness like a torrent. Chapter 10. The Initial Confrontation. 2 constables dragged the fleeing suspect before him. "Sir, I found this man acting suspiciously and was about to interrogate him when he suddenly turned to flee." The constable beside Lu Chen nodded slightly and demanded sharply, "What is your name, and why did you escape?" The man, prostrated on the ground, trembled in fear and pleaded, "Your Honor, spare me. My name is Lier, and I assure you, I am not the one responsible for the murder." The constable furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at him. "If it wasn't you, why did you run?" Upon hearing this, Lier quivered all over, as if recalling a horrific event. "Last night, I lost my savings at the gambling house and was on my way home when a thick fog suddenly enveloped the area. As I approached, I heard a noise and discovered someone kneeling on the ground, feasting upon the corpse. Terrified, I fled, and luckily, that person did not pursue me. This morning, upon hearing of the murder nearby, I came to take a look, but, fearing entanglement, I ran away. After listening, the constable instructed his companions, 'Take him away.' He then turned to Lu Chen and said, 'Young Master Lu, you may return home.' Upon arriving home, Lu Chen briefly informed his elder brother of the situation before proceeding to the training grounds. The gruesome scene of Zhang Sheng's demise lingered in his mind. Had he encountered such a situation yesterday, his current abilities would have been insufficient to cope. Ultimately, he realized he was still not strong enough. Strengthening himself was imperative for survival in this uncertain world. He decided to test the elusive dart technique he had just learned. Lacking suitable concealed weapons, he resorted to using pebbles as substitutes. Though the throwing technique was simple, mastering it to an extraordinary level required years of dedicated practice, along with an adept control over the muscles and tendons of the wrists and arms. Following the techniques and experiences etched in his memory, Lu Chen raised his right hand, launching the pebble in a direct line towards the wooden training dummy. The stone shattered upon impact, emitting a dull thud. Regrettably, both power and accuracy fell short of his expectations. Observing the wooden dummy, he pondered silently. Returning to his chamber, Lu Chen retrieved paper and ink, beginning to design concealed weapons suitable for the elusive dart technique. Before long, 3 distinct shapes of concealed weapons materialized on the blueprint: willow leaf throwing knives, coin darts, and flying needles. He entrusted the designs to a Fu, instructing, "There is a blacksmith shop in the southern market. Inform them to forge 200 pieces of each style." Aware of his insufficient strength, Lu Chen are in a moment of turmoil. Anxiety swept through the county, and as night fell, no one dared to venture outside. Lu Haun, too, was taken aback by the strange occurrences and had spent the past few days dutifully managing the family business alongside Lu Yan, forgoing his visits to Chunshui residence. On this particular day, Lu Haun was practicing the mountain-piercing palm before the wooden dummy when his elder brother arrived at the training ground. To his surprise, he discovered that his younger brother possessed considerable martial prowess, although he himself was not a martial artist. He could discern that Lu Chen's technique was not inferior to that of the family S-guards and the cadre of martial masters. Lu Yan handed him a clean towel, which Lu Haun accepted to wipe the sweat from his brow, smiling as he inquired, "Elder brother, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" "The chairman of the Jiangyang County Chamber of Commerce is hosting a banquet for prominent merchants," Lu Yan replied. "Seeing that you have been cooped up at home lately, I thought it prudent to invite you to join me and our second brother." Lu Haun, generally disinterested in business affairs, initially considered declining the invitation. However, noticing Lu Yan's expression of concern, he felt compelled to comply, stating, "If that is the case, I shall accompany you, elder brother." As dusk descended, the three brothers, accompanied by several servants, made their way to the largest tavern in Jiangyang County. The Chamber of Commerce chairman, known for his wealth and influence, had reserved the entire Zui Xianlu. According to Lu Yan, this individual, named Hu Wanshun, was the most prominent salt merchant in the county, monopolizing trade and amassing considerable wealth. Upon reaching the top floor of Zui Xianlu, they were greeted by a portly merchant with a beaming smile. "To my surprise, with Lu Haun absent, you three brothers have graced us with your presence," he exclaimed, warmly clasping Lu Yan's hand. "I hear that Hu Bo has extended his business to Linen City. Truly commendable." Lu Yan offered his compliments promptly. "Hu," the chairman chuckled heartily. "Your esteemed father has been traveling to and from Linen City. Is he not also intent on expanding our business into the provincial capital?" As they settled at their table, Lu Haun was astonished to see Shi Hong also in attendance and exchanged greetings with him. Soon after, the banquet commenced. The table was filled with notable figures from Jiangyang County's business community, who primarily engaged in drinking and discussing opportunities, scarcely touching their food. Disinterested in their conversations, Lu Haun buried himself in the feast. He indulged in crab meat lion's head, drunken ribs, phoenix tail shrimp, and sea cucumber soup, oblivious to the others, thoroughly enjoying his meal. "Young Master Lu, your younger brother certainly has a hearty appetite," Hu Wanshun remarked with a laugh directed at Lu Yan. Seeing Lu Chen's enjoyment, Lu Yan couldn't help but chuckle. "My younger brother is still growing. It's only fitting he eats well." The meal lasted a full 2 hours, and by the time they departed Zui Xianlu, it was well past midnight. Shi Hong, sharing the same route, left with them. As they walked down a desolate street, a sudden sound of gnawing reached their ears. "Who goes there?" Lu Chun and Shi Hong reacted swiftly, turning towards the noise, only to discover a man sprawled on the ground, while another figure clad in black knelt beside him, tearing into flesh. The black-clad figure, having sensed their presence, quickly donned a mask and charged directly at them without hesitation. "Elder brother, second brother, retreat." With a thunderous roar, Lu Chun reached for his waist, only to realize he had not brought his blade today. The cloaked figure moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance to them in the blink of an eye. "Young Master Lu, let us strike together." As the fierce wind rushed towards them, the two men boldly thrust out their palms. Their four palms transformed into a myriad of shadowy strikes. Yet the cloaked figure did not flinch or evade, instead absorbing their assault directly. Bang! 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 Lu Chun relentlessly struck the cloaked man's back, but it felt as if he were hitting a heavily reinforced iron plate. Though he had mastered the mountain-opening palm to a degree, if it had landed on an ordinary person, it would have surely shattered bones and torn sinew. Lu Chun felt a chill of astonishment. This cloaked man faced their combined attack without faltering in the slightest. A low growl emanated from the cloaked figure's throat as his right fist swung towards Lu Chen's face. The punch tore through the air, laced with the scent of blood. Lu Chun dared not confront it head-on and swiftly dodged, channeling all his vitality into his right palm. Seizing the moment, he struck directly at the cloaked man's chest. Bang! The force erupted forth, and the cloaked figure staggered momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 11. Demons and Fiends. Good. Seeing his palm strike take effect, Shi Hong seized the opportunity to pursue, unleashing the mountain-opening palm in a grandiose manner, like a tempest crashing down upon the cloaked figure. Such a tremendous assault would have left an ordinary warrior bloodied and torn, yet the opponent seemed oblivious to pain, recklessly countering Lu Chun and Shi Hong's attacks. Ugh! Shi Hong was struck on the right shoulder by a punch from the cloaked figure, emitting a low grunt, but retaliated fiercely with his other hand. Meanwhile, behind the cloaked figure, Lu Chun, seizing the opportunity, channeled all his vitality into both palms, his arm muscles bulging significantly. Lu Chun exerted all his strength, his palms crashing solidly against the cloaked man's back. Bang! The surrounding air trembled slightly, and the sound of bones cracking echoed as the cloaked figure was sent flying several feet away. He struggled on the ground for a moment, but managed to rise again, casting a glance at the others before swiftly retreating, vanishing into the night. Lu Chun took a moment to regulate his breathing, gazing at the fleeing figure with a heart filled with astonishment. Had it been an ordinary warrior, that strike would have shattered their internal organs. Do not pursue. Shi Hong clutched his right shoulder. This individual possesses strength beyond ours. We cannot recklessly chase him. Lu Yin and Lu Xian rushed towards Lu Chun upon seeing the cloaked figure escape. Third brother, are you injured? Lu Chun gently shook his head, supporting Shi Hong. His brow furrowed. Master Shi, could it be that this man is? Shi Hong spat out a mouthful of blood, calming his raging vitality, and declared fiercely, built like an ox with such formidable training, who else in Jianyang County could it be but him? Zhang Li, the master of the Iron Garment Martial Hall. The true culprit behind the multiple murders in Jianyang County is none other than him. Confirming his suspicions, Lu Chen's expression grew grave, and a chill crept into his heart. Just 3 days prior, Zhang Li had been at his home teaching him the Iron Garment rock-solid technique. Shi Hong gritted his teeth and remarked, "This individual is quite a prominent figure in the county. I never imagined he would engage in such deeds. Moreover, his skills have always been beneath mine. How could he suddenly exhibit such ferocity?" He then inquired, "Have you seen him recently?" Lu Chun pondered momentarily before nodding. "I have encountered him twice." In retrospect, aside from appearing somewhat fatigued and restless, he exhibited no other peculiarities. I asked him about it, and he merely mentioned that he had not been sleeping well lately. As the two conversed, a servant from the Lu family approached with urgent tidings. "Young master, that man is deceased." Lu Chun cast a glance at the lifeless body, ravaged by Zhang Li's assault, and instructed the servants, "You must promptly report this." Noticing Shi Hong's silence, Lu Chun asked, "Master Shi, what occupies your thoughts?" Shi Hong furrowed his brow, expressing, "I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Has Zhang Li practiced some sinister art, or is he perhaps possessed by something malevolent?" After a brief pause, he continued, visibly unsettled. "If Zhang Li has cultivated a nefarious technique, it may be manageable. However, should he be under the influence of a malevolent entity, acting beyond his control, the situation could escalate beyond our county's capacity to handle. We must travel to Linen City to seek assistance from the Bureau of Exorcism." Upon hearing the term malevolent entity, Lu Chun felt a jolt of alarm. "What exactly is a malevolent entity?" he queried. Shi Hong retorted, "Demons and spirits. Surely, young Master Lu has heard of them?" Lu Chun nodded silently. Demons and spirits are fundamentally distinct entities. Humans may cultivate martial arts, and all beings in existence can similarly advance. If they gain sentience, spirits emerge. While spirits predominantly dwell in the depths of mountains and forests, disturbances caused by them often plague the realm of Dajing, resulting in significant casualties. As for demons, they are commonly referred to as malevolent entities, yet their origins remain shrouded in mystery. I once witnessed a tragedy in Linen City, where a malevolent entity compelled over 10 individuals to sever their own tongues in the street. Is there truly no way to eliminate a malevolent entity? Lu Chun could not restrain his curiosity. Shi Hong, observing his calloused hands, replied solemnly, "A warrior's robust life force is the natural nemesis of malevolent entities. However, our cultivation is insufficient. We can only inflict severe damage but cannot eradicate them entirely. It is said that warriors who have cultivated true energy possess the ability to vanquish malevolent entities completely. Then the Bureau of Exorcism must specialize in such matters?" Lu Chun inquired. Shi Hong nodded. Previously, there were separate divisions for exorcising demons and for dealing with malevolent entities. They have now merged into the Bureau of Exorcism. They possess unique martial arts and mental disciplines specifically designed to confront demons and spirits. As they spoke, hurried footsteps approached, and the constables of Jianyang County finally arrived. Upon seeing Lu Chun and his companions, they first offered respectful greetings to Shi Hong. Then, noticing the corpse lying on the ground, the lead constable smirked wryly. Young Master Lu, it seems you have once again found yourself entangled in a homicide. Lu Chun could only manage a resigned smile. After a swift investigation of the scene by the constables, the lead constable inquired, "You claim the assailant is Zhang Li, the master of the Iron Armor Martial Arts School. Do you have any evidence?" Shi Hong replied, "Though I have not seen his true form, I have had dealings with him for over a decade. I am quite certain." Shi Hong held a prominent position in Jianyang County, with many officials in the Yamen being his disciples. Upon his command, the constable responded, "In that case, we shall immediately issue a wanted notice." Moreover, Zhang Li, being a 7th grade martial artist of considerable prowess, will require the robust assistance of Master Shi. The constable proceeded to ask a few more questions before permitting them to depart. "Young Master Lu, given the recent upheaval, I shall refrain from visiting the Lu residence for the time being," Shi Hong remarked. "That is only natural. Master Shi, please take care." Lu Chun replied before departing with the others. By the time Lu Chun returned home, it was already deep into the night. The rest of the Lu family awaited anxiously at the entrance, their expressions fraught with worry. Upon seeing their figures, Afu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yin briefly explained the situation to them, and just as Lu Chun intended to retire to his room, Afu said, "Young master, the novel contraptions you commissioned have arrived. Additionally, the blacksmith asked me to convey that the long knife will be ready in 10 days. Upon entering his chamber, Lu Chun indeed found the concealed weapons he had ordered. These weapons gleamed with a cold light, crafted from superior materials. A sense of reassurance washed over Lu Chun. With these tools and the mysterious shadow dart technique, he would feel far more confident. The following day, at the Lu family's training grounds, a humanoid target stood before Lu Chun, matching his height. The art of concealed weaponry demanded swiftness and surprise. Now equipped with effective concealed weapons and a mysterious shadow dart technique, he felt capable of swiftly diminishing the ranks of multiple foes. Even if he encountered martial artists of superior cultivation, the flying daggers and needles in his possession would instill a sense of caution in them. Lu Chun drew forth a willow leaf dagger and hurled it forward with great speed. Whoosh! The dagger sliced through the air, striking the target squarely between the eyes. He then retrieved 3 flying needles, channeling strength through his arm to launch them consecutively. The 3 needles shimmered as they pierced through the target's vital points, though his aim still required refinement. Observing the 2 holes on the target, Lu Chun mused that with diligent practice, the accuracy and power of his concealed weapons would surely improve. Chapter 12. The Horse-Slaying Blade. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the Jianyang County Yamen issued a wanted notice for Zhang Li, posting his likeness throughout the county. Anyone found harboring the fugitive or failing to report knowledge of his whereabouts would face the same punishment. While additional personnel were deployed at the 3 city gates of Jianyang County for round-the-clock patrols, the students of the Iron Armor Martial Arts School, upon learning that Zhang Li was implicated in a series of recent murders, promptly scattered like frightened birds. Recently, although there were occasional claims of sightings of Zhang Li, he remained elusive. One day, as Lu Chun prepared to step out with some silver, Lu Qingyan approached him. "Third brother, are you going out?" she asked with a gentle smile. Indeed, Lu Chun nodded. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan's eyes sparkled as she tugged at his sleeve. "Please take me along for some fun." Lu Chun hesitated momentarily. Recently, due to the martial law imposed in Jianyang County, his elder brother had forbidden his sister from venturing outside for safety reasons. Observing Lu Chen's indecision, Lu Qingyan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she playfully pleaded, "Third brother, I implore you." With a resigned smile, Lu Chen nodded, "Very well, but you must behave and not wander off." Given his steadily advancing cultivation, he believed that with him accompanying her, she would remain safe. The pair arrived at the bustling market in the southern part of the city. Lu Qingyan savored a candied hawthorn, her hand tightly clasped in Lu Chen's. Having been cooped up for days, she joyfully strolled through the throngs of people, her eyes gleaming as she admired the myriad of goods on display. Her face radiant with delight. She paused before a stall, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Seeing a variety of hairpins laid out, Lu Chun couldn't help but chuckle. "We have countless hairpins at home. Do you truly wish to purchase such trifles?" "What would you know, you man?" Lu Qingyan retorted, meticulously selecting her favorites. She picked up a floral hairpin and deftly styled a lock of hair, inserting it into her flowing tresses. "Third brother, do I look beautiful?" she asked, twirling around with a beaming smile. Lu Chun observed her, adorned in a splendid gown, her skin as fair as jade, exuding an elegant and serene aura. Although merely 12, her beauty was already evident. He nodded in approval. and Lu Qingyin's face blossomed with joy. She removed the hairpin and began trying on others, eagerly showcasing each one to Lu Chun, thoroughly enjoying herself. After some time, they finally departed from a stall, with Lu Qingyin having selected 3 hairpins, which Lu Chun purchased with great satisfaction. Next, they visited the blacksmith shop in the southern part of the city. Su Tai was vigorously forging the blade of a long sword. Upon seeing them, he greeted them with a smile. "Young Master Lu, the long knife is complete. Please wait a moment." This was Lu Qingyin's first visit to a blacksmith, and she was utterly fascinated by the various weapons, her eyes darting around in curiosity. Shortly thereafter, Su Tai approached, wiping the sweat from his brow. Crafting her blade required considerable effort. We even damaged 4 anvils in the process. He turned to another blacksmith, instructing him to fetch young Master Lu's sword. The man nodded and soon returned, cradling a jet-black long knife, which he placed on the counter. This is an improved horse-slaying sword, measuring 7 feet in length, with a blade length of 4 feet and weighing 21 pounds and 4 ounces. It is made of premium iron, fully meeting your specifications, Su Tai explained. Lu Chun examined the sword, noting its broad blade, elegant design, and smooth lines. The dark blade glinting coldly, clearly a testament to the blacksmith's considerable effort. He lifted the horse-slaying sword, feeling its substantial weight, and remarked, "How heavy. Truly a fine blade. Let us settle the payment, Master Su, and please assist me in properly sheathing the sword." Lu Chun then set the sword down. "Wait a moment," Su Tai interjected suddenly. "This sword is a proud creation of mine, and I would like to see if young Master Lu is truly capable of wielding this 20-plus pound blade." Understanding Su Tai's intent to gauge his prowess, Lu Chun smiled slightly, grasped the long sword once more, and made his way to an open space. The blacksmiths, upon hearing that a knife was to be tested, paused their work and turned their gaze towards him. Lu Chun, with a sudden surge of strength in his arm, swung the broadsword through the air, resembling a tempest, swift as lightning. His mastery of the tiger might blade technique had reached new heights, further amplified by the formidable weapon in his grasp, rendering his swordplay truly astonishing. Moments later, Lu Chun abruptly sheathed the sword and turned to Su Tai. "Master Su, what do you think?" Su Tai, taken aback for a moment, exhaled deeply. "Indeed, as my brother mentioned, there's some skill here. Just wielding this sword is no simple feat, yet I did not expect young Master Lu to handle it with such ease." He accepted the long blade Lu Chun offered and carefully placed it into its scabbard. "Should you have any further needs in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, young Master Lu." Upon exiting the blacksmith shop, Lu Chun noticed that Lu Qingyin was silent, her complexion somewhat pale, prompting him to inquire, "Qingyin, are you unwell?" Lu Qingyin shook her head and quietly replied, "Third brother, your swordplay just now felt so unfamiliar, as if you had transformed into a different person. It was truly frightening." Lu Chun gently ruffled her hair and smiled softly. "Do not be afraid. I have mastered these skills to better protect you." He continued to comfort Lu Qingyin until her smile returned to its former brightness. As the pair walked home, they unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance on the street. The individual, upon spotting Lu Chun, greeted him. "I did not expect to meet young Master Lu here." "Greetings, Master Chun." Lu Chun responded. This person was Chen Huaiqiu, one of the 4 masters at the Feiyu Martial Arts Academy. Chen Huaiqiu glanced at Lu Qingyin beside him and cheerfully inquired, "And who is this?" Lu Qingyin, shyly clutching Lu Chen's clothing, remained silent. Observing this, Lu Chun chuckled softly. "This is my younger sister. She is a bit timid. Master Chun, I hope you can be understanding." As Chen Huaiqiu was heading back to the Feiyu Academy and found himself on the same path as the Lu siblings, he decided to accompany them. While walking along the street, Lu Chun, aware that Chen Huaiqiu had recently been assisting the authorities in the pursuit of Zhang Li, noticed the fatigue etched on his face and quietly asked, "Is there any news regarding Zhang Li?" Chen Huaiqiu shook his head, explaining that the authorities had collaborated with various martial arts schools to thoroughly scour Jianyang County. Although some had reported glimpsing Zhang Li, he moved like the wind, eluding capture. He sighed, "I'm somewhat acquainted with Master Zhang. I never imagined he would commit such heinous acts." According to Master Shi Hong, it seems he may have been influenced by some sinister force. Lu Chun observed the passers-by on the street and murmured, "That remains uncertain. However, the most pressing matter is still to apprehend Zhang Li. If he escapes Jianyang County, the truth may vanish without a trace." Chapter 13, The Tiger Might Blade Technique. As Lu Chun and Chen Huaiqiu conversed while walking, they suddenly encountered a cacophony of voices ahead, signaling a lively gathering. "What is happening, young Master Lu? Shall we go and take a look?" Chen Huaiqiu suggested. Lu Chen nodded, tightly holding Lu Qingyin's hand as they positioned themselves at the back of the crowd. With his tall stature, he stood out distinctly in the world, requiring no effort to push through the throng. As the residents of Jiangyang County stood on either side, a few individuals on horseback traversed the center of the street. Lu Chen observed the group of 8, all clad in black brocade robes adorned with various rune patterns, topped with sandalwood hats and armed with ring-handled sabers, exuding an air of nonchalance that dismissed the surrounding populace. Although Lu Chen could not discern their martial ranks, he sensed their prowess surpassed his own. "Master Chen, could these individuals be?" He hastily inquired of Chen Huaiqiu beside him. Chen Huaiqiu's gaze was fixed upon the group, a flicker of brilliance evident in his eyes. With such an arrogant demeanor and attire, they must belong to the Jinxi division, tasked with handling demonic affairs in the Great Jing. He remarked, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. The Jinxi division is not as formidable as one might presume. Suddenly, Chen Huaiqiu turned to Lu Chen and bowed slightly. "Young Master Lu, I recall pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." A few days later, after completing his daily practice of martial arts, Lu Chen began to reflect on his recent progress. Thanks to the enhancement provided by the Zhanma Dao, his Tiger Might Blade technique had reached new heights, both in power and swiftness. Sitting cross-legged, he rested the long saber across his thighs, the forms of the Tiger Might Blade technique vividly manifesting in his mind. After months of refinement and insight, his understanding of the technique deepened considerably, incorporating personal interpretations distinct from those taught by Su Hai. As his thoughts stirred, flashes of inspiration ignited in his mind. This profound sensation was a first for him. Countless fragments of memory seemed to interconnect, piecing together a cohesive whole. Excitement welled up within Lu Chen as he realized he was distilling the essence of the Tiger Might Blade technique, with fresh techniques continuously emerging as his insights deepened. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's duration, Lu Chen rose slowly, a smile gracing his lips. "Your comprehension is extraordinary." Drawing parallels and successfully deriving the Tiger Shop Blade technique from the Tiger Might Blade technique. His mind now brimmed with a newfound understanding of a blade technique. Having absorbed the quintessence of all its forms, the Tiger Shop Blade technique, a novel martial art, was born from the Tiger Might Blade technique, infused with his unique insights and interpretations. While the forms appeared reminiscent of the Tiger Might Blade technique, they diverged significantly in essence, excelling in all aspects. Representing Lu Chen's original martial creation. Gathering his focus, Lu Chen grasped the Zhanma Dao and executed the Tiger Shop Blade technique from start to finish. The fierce and ruthless momentum of his strikes enveloped a 10-zhang radius around him, each movement seamless. The sound of his blade slicing through the air akin to the chilling roar of a tiger. Having completed his demonstration, Lu Chen realized that there were still techniques yet to be unleashed, the Tiger Roar and Tiger Sha. The former, though less powerful than the Tiger Might, imposed a lighter burden on the body, while the latter boasted an unparalleled power that dwarfed the former. With his right hand gripping the saber, Lu Chen stood firm in the training grounds, channeling his energy in accordance with the Tiger Sha's thrusting method, as his vitality converged toward the blade's tip. As he continued to gather strength, the blade began to quiver slightly, and the skin on his right arm turned a deep crimson. Tiger Fury. With a fierce resolve, Lu Chen swung the long knife into the void. A flash of red light surged forth, and the air around him resonated with the thunderous roar of a mighty tiger. A wave of force radiating outward from his very being. Clang! The saber slipped from Lu Chen's grasp and clattered to the ground, his right hand trembling slightly, his entire body surging with vitality. After just a single execution, he felt as though he had lost a significant portion of his strength. "Third young master, what has happened?" A Fu and the servants of the Lu family, startled by the commotion, hurried to the training grounds and were taken aback to find Lu Chen's face flushed, sweat pouring down his brow. "I am fine. There is no need for alarm," Lu Chen replied, taking a few deep breaths to calm himself. "So hot." As a servant bent to retrieve the fallen long knife, they merely brushed the blade's surface and gasped in shock. "You may all leave now. And do remember to prepare 2 extra dishes for dinner this evening," Lu Chen instructed as he picked up the saber. Realizing that the Tiger Fury technique had drained more energy than he had anticipated, leaving him feeling somewhat depleted after just one use. As dusk descended upon the outskirts of Jiangyang County, Amidst the desolate hills, a dilapidated house lay shrouded in overgrown weeds, its exterior mottled and worn. The gray bricks crumbling and precarious. A shadow darted swiftly past, crashing directly into the house. This figure, robust as an ox, was clad in tattered clothing, his body marred with scars, and his expression one of sheer panic. None other than Zhang Li, the missing disciple of the ironclad Marshal Hall. Why has this happened? Why? Zhang Li gasped for breath as he slumped against the wall. He had been hiding in Jianyang County until today, finally seizing an opportunity to escape the lockdown of the city defenses, only to be inevitably spotted by the enforcers, finding a brief moment to catch his breath here. Zhang Li knew he had taken a life. More than once. He had awakened at dawn, his body and mouth smeared with blood and flesh, his garments drenched in gore. Yet he could not recall the act of killing. Should he be captured, death would be his certain fate, but now that he had left Jianyang County, he believed that if given time to recover his strength, he might evade his doom. The town's demon-suppressing officer furrowed his brow, prepared to forcibly apprehend him, when unexpectedly, Zhang Li's right hand extended uncontrollably. "Do not kill me, do not kill me," he pleaded, helplessly watching as his palm struck his own head with a resounding thud. Bang! His hand collided forcefully with his crown, shattering his skull. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, witnessing Zhang Li's brain splatter, a grotesque mixture of red and white staining the surrounding walls. Chapter 14. An encounter with the uncanny in the dead of night, while the world lay in silence. The Grand Hall of Jianyang County was ablaze with light, with officials entering and exiting, an atmosphere of solemnity prevailing. A middle-aged man clad in a blue official robe, with a jade belt at his waist, stood in the center of the hall, his expression grave as he examined the wounds on Zhang Li's lifeless body. This man was Li Zhao, the respected magistrate of Jianyang County. Though he appeared cultured and gentle, exuding the air of a scholar, all present knew that this magistrate, not yet 40, was a deeply skilled sixth-tier martial artist. Before long, Li Zhao draped a white cloth over the corpse once more, then turned to the officer standing nearby. Softly inquiring, "You mentioned that before his death, Zhang Li cried out that a woman was responsible. Which woman was he referring to?" The officer shook his head, replying in a hushed tone, "Reporting to you, my lord, this individual did not utter the name before he seemingly succumbed to some malevolent force. The two gentlemen from the demon-suppressing office can attest to this." Upon hearing this, Li Zhao's brow knitted in concern as he murmured, "Could it be that Jianyang County harbors some sinister phenomena?" He had been in Jianyang for 4 years, overseeing a prosperous and content populace. With his term nearing its end, the emergence of such anomalies could potentially jeopardize his future prospects if left unchecked. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly addressed a tall martial artist beside him, Officer Jiang. "It is said that the demon-suppressing office possesses a unique technique to discern if an individual has been influenced by malevolent forces. You were present at the time. Did you perceive anything?" The officer Jiang, taken aback by Li Zhao's knowledge, responded with a hint of surprise. "Ah, my lord, your breadth of knowledge is indeed impressive, even encompassing the techniques of the demon-suppressing office. However, regrettably, that technique only proves effective on those who have come into contact with the anomaly within a single day. As for whether Zhang Li was under such control, it remains uncertain. Then it seems we must have the demon-suppressing office remain in Jianyang County for several more days," Li Zhao said slowly. Officer Zhang's face displayed a confident pride as he assured, "Rest assured, my lord, should any malevolent presence arise, we shall take action." As the two conversed, a panicked officer burst into the hall, scrambling in terror to report, "Your Excellency, grave news. The guards at the North Gate have reported that a member of the demon-suppressing office has died." Even with Li Zhao's composure, this revelation startled him. "What did you say?" A group mounted swift horses and hastened toward the North Gate, soon encountering the horrific scene of the lifeless demon-suppressing officer. He was gruesomely suspended upside down from the city tower, drenched in blood, which dripped incessantly to the ground, his eyes wide in terror, his face a mask of fear. The town's officer, Jiang, trembled slightly upon witnessing the scene and whispered to Li Zhao, "It is indeed Officer's son, and his face bears the ominous aura of black malevolence. It is undoubtedly the work of the supernatural." The guards at the city gate presented the blood-stained emblem of the town exorcism department to Officer Jiang. Clenching the brown emblem tightly in his right hand, his eyes gleamed with ferocity, and a sinister expression crossed his face. This malevolence is utterly rampant, showing no regard for the town exorcism department. The town exorcism department held a position of great prominence within the great Jing Dynasty, and their self-importance was considerable. Now, with such an incident occurring before the eyes of the public, they found themselves in a rather embarrassing predicament. Recognizing the gravity of the supernatural disturbances in Jiang County, Li Zhao contemplated for a moment before addressing Officer Jiang. We must impose a curfew immediately and inform the populace of Zhang Li's execution to calm their fears. Beyond this, the heavy responsibility of confronting the supernatural will rest entirely upon your shoulders. In the courtyard of the Lu family, Lu Chen lay in bed, yet sleep eluded him, as he tossed and turned restlessly. During the day, he had independently discerned the creation of the tiger slaughter blade technique and practiced it several times. Now, he felt a surge of excitement. The room remained unlit, and the pale moonlight seeped through the window, casting a cold and desolate glow. Sleep now. Lu Chen urged himself to close his eyes. Even if slumber did not come, resting his eyes could alleviate his fatigue. Having trained rigorously all day, it was imperative that his body received ample rest. A gust of wind swept through, accompanied by the rustling of leaves and the faint creaking of doors and windows. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over Lu Chen. As he opened his eyes, he swiftly drew the saber resting beside his bed. The blade unsheathed with a dull rasp. An unsettling sound in the stillness of midnight. Knock, knock. A soft rap echoed from outside the door. Who goes there? Lu Chen called out in a low voice. Saber in hand. No response came, yet the rhythmic knocking grew increasingly insistent. Bang! All the doors and windows of the house were suddenly flung open with a violent crash, and a swirling mass of white mist surged toward him. Lu Chen felt an icy chill envelop him. He quickly sidestepped and slashed his saber through the air. Swish! The blade struck true, cleaving the mist in two, but in an instant, it coalesced once more. A haunting, female laughter echoed ominously in his ears. Seeking death. Lu Chen's ferocity was ignited as he summoned his vital energy, raising his hand to strike at the advancing mist. Facing the supernatural for the first time, teetering on the edge of life and death, his heart raced and his nerves tensed. Yet to survive, he could rely only on the martial arts he had diligently practiced day and night, along with his extraordinary vitality. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 4 strikes. The room was ablaze with flashes of the blade, producing a cacophony of sound. The tables and chairs within were shattered into splinters as he relentlessly swung his saber to fend off the encroaching mist, should he become possessed by this entity. The consequences could be dire. Evading another assault from a mist, Lu Chen noticed the confined space of the room hindered his ability to wield his technique fully. He bolted directly toward the training grounds. His daily practice of the stunning swan leg technique had not only enhanced his leg strength, but also propelled his speed beyond the limits of mere mortals. As he was about to reach the Lu family training grounds, a chill crept down his spine, sensing the white mist closely trailing him like a shadow. Without a moment's hesitation, he concentrated all his energy into his right hand. Abruptly halting his advance, he turned and struck backward. A resounding roar akin to that of a fierce tiger erupted, the blade accurately striking the mist, causing it to scatter. Lu Chen believed he had succeeded, but in the next instant, the mist twisted and blurred, gradually forming a torso and limbs, taking on a humanoid shape, though its face remained obscured and indistinct. Young master, what has happened? Several guards from the Lu family, hearing the deafening noise, hurried to the training ground. Upon seeing the eerie figure not far from Lu Chen, their faces turned pale with terror. Stay back, Lu Chen shouted, knowing that these guards had yet to reach a significant skill level. Their reckless approach would only lead to needless demise and hinder his efforts. To his astonishment, in the next moment, the shadow abandoned Lu Chen and lunged toward the nearest guard. The guard, caught off guard, froze the instant the figure enveloped him. Chapter 15. The Surge of Vitality. A powerful strike. The guard, now possessed by the shadow, stood motionless for a moment before turning to Lu Chen with a strange smile, his crimson eyes wide open, as if devoid of sanity. He drew his blade and charged at Lu Chen. Clang! Lu Chen swung his blade, and the guard's weapon was instantly cleaved in two. With a swift kick, Lu Chen sent him flying several yards away. The guard's body tumbled across the ground until it collided with a wall, finally coming to a halt. Uncertain of the guard's fate, Lu Chen dared not let his guard down. He silently gathered all his strength. After a prolonged struggle with the eerie presence, he sensed his stamina waning. Now, he had no choice but to exert every ounce of power, hoping to find a sliver of survival. The guard on the ground convulsed and twisted, rising awkwardly. His eyes were tightly shut, his head drooping to one side, emitting a chilling feminine laugh. Crack! Suddenly, the guard's head twisted 180 degrees, and at that moment of physical collapse, the shadow burst forth from within him, lunging toward another guard who stood in stunned silence. In a flash, Lu Haun activated his footwork, his figure leaving behind a blurred afterimage, arriving before the eerie entity in the blink of an eye. At that moment, he exuded a murderous intent, his aura chilling to the bone, his entire body flushed, enveloped in rising steam. Boom! With a powerful step, his momentum surged, his heart pounding like thunder, his vital energy boiling over. Gripping the broadsword, veins bulged on his forehead. Blood gushed from his nostrils, and the blade trembled, emitting a resonant clang. Tiger's fury. In the night, a flash of red light streaked across, and a thunderous roar of a fierce tiger echoed through the Lu family's backyard. Lu Chen's vital energy surged forth, erupting suddenly, the blade striking heavily upon the shadow. Bang! The eerie entity let out a chilling scream upon direct impact, its indistinct form instantly disintegrating, the air filled with the acrid scent of charred remnants, and the surroundings fell into an eerie stillness. Lu Haun could no longer endure. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth, and a ringing sound echoed in his mind, rendering his vision a blur as the broadsword slipped from his grip and clattered to the ground. Third young master! Third young master! Quick, someone come! The guards beside Lu Haun, witnessing his swaying form, hurriedly supported him while calling out loudly. Lu Yen, Lu Xian, and others rushed towards him in a state of sheer anxiety, their faces paling at the sight of Lu Chen's flushed skin and feverish body. Although they had arrived at the training grounds earlier, they felt helpless, forced to watch as Lu Haun battled the eerie entity. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly carry the third young master inside, and fetch a doctor. Lu Yen shouted frantically at the servants. But it's the middle of the night. The medical hall is likely closed, one servant replied hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's eyes blazed with fury as he seized the servant by the collar and gritted his teeth. Go find one, even if I have to demolish their house. Bring the doctor here. In a guest room at the back courtyard of the Lu residence, the crowd anxiously gazed at Lu Haun, who lay on the bed, not daring to utter a sound. Only when Lu Chen's breathing gradually became steady did they finally exhale in relief. Shortly thereafter, Lu Haun opened his eyes and, seeing the worried expressions on their faces, managed to force out a faint smile. I am fine. It is merely a depletion of vital energy. A few days of rest will suffice for my recovery. The tiger's roar technique he had just employed had nearly drained all his strength. It was only after he had expelled a mouthful of blood that he felt a measure of relief, though he remained utterly fatigued and mentally clouded. After some rest, he had already regained a considerable amount of strength. One wonders if that entity has perished, Lu Haun pondered quietly, recalling that Lu Haun had mentioned only true energy could vanquish such things. While his tiger's roar had inflicted significant damage, it likely only succeeded in driving it away temporarily. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Haun addressed Lu Yen. Elder brother, it is best not to publicize tonight's events. I have heard that the town exorcism office has arrived in Jianyang County. We can discreetly inform the authorities, given the current fear among Jianyang County residents regarding such phenomena. Should they learn of the Lu family's ordeal, it would undoubtedly provoke unnecessary turmoil. Lu Yen furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a while before sighing. We must proceed as such. Thankfully, you were here this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. He then turned to a servant. I will draft a letter now. You must take it immediately to Linen City and inform our father of this matter. As they conversed, a servant led in an elderly physician with a youthful appearance. Recognizing him as the doctor he had encountered upon his arrival, Lu Haun nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your assistance. He extended his wrist, speaking gently. The physician placed his fingers on Lu Chen's wrist, and soon after, he turned to Lu Yen. Let us speak outside. However, Lu Haun waved his hand to halt him. No need to step out. You may speak freely here. The physician glanced at Lu Yen, who nodded slightly in acquiescence, and then began to speak. The young master possesses robust health, though he is not entirely unscathed. Rather, his vital energy has been severely depleted. However, given that he is a practitioner of martial arts, it is likely that his previous eagerness to prove himself has led to some ruptured meridians. For the sake of his future well-being, it is imperative that he engages in a period of tranquility and recuperation over the next fortnight, refraining from martial practice and avoiding any confrontations. Should he neglect this advice? He risks leaving a lasting ailment that may never fully heal. Lu Chun nodded in acknowledgement as the physician prescribed several remedies, repeatedly offering his counsel before taking his leave. "A Fu, see the physician off for me and provide a bit more for his fee," Lu Yin instructed. After the physician expressed his gratitude, he followed A Fu out of the guest chamber. "Third brother, focus on healing at home. Do not concern yourself with other matters. Xiao Chun will remain here to attend to your needs," he added. Once everyone vacated the room, Lu Chen noticed Xiao Chun's eyes were swollen and red from crying. He gently reassured her, "I am on the mend. You should rest now." "Understood. If you require anything, just call for me," Xiao Chun replied, though somewhat hesitantly, before obediently nodding. The following day, Lu Chun reclined in a chair, basking in the sunlight as Xiao Chun and several maidservants provided him with massages. Lu Qingyan sat nearby, occasionally feeding him strawberries from a platter. "Come, third brother, open your mouth," she urged, placing a berry delicately into his mouth before selecting another for herself. Given the tumult of the previous night, Lu Qingyan was acutely aware of the troubles that had befallen the Lu family. Their mother, Zhao Minglan, had spent the night in worry, and this morning the servants had informed her that thanks to Lu Chun, they were safe. It seemed he had indeed suffered a significant depletion of his vitality. After a night of rest, Lu Chen's injuries had healed considerably, though he still felt a pervasive fatigue and heaviness throughout his body. Yet, he found it curious that the strange disturbance from the previous night seemed directed at him, and he could not fathom the reason behind it. "I shall rest for a moment. Awaken me if anything arises. Qingyan, why not go amuse yourself elsewhere?" Lu Chun languidly suggested to the two. He closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep slumber. Young master, came the gentle call of Xiao Chun, as she lightly shook his arm after an unknown duration. "How long have I been asleep?" Lu Chun inquired, his eyes fluttering open. 2 full hours, Xiao Chun replied softly. "I did not realize I'd slept for so long," Lu Chun observed, glancing at the sky and noting the sun's descent, nearing the hour of twilight. "What is it?" he casually asked. "Afu just reported that someone from the magistrate's office is on their way here," she informed him. Lu Chun nodded, stretching his limbs before instructing Xiao Chun, "Prepare for washing and changing." Chapter 16, The Destitute Taoist. Dressed in resplendent robes, Lu Chun made his way to the front courtyard of the Lu residence. As Lu Yin and Lu Xian were preoccupied with family business outside, and with his stepmother and Lu Qingyan unable to make an appearance, it fell upon him to receive the visitors. Before long, 2 individuals entered, closely followed by Afu and numerous servants of the Lu household. Both were clad in ordinary attire. One wore scholarly robes, exuding an air of intellectualism, while the other was tall and imposing, with a strikingly fierce countenance. Afu approached Lu Chen's side and whispered, "Third master. These two are Li Xianjuan and Captain Jiang from the Jinxie department." "Oh." Lu Chen expressed mild surprise, not expecting these two to come in person, and notably without any attendants, evidently wishing to remain inconspicuous. "Master Li, Captain Jiang," Lu Chen greeted them with a respectful bow. "Are you Lu Chen?" Captain Jiang cast a glance at him, his demeanor haughty and his tone somewhat frigid. Lu Chun was already aware of the Jinxie department's notorious disposition. Thus he remained unfazed and nodded slightly. "Lead us to the location of yesterday's bizarre incident," Li Zhao stated, surveying Lu Chun with a detached air. Lu Chun guided the 2 men to the guest room in the rear courtyard, where the interior still bore the remnants of its former state, with various pieces of furniture shattered by Lu Chun, indicative of the fierce struggle that had taken place. After Captain Jiang examined the room, Lu Chun took the 2 to the Lu family's training grounds. "You mean to say that you repelled the anomaly right here?" Captain Jiang's brow furrowed, his expression somewhat peculiar. "Indeed," Lu Chen affirmed. "Nonsense. From my experience, that anomaly possessed at least 50 years of cultivation. You, a mere 9th-tier martial artist, could not possibly have survived its onslaught, let alone drive it away," Captain Jiang exclaimed, clearly incredulous of Lu Chen's claims. Afu, sensing the Jinxie department's skepticism towards Lu Chun, felt a surge of indignation and retorted, "My young master fought valiantly against the anomaly, and it is an indisputable fact. The members of the Lu family witnessed it with their own eyes. How could one dare to lie?" Captain Jiang, taken aback by the audacity of an old servant, and remembering the loss of a Zhengzai department lieutenant to the anomaly the previous night, felt a surge of irritation. His expression darkened. Hand resting on the hilt of his waistbound blade, he coldly replied, "How dare you?" Li Zhao, noticing the rising tension, stepped forward to interject. Turning to Lu Chun and inquiring, I have heard that Lu Haun is your master? Lu Chen nodded affirmatively. Li Zhao continued, I share a close friendship with Lu Haun, who holds you in high regard, referring to you as a natural-born martial artist. Given such praise, it seems you possess some skill. After a brief pause, he added, however, I see that your complexion is pale and your steps unsteady. It is evident that you were gravely injured yesterday. We shall not trouble you further today. Li Zhao then turned to Captain Jiang and remarked, Captain Jiang must have concluded his investigation by now. Let us take our leave. Captain Jiang responded in a low voice, casting a few more glances at Lu Chun before turning to depart. Wait, just as they were about to exit the Lu residence, Lu Chun suddenly called out to them. What is it? In the event that the anomaly returns, what should we do? I am currently unable to act. Are we to simply wait for our demise? Captain Jiang paused for a moment, then retrieved a red candle from his robe and tossed it into Lu Chen's hands. Light the red candle and place it within a lantern, then hang the lantern at the center of the main entrance. This will ensure your safety for 3 days. What happens thereafter depends on your fate. With that, he turned and left. As the attendants were about to escort Li Zhao out, he suddenly addressed Lu Chun, saying, I heard from Lu Haun that Zhang Li is also your master. He has now met his demise. Upon hearing of Zhang Li's demise, Lu Chun was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. He had never anticipated that the master of the Iron Armor Martial Arts School would meet such a tragic fate. That evening, following the instructions of Captain Jiang, Lu Chun hung red lanterns at the entrance, and indeed, the night passed without incident. The next day, the magistrate's office informed the entire county of Zhang Li's death, yet peculiarly announced a curfew for Jiangyang County. To ensure safety, Lu Chen recruited over 10 martial artists from various schools to guard his household. Days later, outside the Lu residence, a shabby-looking Taoist priest knocked heavily on the door. Moments later, a disciple emerged, furrowing his brow at the unfamiliar figure. What business do you have? The Taoist patted his stomach and smiled. I have wandered here and am quite famished. I seek a morsel to eat from your esteemed household. Begone. Do you think this is a place for beggars? The gatekeeper, filled with disdain, was about to shut the door when the Taoist pressed his hand against it, exerting an unexpected force that rendered the gatekeeper powerless. Release your grip at once, or I shall report you. The gatekeeper, startled by the Taoist's surprising strength, was momentarily taken aback. The Taoist seemed oblivious to the warning and pushed the door open, intent on entering. What was the commotion? A tall, distinguished young man approached. It was Lu Chun, who had been recuperating at home for several days. Upon hearing the altercation, he came to investigate. What is going on? Lu Chun inquired as he scrutinized the Taoist before him. The priest had a long, horse-like face, a slender build, and was clad in a tattered yellow robe. With an ancient satchel draped over his shoulder and a rust-covered long sword slung at his back, presenting an image of utter destitution. Reverend, if you are hungry, I can have the kitchen prepare a meal for you. What do you think? Lu Chun offered, as a single meal was of little consequence to his family. However, the Taoist appeared not to hear him, and instead fixed his gaze on Lu Chun. Young master, your complexion is pallid, and a sinister aura surrounds you. It seems there has been turmoil in your household lately. Am I correct? Lu Chun was taken aback, for since that fateful night when he confronted the mysterious entity, a sense of unease had lingered within him. Despite multiple consultations with physicians over the past few days, no cause for his malaise had been identified. He was astonished that this seemingly inconsequential Taoist could perceive the anomaly in his condition. Reverend, do you have a remedy to alleviate my distress? Lu Chun inquired softly. The Taoist chuckled lightly. Not at present. Once you have feasted and quenched your thirst, clarity will come. Chapter 17. Exorcising Talismans. Seeing the impoverished Taoist's hunger, Lu Chun welcomed him into his home. Just as he was about to instruct a servant to prepare a meal, he suddenly recalled that some sects of Taoists refrain from consuming meat. Turning back, he asked, Reverend, do you partake in meat? I do not abstain from wine and meat. Very well, then instruct the kitchen to prepare a splendid feast. The gatekeeper, upon hearing the request, promptly complied. Lu Chun ushered the Taoist into a guest room in the backyard, and before long, the table was laden with a variety of dishes. The Taoist, seeing the spread, eagerly picked up his chopsticks, but was halted by Lu Chun. You mentioned earlier that there have been disturbances in my household. Could you elucidate the nature of these disturbances? Lu Chun inquired with a smile that did not reach his eyes. He intended to gauge whether the Taoist possessed any genuine abilities. If he turned out to be merely a charlatan, adept only at beguiling the naive for food and drink, then Lu Chun would not hesitate to show no mercy. The Taoist, unfazed, merely smiled and set down his chopsticks. He then extended a finger into his cup of wine, stirring it for a moment before using his finger as a brush to inscribe something on the table. Your esteemed residence has recently been troubled by this entity. I wonder if the humble Taoist speaks truly. Lu Chen looked closely and was taken aback to see the character for ghost inscribed with the wine. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous Taoist could discern that the Lu family had indeed been plagued by supernatural disturbances. Recognizing the Taoist's extraordinary abilities, Lu Chen's demeanor shifted significantly. "What is your name, esteemed Taoist?" he inquired. "I am known as Deus Conglin," came the reply. "Might I ask if you possess any methods to counteract these disturbances?" Lu Chen pressed eagerly. However, Deus Conglin simply picked up a piece of meat, smiling as he said, "First, let us enjoy the dishes." After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, despite his frail appearance, Deus Conglin had consumed a significant portion of the food and drink before him. Noticing that the Taoist's cup was empty, Lu Chen promptly filled it again. Having satisfied their appetites, it was time for Deus Conglin to share his wisdom on dealing with the supernatural. Lu Chen thought patiently. The Taoist downed his drink and began. "I have spent decades in quiet cultivation at my temple. Today, passing by your esteemed residence, I sensed a dark, malevolent energy entwined around it. Guided by my intention to aid those in distress, I decided to intrude." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt fortunate that he had not dismissed the Taoist. Taoist Conglin continued, "I perceive that you, young Master Lu, are also a practitioner of martial arts. It appears you have sustained internal injuries, likely from a confrontation with the supernatural entity. Though it may have been temporarily repelled, it could very well return to retaliate." He rummaged through a pouch he carried, extracting various items. Lu Chen, noticing an ancient scroll among the items, curiously took it in hand. As he unrolled the scroll, he beheld a vast and tumultuous river, at the center of which stood an enormous tortoise. Upon its back rested a monumental stone tablet, intricately etched with sharp, knife-like patterns, inscribed with lengthy passages. Amidst the tempestuous skies of thunder and lightning, the giant tortoise remained steadfast. The diagram of the mysterious tortoise supporting the tablet, by Kong Yangzi, Lu Chen read aloud, his gaze fixed on the inscription in the lower right corner of the artwork. Taoist Conglin, noticing Lu Chen's rapt attention, expressed his surprise. "Could it be that young Master Lu understands art? This painting is the work of my dear friend Kong Yangzi." Titled "The Diagram of the Mysterious Tortoise Supporting the Tablet," Lu Chen gently shook his head, temporarily setting the painting aside. Observing that the Taoist from Conglin had retrieved a talisman brush, talisman paper, and vermilion from his satchel, he realized that the Taoist intended to draw a talisman. "You plan to draw a talisman?" Lu Chen inquired. "Indeed," the Conglin Taoist replied, unfurling a piece of talisman paper and dipping the brush into the vermilion. "This talisman is called the Exorcism talisman. When affixed to one's home, it ensures peace and smooth affairs." As Lu Chen noted the Taoist's preparations to begin, he subtly activated his focus, his eyes fixed intently on the paper and brush. If he could grasp the method of crafting the Exorcism talisman, he would no longer need to fear the intrusion of malevolent forces into his home. The Taoist, while inscribing various intricate and esoteric symbols upon the talisman paper, chanted softly. Before long, he had completed 4 exorcism talismans, their surfaces shimmering with golden light before the brilliance faded away. You diligently observed the Conglin Taoist talisman drawing and, inspired, comprehended the method of crafting the exorcism talisman. In an instant, unfamiliar knowledge surged into Lu Chen's mind, though he did not yet fully understand the meanings of the symbols. He had mastered the technique of creating the exorcism talisman, unbeknownst to the Taoist, who remained oblivious to Lu Chen's clandestine acquisition of his skills. He handed the exorcism talismans to Lu Chen, advising, "Place these 4 talismans at the 4 corners of your home. Within a month, no malevolent forces shall enter your abode. Additionally, I shall prepare a prescription for you, young Master Lu. If you adhere to it, your internal injuries will heal within 2 months." "And what about after that month?" Lu Chen asked, gazing at the talismans in his hands. The Conglin Taoist smiled slightly. "I have heard that the Exorcism Bureau has arrived in Jianyang County. These warriors are not just for show. Within a month, they will surely eradicate the malevolence plaguing Jianyang County." Gratefully, Lu Chen expressed his thanks repeatedly. He then accepted the prescription handed to him by the Taoist and carefully stowed it away. Subsequently, he picked up the painting titled "The Mysterious Tortoise Supporting the Steel." Despite his lack of significant interest in painting, He felt an unusual urge to possess this artwork upon first seeing it. With a beaming smile, he said to the Konglan Taoist, "I find myself utterly captivated by this painting. Why not gift it to me?" Noticing the Taoist's amused silence, he continued, "I understand that you have been traveling and may lack funds. Thus, I shall offer you 50 taels of silver. What do you think?" He then saw the Konglan Taoist eagerly devouring a fatty goose leg and hastily summoned a maid, instructing, "Quickly inform the kitchen to prepare 5 plump geese for the Taoist to sustain him on his journey." The Konglan Taoist gazed at Lu Haun without blinking, then revealed a resigned smile. "Well, since you truly cherish this painting, I shall gift it to you." After bidding farewell to the Konglan Taoist, Lu Haun personally affixed the exorcism talismans to the 4 corners of his home. He then secluded himself in his room, instructing a Fu not to allow anyone to disturb him unless there was an urgent matter. What secrets does this mysterious tortoise supporting the steel hold? Lu Haun laid the painting upon his desk, examining it carefully, yet he could not discern its mysteries at that moment. Unbeknownst to him, he had become deeply engrossed in the experience, and before he realized how much time had elapsed, the distant sound of roaring waves reached his ears. Lu Haun initially thought it was a mere illusion, but in the next moment, though the patterns on the painting had not altered in the slightest, the black tortoise supporting the steel appeared to spring to life before his very eyes. Chapter 18. The black tortoise supporting the steel. Towering waves surged tumultuously, the mighty river churning fiercely as a colossal tortoise bore the steel upon its back, rising and falling amidst the furious tide, its roar echoing thunderously. Above, the heavens were rent with flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder as brilliant flashes tore across the sky, occasionally striking the steel. Although the imagery of the black tortoise supporting the steel remained unchanged, in Lu Chen's mind, it became vivid and dynamic, as though the great tortoise were directly before him. What could this be? Lu Haun was astounded by the profound scene he perceived, momentarily at a loss for words. He continued to focus, immersing himself entirely in the painting, unable to extricate himself from this esoteric realm, experiencing moments of insight as flashes of inspiration flickered in his mind. Time slipped away, and with the final crack of thunder, the sky instantaneously cleared, a beam of light illuminating the steel. In the next moment, Lu Haun perceived the characters inscribed upon the steel pulsating with life. Buzz! A tremendous shock reverberated through Lu Haun's mind as the characters flowed into his consciousness like a torrential stream, instantly etching themselves indelibly into his being. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Having contemplated the black tortoise supporting the steel, you have become enraptured, and with a heart attuned, you have successfully grasped the tortoise breath technique. It was indeed a set of incantations, and moreover, an internal cultivation method. To the untrained eye, the black tortoise supporting the steel might merely seem a painting of profound artistry, yet for Lu Haun, endowed with exceptional insight, it became a gateway to an internal martial art. Internal cultivation is inherently rarer and more precious than external techniques. Su Hai had previously remarked that none of the 16 martial arts schools in Jiangyang County openly taught internal methods, and most martial artists might spend their entire lives without ever encountering such practices. Furthermore, internal methods demand relentless dedication, often requiring years, if not decades, of training, only to yield negligible results, and one may not even attain a sense of energy, rendering them far less effective than the immediate results of external techniques. However, Lu Haun's innate understanding was already extraordinary, and now that he had acquired the internal cultivation method, he brimmed with confidence about cultivating genuine energy. Seizing the moment, he decided to practice it forthwith. The tortoise breath technique comprises hundreds of intricate characters, embodying profound concepts. From its content, it appears to be a Taoist method, mimicking the breathing patterns of the tortoise, divided into 4 stages: quieting the mind, still breathing, true concentration, and emergence of concentration. While Lu Haun was uncertain whether this method was an authentic tradition or a unique internal technique he had intuitively conceptualized, he clearly sensed its potential for healing, strengthening the body, and prolonging life. Following the instructions of the incantation, Lu Haun seated himself cross-legged on the ground, his upper body erect, hands resting casually upon his thighs, and his entire being relaxed. The essence of this mental practice lies in the art of breath control, wherein one exhales the stagnant air within and inhales fresh vitality, thereby nourishing the internal organs and harmonizing the body. When energy accumulates, life flourishes. When it dissipates, demise ensues. Lu Haun, adhering to the principles of the tortoise breath technique, continuously engaged in this rhythmic exchange of energy, his chest rising and falling in sync with the flow. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. With his lips slightly parted and his mind focused, he immersed himself entirely in the practice, momentarily losing track of time. Only upon feeling a slight discomfort in his lungs did he realize it was time to cease. The cultivation of internal energy demands moderation. Excessive practice can indeed harm the body. Slowly, he opened his eyes and rose from the ground, only to discover that morning had arrived. Gazing out the window, he observed that the sun had already ascended high in the sky, yet it felt as though only an hour had passed. Stretching his limbs, he prepared to step outside when he suddenly sensed a remarkable change within himself. What a wondrous practice! The heaviness that had plagued him vanished, replaced by a profound hunger. After encounter with the bazaar, Lu Haun had often felt lethargic and burdened. Yet now, after merely a night of internal cultivation, the oppressive feelings had completely dissipated, and his body felt rejuvenated, even more vibrant than before. Although he had yet to perceive the flow of energy, he had already grasped the extraordinary effects of the tortoise breath technique. He resolved to practice nightly, confident that one day he would cultivate genuine energy. Lu Haun pushed open the door and summoned Xiao Chun to assist him with his morning routine. Upon seeing him, Xiao Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Young master, what transpired last night? You appear radiant, as if transformed into a different person." Hearing her words, Lu Haun hurriedly glanced into the mirror. To his astonishment, he found that after just one night of breath control, his skin had become fairer and more delicate, his complexion rosy, and his overall vitality remarkable. He had previously heard tales of Taoist internal cultivation allowing one to return to a state of innocence, delay aging, and even regain youth. Now, having experienced it firsthand, he realized the truth in those words. After finishing breakfast, Lu Haun made his way to the training grounds. Having devoted recent days to quiet recuperation, he had refrained from practicing martial arts. Now, fully healed, he was eager to resume his training, though uncertain if his skills had dulled. Drawing his saber, he contemplated this concern. However, as he executed his first strike, he swiftly recognized that his worries were unfounded. With the newfound mastery of the tortoise breath technique, his control over his body had reached an exceptional level. The blade flashed with lethal precision as Lu Haun performed the entire tiger slashing technique. Just as he was about to continue with other martial arts, he suddenly heard his brother Lu Yan's urgent voice from behind. "Third brother, you're still recovering from serious illness. How can you practice martial arts?" Lu Yan approached him with a serious expression. Lu Haun sheathed his saber and smiled at Lu Yan. "I have fully recovered." "Really? Are you truly well?" He scrutinized from head to toe. A look of skepticism etched upon his face. Whether it is truly good or not still necessitates a physician's diagnosis. Lu Haun managed a wry smile, then inquired, "Elder brother, what brings you to seek me so early in the morning?" "There are matters you must accompany me to," Lu Yan replied, withholding any information, and departed the training grounds, compelling Lu Haun to closely trail behind him. The two arrived at a private chamber, and as soon as they settled into their seats, two maidservants entered with tea. After taking a sip, Lu Yan instructed the maidservants, "Fetch Ah Fu." As Lu Haun savored the fragrant tea, a sense of curiosity stirred within him. Pondering the reason for his elder brother summoning Ah Fu, before long, Ah Fu entered the chamber, trembling slightly upon seeing Lu Yan and Lu Haun. "You may leave, and no one is to approach," Lu Yan ordered the maidservants. Moments later, only the three of them remained in the room, uncertain of the unfolding events. Lu Haun sipped his tea while casting furtive glances at the two. "Ah Fu, it has been 50 years since you have been with my family, has it not?" Lu Yan remarked casually, gently stirring the tea leaves with the lid of his cup. "Indeed, young master, I have served the Lu family for a full 52 years. Ah Fu respectfully replied. Chapter 19. Changes in the Lu family. As the steward of our household, tending to 3 generations of the Lu family, your contributions are commendable. The reason I have summoned you is to inquire about the recent affairs within the family. Is there anything you wish to share with me?" Lu Yan asked with an impassive expression. Lu Haun, puzzled by his elder brother's inquiry, gazed at him. Having spent several days recuperating at home without any knowledge of recent events, "Everything is well at home, young master, and all the servants are performing their duties," Ah Fu answered with reverence. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan slammed his teacup onto the table, causing tea to splash. His expression darkened with anger as he exclaimed, "Then why did a guard report to me that my second brother was clandestinely meeting a young lady from Chunchue Tower at the back door? He has even mentioned it to you. Is this true?" Upon hearing this, panic flashed across Ah Fu's face, and he immediately knelt on the ground, stammering, "Young master, I. It was then that Lu Chun understood the situation. It appeared that his second brother was still entangled with Qin Wan from Chunchue Tower. Lu Chun rose to assist Ah Fu, urging him to take a seat beside him. "Ah Fu, you're no outsider. There's truly no need to conceal such matters from us." With a heavy sigh, Ah Fu addressed them both a few days ago. "The second young master pleaded with me several times to dismiss the guards at the back door. Having watched him grow up, I found it difficult to refuse him. Subsequently, he began meeting with a young lady from Chunchue Tower every few days and instructed me never to inform you too." Lu Yin scoffed in dissatisfaction. "You truly are becoming senile. My father has long harbored discontent towards my second brother's infatuation with women of the brothel. What is wrong with the esteemed Miss Li from the Li family? Why does he insist on pursuing a singer? If others in Jiangyang County were to discover this, what would become of the Lu family's reputation?" After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "I believe my father will return to Jiangyang County in the next couple of days. Let's keep this matter discreet for now, and I will discuss it privately with my second brother." 2 days later, as Lu Chun was practicing martial arts in the training grounds, a maid, visibly distressed, rushed towards him, exclaiming in a frantic tone, "Third young master, there is an urgent matter. The eldest master requests your immediate presence in the main hall." Lu Chun nodded in acknowledgement and hurriedly followed her towards the front courtyard. Upon entering the main hall of the Lu residence, he noticed a considerable gathering of people. As soon as Lu Yin spotted him, he pushed a piece of paper towards him. "Third brother, take a look at this." Lu Chun picked up the paper and swiftly read its contents, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "Eldest brother, could this be?" Before he could finish, Lu Yin nodded gravely, his demeanor serious. "Father has been captured." According to the letter, Lu Tianhao, while returning, had been ambushed by a group of bandits who demanded that one of the 3 brothers deliver 30,000 taels of silver to a dilapidated temple outside Jiangyang County today for his release. "Who delivered this letter?" Lu Chun inquired urgently. Lu Yin shook his head, anxiety etched on his face. According to the doorkeeper, the messenger concealed their identity and left immediately after delivering the message. Could it be a deception? Doubts clouded Lu Chen's mind as he pondered the authenticity of the ransom note. After all, the Lu family was relatively affluent, and this missive could very well be a ruse to extort silver. Lu Yin sighed and replied, "Shortly after we received the letter, one of father's guards returned, severely injured. He had gone to the rear courtyard to tend his wounds. He reported that while they were traveling along the official road, they were suddenly ambushed. He barely managed to escape and come back to inform us, and he has been loyal to father for over a decade, so his fidelity should not be in question. Has eldest brother reported this to the authorities? Given the gravity of the situation, relying solely on our household's manpower is clearly insufficient. We set out to report it as soon as we received the letter, but on the way, we were intercepted by a stranger who threatened that if the government was informed, father would be killed immediately. There are likely many eyes watching us nearby." Lu Chen's heart plummeted. If the letter's contents were to be believed, they could not alert the authorities and could only send one person to negotiate for the ransom. In that case, he was the most suitable candidate from the Lu family. "I shall go," he declared resolutely. "Now that I have attained the pinnacle of the 9th rank, I possess the means to handle any unforeseen circumstances. However, the letter specifies that the ransom must be paid in silver notes from Hungtong Bank. Is there enough in our household?" Lu Chun furrowed his brow, deep in thought, before his expression turned apologetic as he spoke solemnly. "I must rely on you, third brother. You will accompany me to Hungtong Bank to exchange for the silver notes, while second brother stays at home. If anything arises, notify us immediately." With solemn expressions, Lu Chun and Lu Yin made their way towards Hungtong Bank in the county, enveloped in silence. "Are we being followed?" Lu Yin suddenly inquired. Without betraying any emotion, Lu Chun replied, "Since we left our home, there are at least 4. Along the journey, he sensed several pairs of eyes watching them, confirming the bandits' words were indeed true. This was merely what Lu Chun had discovered. Perhaps there were others lurking in the shadows. Should they report to the authorities, it would spell dire consequences for Lu Tianhao. Shortly after, they arrived at the money house, where Lu Yin instructed, "Third brother awaits here. I shall go inside to exchange for silver notes." After Lu Yin exchanged 30,000 taels, he emerged from the establishment, and the two swiftly returned home. Lu Xian retrieved a map, pointing to a temple on the outskirts of Jianyang County. This is the place they mentioned, merely a journey of 1 hour from Jianyang County. It is a desolate area, and third brother must exercise utmost caution. Lu Chen carefully stored the map and the silver notes, after which a Fu brought forth a magnificent black stallion into the courtyard. With a graceful leap, Lu Chen mounted the horse, bidding farewell to the onlookers, and galloped towards the decrepit temple under their worried gazes. As Lu Chen rode the black horse along the path, verdant foliage flanked him, ancient trees towering high, while distant mountains rose and fell in majestic waves. Since his arrival in this realm, it was Lu Chen's first departure from Jianyang County, yet he found no inclination to admire the scenic beauty. Alone, he relied solely on the broadsword concealed within his robe and his martial prowess. Consulting the map, Lu Chen pressed onward toward the desolate mountains. After an hour, he caught sight of a dilapidated temple. Tethering his horse to a tree, he approached the ancient structure with measured steps. Is anyone there? He sensed several gazes fixated upon him from a distance of 10 paces from the temple door, though their hiding places remained unknown. Unperturbed, he crossed the crumbling entrance and entered the courtyard, where peeling walls, shattered bricks, and toppled Buddha statues painted a scene of desolation. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. A burly man, marked by several scars, sat atop a Buddha's head. Upon seeing Lu Chen, a fierce expression crossed his face as he rose from his perch. The sound of footsteps echoed as 3 others emerged from the dark corners of the room, with 2 more joining them, encircling Lu Chen. 3 of them were at the 9th rank, and the most formidable among them was the burly man. Also at the pinnacle of the 9th rank, a match for Lu Chen. Did you bring the money? The imposing figure inquired gruffly. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Where's my father? He surveyed the group, his voice steady and low. The burly man chuckled sinisterly, his eyes gleaming with malice. Fear not. He is in the back courtyard, still alive for now. However, once we deal with you, we shall reunite you too. Do not harbor resentment towards us. We merely collect debts for others. Blame your father for provoking those he ought not to have. As his words fell, the 5 men simultaneously drew their weapons. Brothers, let us go. Eliminate him and seize the money. We must return to report to our employer. Chapter 20. Bloodshed at the ruined temple. The men let out strange laughter and charged towards Lu Chen. He glanced back briefly, then swiftly dodged, his right hand reaching behind him while his left sought the weapon at his waist. Clang! The harsh sound of metal scraping echoed as the broadsword concealed within the ornate robe was drawn from its sheath, its blade leaving a fleeting shadow as it cleaved downward towards the bandit positioned to the right rear. In a simultaneous motion, with a surge of strength, he hurled 2 leaf-shaped throwing knives at another bandit on the opposite side. Whoosh! 2 silvery streaks tore through the air with astonishing speed, catching the bandit completely off guard. Before he could react, the knives pierced through his forehead with lethal precision. After countless hours of practice, Lu Chen's skill with hidden weapons had reached an unparalleled level of power and swiftness. Thud! The leaf knives erupted with a spray of thick crimson, and the bandit collapsed lifelessly to the ground. At that very moment, Lu Chen's broadsword was already poised above the head of another assailant. Startled by the preceding spectacle, the man finally registered the cold glint of the blade mere inches from him and hastily raised his long knife in a desperate attempt to block. Clang! A sharp metallic resonance rang out, and in the next instant, the bandit's weapon was shattered, the broadsword continuing its relentless descent towards his crown. With a tearing sound, a line of blood appeared on the bandit's head, which was then cleaved in 2, a gruesome mixture of red and white brain matter spilling upon the ground, saturating the air with the pungent scent of blood. In the blink of an eye, he had slain 2 men. The remaining 4 were utterly unprepared for Lu Chen's ferocity, their shock evident in their expressions. The burly leader, gazing at the fallen bodies, let out a cry of disbelief. I will skin you alive, now unburdened by concerns. Lu Chen relentlessly drew throwing needles from his waist, launching them at the 4 bandits before him. As the glimmering projectiles approached, the men scrambled to deflect them, the sheer force numbing their arms. Ugh! One bandit groaned as 2 needles pierced through his eyes, rendering him motionless. The strong man could not have anticipated Lu Chen's remarkable prowess with hidden weapons, which momentarily subdued them all. He swatted aside the incoming needles and bellowed to the other 2. Flank him from both sides. The trio dodged the needles, leaping high while their long knives descended upon Lu Chen. All 3 were 9th-grade martial artists, skilled in their blade techniques, as Lu Chun faced them alone, retreating while parrying the torrential onslaught of blades. Clang, clang, clang. The combat erupted into a cacophony within the dilapidated temple. Lu Chun unleashed the tiger shot blade technique with all his might, his strikes morphing in a myriad of forms as he gradually adapted to their encirclement. Swish! Seizing the opportune moment, he executed a horizontal slash, forcing two back, while his left palm struck fiercely against the chest of one remaining assailant, followed by a series of 3 powerful kicks. Blood spurted from the man's mouth and nose as his body was propelled violently against a wooden pillar. Only 2 remained. Lu Chen's eyes glinted with ferocity, his presence surging dramatically as he summoned all his vitality, enhancing both his speed and strength. He evaded the burly man's downward strike aimed at his head, seamlessly redirecting his left leg to kick at the other man's calf. The sound of a bone cracking echoed through the air, followed by a piercing scream from his opponent, who stumbled and lost balance, lunging towards him. Lu Chun swiftly sidestepped and positioned himself behind the man, delivering a powerful kick that sent the individual crashing onto the blade of a burly man. With a sickening thud, the burly man was unable to retract his long knife in time, and the blade pierced through the chest of the fallen adversary. The man's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. As the burly man withdrew his long knife, he watched in horror as his opponent's body crumpled to the ground. His face contorted in rage, he let out a furious roar and swung his hefty blade towards Lu Chen's neck. With a resounding clang, Lu Chun parried with his own weapon, the 2 blades colliding with a shower of sparks. Who was this man? The burly one wondered. As he faced the relentless fury of Lu Chen's strikes, his strength, already extraordinary, felt diminished against Lu Chen's power. His arms grew numb, and the grip of his weapon almost slipped from his grasp several times. Summoning all his strength, he managed to deflect Lu Chen's cunning strikes and stepped back to catch his breath. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of Lu Chen's eyes, now blazing red like a bloodthirsty tiger. "Please, no." The burly man stammered, terror gripping his heart as he pleaded for mercy. Yet in the next moment, Lu Chun stepped forward, causing the dilapidated temple to tremble, a thunderous roar of a tiger resonating from all around. With a tiger's roar, Lu Chen's long knife carved through the air, descending with the might of a tempest. The burly man, already shaken to his core, barely raised his weapon in defense. But as their blades clashed, his thick knife shattered into 2. The long knife then cleaved down from the burly man's left shoulder, splitting bone and flesh, mercilessly bisecting him. Warm blood mixed with entrails splattered across the ground, the air thick with the nauseating stench of blood. In the aftermath of the fierce battle, only Lu Chun remained standing in the ruin of the temple. He wiped his long knife on the fallen man's clothing, sheathed it, and proceeded to inspect the other bandits. Discovering that the one he had kicked against a wooden pillar was still alive, Lu Chun patted the man's face, rousing him from his daze. Upon seeing the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, the man was instantly struck with terror. "Don't kill me, please," donned the robber, perceiving the fluctuating emotions on his face. Hastily stammered, "Furthermore, the guard who reported to the Lu family has been bribed by the employer. Otherwise, we would not have been able to abduct Lu Tianhao midway." "What did you say?" A surge of alarm gripped Lu Chen's heart. With his siblings at home, they were undoubtedly in peril. However, upon reflection, he realized that the assailant was merely a low-tier martial artist, and with numerous guards at his residence, it was likely that they would not encounter significant trouble. Yet, for the sake of precaution, it would be prudent to return home promptly. Without further ado, Lu Chun ceased his idle chatter with the robber, disregarding his pitiful pleas, and resolutely seized one of his legs, dragging him towards the rear courtyard of the dilapidated temple. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Chun beheld Lu Tianhao, bound and lying unconscious amidst a pile of dry grass. "Is he?" He glanced at the robber, who, startled, quickly replied, "Your father is fine. He has merely fainted." Lu Chun nodded, then delivered a swift strike to the robber's neck. "Father, wake up!" He rushed to Lu Tianhao's side, gently shaking him while calling out repeatedly. Before long, Lu Tianhao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused. After a moment, he regained clarity and, upon seeing Lu Chun, exclaimed in shock, "Chen'er, how did you arrive here? This place is exceedingly dangerous. You must leave at once. Otherwise," Lu Chun urgently interrupted him, speaking in a grave tone. "The group of robbers has been eliminated by me. This is no place to linger. We must depart swiftly." Lu Tianhao stared wide-eyed, momentarily incapable of comprehending Lu Chen's assertion. There were at least 6 robbers, and Lu Chen was merely a 9th-tier martial artist. Alone, how could he possibly have vanquished them all? Yet, as he surveyed the temple, he indeed saw no sign of others. Lu Chen assisted Lu Tianhao to his feet, and upon noticing the unconscious robber, Lu Tianhao's expression shifted. What happened here? I knocked him out. What shall we do with him? Lu Tianhao inquired. Lu Chen's expression hardened as he swiftly approached the robber, gripping his neck. We must eradicate the root of the problem. With a surge of strength, he twisted his arm. Crack! The robber's neck snapped instantly. Let's hurry, Lu Chen remarked coldly. Casting a glance at the motionless robber, the two made their way to the front courtyard of the temple, where Lu Tianhao was taken aback by the sight of several bodies sprawled on the ground. Chener, did you truly do all this alone? Lu Chen raised a hand to silence him. We shall discuss everything upon our return home, he urged, leading him away from the temple. Father, quickly mount the horse, Lu Chen urged, aware that the robbers from Jianyang County might soon pursue them. Lu Tianhao stared at Lu Chen in disbelief before swiftly mounting the horse. The two rode a dark steed away from the desolate mountains, galloping along the official road. An hour later, upon sighting the towering walls of Jianyang County, they finally exhaled in relief. As dusk descended and the sky darkened, the streets became desolate, with shops on either side preparing to close. Just as they were about to return home, a sharp shout echoed from afar. Everyone, step aside if you wish to live. Lu Chen and Lu Tianhao were still unaware of the unfolding events, hastily reining in their horses to a halt on the right side of the street. In the next moment, a white figure swiftly flew from a distance, closely pursued by 4 martial artists clad in cloud-patterned robes, wielding crescent-bladed sabers. The Jinxia Division's captain was brazenly executing an elimination in the street. The leading captain suddenly leaped down from a rooftop, channeling strength into his right arm, where the crescent blade became enveloped in a faint crimson glow. Noticing that the white figure was about to pounce on a nearby civilian, he ruthlessly swung his blade. Swish! The blade descended sharply, slashing diagonally, striking the white figure with a heavy blow. A piercing scream echoed around, resonating painfully in the ears of the onlookers. In the next instant, the other 3 captains of the Jinxia Division also descended, encircling the white figure tightly. Light the red candles, commanded the leader, and the 4 drew out red candles from their robes, igniting them and placing them firmly on the ground. From a distance, Lu Chen noticed that these candles bore a striking resemblance to the one that Captain Jiang had given him. As the red candles flickered to life, 4 wisps of crimson smoke rose skyward, forming an intricate formation that ensnared the apparition within. The white figure dashed about inside, but each time it collided with the confines of the barrier, it was forcefully repelled. Now, the 4 captains surged with vigor, the red glow on their crescent blades pulsating as they struck at the white figure, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. The moment the blade made contact, a hissing sound of corrosion filled the air, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred matter. Bang! The leading captain thrust his saber fiercely into the white figure, which emitted a high-pitched wail before suddenly convulsing. A foul, blood-stained miasma erupted from the center of the apparition, causing its bizarre form to vanish abruptly. One of the Jinxia captains coughed up a mouthful of black blood, while the leader's expression grew grave. The anomaly has been eliminated, but Deputy Captain has sustained injuries. We must return swiftly for treatment. The 3 helped the injured captain, and in the blink of an eye, their figures disappeared from the street. The citizens of Jianyang County, witnessing the Jinxia Division's decisive actions for the first time, were momentarily stunned by their formidable prowess. Lu Chen gazed intently at the departing figures, a spark of insight igniting in his eyes. You have observed the Jinxia Division's elimination of the anomaly, and through your keen perception, you have successfully comprehended the exorcising blade technique. A new martial art blossomed in his mind, the very technique employed by the Jinxia Division's captain to confront the supernatural. Thus lay the essence of the Jinxia Division's ability to combat the bizarre. What a profound blade technique! Immersed in the contemplation of the newly acquired moves and techniques, Lu Chen found himself captivated. He marveled internally, realizing that the exorcising blade technique, in both its power application and blood energy manipulation, was distinctly different from his tiger fiend blade technique. It was an exceptionally unique approach. Chener, let us return swiftly, Lu Tianhao urged, noticing Lu Chen's furrowed brow. Unaware of his deep contemplation, Lu Chen, as if awakening from a dream, nodded, and urged his horse onward. The two swiftly returned home, where Lu Yin and the others awaited them with palpable anxiety. Upon their arrival, joy surged through the group, and, just as they were about to speak, Lu Tianhao raised a hand and solemnly inquired, "Where are Zhao and the others?" "In the backyard receiving treatment, father." "What has happened to him?" Lu Yin responded, his expression reflecting confusion. "Follow me." The group made their way to the Lu family's backyard, and before they could reach the room where Zhao Air was recuperating, the door burst open with a loud bang, and a figure shot out from within, attempting to flee. "Think you can escape?" Lu Chun swiftly moved, launching himself forward and delivering a kick to Zhao Air's hip, sending him hurtling through the air until his back collided forcefully with the wall, bringing him to a halt. It was only then that several guards reacted, pouncing upon Zhao Air and pinning him to the ground. "Master, spare me," Zhao pleaded desperately. Lu Tianhao cast a fierce glance at him, commanding, "Secure him and keep a close watch." He then turned to the three Lu brothers and stated gravely, "You three will accompany me to the main hall. No one else is permitted to approach." Chapter 22. Sense of Qi in the Lu family's main hall. Lu Chen had just finished a swift cleansing and donned a fresh set of garments when he quietly asked Lu Yan beside him, "How will father deal with Zhao Air?" Lu Yan's face was as cold as ice as he replied fiercely, "A treacherous servant who betrays his master must be compelled to speak, revealing all he knows before being sent on his way. In this world, the fate of a traitor is only death." Seated in the principal position, Lu Tianhao took a hearty sip of tea before speaking. "This time, we owe it to Chen. Otherwise, I fear the outcome would have been dire." He surveyed Lu Chen with a mix of appreciation and regret. "Alas, although I, Lu Tianhao, possess some wealth, I lack power and influence. Were it otherwise, I would certainly send Chen to a grander platform for training." Though the Lu family had some riches, they remained merely merchants, vastly overshadowed by the truly powerful families in the great Dajing Dynasty. Unable to contain himself, Lu Yin inquired, "Father, who exactly sought to take your life this time?" Lu Tianhao snorted coldly, his eyes glinting with menace. "While I cannot be entirely certain, it is highly likely that the Lu family has hired someone. To have turned Zhao Air, who has been with me for many years, is indeed a clever maneuver." "The Lu family?" Lu Chun, unfamiliar with the name, glanced in confusion at Lu Yin and Lu Xian, only to find their expressions mirrored his own uncertainty. "Since you are unfamiliar with the Lu family, allow me to provide a brief overview. Sooner or later, I would have informed you," Lu Tianhao began. It turned out that Linen City, as the capital of the great Jing's Yin prefecture, was a web of intertwined forces, with prominent families vying for influence. Among them, the most powerful and prestigious were the Lu and Fong families, both of which had existed since the previous dynasty. The entire Linen City was effectively controlled by these two families, with each governor treating it as a gilded opportunity, using their tenure to ascend to the imperial capital of Great Jing. Consequently, they adopted a strategy of balance during their terms, neither offending nor favoring either family, thereby maintaining a semblance of stability in the city. The Lu and Fong families were in a constant state of conflict, both openly and covertly, their rivalry akin to fire and water. "Why has father provoked the Lu family?" Lu Yin inquired, perplexed. "I recently arrived in Linen City at the invitation of the Fong family, hoping to establish a silk shop there. However, silk is also one of the Lu family's enterprises. And now, the Fong family, along with our Lu family, seeks to partake in their profits, naturally inciting their envy," Lu Tianhao explained, taking a sip of water to soothe his throat. "If I were to perish inexplicably on the way, the silk business would inevitably come to naught." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen understood who the employer of the burly man was. Had it not been for the bandits' greed and their extortion of the Lu family, Lu Tianhao might have already met his demise. Lu Tianhao reached into his sleeve and placed 4 talismans on the table. "These are exorcism talismans, specially drawn for me at the Baiyun Taoist temple in Linen. If affixed to the 4 corners of the home, they can ward off malevolent intrusions for a month." Lu Yin took the talismans and smiled. "We have already affixed exorcism talismans at home." Lu Tianhao was greatly astonished and briefly recounted the story of the fallen Taoist priest. "In that case, it could not be better," he said as he rose from his chair. "From now on, I will send exorcism talismans from Linen City every month. Furthermore, with Chen now capable of managing things independently, I have no cause for concern. Should Chen ever lack resources for martial training, he may simply seek assistance from Afu." "Does father still intend to go to Linen City?" Lu Xian asked, apprehensive of potential dangers following the recent events. Lu Tianhao's face displayed a proud demeanor as he replied coldly. I built my fortune from scratch over the course of 20 years and have finally monopolized the silk industry in Jiangyang County. Now that there's an opportunity to expand my business in the state capital, how could I easily abandon it? Moreover, with the assistance of the Fong family, who have promised to send a 7th-rank warrior to protect me, you need not worry. He glanced at the three and then fixed his gaze on Lu Xian, saying, Next month, you will accompany me to Linen City to manage the newly opened silk shop. Reluctantly, Lu Xian acquiesced. 7 days later, Lu Tianhao returned to Linen City. At the Lu family's training grounds, Lu Chun was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, his body flushed as steam rose around him. Grasping a broadsword, the veins in his right arm were prominent, the blade trembling slightly. A buzzing sound echoed as a flicker of red light danced at the sword's tip, vanishing in an instant. Phew, this is indeed challenging. The techniques of the exorcism department possess some remarkable attributes. Lu Chen sheathed his sword and massaged his aching muscles. Having mastered the exorcism blade technique, he had spent 7 days practicing based on the insights in his mind. Finally reaching a level where he could envelop the blade with his vital energy akin to those officers in the exorcism department. However, he found that the technique was far more exhausting than he had anticipated. The red glow of the blade could not be sustained for long. Forcing its use would leave him utterly drained and listless. Returning to his chamber, after instructing his servants not to disturb him, he sat cross-legged on the floor and began to cultivate the turtle-breathing technique. Having now acclimated to the Taoist esoteric arts, Lu Chun has spent the recent days in profound contemplation, ultimately discovering a cultivation method that best suits his needs, enabling him to master his physical form and refine his internal organs. Moreover, he has unexpectedly uncovered a remarkable efficacy of the heart method. By meditating for merely an hour, the fatigue accumulated from his martial training dissipates significantly. With his gaze directed inward, he observes the breath, feeling it flow through his body as he sits upon the ground. Inhaling and exhaling with a sustained rhythm, his chest and abdomen rising and falling in a gentle cadence. Unbeknownst to him, he enters a state of deep meditation, as if he is submerged in an endless river, transforming into a colossal turtle, his head bobbing amidst the waves, breathing with a prolonged cadence. New insights echo within Lu Chen's mind, and he suddenly senses a subtle transformation within his being. His dantian swells slightly, as if a warm current is coursing through him, while his hands and back tingle with an electrifying sensation, every acupoint in his body pulsating with warmth. This warm current, elusive and ephemeral, vanishes in an instant. This is the sensation of qi. Lu Chen opens his eyes, a glimmer of astonishment flickering within them at the unusual feeling he just experienced. To cultivate true qi, a martial artist must first perceive this sensation and continuously amplify it. Eventually, this sensation will evolve into true qi within the body. While ordinary practitioners may toil for years, even decades, to nurture this sensation, Lu Chun has made this pivotal advancement in just a month of practicing the turtle-breathing technique. Given time, the cultivation of true qi will undoubtedly follow. Several days later, Lu Chun stands at the center of the training ground, the surrounding air thick with tension and silence. He breathes heavily, sweat evaporating from his body as he senses the accelerated flow of his vital energy. After months of dedicated practice, he is acutely aware that he stands on the brink of a breakthrough. With each breath, the temperature around him rises, and his limbs and torso are filled with an unknown energy that relentlessly impacts his skin, muscles, and bones, causing subtle tremors. The heat spreads within him, and his vital energy begins to surge, nearly boiling over. His sinews and bones undergo a profound transformation. Suddenly, Lu Chun feels a jolt from deep within his soul, and in an instant, he opens his eyes wide, a brilliant light shining forth. Finally, he has broken through to the 8th rank. With a heavy exhalation, he stretches his weary muscles and bones. Soon after, the boiling energy within him calms, and his thundering heart returns to a state of tranquility. This breakthrough in martial arts has catalyzed a transformation and elevation. His skin, bones, and muscles have all experienced a notable enhancement, and he is thrilled to discover that both his strength and control over his body have ascended to a new level. Returning to his room, Lu Chun sheds his sweat-soaked martial attire and dons a fresh set of clothing. As he steps into the courtyard, intending to take a stroll, He notices Lu Yan accompanying several elegantly dressed, middle-aged men as they exit from the main hall. After seeing off a few guests, Lu Yan approached Lu Chun. Upon seeing his brother's appearance, he was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that practicing martial arts truly has such remarkable effects? His younger brother appeared even more spirited than the previous day. Lu Chun smiled slightly and spoke. Elder brother, I have successfully broken through to the 8th rank. Without paying heed to Lu Yan's astonishment, he inquired, who were those individuals you just sent away? Regaining his composure, Lu Yan replied with a smile. They are merchants from Jianyang County. I have something important to discuss with you. What matter could it be? Lu Chun asked curiously. He had never been concerned with the family's business affairs, leaving all decisions to Lu Tianhao and his 2 elder brothers. With his recent display of talent in martial arts, Lu Tianhao had further no intention of involving him in the family business. You must be aware that the flower festival is approaching, and the merchants in the county have been quite busy lately, Lu Yan explained slowly. The flower festival? Lu Chun was taken aback, quickly recalling that it was a traditional celebration of the great Dajing Dynasty. On this day, families would adorn their doorways with flowers and partake in activities such as flower viewing and lantern displays. During the festival, unmarried men and women would gather in the streets, and if they took a liking to one another, they would go to one party's home for the night. In this world, every additional person contributes to the labor force, which is why the great Jing places great importance on such festivities. Oh, it should be after the 14th day, Lu Chun pondered for a moment before responding. Lu Yan nodded. The flower festival is organized by the government and the merchants of Jianyang County. Consequently, President Hu of the Merchant Association has invited us to a banquet for discussions. However, it seems he was quite impressed by you during our last encounter and has specifically requested your presence tonight. Although I declined his invitation, he insists. Of course, if you do not wish to go, I can politely refuse on your behalf, Lu Yan added. It's not a significant matter. I will accompany you tonight, elder brother. Lu Chen replied with a smile. He had been practicing martial arts at home for quite some time and had not ventured out in a while. Upon hearing his agreement, Lu Yan's expression revealed a hint of hesitation. However, the banquet is to be held on a pleasure boat by the river. I wonder if... He glanced at Lu Chun with some concern. Lu Chun suddenly understood. His elder brother feared that he might recall past events while revisiting the familiar place. However, the memories of the original owner after the incident of falling into the water while intoxicated were a complete blank, and even if he were to return, it would have no bearing on him. Seeing him agree, Lu Yan promptly said, in that case, we shall depart together at the hour of Chun. At the hour of Chun, a carriage had already been waiting outside the Lu family gate. After Lu Chun and his elder brother boarded, the carriage, driven by 2 guards, set off toward the riverside outside Jianyang County. The moonlight was cold, and, although it was not yet curfew, the streets were sparsely populated, exuding an air of solitude. As Lu Chun listened to the sound of the wheels rolling over the earth and stones, he gazed out the window. Lu Yan sighed quietly. Since I've been conscious, this is the first time I have seen Jianyang County so desolate at night. With the presence of the Zhengxi department, I believe it won't be long before prosperity is restored, Lu Chen replied calmly, nodding in agreement. Half an hour later, they arrived at the riverbank, and the carriage came to a gentle halt. Young master, we have arrived, announced the driver. The 2 alighted from the carriage and beheld a grand pleasure boat moored on the river, ablaze with lights, from which the melodious strains of a guqin and the raucous laughter of revelers emanated. Lu Yan presented the invitation to a tall guard stationed at the boat's entrance. The guard scrutinized the invitation thoroughly before returning it with a respectful bow, saying, Young Master Lu, please enter. President who has been waiting for you. Upon boarding the boat, they observed numerous merchants from Jianyang County embracing women, indulging in merriment. As soon as the 2 entered, they were greeted warmly by the attendees. President Hu Wanchun emerged from within, his face beaming with smiles. Thank you, esteemed nephews, for gracing us with your presence. Tonight, we shall revel to our heart's content. After exchanging pleasantries with him, Hu Wanchun suddenly turned to Lu Chun and inquired, I have heard that you practice martial arts. May I ask your current rank? Lu Chun felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze and replied helplessly, 8th rank. Hu Wanchun's expression shifted momentarily before he chuckled. Indeed, a promising youth, not yet 20, and already an 8th rank martial artist. I happen to have a few inept guards at home. You must assist me in their training. Please take a seat. Once seated, a row of elegantly dressed, alluring women approached, presenting an array of delicacies before them. Let her attend to you, Lu Yan suggested, selecting 2 women to stay. instructing one to sit beside Lu Chen. Although his elder brother was already married and of virtuous character, indulging in the festivities was unavoidable. Otherwise, it would seem out of place. As the woman settled beside him, crossing her long legs, she leaned toward Lu Chen, captivated by his tall stature and exceptional demeanor. "Young master," she cooed, peeling a grape and offering it to his lips, her breath warm. Lu Chen accepted the grape, swallowing it whole. Yet he refrained from any bold actions with his elder brother present. Before long, the pleasure boat began to glide slowly into the river. And with all the merchant from Jianyang County gathered, discussions about the upcoming Huajiao festival commenced. Lu Chen found their conversation utterly uninspiring, opting instead to savor the dishes presented by the woman beside him while admiring the scenery outside. The boat was alive with animated chatter and laughter. As musicians delicately plucked the strings of guqin, its enchanting melodies reverberating throughout the vessel. In a moment of reverie, Lu Chen found himself lost in thought, unaware of his surroundings. Suddenly, a splash echoed from outside, causing a commotion on the deck. The others seemed to notice the disturbance as well, casting puzzled glances toward the exterior. Lu Chen's expression momentarily faltered as a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. "What is happening?" Lu Yin inquired, puzzled. Just as he was about to rise, Lu Chen unexpectedly grasped his sleeve. "Elder brother, do not go. There is something sinister beneath the water." Chapter 24, The Water Monkey. Lu Chen recalled the scene of the original owner falling into the water. In a state of inebriation, he found himself enjoying the moonlight on the deck, engaging in playful banter with others, when he accidentally tumbled into the river. In the water, he thrashed about in a frenzy, only to be unexpectedly seized by a sharp, claw-like appendage that dragged him beneath the surface. Fortunately, in the haze of his consciousness, a guard managed to fish him out from the depths. "What do you mean by something sinister lurking beneath the water?" Lu Yin exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he hurriedly inquired. Before Lu Chen could respond, the sound of someone falling into the water echoed once more. Splash! Splash! Screams reverberated from the deck, sending the merchants of Jianyang County into a state of shock, rendering them speechless. A towering guard entered, and Lu Haun promptly rose, demanding, "What on earth has happened outside?" The guard, visibly agitated, reported, "A person suddenly fell into the water from the deck, and several others jumped in to rescue them. But they, too, were dragged under. Do not attempt a rescue. Return to shore immediately." Lu Haun commanded sharply. "Yes." The guard hastened to the deck and bellowed, "Everyone, retreat at once." However, in the next instant, the once calm river erupted like a boiling cauldron, with countless bubbles surging from the depths. The pleasure boat rocked slightly as a sound of impact resonated from below. The merchants of Jianyang County stood bewildered, their faces etched with fear. Moments later, the crashing sound ceased, only for Lu Chen to hear the sound of something breaking the surface. Bang! Bang! To everyone's astonishment, the guard who had fallen into the water resurfaced on the deck, accompanied by dozens of pale, corroded corpses. "Are you all right?" the tall guard inquired as he helped someone up, only to find that the individual had already succumbed. Suddenly, the tightly shut eyes of that person flew open, black blood oozing forth, and with a wide maw, they lunged to bite the guard's arm. Caught off guard, the guard let out a blood-curdling scream as a large chunk of flesh was torn from his limb. On the deck, the lifeless body that had collapsed moments ago suddenly sprang to its feet and charged toward the other guards and merchants aboard the boat. The guards, regaining their wits, hurriedly drew their weapons. Clang! Lu Chen unsheathed his saber, intently instructing Lu Yin, "Stay behind me, brother." In this bizarre turmoil engulfing beneath an immense surge of power, a heap of decayed flesh collided with the wall like cannonballs, adhering firmly to its surface. Lu Chen discerned that should he fall victim to such a creature, the consequences would be far graver than mere injury. Thus, he had no intention of allowing them to approach from the outset. Another corpse lunged at him from the side. Lu Chen inhaled deeply and struck downward with his blade, cleaving through with ferocity. Another tiger's roar echoed forth as the body, along with the table before him, was shattered into fragments. Half an hour later, the ornate boat slowly docked at the shore. The guards stationed on the bank drew their weapons, watching the cabin with an air of trepidation, although they were unaware of the events that had transpired. The unusual disturbances on the river and the chilling screams emanating from the boat indicated that something was amiss. However, the encumbering waters forced them to wait in anxious anticipation. As the cabin door swung open, individuals began to emerge. The merchant from Jiangyang County, trembling visibly, clearly traumatized by their ordeal. Upon Hu Wanchuan's exit, he stammered to the guards on the shore, "You must enter and carry out the injured." A few men obeyed the command and stepped into the ornate boat, only to be met with a scene that sent their spirits reeling and their hearts racing. The walls were splattered with dark blood, and the floor was littered with various fragments of flesh. Some injured guards had begun to show signs of blackening and decay in their wounds. Lu Haun stood by the riverbank, gazing at the now tranquil surface of the water, as if the earlier turmoil had never occurred. Suddenly a head surfaced, adorned with greenish hair, only to vanish beneath the waves once more, accompanied by a faint, sinister laughter from afar. "Water monkey?" Lu Haun mused with a furrowed brow. "What?" Lu Yin inquired hastily upon hearing him speak. Lu Haun shook his head. The ground trembled slightly, and the sound of hurried footsteps approached from a distance. "It seems the officials are coming," he whispered to his elder brother. Leading the charge were Li Zhao, the county magistrate of Jiangyang, along with 7 officers from the town demon suppression division, who dismounted and halted upon seeing the crowd. Hu Wanchuan stepped forward, discreetly recounting the recent events to Li Zhao. The magistrate's expression turned grave as he addressed the martial artist beside him. "Jiang, we require the town demon suppression division's intervention." Jiang nodded, gesturing with his right hand as he instructed several men behind him, "Seal off the riverbank. No one is to approach. You, take some men into the boat for an inspection. Seal off the riverbank. No one is to approach." Yu's command resonated, prompting several officers along with over a dozen constables, torches in hand, to enter the cabin. Li Zhao, his face devoid of expression, regarded the merchants from Jiangyang County and solemnly stated, "Please depart at once. Furthermore, it is imperative that you do not disclose today's events to anyone." The crowd hastily complied, gradually vacating the riverbank. "Third brother, let us depart as well." Lu Yin climbed into the carriage, letting out a soft sigh, uncertain of when Jiangyang County might return to normalcy. Once the group had left, Li Zhao's demeanor grew serious as he quietly confided to Officer Jiang, "In light of the peculiar happenings in Jiangyang County, could it be?" Captain Zhang's face was shrouded in darkness, his brows tightly knitted. "It appears that a formidable enigma is concealed within the county. Should we eradicate it, the other mysteries will dissipate on their own." Chapter 25. The Birth of True Qi. 10 days swiftly passed. In the dead of night, within the rear courtyard of the Lu residence, Lu Haun sat cross-legged, eyes closed, his breathing deep and prolonged. His chest and abdomen rose and fell erratically, and with each cycle of his inhalation and exhalation, a flow of energy rippled around him. Within his dantian, a constant surge of warmth flowed vigorously. At that moment, he felt akin to being immersed in the soothing waters of a warm spring, as the energy coursed through his limbs and bones with each rhythmic breath. Since the day Lu Haun first nurtured his sense of energy, he had diligently practiced the turtle breathing technique, significantly increasing his food intake to at least 4 meals a day, transforming sustenance into the vital nutrients necessary for his cultivation. Now within him, the once ethereal sensation of energy was burgeoning and wildly coursing through his being. Lu Haun realized that this was a pivotal moment in his quest to cultivate true qi, and he gritted his teeth, guiding the chaotic energy within him to converge back to his dantian. As he breathed, strands of energy began to condense and compress within the dantian, the nebulous sensation gradually solidifying into a sphere of bright, pure, and exceptionally refined energy. Lu Haun carefully manipulated this energy. A warm current began to flow gently through his meridians, saturating every part of his body. Time seemed to elapse without measure. Buzz! The energy surging from his meridians gathered in the dantian, coalescing into a misty haze. Lu Chen's body trembled slightly, and then he suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance flashing in his pupils. Is this true qi? What a mysterious sensation, he mused, observing his own body. True qi was fundamentally distinct from the power of blood. At that moment, Lu Haun could distinctly sense a special energy coursing through his meridians and dantian, filling him with vitality. He attempted to summon this power, and in an instant, a cool stream of true qi emanated from his dantian, flowing along his skeletal pathways to converge in his palm, his skin faintly enveloped by a translucent blue energy membrane. Bang! With a forceful punch, Lu Chen's right fist sliced through the air, unleashing a wave of energy that erupted, resonating with a thunderous boom within the quietude of the night, striking a notably jarring note. What formidable strength! Both speed and power have significantly amplified. Lu Chun was taken aback. Under the influence of true Qi, the lethality of his techniques had surged to unprecedented heights, far surpassing anything he had previously experienced. Yet, having just begun to cultivate true Qi that very night, both the quantity and quality required time to accumulate. Given time, this true Qi would undoubtedly transform into Lu Chen's most fearsome weapon. Excitement surged within him, rendering sleep elusive. Thus, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. It was already late at night. The stars twinkled densely above, accompanied by the chorus of cicadas and the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. My senses of sight and hearing have also heightened, he realized. As Lu Chun listened intently to the faint sounds echoing in his ears, he keenly detected the buzzing of mosquitoes flitting through the air. He was taken aback. His senses had undergone a transformation, rendering the world around him more translucent. On this night, he had finally cultivated genuine energy, a pivotal step in his martial journey. Countless martial artists devote their entire lives, yet fail to grasp the threshold of inner strength. Now, as long as he persevered in his training, even the revered masters of martial arts would not pose an insurmountable barrier. While Lu Chun gazed at the starry sky, lost in contemplation, he suddenly heard the subtle sound of footsteps in the courtyard. It was Ah Fu. What business did he have at this late hour? Observing Ah Fu quietly making his way to the back door, Lu Chun concealed his presence and stealthily followed. Reaching the rear entrance, Lu Chun hid behind a stone wall, shrouded in darkness. Second young master, the eldest master has repeatedly instructed that you are not to meet with that woman. If the master learns of this, both you and I shall bear the consequences, Ah Fu implored in a hushed tone. A few days ago, Father asked me to go to Linen City after the flower festival to assist him in managing the silk shop. However, I cannot bear to part with her. I promise you, this will be the last time. I shall not trouble you again, came Lu Xian's voice from the shadows, tinged with a sigh. Ah Fu remained silent for a moment before heaved a heavy sigh. Alas, very well, I shall return now. Second young master, be cautious not to be discovered. As Ah Fu's footsteps faded away, Lu Xian opened the back door, glanced outside, and anxiously stood in place, waiting. Before long, a soft sound emerged from outside, followed by a delicate figure leaping into Lu Xian's embrace. The two shared a tender moment, after which Lu Xian, filled with urgency, addressed his companion. Wan'er, I am to leave Jiangyang County soon for Linen City. Within a year, I shall secure your freedom from Chunshui residence. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen realized that the woman connected to his second brother at Chunshui residence was indeed Qin Wan. Noticing her silence, Lu Xian softly inquired, Wan'er, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Qin Wan slowly spoke, her voice melodious yet laced with sorrow. Young Master Lu, I cannot leave Chunshui residence. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian hastily asked, Wan'er, why can you not depart? Do you possess some leverage against you at Chunshui residence? Qin Wan shook her head in anguish, an oppressive silence enveloping them. Young Master Lu, let us escape. Let us flee Jiangyang County, journey to Dajing, to as far from Chunshui residence as possible. Perhaps then, I may break free from this cage. Qin Wan suddenly exclaimed with fervor. Lu Xian was taken aback by her suggestion of elopement, momentarily stunned as he stammered. This Wan'er. Seeing his hesitation, a profound sorrow crossed her face as she reached out her delicate hand to lightly caress his cheek. Young Master Lu, please consider it well. On the night of the flower festival, remember to come to my room and share your decision with me. As Qin Wan spoke, her expression abruptly shifted. Her eyes narrowed as she whispered, Someone is here. I must leave now. Having spoken, the figure vanished into the night in an instant. Lu Xian, lost in thought, gazed at the spot where Qin Wan had departed, momentarily frozen in place. He slowly closed the back door, sighed, and made his way to the backyard. Elder brother, do you truly intend to leave Jiangyang County with Qin Wan? Lu Chun emerged from the shadows, his voice low and grave. Rest assured, I shall not implicate the Lu family. On the day of the Hua Zhao festival, I will decline her at Chunshui Pavilion. Alas, third brother, let us consider this evening's events as though they had never transpired. Do not speak of it to anyone. Initially startled by Lu Chen's sudden appearance, Lu Xian gradually replied, then turned away without another word, departing resolutely. Indeed, something was amiss. Lu Chun furrowed his brow, recalling Qin Wan's exquisite visage, a shiver of alarm coursing through him. He had not anticipated that Qin Wan would propose eloping with Lu Xian, and his heart raced at the thought that she had discerned his feelings so astutely. Chapter 26. The Tragedy at Chunshui Pavilion. In Jianyang County, at Chunshui Pavilion, dawn was approaching when Yuer was abruptly awakened from her slumber. The recent peculiar occurrences in Jianyang County had resulted in a scarcity of guests at Chunshui Pavilion, allowing her to rest early. Yuer sat up in bed, noticing that her roommate was absent from the room. She donned her clothes and approached Xian's bed, reaching out to find the quilt chillingly cold, a sense of unease settling within her. Xian mentioned she would seek out Miss Qin Wan. Why hasn't she returned? Confused, she pushed open the door and stepped outside her room. As the head courtesan of Chunshui Pavilion, Qin Wan's quarters were situated on the top floor. The corridor was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by a few scattered red lanterns. A gust of wind swept through, causing Yuer to shudder involuntarily. She wrapped her clothing tightly around her and muttered softly, "That wretched girl Xian." Not even a word of farewell before disappearing. She groped her way to the top floor and arrived at the door of Qin Wan's chamber, whispering, "Xian, Xian." There was no response. Gently, she pushed the door, which surprisingly opened a crack. Why is the door unlocked? She wondered aloud. "Miss Qin, are you there?" Slowly, she pushed the door further open. Inside the chamber, darkness reigned, save for a solitary white candle flickering on the vanity. The candlelight cast shifting shadows, revealing a graceful figure seated before the mirror. Yet where a delicate neck should have been, there was nothing. The head that belonged to the body now rested upon the vanity, the headless form clutching a jade comb, methodically tending to its flowing hair. Upon hearing the door creak open, the severed head opened its eyes, fixing a piercing gaze upon Yuer through the mirror. With lips parted slightly, it emitted a voice as ethereal as a celestial melody. "Yuer, why did you not knock?" The headless body rose, cradling the head from the vanity, and began to advance toward her. Confronted with this horrifying spectacle, Yuer nearly fainted. She attempted to flee, but found herself frozen in place, utterly paralyzed. An invisible hand gripped her throat tightly, and Yuer gasped, "You are." The head suddenly soared from the grasp, its maw wide open, lunging to sink its teeth into Yuer's neck. Morning dawned. In a narrow alley not far from Chunshui Pavilion, nearly 100 residents gathered, forming an impenetrable crowd. The tragedy was heart-wrenching. Such a young life lost. Alas, Jianyang County seems to be afflicted by calamity. A group of people pointed and murmured. Not far from them lay the lifeless body of a young woman. Her form was emaciated, devoid of color, as if every drop of blood and flesh had been drained from her. The officials arrived, causing a stir among the crowd. Soon, more than 10 constables rushed in, and the leader, upon seeing the corpse on the ground, was instantly struck with horror, exclaiming, "Seal off the area. No one is permitted to approach." He then leaned in to speak quietly to a constable beside him. "Quickly return to the county office and report this situation to Lord Li and the town demon suppression officer." At the Lu family training grounds, crimson light flickered as the techniques of the demon suppression blade unfolded like mighty rivers, each strike infused with powerful energy. Lu Chen executed the entire demon suppression blade technique, then took a few breaths to calm the surging blood within him. Observing the heated blade, he felt a surge of inspiration. If the energy of his blood could resonate upon the blade, then perhaps true Qi could achieve the same. He cautiously channeled the true Qi within his meridians, a stream of cool energy gradually converging at his fingertips along the bones and channels. Following the technique of energizing blood in the demon suppression blade, he applied it to the true Qi. In the next moment, the true Qi at his fingertips began to flow towards the blade, causing it to tremble slightly, soon enveloped in a faint, luminous glow. As blue light flickered, Lu Chen rejoiced at the evident success, further wrapping the energy of his blood around the surface of the true Qi. Sensing the right moment, Lu Chen unleashed a powerful strike. A surge of formidable might erupted, followed by a piercing sound in the air. What incredible strength! With the enhancement of true Qi, the power of his strike was astonishing. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback by the potency of this blow. However, the true Qi within him was still insufficient for unrestricted use, serving currently as his trump card. 6 days later, during the flower festival, every household in Jianyang County adorned their doorsteps with vibrant blossoms. Given the recent strange occurrences, the county magistrate contemplated canceling the festivities, yet the flower festival, alongside the New Year, stood as one of the 2 most significant celebrations of the Great Dajing Dynasty. Moreover, Lu Haun, the president of the Merchant Association, guaranteed that personnel will be dispatched from Linen City to ensure everything proceeded smoothly. Thus, Lordly reluctantly consented, but declared that a curfew would still be enforced that night. As evening arrived, Lu Yin, Lu Xian, and Lu Qingyin approached Lu Chun, their spirits high. Third brother, this is a rare opportunity. Let us venture out and explore. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Since his arrival in this world, this was the first time he encountered such a grand festival, igniting his curiosity. The four of them, accompanied by several guards, departed their home. It had been quite some time since the siblings had enjoyed an outing together. Lu Yin smiled at them, and Lu Chun, holding Lu Qingyin's hand, surveyed the surroundings with keen interest. Countless flowers adorned both sides of the doorways, and in the streets, children chased each other joyfully. Lanterns in hand, the girls on the street were adorned in vibrant attire, and upon seeing the three brothers, who were dressed like scions of wealthy families, exuding an air of elegance and charm, they boldly cast their glances in their direction. The third brother was approaching the age of matrimony. If he had a lady of interest, he could freely discuss it with me and our father, Lu Yin remarked nonchalantly as he walked ahead. Lu Chun chuckled softly. I currently have no intentions of marriage. He glanced at Lu Xian beside him, noticing his wan demeanor, and recalling that he was to visit Chunshui's residence later that evening. Was about to inquire when Lu Xian subtly shook his head. As they engaged in casual conversation while meandering about, they soon found themselves at a grand silk shop bustling with customers, the business thriving immensely. This establishment was one of the Lu family's enterprises in Jianyang County. Upon seeing the brothers, the shop assistants hurriedly greeted them with respect. Young master, it is indeed you who have arrived. Lu Yin turned to Lu Chun and said, Qingyi mentioned that there are no clothes left at home. Take her to select a few outfits. The two proceeded to the back hall. Lu Qingyin first donned a sky blue lunar skirt and twirled before him, exclaiming, Third brother, does it look good? Lu Chun nodded vigorously, prompting her to joyfully change into another ensemble. Though he was utterly unfamiliar with women's attire, he admired every exquisite outfit his sister tried on, offering praises consistently. After half an hour, Lu Chun emerged from the back hall with Lu Qingyin, carrying 5 neatly packaged garments. Lu Yin was engaged in a conversation with the shopkeeper at the counter, while Lu Xian had seemingly vanished. Just as he was about to speak, a thunderous drumbeat echoed from the street outside. Curfew is in effect tonight. Everyone must return home immediately. Those who defy this order shall receive 20 strokes. Chapter 27. The Unraveling of Chaos. The resounding drumbeats urged the residents outside to hurry home. Lu Chun was taken aback. He was aware of the curfew, but thought there was still nearly an hour until the hour of high. The shopkeeper informed Lu Yin, young master, the market will close after 800 drumbeats. Given the unrest in Jianyang County, it would be wise for you to return early. Lu Yin nodded and said to Lu Chun and Lu Qingyin, let us depart. As the three stepped onto the street, they observed the shops on either side gradually closing. Suddenly, Lu Qingyin inquired, where has second brother gone? He has matters to attend to elsewhere. There is no need for concern, Qingyin, Lu Yin replied gently. Boom! Just as the words left his mouth, a sudden blaze erupted in the southern part of the city, accompanied by a deafening roar, and a thick plume of smoke ascended into the sky. Lu Chen's heart raced as he looked up. It appeared that Chunshui's residence was ablaze. A group of panicked individuals rushed past them, and Lu Yin quickly intercepted one, asking urgently, what has happened? Something strange has occurred at Chunshui's residence. The town's demon-suppressing officer has engaged in battle there. You must not go near, the individual exclaimed before hastily fleeing. Eldest brother, I must go take a look, Lu Chen declared, drawing forth the saber concealed beneath his robe. Third brother, do not go. It is far too perilous there. Lu Yin hastily interjected. Though Lu Chun had already reached the level of an 8th grade martial artist, the peril posed by the unknown entity was still too great. Lu Chun furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the visibly distressed Lu Qingyin, who clutched his garment tightly. Leaning closer to Lu Yan's ear, he whispered, second brother is still there. After speaking, he crouched down and gently ruffled Lu Qingyin's hair, offering reassurance. Qingyin, be good. Return home with big brother for now. Lu Yan's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. After a moment of silence, he decisively stated, third brother, be extremely cautious. Do not push yourself. Lu Chun turned and spoke gravely to the guards beside him. You must escort them home swiftly. Regardless of what occurs, do not venture outside. The house is currently inscribed with exorcism talismans. As long as you remain inside, you need not fear the disturbance of the malevolent entity. Lu Chun then dashed toward the direction where the thick smoke billowed, hearing the anguished cries and wails of the residents echoing from all around. The constables clad in black from Jianyang County urged the crowd to hasten back to their homes. Bang! 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 A series of loud explosions resounded from other directions. Flames shooting skyward, plunging Jianyang County into chaos. Lu Chun skillfully navigated through the panicked throngs, racing toward Chunshui Pavilion. Suddenly, he came upon a group of individuals rushing toward him. Upon recognizing the leader, he abruptly halted. Where is Master Su headed? The leader was Su Hai, the head of the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School, followed closely by more than 10 first-grade martial artists, all donned in martial arts attire. Strange occurrences have erupted throughout Jianyang County. The magistrate has summoned the major martial arts schools to assist in quelling the disturbances, Su Hai said, his expression weary. Where's the county magistrate? Lu Chun inquired anxiously, knowing that Li Zhao was one of the only 2 6th-grade martial artists in Jianyang County, and his involvement was crucial in such a dire situation. The magistrate has already gone to the marketplace. We are on our way there now, Su Hai replied. Lu Chun nodded. I shall proceed first. Be careful, Master Su. With that, he hurried toward Chunshui Pavilion. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chun arrived near Chunshui Pavilion, where several buildings on either side were engulfed in roaring flames, and the surroundings were stained with blood, the streets severely damaged, clearly having witnessed a fierce battle. Several men clad in constable attire lay sprawled on the ground, their fates unknown. With little time to spare for them, Lu Chun peered ahead. The entrance to Chunshui Pavilion was tightly shut, a large pool of blood outside, an alarming sight. With a surge of determination, Lu Chun drew his saber, steeling himself, and cautiously pushed open the door. As it creaked open, he gazed inside, and the scene before him caused him to shudder. In the spacious hall, nearly 100 girls from Chunshui Pavilion and their patrons lay in disarray, strewn across the floor. The stairway leading to the upper levels was adorned with red lanterns, and a chill breeze swept through, causing the candlelight to flicker ominously, casting eerie shadows. On the ground, a vivid crimson trail of blood stretched toward the upper floors. Lu Chun checked the pulse of the 2 nearest individuals, finding their heartbeats faint but present. It appeared they had merely fainted. However, it seemed second brother was not present here. He failed to find Lu Xian's figure in the hall when suddenly a piercing wail of agony echoed from above. The shrill cry reverberated through Chunshui residence as Lu Chun, gripping his blade, ascended toward the upper levels. With a thunderous crash, the immense doors shattered, and upon reaching the pinnacle, he beheld Lieutenant Jiang of the town evil department sprawled unconscious in a pool of blood. Peering into the unshielded room, Lu Chun noticed Lu Xian seated silently before a dressing table. Above him, another lieutenant from the town evil department dangled, emitting pitiful groans, his body drenched in blood, which trickled down from his head. Recognizing this individual as one of the 4 lieutenants he had previously encountered while eliminating a malevolent entity, Lu Chun hastily drew a willow leaf flying dagger from his waist and hurled it upward. The rope snapped, and the lieutenant fell heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. Second brother, are you all right? Lu Chen's instincts heightened as he sensed something amiss with his elder brother. A living soul had just plummeted before him. Yet Lu Xian appeared oblivious, remaining utterly still. Noting his brother's silence, Lu Chun positioned his broadsword defensively and cautiously approached him. Upon reaching Lu Xian's side, Lu Chun observed his brother's pallid complexion, contorted features, and an expression of profound anguish. His throat twitched incessantly, yet no sound escaped his lips. His gaze fixated on the mirror before him. A mere glance into the mirror sent Lu Chun leaping back several feet. Reflected within was a strikingly beautiful young woman, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, standing behind Lu Xian, gently combing his hair. Her almond-shaped eyes were fervently fixed on the vigilant Lu Chun. Yet curiously, there was no one beside Lu Xian. How could it be you? Lu Chun silently summoned his inner strength, eyes narrowed at the woman in the mirror, bracing himself. Ziyan. The woman in the mirror bore the unmistakable visage of Ziyan, yet an eerie aura enveloped her. A chill coursed down Lu Chen's spine, his instincts kicking in as he instinctively gathered strength in his arm, pivoting sharply to deliver a horizontal slash with his blade. With a flash of cold light, he cleaved the white shadow standing just inches behind him in two. The apparition dissipated, and peering into the mirror, Lu Chun found the specter of Ziyan had vanished from behind Lu Xian. The room echoed with a sinister laughter. Indeed, young Master Lu possesses remarkable skills. No wonder you survived in the Lu family last time. So it was you. Lu Chen's eyes glinted with coldness as he intoned. Where's Qin Wan? Oomph. Ziyin scoffed, her figure suddenly materializing beside Lu Xian, her grip tight around Qin Wan's throat. She forcefully hurled Qin Wan to the ground, a smile gracing her face. This wretched girl dared to elope with your brother. I stopped them. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Kneeling on the floor, Qin Wan grasped Ziyan's legs, tears streaming down her cheeks. Please, spare us. A powerful gust of wind struck Qin Wan's face, sending her body tumbling to Lu Xian's feet. You wretched creature. Do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? Once I have dealt with them, I shall return to settle our scores. Ziyan regarded the fallen Qin Wan with palpable disdain. Buzz. The long blade in Lu Chen's hand trembled violently, enveloped in a crimson glow. In an instant, he leapt high into the air, bringing his broadsword down heavily towards Ziyan. Chapter 28. A Strange Battle. Swoosh. A sharp blade of light sliced through the air, descending like a thunderclap. Ziyan, startled, blurred, and retreated, narrowly evading the surge of vitality that accompanied Lu Chen's strike. How could you wield the techniques of the Evil Suppression Division? Her expression was one of astonishment, and for the first time, a glimmer of wariness flickered in her eyes. This strike seemed to sever Ziyan's control over Lu Xian, who suddenly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Third brother." Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen bellowed, "Second brother, flee. Your presence here is nothing but a hindrance." Lu Xian hesitated for a brief moment, before lifting the unconscious Qin Wan and sprinting towards the exit. Attempting to escape, Ziyan transformed into a white shadow and charged towards the two. However, Lu Chen's aura erupted intensely, the blade's crimson light flashing incessantly as he swung it towards Ziyan. Ziyan shrieked as the blade struck her arm, the scent of singed flesh filling the air. She was propelled backwards, hovering in midair. You are not Lu Chen. I witnessed your demise at the hands of the water specter. Who are you truly? Ziyan fixated her gaze on Lu Chen, whose body was suffused with a crimson hue and boiling vitality. Though Lu Chen felt a twinge of surprise, his countenance remained unchanged as he intoned. I am indeed Lu Chen, without a doubt. Yet, you, it seems, are not the genuine Ziyan. Upon hearing this, Ziyan let out a piercing, shrill laugh. Of course, this is merely the guise of Ziyan. Does it please you, young Master Lu? You always require Ziyan's company whenever you visit Chunshui Pavilion. With a predatory gleam in her eyes, Ziyan regarded Lu Chen with insatiable hunger, as if she were about to devour him whole. I can scarcely fathom how sweet your flesh and blood must be. In an instant, her figure vanished from sight, and the next moment, a pale hand shot forth. Grasping for Lu Chen's throat, Lu Chen retreated swiftly, unleashing a fierce slash. The hand was severed in two, yet simultaneously, Ziyan appeared on his left side. With no avenue of escape, Lu Chen summoned the vitality within him and struck her with his left palm. Bang! The clash reverberated through the air, causing Ziyan to retreat, floating above as she glared at Lu Chen with a menacing grin. You can perish now. Though he had repelled her with that strike, Lu Chen felt a sting as a wound opened on his left palm, darkening ominously. Black lines began to creep up his arm, accompanied by excruciating pain akin to needles piercing his flesh. What a potent poison! Lu Chen sensed his left arm growing numb and swiftly channeled the true qi from his dantian. As the energy coursed through his left hand, the black lines began to dissipate, and the blackened blood within the wound visibly receded. How is this possible? You possess internal true qi. Ziyan hovered in the air, her expression one of horror as she beheld Lu Chen's rapidly healing injuries, as if she were staring at a monster. In the next moment, Lu Chen leaped high, wielding the broadsword imbued with a crimson aura of vitality, striking down with precision. Whoosh! The right arm of Ziyan was severed cleanly, eliciting a piercing shriek. Lu Chen observed the grotesque, twisted tendrils emerging from Ziyan's wound, hissing ominously as they failed to immediately revert to their original form. It appeared that the exorcising blade technique, combined with his vital energy, effectively hindered her uncanny regenerative speed. Lu Chen's gaze remained fixed on Ziyan, still suspended in midair. You wretched beast! Ziyan shrieked, her eyes ablaze with fury, as an overwhelming malevolence surged forth from her being, enveloping the upper floor of Chunshui residence. With my 60 years of cultivation, I cannot believe a mere boy like you has dared to wound me. I shall reduce you to fragment. The dark malevolence suddenly coalesced into an impenetrable web, descending ominously from above. Lu Haun inhaled deeply, stepping forward as his vital energy and turtle breath true chi flowed in unison, coalescing around the sword's blade. With a slight bend of his body, he unleashed a strike towards the encroaching blacknet. Tiger might. The thunderous roar of a ferocious tiger erupted within the room, as a tempestuous wave of heat collided with the dark web, shredding it to dust. Just as Lu Haun prepared to follow through with his attack on Ziyin, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision, and the floor beneath him began to tremble. In the next instant, a bone-chilling mist permeated the air, and countless disheveled, white apparitions crawled from the ground, lunging toward him. Lu Haun transformed into a specter, darting and weaving as he evaded the white forms, cleaving them in two. 1, 2, 3, 4. He unleashed the full might of the tiger might blade technique. The blades glimmer, slicing through the air, accompanied by a deafening rush of wind. Yet it seemed endless. He had lost count of how many strikes he had delivered, yet the white apparitions continued to surge forth. Swoosh! He cleaved through another apparition, fatigue beginning to weigh heavily upon him. If this continued, he would be either slain by the apparitions or succumb to exhaustion. Lu Haun drew upon the scant true chi remaining in his danshan, gathering it throughout his body. Moments later, a thin, azure energy membrane enveloped him before erupting outward. Buzz! The dispersed true chi obliterated the surrounding apparitions. Lu Haun gasped for breath, still shrouded in mist, unable to discern Ziyan's whereabouts. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, and he noticed the black fog beginning to dissipate. As the black mist rapidly retreated, a plume of white smoke rose gently. Lu Haun glanced towards the doorway, realizing that the previously unconscious Lieutenant Jiang had awakened and was igniting a white candle on the ground. Ziyan, perched above, also noticed Lieutenant Jiang and lunged towards him. In an instant, Lu Haun sprang up, the blade sweeping through the air, aimed fiercely at her. Bang! The dark malevolence surrounding Ziyin clashed directly with his long sword. Young Master Lu, hold her off for a moment. Lieutenant Yu is still alive. Upon hearing the words of Captain Jiang, Lu Haun's long blade transformed into a tempest, relentlessly slicing towards Ziyin. With a swift stroke, Lu Haun cleaved through her left palm, and the air was instantly filled with the acrid scent of searing blood. Chapter 29, Annihilation. Ziyin let out a piercing scream, her surrounding black malevolence manifesting as a barrage of stinging needles, hurtling toward Lu Haun. Sensing the foul, ominous wind approaching, Lu Haun understood that being pierced by these dark projectiles could spell disaster, prompting him to dodge hastily. However, in that fleeting moment, Ziyin disregarded Lu Haun, morphing into a wisp of white mist and charging directly at Captain Jiang of the Exorcism Division. She intended to possess him. Unable to catch up, Lu Haun shouted urgently, "Be careful!" Just before the white shadow could attach itself to Captain Jiang, the recently awakened Captain Yu exerted all his strength to push him aside. As the white shadow entered, Captain Yu suddenly froze. Indeed, the body of an Exorcism Division officer was extraordinary. The possessed Captain Yu's complexion turned ashen, his lips moved. Yet the voice that emerged was unmistakably Ziyin's, sounding eerily uncanny. He then drew his broadsword and aimed a strike at Lu Haun. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as their blades collided fiercely. This man was also an 8th-tier warrior, skilled in swordplay. Young Master Lu, do not take his life. Captain Yu has a way to exorcise this malevolent entity. Captain Jiang hastily cautioned. Lu Haun furrowed his brow. The man before him had been overtaken by Ziyin and had lost all self-awareness. How could he possibly possess a means to expel her? Nevertheless, as the Exorcism Division was adept at eliminating the supernatural, he reluctantly chose to heed Captain Jiang's advice. The two engaged in fierce combat, the gale they generated sweeping away surrounding furnishings and shattering them into fragments. As Lu Haun gradually unleashed his tiger blade technique, he sensed Captain Yu's strength waning, color returning to his face. In the next instant, Lu Haun's strike forced Captain Yu to stagger back several steps. Then he froze in place, his body trembling violently, his face flushed. What is happening? Observing this unusual scene, Lu Haun inquired of Captain Jiang, perplexed. This is one of the Exorcism Division's secret techniques, capable of temporarily confining the possessing entity within the host, preventing it from taking over again. Captain Yu sat on the ground, his skin undulating as if something within struggled desperately to break free. Quick! I cannot hold on much longer, he yelled, his features contorted in agony. Captain Jiang had already begun to act, continuously retrieving white candles from his robes, arranging them in 4 directions, encircling Captain Yu at the center. This peculiar form of ritual could not be contained by ordinary red candles. Moments later, he had set up 3 layers of candles both inside and out. 12 streams of white smoke ascended, and at that very moment, a massive white shadow erupted from Captain Yu's body. Ah! A chilling scream reverberated through the air as Xian, trapped within the formation, thrashed against her confines. Hurry! The formation can only hold for the duration of a single incense stick. 2 officers from the Demon Suppression Division drew their ringed sabers and relentlessly slashed at the purple mist within the formation. The crimson light flickered, the purple smoke, struck by the exorcism blade technique, writhed in madness, recklessly crashing about. Bang! The first layer of the white smoke formation was shattered by her relentless assault. This is bad. The officers' expressions turned pale, panting heavily. They were gravely injured and utterly exhausted, causing their blade techniques to lose much of their potency. Everyone step aside. A sudden roar echoed from behind the 2, belonging to the long-absent Lu Haun. His visage was icy, his body flushed red, and his aura surged ominously. The saber in his right hand was ensnared by a chilling blend of red and blue luminescence, instilling fear in all who beheld it. He steadily gathered his strength, advancing slowly toward the purple mist, a ferocious energy roiling within him, causing the very ceiling to tremble. The 2 officers of the Demon Suppression Division were taken aback by the malevolent aura radiating from Lu Haun and swiftly leaped outside the room. The purple mist within the formation seemed to sense a grave threat. As Lu Haun drew closer, it began to thrash wildly, desperately attempting to break free. He raised his blade deliberately, aiming it at the purple mist within the formation, and took a heavy step forward. Tiger slaughter, with unadorned ferocity. He struck at the purple mist, unleashing a torrent of ruthless power, a tiger's roar reverberating deafeningly, shattering every window and door in the room. A tremendous shockwave erupted from Lu Haun, spreading violently outward. Boom! The essence of his vital energy erupted upon the purple mist, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from her. Lu Chen's body weakened, and he knelt on one knee, using the saber for support, gasping for breath as he peered into the formation. She was still alive. The purple mist lay on the ground, her left hand feebly struggling to crawl, her lower body and right shoulder obliterated, the black tendrils within her dissipating into wisps of black smoke. No, please don't, she weakly pleaded. Lu Haun raised his blade, channeling the scant vital energy remaining within him. Ignoring the purple mist's wails, the blade glimmered as it plunged into her head. With her final scream, her head was instantly obliterated, her body dissolving into a foul black smoke that ascended into the air. Lu Haun glanced toward the shortly thereafter. The 2 slowly opened their eyes, and upon seeing Lu Haun, were immediately taken aback. What of that ghastly entity? Lu Haun gestured towards the room and softly replied, "It has dissipated into black smoke. It should be dead now." With great difficulty, the 2 rose from the ground, stumbling into the room, where they found the white candle nearly burn out, devoid of any bizarre figures. The anomaly has been eliminated. Let us depart, young Master Lu. The Jinja Division owes you a debt of gratitude that shall be repaid in due course. As the 3 exited Chunshui residence, they beheld Qin Wan weakly leaning against a stone pillar, while Lu Xian paced anxiously beside her, frequently glancing inside with a look of profound concern. Upon spotting Lu Xian was overjoyed. "Third brother, you are finally out. Are you unscathed?" He had just heard the fierce sounds of battle from the upper levels, his heart in turmoil. Yet being entirely ignorant of martial arts, he feared that his reckless involvement would only complicate matters. Lu Haun smiled wearily. "I am utterly exhausted." The 2 Jinja Division lieutenants, upon seeing Qin Wan, changed countenance, drawing their curved sabers. There is still a ghastly entity. Chapter 30. The anomaly has been eradicated. Seeing the Jinja Division lieutenants unsheathe their sabers, Lu Haun hurriedly intervened to stop them. He pointed at the frail and weakened Qin Wan, his voice grave. "Look closely." The others followed his gesture and were astonished to find that Qin Wan's form began to grow hazy and translucent. She likely could not hold on for much longer. To the shocked Lu Xian, Lu Haun urged, "If you have anything to say, now is the time." He then turned to the 2 lieutenants. "Let us wait at a distance." The lieutenants pondered for a moment before sheathing their sabers and following Lu Haun away. How could young Master Lu possess the martial arts of the Jinja Division? Lieutenant Jiang remained silent for a while before he could not help but inquire. He He had just witnessed Lu Haun wielding the exorcising evil blade technique, fierce and ruthless, rivaling their own prowess. However, the techniques of the Jinja division were typically guarded with utmost secrecy and not easily revealed. Furthermore, he had heard that Lu Haun had practiced martial arts for less than a year. It was inconceivable that he could have mastered the exorcising evil blade technique. I stumbled upon it by chance at home, and never expected it would prove effective against the anomaly. Perhaps it is due to my extraordinary talent, Lu Haun remarked casually. Lieutenant Jiang scrutinized the impassive Lu Haun, uncertain of the veracity of his words. Nonetheless, the prowess and strength Lu Haun had previously demonstrated were far beyond that of an ordinary 8th-tier martial artist. As a 7th-tier martial artist himself, Jiang knew he could not possibly match Lu Haun. Lieutenant Jiang understood that Lu Haun would not speak the whole truth, and, with a resigned smile, remarked, "If that is indeed the case, young Master Lu's talent could only be described as prodigious." He then inquired, "Young Master Lu, have you considered joining the Jinja division? Such skill as yours would be woefully wasted in Jiangyang County." Lu Haun, upon hearing this, promptly declined. "I am content to remain in Jiangyang County. I have no other ambitions." After all, he had no intention of spending his days battling ghastly entities. The three fell into a contemplative silence, and Lu Haun suddenly asked, "What shall we do about those people in Chunshui residence?" The hundreds of individuals in the hall remained unconscious, not awakening as he had anticipated. Lieutenant Jiang offered a faint smile and spoke. Those individuals were merely influenced by the malevolent energy of the supernatural entities. They should awaken by morning. Although they have been drained of their vitality, their lives are not in peril. However, their full recovery may not be swift. He continued, "Though the malevolent being here has been vanquished, other strange occurrences abound throughout the county. What shall we do?" Lu Haun inquired further. The supernatural entity at Chunshui residence possessed the deepest malevolent power. The other anomalies were but shadows of it. Now that it has been eradicated, the remaining oddities pose little threat. It will not be long before Jiangyang County returns to its former tranquility. After finishing his words, Lieutenant Jiang coughed violently a couple of times, rubbing his chest, and said, "Both of us have sustained grave injuries in this battle, so we shall take our leave. Young Master Lu, you must ensure the demise of the anomaly connected to your second brother. Otherwise, it will be our oversight." As he prepared to depart, he suddenly turned to Lu Haun and added, "Should you wish to join the Exorcism Bureau in the future, feel free to find us in Lin City." Lu Haun nodded slightly, and the two lieutenants of the Exorcism Bureau staggered away from Chunshui residence. Leaning against the wall, Lu Haun closed his eyes and patiently awaited the return of his brother, allowing the turtle breathing technique to circulate within him. As the true energy was regenerated in his danshin, the fatigue enveloping him gradually dissipated. Indeed, the deist arts are remarkable. This vital energy serves not only as the nemesis of malevolent entities, but also offers immediate healing benefits. After an indeterminate period, Lu Haun heard footsteps approaching and opened his eyes, knowing that his brother was near. "Where's Qin Wan?" he softly inquired, looking at Lu Xian, who was alone. "She has already departed," Lu Xian replied, his expression somber, his voice hoarse. "Third brother, we too must return." Lu Haun remained silent, nodding in acknowledgement. The two brothers walked along the street, now shrouded in deep night, the moonlight casting a cold glow. The streets were deserted due to the curfew and the strange occurrences, with distant sounds of battle echoing faintly. It appeared that the warriors of Jiangyang County, along with other lieutenants from the Exorcism Bureau, were in the midst of exterminating the remaining anomalies, Lu Chen mused. An air of silence enveloped them until Lu Xian suddenly broke into a carefree smile, addressing Lu Haun. "Do you know, third brother, that Qin Wan, like us, was born into a wealthy family?" As per his brother's words, it turned out that Qin Wan was the daughter of a wealthy merchant from Dajing Dynasty. One day, while returning home by boat with her parents, they encountered treachery near Jiangyang County's Great River, where their guards turned against them, killing her parents. Seeing Qin Wan's beauty, one of the guards attempted to assault her, prompting her to leap into the river and perish. Unfortunately, her soul was captured by the malevolent entity, unable to escape, and was compelled to go to Chunshui residence. It was only after third brother vanquished it that Qin Wan was liberated from her bonds and able to be reincarnated, Lu Xian stated, his voice heavy with emotion. "Qin Wan entrusted me to convey her gratitude to you," Lu Xian added with a bitter smile. "I owe you a great favor." Lu Haun silently patted his shoulder, and soon after, the two returned to the Lu residence, where the lights shone brightly. Upon seeing them return, the family erupted with joy. Lu Qingyan rushed into Lu Chen's embrace, and he gently comforted her with a few soothing words before turning to Lu Yan. Now, the most formidable anomaly in Jianyang County has perished. We need only to remain in our homes for a few days, awaiting the Exorcism Bureau to eradicate the remaining anomalies in the county, and then we shall be at peace. Lu Yan sighed, hoping this would indeed be the case. Noticing Lu Chun's disheveled attire and fatigued expression, he promptly instructed Xiao Chun, quickly assist the third young master to his quarters for rest. Once Lu Chun had completed his ablutions, he ordered Xiao Chun to leave the room. Lying on his bed, Lu Chun extracted the chilling orb from his garments. Gazing intently at it, what could this possibly be? In the ensuing days, the county magistrate issued a house arrest order, strictly prohibiting residents from stepping outside their doors. Lu Chun understood this was a measure to eliminate the remaining anomalies, and given the immense toll of the battle at Chunshui Pavilion, he resolved to recuperate at home. He sought to uncover the origins of the orb in his possession, spending entire days in the study. Yet despite combing through all available texts, he remained at an impasse. As the days passed in quiet anticipation, the magistrate finally declared that all anomalies had been eradicated, and life in Jianyang County began to revive. 5 days later, in the depths of night, within a grand courtyard of Jianyang County, a martial artist clad in a black robe and wearing a ghostly mask calmly addressed two similarly attired men behind him. The celestial being has fallen. You two must swiftly proceed to Linen City and report to the master. The day of trial approaches. It is time for us to act. The two men solemnly acknowledged the command and vanished from the courtyard in an instant. The black-robed warrior lifted his gaze to the full moon above, his eyes glinting with malice, murmuring, Lu Chun. Chapter 31, The Anomalous Orb and Alchemy. 3 months later, at the Lu family's training grounds. You have deduced the iron garment stone body technique, gaining profound insights, successfully comprehending the great sun golden shield, with skin of bronze and iron, invincible as a diamond. You have practiced the stunning swan leg technique, feeling inspired, successfully deducing the stunning swan body technique, floating like a cloud and soaring like a startled dragon. Lu Chen abruptly opened his eyes. Within his mind, 2 new martial arts had taken form, the Great Sun Golden Shield and the Stunning Swan Body. The Great Sun Golden Shield is derived from the Iron Garment Stone Body technique of the Iron Garment Martial Academy. After nearly half a year of rigorous training and refinement, combined with daily use of body-fortifying ointments, his skin, muscles, and bones have become extraordinarily resilient. Now, having grasped a new horizontal training technique, and with his vigorous vitality, Lu Chen's physical capabilities have reached a remarkable new height. He drew a willow leaf flying knife from his waist and lightly grazed it across his arm. The resilient skin proved impervious, leaving only a faint mark. Evidently, the threats posed by ordinary 9th-rank martial artist blades have diminished significantly. Lu Chen gazed at the scratch on his arm, astonished. With a slight exertion, his muscles transformed into a hard, rocky mass, sharply defined and intimidating to behold. As for the stunning swan body, it is a technique Lu Chen synthesized from the stunning swan leg of the Feathers Martial Academy, enriched by his personal insights, creating a style uniquely his own. It embodies fluidity and grace, as gentle as the wind and profoundly inscrutable, perfectly aligning with his increasingly refined Tiger Slayer blade technique, enabling him to exhibit prowess beyond that of an 8th-rank martial artist. Lu Chen was deeply immersed in the contemplation of the 2 new martial arts he had recently mastered when he noticed his elder brother arriving at the training grounds. Third brother, the matter you entrusted me to inquire about has finally yielded some promising leads, his brother Lu Yan announced. Please, do share, Lu Chen replied, rising from the ground to face Lu Yan. While there are indeed numerous alchemists in Jianyang County, most of them work in medical establishments and are rather reluctant to impart their skills to others, Lu Yan explained slowly. Lu Chen, unable to contain his curiosity, interjected. Is this promising lead you mentioned based on the fact that alchemists are understandably protective of their craft? Noticing his younger brother's impatience, Lu Yan chuckled gently. Yesterday, during a casual conversation with a guest at our home, I happened to mention this matter. The guest revealed that he has a close acquaintance, an elderly physician, who is not only highly skilled in medicine, but also proficient in alchemy. Previously, he served as a resident doctor at a clinic in Linen City, but now, in his advanced years, he has returned to Jianyang County to retire, operating a small pharmacy. Lu Chen's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he eagerly inquired, Is the physician willing to teach me the art of alchemy? Lu Yin smiled. The guest mentioned he would discuss this with the physician, and should the latter agree, he will notify me. With this news, Lu Chen finally felt a sense of relief. 3 months prior, after slaying Xian at Chunshui residence, he had discovered a peculiar orb. Despite scouring the books in his family's collection, he had found no information on its purpose. However, one day, while Lu Haun was visiting to guide him in his martial training, Lu Chen casually mentioned that he had encountered a description of such an orb in his readings, yet remained unaware of its nature. Lu Haun, possessing a wealth of knowledge, informed Lu Chen that this orb was referred to as a mysterious orb among martial artists. It occasionally fell from the bodies of beings with profound cultivation when defeated. Generally, a mysterious orb found within entities of 50 years or more of cultivation was considered to possess considerable quality, though of little use to lower-grade martial artists. It was regarded as a rare treasure for those of intermediate or higher rank, enhancing the potency of elixirs when incorporated into the alchemical process. Thus, Lu Chen was inspired to pursue the study of alchemy, for he believed that with his current trajectory, he would soon break through to the 6th rank and become an intermediate martial artist. Even if he could not afford to purchase elixirs at that time, he would have the ability to concoct them himself. After a month of inquiries through his elder brother, Lu Chen was finally making headway in his quest to learn alchemy. Although he had heard of elixirs that could aid in cultivation, he had never encountered them personally. The clinics in Jianyang County only sold basic elixirs, such as the widely popular Zhongmiao Dan found in entertainment quarters. However, according to Lu Haun, lower-grade martial artists could not withstand the effects of elixirs. Fresh blood and flesh were the best resources for cultivation. If one were to forcefully consume them, the consequences could be dire, leading to ruptured meridians and even death. After conversing with his brother for a while, Lu Chen suddenly asked, I have heard that second brother is doing quite well in Linen City. After the disappearance of Qin Wan, Lu Xian ventured to Linen City to assist in managing the newly opened silk shop of Lu Tianhao. However, he had succumbed to despair, having resolutely rejected numerous introductions to wealthy young ladies arranged by his family, devoting himself entirely to the family business. If you and our second brother settle down soon, our father will have fewer worries, Lu Yin remarked with a hint of helplessness. Lu Chen smiled in response, choosing not to engage. His sole focus lay in martial arts, leaving him little interest in marriage. A few days later, Lu Chen departed from home. The previous night, Lu Yin had informed him that the old physician was non-committal regarding the teaching of alchemy, merely suggesting that Lu Chen should visit him first. However, it was said that the physician had a rather peculiar temperament, and whether Lu Chen could learn the craft of alchemy depended solely on his own capabilities. Lu Chen procured precious supplements such as bird's nest and ginseng, and following his elder brother's directions, he soon found a modest apothecary located at a street corner in the northern part of the city. The shop appeared rather unremarkable, with few visitors and lackluster business. Despite his reservations, Lu Chen stepped inside. To his surprise, the interior was quite tidy, adorned with several medicine cabinets, and the air was thick with the rich aroma of herbs. An elderly man with graying hair was dozing at the counter. Upon hearing someone enter, the old man opened his eyes and scrutinized Lu Chen. I am Lu Chen. My family should have informed you in advance, requesting that Master's son impart the art of alchemy to me, Lu Chen said, placing the gifts he had brought on the counter as a modest token of respect. Master's son barely glanced at the offerings, instead fixating on Lu Chen. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. You wish to learn alchemy? Indeed, Lu Chen affirmed. I have heard that your family is affluent. Why would you endeavor in the arduous and often thankless pursuit of alchemy? You must understand that the art is profound and intricate. If it were so easily mastered, there would be alchemists aplenty on every street corner. Master's son suspected Lu Chen was merely a wealthy youth acting on a whim and considered rejecting him. Well, Lu Chen pondered briefly before responding. I am a practitioner of martial arts. The quality of pills sold in the market is concerning, and I wish to learn the craft to concoct my own. You are a martial artist? Master's son expressed surprise, noting that very few scions from Jianyang County could endure the rigors of martial training. Indeed, I am currently an 8th grade warrior, Lu Chen asserted, channeling his energy, which instantly enhanced his presence. Although Master's son was not a martial artist himself, he had interacted with many in Linen City and recognized the authenticity of Lu Chen's claims. He chuckled lightly. At your level, seeking medicinal pills seems rather hasty. After a moment of reflection, Master's son began rummaging through the counter. Shortly thereafter, he placed a hefty tome before Lu Chen. If you truly wish to learn alchemy, You must memorize the contents of this book within a week. Otherwise, do not blame me for refusing you. Chapter 32. The Crafting of the Qingling Pill. Lu Haun gazed at the tome, which bore the title Medical Compendium. A faint smile graced the corners of Mr. Sun's mouth. To master the art of alchemy, one must possess an intimate understanding of the medicinal herbs that populate the world. Otherwise, all discussions are in vain. Young man, you must contemplate this carefully. Remembering the contents of the medical classic in just 7 days is evidently an unreasonable expectation. The vast ocean of medical knowledge cannot be grasped in such a fleeting period. To Mr. Sun's surprise, Lu Haun chuckled softly, picked up the medical classic from the counter, bowed respectfully to Mr. Sun, and confidently declared, "I shall return punctually in 7 days. I trust you will honor your promise." With that, he disregarded the astonished expression on Mr. Sun's face and departed the apothecary. Upon arriving home, Lu Haun immediately retreated to his room. He felt a profound confidence in his ability to master the contents of the medical classic within a week. With his exceptional innate talent and the skill of unwavering focus, he could almost be described as having a photographic memory, his aptitude far surpassing that of his peers. Lu Haun opened the book and activated his unwavering focus, beginning to peruse its pages diligently. The medical classic encompasses the majority of common medicinal herbs found in the world, detailing their distribution, characteristics, and more. It also contains numerous commonly used prescriptions, making this knowledge invaluable, even if Lu Haun were not to pursue alchemical studies. Engrossed in the text, he read for 3 full hours, only pausing when the stars filled the night sky. The principles of traditional Chinese medicine are indeed profound and vast. Rubbing his weary eyes, Lu Haun could not help but marvel at how the information he had absorbed had already imprinted itself indelibly in his mind. At this rate, he anticipated mastering all the contents of the medical classic within 5 days at most. In the days that followed, Lu Haun practiced martial arts by day and delved into the medical classic by night, dedicating 6 days to memorizing every detail within its pages. When the agreed-upon day arrived, Lu Haun returned to the apothecary, placing the medical classic back on the counter. "Have you memorized it all?" Mr. Sun inquired, his expression tinged with skepticism as he stored the book away. He could hardly believe that anyone could grasp the entirety of the medical classic within a week. "Indeed," Lu Haun replied calmly, nodding in affirmation. Mr. Sun furrowed his brow and began to select various pieces of knowledge from the book, testing whether Lu Chen's claims held true. To his astonishment, Lu Haun responded effortlessly to each question, his answers flowing seamlessly and verbatim from the text. Mr. Sun posed dozens of inquiries regarding medical techniques, and Lu Chen's responses were nothing short of impeccable. "Good, good," Mr. Sun exclaimed repeatedly, his eyes alight with astonishment. He had encountered many individuals of remarkable talent, yet this young man before him could only be described as extraordinary. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that someone could master such a vast and intricate body of medical knowledge in such a short span. "I shall teach you the art of alchemy," Mr. Sun declared, rising to close the apothecary's door. "Follow me." He gestured towards the back room, and Lu Haun hurriedly followed closely behind. They arrived in a small alchemical chamber at the rear, its walls darkened from the smoke, with a cauldron, coal, and other necessary tools for alchemy arranged within. Elder Sun produced a round bronze cauldron and inquired, "What do you know about alchemy?" Lu Haun shook his head and replied softly, "I am almost entirely ignorant." "In that case, I shall present you with a foundational text on alchemy shortly," Elder Sun remarked, simultaneously cleansing the cauldron in his hands before igniting the coal to stoke the fire. "Now, you must commit the following steps to memory." As the flames flickered, the temperature in the alchemical chamber rose dramatically. Although he was not fond of mediocrity, he could not help but feel a sense of appreciation for Lu Chen's extraordinary talent. At his advanced age, he resolved to impart his knowledge generously. Alchemy encompasses several steps, including the preparation of ingredients, fire control, air blowing, filtration, and extraction, among which the most crucial is the mastery of the fire's intensity. Otherwise, it would adversely affect the quality of the elixirs produced. As Elder Sun engaged in the alchemical process, he informed Lu Haun of the necessary precautions. Observing his adeptness and seasoned movements, Lu Haun noted that every action was executed with meticulous precision. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted from the cauldron, pervading the room. With a sudden pop, a crisp sound emanated from the cauldron. After allowing it to cool, Elder Sun lifted the lid and poured out 10 glossy black pills. These are the spirit cleansing pills, known for their invigorating effects on the mind, and they are among the most basic yet simplest elixirs to concoct. You may commence your alchemical endeavors with the spirit-cleansing pills. Elder Sun handed him one of the pills. Lu Haun cradled the still warm elixir in his palm. Examining it closely, "Have you remembered everything?" Elder Sun wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired. Lu Haun nodded, having firmly engraved the steps of alchemy in his mind. "I am but a humble scholar, capable only of producing the spirit-cleansing pills and the basic vitality pills," Elder Sun remarked, gazing at Lu Haun. "However, the essence of alchemy lies in hands-on practice. An alchemist must not only possess a solid grasp of theoretical knowledge, but also engage in countless practical experiences to attain wisdom. That said, I have heard that your family possesses ample wealth, which provides you a significant opportunity to invest." Lu Haun understood that, compared to other crafts like forging, alchemy was far more intricate, requiring substantial financial and energetic investment to achieve even modest success. Elder Sun led him back to the apothecary and handed him a book. Speaking softly, "This is a foundational text on alchemy. I have annotated some sections with my insights. While it may not be a valuable artifact, if you study diligently, it will at least grant you an entry point into the world of alchemy." Lu Haun accepted the book with care, a smile gracing his face as he deeply bowed to Elder Sun, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Elder Sun." Upon returning home, Lu Haun spent less than half an hour thoroughly reading the book. He instructed a Fu to send someone to procure the essential tools for alchemy and the materials for the spirit-cleansing pills. He then sought out an unoccupied room in a secluded part of his residence and ordered it to be arranged as an alchemical chamber. After 2 days of preparation, everything was finally in place. "Let us begin with the first batch," Lu Haun decided, retrieving a set of materials for the spirit-cleansing pills as recorded in the text. Chapter 33. The President of the Merchant Guild's Invitation, a banquet at Drunken Immortal Tower. Lu Haun procured the ingredients for the Qingling pill and, relying on the memories stored within his mind, meticulously cleaned the alchemical furnace before kindling a fire and placing the herbs inside. Despite having firmly memorized the steps to concoct the Qingling pill, this was his first practical attempt, and he found himself somewhat flustered. Indeed, theory and practice cannot be regarded as synonymous. Even the simplest Qingling pill posed a considerable challenge for Lu Haun, who was a novice in the art of alchemy. After a quarter of an hour, a burnt odor wafted from the furnace, signaling the failure of his inaugural batch. He discarded the charred remains and examined them closely, concluding that the flames had been too intense. Disposing of the failed concoction, Lu Haun selected a fresh set of herbs. Alchemy demands not only innate talent, but also substantial financial investment and continuous introspection during the process. Fortunately, Lu Haun came from a well-off family and possessed exceptional insight. Thus, he approached his second attempt with greater composure. With a dull thud, the furnace emitted a sound as Lu Haun poured out 5 irregularly shaped Qingling pills of varying sizes. While their appearance was less than ideal, they were nonetheless deemed acceptable. The distinctive fragrance of the Qingling pill filled the air, and Lu Haun mused to himself. Although they were not yet suitable for sale in the apothecary, they represented a marked improvement compared to his initial attempt. Seizing the momentum, Lu Haun proceeded to refine 3 more batches, constantly reflecting and honing his skills. In the final batch, 2 of the pills achieved a quality that could rival those crafted by Elder Sunday. 10 days swiftly passed. Besides his daily martial arts training and breathing exercises, Lu Haun dedicated the remainder of his time to the alchemical chamber, immersing himself in the craft. He had completely mastered the 5 types of pills documented in Elder Sun's treatise and had adjusted his methods based on his insights, allowing him to execute the alchemical process with increasing finesse. The dozens of vials of pills he produced were generously distributed among the household servants. One day, Lu Haun visited Elder Sun's apothecary, presenting 5 vials of the finest quality pills before him. "Are you saying that these pills are all your handiwork?" Elder Sun inquired, repeatedly opening the porcelain vials and pouring out the pills, his astonishment growing with each revelation. "Indeed, I humbly request your guidance," Lu Haun replied respectfully. Elder Sun gazed at Lu Haun in a daze, and after a moment, he burst into hearty laughter. "I never imagined that in my twilight years, I would encounter someone of such extraordinary talent. It seems my life has not been in vain." Looking at the porcelain vials on the counter, Elder Sun remarked, "Had I not already heard of your circumstances, I would never have believed that a pill master capable of producing such quality had been utterly ignorant of alchemy merely 10 days prior." He shook his head with a smile and continued, "With your innate talent and understanding, There is little more I can teach you. From here on, it will entirely depend on your insights during the alchemical process. I am certain you will achieve great success in the art of alchemy. After all, his alchemical skills were hardly remarkable. He could only proficiently concoct a few basic elixirs. If one were to insist on offering guidance, it might lead to unintended consequences. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude and took his leave from Elder Sunday. As he strolled through the streets after departing from the apothecary, he pondered how to acquire more intricate formulas. For him, continuously producing these elementary elixirs held little significance. He recalled Elder Sun mentioning that advanced elixirs not only required a plethora of materials, but also involved more complicated procedures, demanding a high level of expertise from the alchemist. A moment's carelessness could result in failure. Lu Haun had previously sent inquiries to various medical establishments in Jianyang County regarding those advanced formulas. But even the offer of a handsome price met with refusal. He resolved to seek opportunities in Linen City when time permitted. Presently, with his father and second brother in the provincial capital, he could venture there and perhaps try his luck. As twilight descended, just as Lu Haun was about to head home, he suddenly spotted a guard from his household rushing towards him. "Young master," the guard saluted respectfully. Lu Haun recognized him as Qigong, an apprentice from the Fiyu martial arts school, whose cultivation had reached the 9th rank. Recently, owing to the unrest in Jianyang County, Lu Haun had engaged several capable warriors from various martial arts schools to safeguard his residence. "What is it?" Lu Haun inquired. "President Lu Haun of the Chamber of Commerce is hosting a banquet tonight at the Drunken Immortal Tower for the two young masters," Qigong replied, handing over an invitation. "The eldest young master has already set off. Upon hearing you were at the apothecary, he asked me to find you." "Oh, what could President Hu want with me?" Lu Haun asked, perplexed as he took the invitation. He typically did not involve himself in family business, so Hu Han's invitation puzzled him. After glancing at the invitation, he quietly asked, "Did he mention any specific matters?" Qigong shook his head, and Lu Haun declared, "In that case, I shall proceed to the Drunken Immortal Tower at once." Upon arriving, Lu Haun presented the invitation to the guard at the entrance. The guard glanced at it and returned it, saying, "Young Master Lu, please proceed. President Hu has prepared a banquet for you on the top floor." "It seems quite desolate here today," Lu Haun remarked as he tucked the invitation away. "To host young Master Lu, President Hu has reserved the entire establishment." The guard replied with a soft chuckle. "Please, young Master Lu, President Hu has been waiting for quite some time." Nodding, Lu Haun ascended to the top floor's private room, where Hu Haun promptly greeted him. "Nephew Lu, how long I have awaited your arrival." He surveyed the room, noting that besides Hu Haun and a few maidens, there was no one else present. "Where's my elder brother?" Lu Haun inquired, expecting Lu Yin to have arrived earlier. "He should be arriving shortly." "Nephew Lu, please take a seat," Hu Haun said with a smile, guiding Lu Haun to a chair and filling his cup with wine. "How long have you been practicing martial arts?" "Nephew Lu?" he softly asked. "It should be over half a year now," Lu Haun replied. A flicker of surprise crossed Hu Haun's eyes as he exclaimed, "In less than a year, you have already attained the 8th rank. Even among the distinguished youths of Linen City, that is no small feat. Your future, Nephew Lu, is bound to be limitless." Noticing Lu Chen's silence, he suddenly raised his voice. "Do you know what a man seeks in this world, Nephew Lu?" Lu Haun shook his head slightly, while Hu Haun abruptly rose to his feet, his expression brimming with excitement. "Throughout history, there are but 3 desires: wealth, power, and women." He fixed his gaze upon Lu Haun, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. "Isn't it precisely for these that you, young Master Lu, devote yourself to martial training each day?" "Chairman Hu, kindly elucidate. I am but a youth of limited understanding," Lu Haun replied, furrowing his brow, perplexed by the implications of Hu's words. Hu Haun stood with his hands clasped behind his back and calmly instructed the maidens in the room, "You may all withdraw." Moments later, the maidens departed, sealing the door behind them, leaving only the 2 men in the chamber. Lu Haun's expression remained unchanged, though a flicker of unease stirred within him. Hu Haun observed Lu Haun, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "In the end, your Lu family is merely a clan of merchants, devoid of power and influence. Now, having offended the Lu family of Linen, your fate is all but sealed. I recognize your potential. If you were to forsake the Lu family and serve me, I could guarantee you wealth, power, and women, an unending bounty." Bang! Lu Haun swiftly unsheathed his broadsword from within his robe and slammed it onto the table, causing a tremor that sent dishes crashing to the floor. He glared at Hu Haun, his voice laced with menace. "For your own sake, Chairman Hu, tread carefully with your words. Yet, to his astonishment, Lu Haun regarded the gleaming blade with unabashed defiance. In the next instant, the sound of numerous footsteps echoed from the staircase, enveloping the private room entirely. Young Master Lu, consider this. With but a single command from me, you shall be riddled with arrows, like a hedgehog, Lu Haun said, a look of triumph illuminating his face. As if Lu Haun were a caged bird, ensnared and unable to escape. Chapter 34, Bloodshed and Slaughter. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Haun caught a glimpse of movement outside. The doors and windows were tightly shut, yet he could discern at least 10 silhouettes. He contemplated silently, turning his gaze back to Lu Haun, and spoke in a low tone. You haven't summoned my elder brother, have you? That warrior, Qigong, has also been in your employ. Certainly not, Lu Haun replied, a chilling smile creeping across his face. Once you are eliminated, the Lu family shall be like lambs to the slaughter. After tonight, your father, your brother, your sister, your entire family will join you in the abyss. Moreover, Jiangyang County will transform into a sea of flames within a month. As for Qigong, I have not spent a single coin to buy his allegiance. Lu Haun concentrated, channeling the strength within him, and replied solemnly, should Jiangyang County be reduced to ashes, your enterprises will inevitably suffer as well. Compared to linen, the wealth of Jiangyang County is but a drop in the ocean. Furthermore, when the time comes to rebuild, it will be my esteemed position as the chamber president that determines the course. A mocking smile adorned Lu Haun's face as he declared, some are driven by greed for riches, others by the thirst for power, and some by lust for women. I, Lu Haun, aspire to amass wealth rivaling that of nations. Clang! Lu Haun suddenly sprang to his feet, his broadsword flying from its sheath, aimed directly at Lu Haun with a swift diagonal slash. He intended to resolve matters swiftly, to eliminate Lu Haun and escape amidst the chaos. However, to his surprise, Lu Haun's eyes sparkled with a sudden intensity, and his previously sluggish form transformed into a picture of agility as he raised both hands to meet the sharp blade. Clang! The resounding clash of heavy metal reverberated within the private room. A tremendous force surged towards Lu Haun, causing both individuals to stagger back several steps. Are you a martial artist? Lu Haun's expression shifted slightly as Lu Haun stood arrogantly, revealing two exquisitely crafted golden arm guards. Exuding an air of dominance as if he had transformed into a different person, his aura overshadowing Lu Haun. You are merely an 8th grade martial artist. While I broke through to 7th grade 5 years ago, Lu Haun smirked. What an impressive mastery of concealing one's energy. Lu Haun steadied his boiling blood, secretly alarmed. He whispered, if that is the case, why did you not strike as soon as I entered the room? Your life is as insignificant as grass, while I am a treasure of immense worth. Even back on the painting boat, I sense something peculiar about your techniques. If I were to kill you and sustain even the slightest injury, it would be a loss, Lu Haun sneered, his countenance twisted as he regarded Lu Haun, as if viewing a corpse. Though a lucrative deal is enticing, I prefer risk-free profits. Indeed, a crafty merchant. Lu Haun's eyes glinted with cold resolve. Lu Haun leaped to the entrance of the room and barked, attack. In the next moment, the sound of mechanisms echoed from outside the window, and several sharp arrows sliced through the air, hurtling towards Lu Haun. He swiftly kicked over the nearby table, taking cover behind it, and deflected 3 arrows aimed at him with his blade. Reaching for his waist, he produced 3 flying needles, hurling them towards the window. Whoosh! The needles pierced through the window, followed by 3 muffled groans from outside. Lu Haun then retrieved more needles and a willow leaf flying knife, evading the incoming arrows and launching them towards the doorway. Several more fell in response to his strikes, prompting Lu Haun to urgently command, everyone, rush in and eliminate him. With a bang, the door to the room burst open, and 7 martial artists surged inside. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Haun executed a horizontal slash, the blade whistling through the air as it aimed at the foremost martial artist. The opponent, taken aback by Lu Haun's ferocity and decisiveness, raised his long knife defensively. But the moment of contact, it felt as if a wall had collided with him. Rip! The long knife shattered, and Lu Haun's blade continued its relentless momentum. Though they were many, the confined space of the private room worked against them. Fearful of hitting their own people, they were hesitant, restrained. Lu Haun slipped behind one of them. In a flash, his blade sliced across the man's throat. Scalding blood erupted, splattering across his face. Lu Haun slammed a palm into the man's back, then drove the blade forward, piercing the enemy entirely along with the corpse. 1, 2, 3, the Zama blade in his hands cut a continuous path of carnage. Moments later, only Lu Haun and one remaining 9th-rank warrior stood in the room. Outside, Lu Haun had vanished without trace. As expected, selfish, he abandoned his subordinates and fled. Though his cultivation surpassed Lu Haun's, he valued his life too much to risk a fight. Bang! Lu Haun leapt forward, sending the last warrior flying backward with a single kick. He severed the man's weapon-wielding hand with a slash, then stomped down heavily on his chest, blade tip pressing onto the chin. Speak. What exactly is Lu Haun planning? Lu Haun's blood boiled. His eyes glowed crimson, a violent fury resonating in his chest. The warrior sneered, teeth gritted. Kill me if you... Lu Haun's face darkened. Planting one foot on a leg and grabbing the other with his hands, he summoned his blood and chi explosively, ripping with all his might. Here! The man's body split in two. Lu Haun tossed one half aside and was about to leave the ZYCN tower when a voice rang out from below. Fire the rockets. Burn him alive. Chapter 35. Lu Haun in danger, a volley of dozens of rockets shot toward the top-level private room of the ZYCN tower, scattering across doors, windows, and walls. Flames instantly spread, engulfing the room in a roaring inferno. Lu Haun felt the heat and thick smoke press against him. Seeing the fire spread so quickly, he realized Lu Haun had prepared flammable materials in advance. Sparks exploded around him, smoke billowing. Tearing a strip from his clothing, he soaked it in tea to cover his mouth and nose. Chi and blood surged through his body, concentrating at the blade tip. With a powerful swing, he struck the wall. Tiger's might. A muffled thunder cracked through the air. The heavy wall shattered into splinters, debris scattering from above. Looking down, he saw Lu Haun and over a dozen warriors staring in disbelief at the fearsome, godlike figure of Lu Haun. Before they could react, Lu Haun leapt from the top floor to the eaves below. Using the cover of night, he vanished from sight. He moved swiftly through the streets, heading for home, a sense of unease rising in his chest. According to Lu Haun, something terrible was about to happen at the Lu residence tonight. Not long after, as he approached the Lu family estate, a bad feeling washed over him. The main gates were wide open, lanterns inside burning bright, and servants and maids rushed in and out. From within came muffled cries of sorrow. The few guards at the gate saw Lu Haun and shouted joyfully, "Third young master has returned." Lu Haun swiftly entered the courtyard. Witnessing second mistress Zhao Minglan and several maidservants weeping inconsolably, Lu Yin and a Fu were drenched in sweat, their expressions grave. "Third brother, you have finally returned," Lu Yin whispered upon seeing him, only to be taken aback by the sight of Lu Haun covered in blood and bearing scorch marks on his robe. His face paled in shock. "What has happened?" Lu Haun raised his hand, his voice low but urgent. "What is going on?" Lu Yin's eyes were red-rimmed as he hoarsely replied, "Qing Yin is missing." The word struck Lu Haun like a thunderclap, and he exclaimed, "What did you say? Missing? When did this happen, and where?" Grasping his elder brother's shoulders, he pressed for answers. Lu Yin was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Just an hour ago, Qing Yin mentioned she hadn't been out for several days. Second mistress and a few maidservants took her out shopping. But in the blink of an eye, she vanished. We have already reported it to the authorities, and most of the household staff have gone out searching for her. Approaching Zhao Minglan, Lu Haun spoke firmly. "Second mistress, where exactly did Qing Yin go missing?" Zhao Minglan was inconsolable, her words a jumble of incoherence. The surrounding clamor only heightened Lu Chen's agitation. In a moment of fury, he bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder. "Stop crying." A profound silence enveloped the courtyard. The others present, witnessing Lu Chen's ferocity, his blood-stained appearance reminiscent of a fearsome beast, looked upon him with trepidation. Zhao Minglan, startled into a stupor, momentarily forgot her sorrow. Her gaze lost in despair as she stared at Lu Haun. After a brief pause, she began to recount the events as if awakening from a nightmare. It turned out that Zhao Minglan and several maidservants had taken Lu Qing Yin to the market in the west of the city. However, after exiting a rouge shop, she inexplicably disappeared. Despite searching the market multiple times, they found no trace of her and had to return home to inform everyone of the situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Haun inquired about further details before returning to his room with a dark expression. He changed into a fresh set of martial attire. replenishing the hidden weapons at his waist, and then returned to the front courtyard. "I will search in the west of the city," he declared as he stepped outside. Turning to Lu Yan, "Qigong has already betrayed us. If he returns, we must subdue him immediately. Huanshan may pose a threat to the Lu family tonight. So, brother, ensure that all guards are on high alert and do not slacken." He surveyed the courtyard and continued, "Brother, urgently dispatch someone to Kaishan Martial Arts School and the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School. Spare no expense. Summon all the masters from those schools. We must act swiftly." Huanshan, Lu Chen's expression shifted dramatically. "Third brother, what do you mean by that?" Without responding, Lu Chen vanished in an instant from the Lu family estate. Though anxious, his mind remained remarkably clear. If he were to lose his composure, the Lu family could indeed face utter disaster. His figure moved like a shadow through the streets, and before long, he arrived at the market in the west of the city. By this time, it had already closed for the day, with most shops shuttered and the streets eerily deserted, the few passers-by creating an atmosphere of profound desolation. Lu Chen located the rouge shop mentioned by Zhao Menglin and then meticulously inspected the street, stopping passers-by to inquire. After questioning 4 individuals without any fruitful leads, he was about to seek answers elsewhere when a middle-aged man clad in coarse linen approached him. "Are there children missing from your household?" the man inquired. Lu Chen's heart leaped with anticipation as he hastily responded. "Do you have information?" The man nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I do. But I've been somewhat financially constrained lately, so—" Suddenly, a sharp sound of metal scraping interrupted him. Lu Chen brandished his knife while producing a silver note from his pocket. "Speak quickly. If you truly possess knowledge, this 100 taels will be yours, otherwise." A glimmer of coldness flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. The man's excitement grew upon witnessing Lu Chen's lavishness. "I assure you, every word I speak is the truth." After a brief pause, he continued, "My residence is approximately 3 miles from here. There are several houses nearby that have been abandoned for some time, yet recently, I have seen individuals entering and exiting, and just this evening, I heard the cries of a child. Was it a boy or a girl?" "A boy." Lu Chen's heart sank at this revelation. After confirming the address, he realized that the location where Lu Qingyan had vanished was not far from there. Rather than searching aimlessly, it would be prudent to investigate. "Here is your payment." He tossed the silver note into the man's arms. "Should you dare deceive me, I will not show mercy." With that, he swiftly vanished from the marketplace like a specter. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chen arrived near the location indicated by the man. Observing that the houses in this area were sparsely distributed and set apart from one another, he spotted the few houses in the distance and hurried towards them without delay. Suddenly, Lu Chen halted in his tracks, bending down to inspect an object on the ground. To his elation, he discovered a floral hairpin, which he recognized as the one he had purchased for Lu Qingyan months ago. "It truly is here." Drawing his broadsword, he suppressed his aura and approached the houses. Arriving at the entrance, he faintly overheard voices within. Having diligently practiced the turtle breathing technique daily, his senses were significantly sharper than those of ordinary martial artists. Even so, the voices inside were muddled and obscure, as if reciting some incantation. Lu Chen pressed his palms gently against the door, channeling his vital energy into his hands. Uncertain of how many individuals occupied the room, he knew he had to give it his all for a swift resolution. With a thunderous crash, an overwhelming force erupted, splintering the door into countless fragments. Chapter 36. The Battle on the Long Street. A series of victories and slaughters. The door shattered, scattering wooden debris in all directions. Lu Chen's gaze immediately fell upon Lu Qingyan, lying on a long table within. The floor around her was encircled by flickering candles. Before her stood a figure clad in a black robe, wearing a ghostly mask, chanting incantations while wielding a gleaming dagger. Upon noticing Lu Chen's entrance, the figure lunged straight toward Lu Qingyan's neck. In a moment of peril, Lu Chen swiftly drew 2 willow leaf daggers and hurled them towards the figure clad in black. With a resounding thud, the daggers shattered his mask, piercing through his eyes. The tremendous force sent the man crashing violently against the wall. At this juncture, 2 similarly attired figures, albeit with different masks, finally reacted and unsheathed their long swords, lunging towards Lu Chen. Witnessing their audacity despite having witnessed his thunderous prowess, Lu Chen sneered at their folly. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a blade of glimmering cold light, severing their arms with ease, and with a swift motion, he claimed their heads, which soared into the air. 2 more warriors, emerging from a nearby chamber, advanced with a sword and a dagger, striking diagonally. Lu Haun had already assumed a prepared stance. A pale blue glimmer danced along his blade. Though they struck first, his speed far surpassed theirs. Clang! Clang! Their blades clashed, sending shockwaves through them. They both spewed blood and staggered back. Yet, in the next instant, two daggers shot towards their faces. Thud! Thud! Their bodies collapsed to the ground, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Lu Haun hurried into the inner chamber, where he found Lu Qingyan lying quietly, her forehead adorned with bizarre, blood-drawn symbols. Beside her lay a young boy, his body marred with dark crimson scabs. Checking Lu Qingyan's pulse, he felt relieved to find it steady. Gently, he channeled a stream of cool energy into her body through the turtle breathing technique, known for its longevity and remarkable healing properties. Soon after, her eyes fluttered open. Seeing her awaken, Lu Haun hastily shielded her view, unwilling to let her witness the boy beside her. Third brother. Lu Qingyan sobbed, collapsing into his embrace, her body trembling. Lu Haun lifted her gently, whispering, "Close your eyes, do not look around. We are going home." They swiftly exited the dwelling and made their way towards the Lu family estate. As they approached the western market of the city, Lu Haun suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly took cover. Whoosh! Two arrows struck precisely where he had stood moments before. From both the front and rear, two figures emerged, while atop the roofs, two others readied their crossbows. All six were clad in black robes, their faces obscured by various ghostly masks, transforming the surroundings into a realm of spirits. Who are these mysterious assailants? Lu Haun stared in astonishment at the seemingly materialized figures in black. "Hold on tight, do not fear," he urged Lu Qingyan, cradling her protectively in his left arm. Surveying the area, Lu Haun bit down on his broadsword, drawing two flying needles from his waist and launching them at the masked figures perched on the eaves. In the darkness, a flash of silver struck true, sending both assailants plummeting from the rooftops. Lu Haun sprinted toward the black-robed figures ahead. As he closed the distance, he launched himself into the air, slashing viciously from below to above. Clang! One of the black-robed men was cleaved in two, body and weapon split in a single stroke. Lu Haun deftly dodged a diagonal slash from another, then slammed three brutal kicks in his chest. Bones cracked, sinews tore, and the man's ribcage caved inward, sending him flying. At that instant, a chill ran down Lu Haun's back. A gust of wind surged behind him. He roared, blood and chi boiling through his veins, muscles bulging as he spun around in a horizontal slash. Tear! Two more black-robed men fell in a single stroke, each split into two. From a distance, more figures appeared. Lu Haun slipped into a narrow alley, wary of the street ahead. Overhead, the sound of tiles being crushed told him enemies were above. He moved swiftly, keeping alert. A screech rang out. A figure leapt from the rooftop, long blade aimed at Lu Haun's head. One step forward, Zama blade swinging from below to above. The immense force cleaved the attacker's body open. Reaching the end of the alley, another figure emerged from a diagonal angle. "Get out of my way," Lu Haun shouted, and with a swift swing, the man's head and shoulders were severed in one strike. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same moment, two sharp arrows tore through the air, aimed at his chest. There was nowhere to dodge, and he still cradled his sister. Gritting his teeth, Lu Haun spun, channeling his full strength. Thump! Thump! The arrows pierced his back, but his great sun golden bell, honed to a minor mastery, protected him. The arrows struck muscle and stopped, sparing vital organs. He pulled out two throwing needles. With a flick of his right hand, the two black-robed men on the rooftops fell backward. Breathing hard, Lu Haun withdrew the arrows from his back. Lu Qingyan reached up with her small, tender hand, brushing his cheek, eyes full of worry. "Third brother, you're hurt." He wiped the blood from his face roughly, voice low but firm. "It's nothing. Let us go." Lu Haun moved quickly down the alley. 5 more figures swept in like a gale. They really don't know when it quit. Lu Haun's eyes gleamed with cold determination as he scanned them like a hawk. 4 lower-rank warriors, while the one standing directly in front matched him, an 8th-rank cultivator. The 5 surrounded him, weapons drawn. "Were you people?" Lu Haun's brow furrowed as he demanded. The 5 ignored his words. In unison, they lunged from left, right, front, and behind. Qingyan clamped her hands over her ears. Lu Haun let out a sharp roar. His long blade glowed with turtle breath, true chi, descending upon the warrior in front. A terrifying force erupted, like a volcanic explosion, scattering all around. Tiger's Wrath. Chapter 37. The Dark-Robed Swordsman, an unknown foe. In the stillness of the night, a sudden explosion resonated through the streets, with a fierce wind emanating from Lu Chen's presence. Boom! The ferocious and brutal energy erupted violently, shattering the long sword of an 8th-tier martial artist as Lu Chen struck him directly. The immense impact sent the man's body flying over 10 yards, crashing against a wall and reducing him to a mere pile of flesh grotesquely adhered to the surface. Meanwhile, several 9th-tier martial artists in other directions collapsed as if struck by lightning, falling to the ground in an instant. Lu Chen discerned that these individuals were merely momentarily stunned by the shockwave. He then wielded his horse-slaying blade, methodically driving the edge into their hearts. Noticing that Lu Qingyan and his arms had fallen silent, he hurriedly checked on her and sighed in relief upon discovering that she had only fainted temporarily. Taking a few deep breaths, Lu Chen felt his body flush with heat, sweat evaporating from his skin. After enduring multiple battles that night at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion and along this street, he was greatly drained and began to feel the strain of fatigue. Yet, remaining here was a path to demise. Thus, Lu Chen steeled himself and continued to sprint through the streets. With the 5 dark-robed martial artists dispatched, the once bustling thoroughfare fell eerily silent, leaving Lu Chen seemingly alone. He remained vigilant, hastening towards the Lu residence, the sound of his hurried footsteps echoing sharply in the stillness. As he rounded a corner, 3 dark-robed figures abruptly emerged from the shadows, their movements ghostly. A chill coursed through Lu Chen's heart upon sighting the trio. To his side stood 1 9th-tier and 1 8th-tier martial artist, while the one in the center, shrouded in black, exuded a presence that far surpassed his own, suggesting he was at least 7th tier. This ominous realization tightened Lu Chen's brow in concern. From behind, the sound of hurried footsteps grew chaotic as 3 more figures rushed towards him, effectively trapping him within the narrow alleyway. Young Master Lu truly possesses extraordinary prowess, able to slay dozens single-handedly, rasped the 7th-tier martial artist in a low voice. With a swift motion, he drew a white longsword from behind him, resembling a silver dragon manifesting, its blade glimmering with a chilling light. "Do not intervene. This man is mine to handle," he commanded the other dark-robed figures. Upon finishing his words, the dark-robed swordsman abruptly blurred, and in the next instant, a fierce gust of wind rushed towards Lu Chen, closing the distance to just a few yards, the sword's radiance surging forth like a torrent aimed at him. What astonishing speed! Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with intensity. His right arm's muscles bulged as he brought his long blade crashing down upon the sword's edge. The clashing of metal rang out through the street. The horse-slaying blade and the long sword colliding with ferocity, sparks erupting in abundance. Both combatants moved with agility and skill, darting along the street with the ethereal grace of phantoms. The cyclone of energy swirled around Lu Chen, the sound of their clash echoing like the wails of tormented souls. As Lu Chen weathered the dark-robed man's tempestuous, an unbidden sense of alarm crept into his heart. This opponent's swordsmanship, agility, and strength were formidable, and with his stamina waning while he sought to protect Lu Qingyan, he found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. The blade grazed Lu Chen's arm, leaving several wounds on his body. He understood that if this continued, he would inevitably be pierced by a sword. Summoning the scant true energy within him, he enveloped the tip of his blade, his eyes turning crimson. He deftly sidestepped a strike aimed at his neck, then suddenly swung his sword towards the dark-cloaked figure, with the ferocity of a roaring tiger. The fusion of unparalleled speed and strength erupted, reverberating around him. True energy, how could this be? The dark-cloaked swordsman, witnessing Lu Chen's fierce attack, recognized that he was unleashing his true prowess. With a cold grunt, he felt his own aura surge dramatically, thrusting his sword against Lu Chen's blade. The impact sent both men staggering backward. Lu Chen choked, blood spurting from his throat, his chest heaving violently. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he glared at the proudly standing dark-cloaked swordsman. "Young Master Lu indeed possesses some skill to still be standing," the cloaked figure remarked, stroking the blade with a chilling demeanor. "It is a pity that you are already at your last gasp. Let your demise be here." Before the swordsman could finish, Lu Chen vanished in a flash, charging towards 3 martial artists behind him. Channeling the remaining energy in his body, he swept aside their weapons with a single stroke, then launched a flurry of kicks, sending all 3 flying, crashing into the doorways of nearby shops. Simultaneously, The roof echoed with the sound of mechanisms being triggered. Whoosh! 2 arrows whizzed through the air, and Lu Haun barely managed to evade them, feeling one graze his arm before it was lodged firmly into the wall. 1 arrow pierced the skin, drawing blood. The dark-cloaked swordsman, taken aback that Lu Haun still had the strength to eliminate 3 foes in a heartbeat, let out a cold snort and, like lightning, surged towards Lu Haun. Unexpectedly, the dark-cloaked swordsman halted abruptly. At that moment, Lu Haun sensed a shift, and a figure clad in azure martial attire, with a black cloth concealing their face, descended from the sky, landing beside the dark-cloaked swordsman. Startled, the swordsman lunged at the newcomer with his longsword. The azure-clad warrior struck with ferocity, though unarmed. A searing wave of crimson energy surged from his palm, pushing the blade away before it could make contact. The dark-cloaked swordsman, shocked, retreated 10 paces. "Who are you?" he rasped. The azure warrior did not respond. From the rooftop emerged 2 anguished cries. Lu Haun realized that another figure in the distance had just triggered a mechanism, slaying the 2 dark-cloaked individuals. With these reinforcements, Lu Haun felt the pressure lift. The dark-cloaked swordsman, intimidated by the azure warrior, hesitated to act recklessly. Behind him, he could hear the sound of hurried footsteps, faintly discerning over 10 figures rushing towards him. Seeing this, the azure warrior swiftly retreated to Lu Chen's side and said in a low voice, "I am Li Zhao. If you wish to survive, follow me." Lu Haun hesitated for a moment, but soon matched the pace of the azure warrior. A few dark-cloaked figures hurried to pursue them, only to be met with arrows from another hidden assailant on the rooftop. Lu Haun followed closely behind the martial artist clad in green, hastening through the alleys as the distant sounds of footsteps gradually faded. After the span of an incense stick, they halted before a grand estate, where Lu Haun gazed at the plaque that boldly bore the words Li Manor. A servant had already emerged from the manor, opening the gates wide. "Hurry inside," the green-clad warrior urged, and as they entered Li Manor, the gates closed tightly behind them. The warrior removed the black cloth from his face, revealing the countenance of Li Zhao, the esteemed magistrate of Jianyang County. "Quickly summon a physician," Li Zhao commanded, casting a glance at the unconscious Lu Qingyan in Lu Chen's arms before striding into the house, instructing a nearby servant. He led Lu Haun to a private chamber in the rear courtyard, opened the door, and solemnly declared, "You 2 shall reside here for the night. I will send someone to inform your family." Chapter 38. The Li Manor, a respite for recovery. As Li Zhao was about to depart, Lu Haun intercepted him, saying, "Master Li, please hold on. Hu Chen intends to harm the Lu family." Before he could finish, Li Zhao interrupted, "Rest assured, I am already aware of the situation. The Lu family is safe for now. Come to the main hall to find me tomorrow morning." With that, he departed without another word. Lu Haun entered the chamber, gently placing the still unconscious Lu Qingyan onto the bed. Noticing her pallid complexion, devoid of color and drenched in cold sweat, he wiped away the strange patterns from her forehead and channeled the meager remnants of his true energy into her body. Exhausted, he slumped into a chair. Before long, a soft knock echoed from outside the room. After Lu Haun granted permission, a middle-aged physician entered, accompanied by a frail old man nearing his 80s. "I am fine. Please attend to her first," Lu Haun instructed, pointing at Lu Qingyan. The physician nodded, thoroughly examining her before addressing Lu Haun. "Your sister is not in grave danger. It is merely a result of excessive fright. I will prescribe a few remedies, administer them daily, and with a fortnight of rest at home, she shall recover." After expressing his gratitude, Lu Haun was then examined by the physician, who smiled and remarked, "Young master, you are robust, though you have sustained some superficial injuries. However, your vital energy is significantly depleted. Consume nourishing foods and rest well. I dare say you will return to your former self in a few days." The physician left a few bottles of wound ointment before exiting the chamber, while the frail old man presented a new set of clothing and then took his leave, saying, "Should young Master Lu require anything else, simply call for the servants." Just as he was about to exit, he abruptly turned, his dim eyes fixating on Lu Haun. "Your performance with the stunning swan leg is commendable." With that, he disregarded Lu Chen's astonished expression and closed the door behind him. Who exactly is this old man? Lu Chen pondered, a sense of unease washing over him as he picked up the new garments. His current attire, soaked through with blood and sweat, clung uncomfortably to him, making it quite a struggle to remove. Once changed, he noticed Lu Qingyan's color improving as she fell into a deep slumber. He settled into a cross-legged position in the chair and began to practice the turtle breathing technique, focusing on his breath and energy. As the cultivation technique operated, his tense body and mind gradually relaxed, calming his spirit and immersing himself deeply, ultimately entering the profound realm of true tranquility. You have practiced the tortoise breathing technique. With an extended breath, absorbing energy for an extended period, gaining deeper insights, and successfully deducing the true tranquility of tortoise breathing technique. A spark of enlightenment flashed through his mind, and a refreshing stream of tortoise true qi began to flow slowly through his limbs and meridians. Lu Haun suddenly opened his eyes and forcefully exhaled a breath of turbid air. To his astonishment, the fierce battle of the previous night had significantly strengthened his meridians and greatly increased the quantity of true energy within him. After a night of breathing and exhalation, the fatigue and pain from the previous night had vanished, and even the several arrow wounds on his body began to heal gradually, with scabs forming over the wounds. And his internal cultivation method had transformed into the true tranquility of tortoise breathing technique. Lu Haun stretched lazily and glanced towards the bed, where Lu Qingyan had already awakened and was gazing at him with a smile. "Third brother, you're awake," she said softly, her complexion appearing much better than the previous night. Lu Haun rose from his chair and approached her, inquiring, "Are you feeling better?" Lu Qingyan nodded obediently and leaped into his embrace, instantly bursting into tears like a weeping pear blossom. "Third brother, I owe it all to you this time." Lu Haun gently ruffled her hair and interjected, "After thanking the county lord, we shall return home." He then opened the door and called for a maid, softly asking, "Is Lordly available to see me?" "I shall inquire." The maid curtsied and left, soon returning to report, "The master requests that young Master Lu go to the main hall." Lu Haun nodded slightly and summoned another maid, instructing, "You stay here to take care of my sister." Guided by the maid, Lu Haun swiftly made his way to the main hall of the Li residence, where the doors were tightly shut. The maid announced, "Master, young Master Lu has arrived." "Come in," came the steady voice of Li Zhao from within. After the maid opened the door, Lu Haun entered. "This matter will trouble Chen Bo." Lu Haun overheard Li Zhao quietly discussing with the frail elder from the previous night, who nodded in agreement and then departed the main hall. Upon seeing Lu Haun enter, Li Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He smiled slightly. "How well did you rest last night?" "I rested very well," Lu Haun replied, bowing respectfully. "I am eternally grateful for Lord Li's life-saving grace." Li Zhao waved his hand, inviting him to sit in a chair beside him, as a maid brought a cup of tea and placed it before him. "Who was that elder just now?" Lu Haun inquired as soon as he sat down. "Oh," Li Zhao replied, somewhat surprised, "you do not recognize Chen Bo? He was the one who saved you alongside me last night." Lu Haun shook his head, realizing that the unassuming elder was indeed the one who had shot down the black-robed warriors. "I saw that you were using his self-created, stunning leg technique, and I assumed you two were already acquainted," Li Zhao remarked, sipping his tea leisurely. Upon hearing this, Lu Haun exclaimed in astonishment. "So he is the master of the Fiyu martial arts school. No wonder he could instantly recognize that I was employing the stunning leg technique, despite his plain appearance. He is capable of defeating 100 opponents single-handedly, though I could not discern it all." Li Zhao scrutinized him for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "The peculiar entity from Chunshui residence, was it you who vanquished it?" Lu Haun nodded calmly. Li Zhao's expression remained unchanged as he softly lamented. "Initially, when Colonel Jiang informed me of this matter, I found it hard to believe. Just a few months ago, you had only recently entered the ranks, and now you have attained the 8th tier of cultivation. It appears you are a natural-born warrior." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Colonel Jiang has spoken highly of you, asserting that you are a talent worth nurturing. One must understand that the officers of the Suppression Division hold exceedingly high standards. Without genuine skill, one would never capture their attention." Lu Haun humbly deflected the praise, but could not resist asking, "Who were those martial artists clad in black robes and masks last night?" Li Zhao fell silent for a moment, gazing at Lu Haun before countering. "Will you believe them to be young Master Lu?" Lu Haun pondered deeply. Everyone fears death, a belief he had held firmly until last night. However, after encountering those masked figures, doubt seeped into his mind. Those individuals, fully aware that their cultivation was inferior to his, recklessly threw themselves into danger without a hint of hesitation. Suddenly, Lu Haun recalled the indistinct sounds uttered by the masked figures, the corpse of the boy in the room, the strange markings on Lu Qingyan's forehead, and the circle of candles surrounding her. He shuddered a chill rising within him, and solemnly declared to Li Zhao, "Could it be a cult?" Chapter 39. The Cult of Xianyuan. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, a look of approval crossed Li Zhao's face. He abruptly rose, his gaze fixed upon the grand landscape painting hanging on the wall, his expression complex as he spoke in a low voice. "Indeed, those masked figures belong to the cult of Xianyuan." The cult of Xianyuan? Lu Chen had never heard of such a sect before and quickly sought further clarification from Li Zhao. Li Zhao's demeanor grew serious as he began to explain. No one knows the true origins of the cult of Xianyuan. Originally, their doctrine sought to explore the essence of this world. However, at some point, they began to believe that the bazaar was the true ruler. Turning to face Lu Chen, anger flickered in his eyes as he continued. The followers of the cult of Xianyuan firmly believe that when demons and monsters govern the world, they too shall transcend and achieve immortality, living in harmony with heaven and earth. Do they truly believe such nonsense? Lu Chen asked, astonished. Li Zhao nodded slightly, letting out a cold snort. The adherents of the cult of Xianyuan are already brainwashed lunatics, their faith unwavering. They exalt demons and monsters, wreaking havoc across regions such as Dajing, Dayu, and Dajing. Whenever a peculiar incident occurs in any area, they descend upon it to conduct blood sacrifices, hoping to summon even more powerful aberrations. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen became convinced that Lu Qingyan and the boy had been chosen as sacrifices by the cult of Xianyuan, and the markings on his sister's forehead, along with the candles in the room, were likely part of the sacrificial ritual. Could it be that blood sacrifices can truly summon the bazaar? Lu Chen furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice. If that were the case, Dajing would have long transformed into a realm of aberrations. A look of disdain crossed Li Zhao's face, and a chilling murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Nonsense. It is merely the one-sided wish of those madmen. Now that they dare to appear in Jiangnan County, I shall ensure they find no resting place in death. Could it be that Lu Haun is also a member of the Xianyuan sect? Lu Chen suddenly recalled the Lu Haun who had attacked him at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion the previous night, and hastily inquired of Li Zhao. Li Zhao shook his head slightly, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. Lu Haun is merely a profit-driven and scrupulous merchant who has now colluded with the Xianyuan sect, hoping to make a significant profit after the blood sacrifice. After revealing his true self last night, it is uncertain where he has hidden himself now. However, he is now beyond salvation and can never escape Jiangnan County. Li Zhao's tone was chilling, evidently harboring a deep loathing for both Lu Haun and the Xianyuan sect. I have summoned personnel from Linen City and have secured all the city gates and tunnels in Jiangnan County, leaving them no chance to take flight. We will locate every last one of them and send them on their way. He turned to Lu Chen and asked calmly, "Young Master Lu, how would you deal with any members of the Xianyuan sect you encounter in the future?" Lu Chen's expression turned cold as he replied vehemently, "Now that I have incurred a grudge with the Xianyuan sect, I shall kill any I see." Li Zhao appeared quite pleased with his response, a faint smile gracing his lips. "That is excellent. In the future, when the government hunts down the Xianyuan sect, I may require your assistance." Last night, Lu Chen's ability to rescue his sister from the encirclement of the Xianyuan sect, while slaying dozens of their members and retreating unscathed, was no feat of an ordinary 8th-grade warrior. In Li Zhao's eyes, Lu Chen's cultivation, swordsmanship, and judgment were unparalleled. Hence, he intended to invite him for assistance in the extermination of the Xianyuan sect. Lu Chen nodded in agreement, for he harbored a deep-seated aversion towards that group of cult fanatics, and he owed Li Zhao a significant favor for saving both him and Lu Qingyan last night. He suddenly recalled the crimson aura emanating from Li Zhao's palm last night, which must have been a form of inner energy, and thus inquired, "May I ask, what kind of martial art did you employ last night, Sir Li?" "Oh, are you referring to the crimson fire technique?" The other replied nonchalantly. "This internal cultivation method was imparted to me by Chen Bo, who was taught it by a monk during his youth while training in a monastery. I have practiced it for 5 years to achieve a small degree of success." Li Zhao glanced at Lu Chen, knowing his interest in the crimson fire technique, and chuckled softly. "Speaking of which, none of the more than 10 martial arts schools in Jiangnan County teach internal martial arts. Your skills in boxing, kicking, and swordplay are already extraordinary. If you were to master an internal technique suited to yourself, your cultivation would surely advance further." Lu Chen recalled that Li Zhao had not witnessed him channeling the turtle breathing technique, and thus assumed he was unaware of internal martial arts. "You employ the tiger might sword technique, whose moves are exceedingly vigorous and masculine," quite compatible with the Crimson Fire technique. If you wish to learn, I shall impart the key techniques to you. It is not a significant matter. Upon hearing this, Lu Haun, taken aback by his generosity, promptly rose to express his gratitude. Li Zhao continued. However, every warrior possesses varying talents and insights. Thus, I can only share the key techniques with you. The comprehension and cultivation require your personal experience. Listen attentively. Crimson flames consume the heart, igniting a fervent passion, dispelling the impurities of the mundane world, harmonizing the breath. The complete mantra of the Crimson Fire technique consists of over 500 words. Lu Haun, having listened only once, deeply etched all the content into his mind. Have you memorized it all? Li Zhao inquired, observing Lu Chen's slightly furrowed brow, as if he were savoring the essence of the technique. Lu Chen nodded slightly, prompting a flicker of astonishment on Li Zhao's face. Recite it for me. After all, in the realm of internal martial arts, even a single misplaced word could lead to grave errors. Lu Haun recited the entire passage flawlessly. He then asked, Sir Li, did I make any mistakes? Li Zhao's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Lu Haun, filled with profound emotion. Indeed, you possess remarkable talent. With your aptitude, you should not remain hidden in Jianyang County. Suddenly, he shifted the topic. Have you ever heard of the Lush Academy? Lu Chen pondered for a moment before nodding. I have some recollection. I have heard it is the finest academy in the entire Yunzhou. He had indeed heard of the Lush Academy, reputed to be established near the outskirts of Linen City on Luoxi Mountain. Over the past 2 centuries, the academy has produced countless high-ranking officials and renowned generals, earning great prestige throughout Yunzhou. Most of the students come from noble families, the offspring of high-ranking officials, while the Lu family is merely a wealthy merchant family. Though they possess some wealth, they lack power and influence, rendering them insignificant compared to those elite families. The prospect of gaining admission to the academy seemed like a distant dream. Li Zhao, with a composed demeanor, remarked, I have some connections at the Lush Academy. Moreover, since you saved Colonel Zhang's life, you have rendered a favor to the Jinsi Division. If I were to jointly recommend you with the Jinsi Division, I believe we could secure your admission. What do you think, young Master Lu? Upon hearing Li Zhao's intention to recommend him, Lu Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. If he could indeed study at the Lush Academy in Yunzhou, it would be an unparalleled opportunity. After all, while Jianyang County is prosperous, it is merely a small locality, and it has become too limiting for Lu Chen. He could not learn any advanced martial arts from his current masters, and having traversed time and space, he was unwilling to spend his entire life in Jianyang County. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately bowed respectfully. Thank you, Sir Li. If I could gain admission to the Lush Academy, it would indeed be my great fortune. Li Zhao chuckled, helping him rise. In my view, both literary and martial skills are essential. In the future, you should aim for martial distinction. However, even with my recommendation, the Lush Academy will conduct an entrance examination, and if you cannot pass, they will not accept you. He then sobered, his expression turning serious as he advised, I have heard that you were previously uneducated. With nearly half a year remaining before admission, you must devote yourself to your studies during this time. Lu Haun felt a slight flush of embarrassment at the reminder and hastily agreed. You may leave now. When the disciples of the Xianyuan sect make their appearance, I will send someone to inform you, Li Zhao concluded. The servants of the Li residence prepared carriage. After Lu Chen and his sister expressed their gratitude, they boarded the carriage and headed towards the Lu family home. Although last night was fraught with peril, it yielded considerable rewards. After exhausting his true energy, he successfully comprehended the turtle breathing true concentration skill, and Li Zhao has also imparted the Crimson Fire technique to him. The turtle breath energy within him possesses the remarkable ability to prolong life and heal injuries, serving as a natural enemy to malevolent entities. However, when combined with the Tiger Slayer blade technique, its potency pales in comparison to the Crimson Fire technique. At present, the most pressing matter is to cultivate the Crimson Fire technique and prepare for the entrance examination of the Lush Academy. A glimmer of longing appeared in Lu Chen's eyes as he murmured, Lush Academy. What are you saying, third brother? Lu Qingyan tilted her head curiously upon hearing him speak. Nothing, Lu Chen replied, gazing out the carriage window. Then, with a gentle smile, he added, Qingyan, we have arrived home. As the carriage came to a gradual halt, Lu Chen was the first to alight, subsequently lifting Lu Qingyan down. At the entrance of the Lu residence, the family awaited their return with bated breath. The second mistress and the maid servants, including Xiao Chun, wept as they embraced Lu Qingyan. Lu Chan approached Lu Yin, expressing a sigh of relief. At last, nothing major has occurred. What about the martial arts school? They returned this morning. Over 10 constables arrived at the yamen last night. Lu Yin replied in a hushed tone. As they conversed, a constable approached and clasped his hands in greeting. Gentlemen, Miss Lu has returned home. We shall take our leave to report. Thank you, officers, Lu Yin said, producing several silver notes from his pocket and placing them in the constable's hand before turning to a foe. Please see the officers off. Upon arriving at the front courtyard of the Lu residence, Lu Chun spoke. At present, a wicked cult is roving about Jianyang County, and we must remain vigilant. Wicked cult? Noticing the puzzled expressions on the faces around him, Lu Chun briefly recounted the events of the previous night. Once the guards had dispersed, Lu Chun pulled Lu Yin aside and quietly inquired, "Surely nothing untoward happened last night?" Lu Yin nodded slightly, asking, "What has become of Lu Haun?" I inquired with the officers, but their responses were vague. Lu Chun divulged to his elder brother the incident involving Lu Chun's attempt to eliminate him at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Lu Chun. Lu Yan's face instantly contorted with rage. That despicable wretch, unworthy of comparison to even beasts, squandered decades of our father's goodwill. He cannot escape Jianyang County. He will inevitably meet his end by my blade. By the way, could father and second brother be in danger? Lu Chen asked, suspecting Lu Chun might be colluding with the Lu family, intending to eliminate the Lu family amidst the chaos caused by the Xianyuan sect in Jianyang County. With Lu Tianhao and Lu Xian far away in Linen City, which lies within Lu territory, they might be at risk. Lu Yin shook his head. A few days ago, father sent a letter mentioning that they have expert guards sent by the Fong family with them. They should be safe. Lu Chen also brought up Li Zhao's intention to recommend him to the Luashi Academy. The Luashi Academy, could it be the one in Linen City? Upon hearing this news, Lu Yin stood frozen, his face awash as Lu Chun extricated himself from the banquet and returned to his chamber in the backyard. The night had deepened. During the gathering, Lu Yin was in a state of exuberance, partly due to Lu Chun and Lu Qingyan's safe return, and partly because of the opportunity to enter Luashi Academy. According to his elder brother, given the Lu family's standing, even an expenditure of tens of thousands of taels of silver would be disregarded by the academy. Now, with the prospect of studying there, it signified a substantial likelihood of producing a distinguished official from their household. Such an outcome would elevate the Lu family beyond mere merchants, enhancing their social stature. Nevertheless, it was prudent to focus on cultivating the red fire technique first, Lu Chun mused inwardly. With nearly half a year remaining until the entrance examination for Luashi Academy, and possessing a prodigious aptitude coupled with an extraordinary memory, his immediate priority lay in diligent practice to enhance his cultivation. This would enable him to seek retribution from the Xianyuan sect when the time came. The images of the dark-clad swordsman and Lu Chun flickered in his mind, a glint of ferocity igniting in his eyes. Upon their next encounter, he vowed they would meet their demise at his hands. Closing his eyes, he cast aside all distractions and began to comprehend the mantra of the red fire technique within his mind. Although Li Zhao had not imparted his insights on this internal martial art, he had cautioned that the red fire technique belonged to the realm of Buddhism, characterized by its utmost vigor and resilience. It was imperative to avoid impatience during cultivation. If discomfort arose, one must cease immediately. While they were not practitioners of Buddhism, cultivating with a mindset akin to Zen meditation could yield twice the results with half the effort. Though Lu Chun had never been a monk and was unfamiliar with the Zen state of mind, he concentrated his thoughts, silently circulating the red fire technique as mantra. Time slipped away unnoticed. How unbearably hot. As the technique flowed through him, Lu Chun felt the moisture within his body evaporating rapidly, his throat parched, as if scorched under the relentless sun for days. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, gasping for air, and found the bedclothes thoroughly drenched in sweat. The room enveloped in a steamy haze. Rising, he removed his shirt and sat at the table, gulping down an entire pot of tea. Approaching the mirror, he observed his skin flushed, yet beneath the surface he could faintly discern several crimson veins coursing beneath, pulsating with the rhythm of his breath. After a moment, these veins gradually converged towards his dantian. Buzz. Lu Chen's body trembled slightly. The unbearable heat that had tormented him moments ago dissipated instantaneously, leaving him enveloped in a sensation akin to being immersed in warm spring water, exceedingly comfortable. Although he did not yet perceive the flow of energy, he could distinctly sense that he had entered the threshold of the red fire technique. Chapter 41. The Elimination of the Xianyuan Sect. Several days later, the room was suffused with oppressive heat, resembling a steamer. Lu Chun sat cross-legged on the floor, his upper body bare, eyes tightly shut. The blocks of ice placed around the room to cool the air had long since melted into puddles. At this moment, Lu Chen's body appeared flushed, his muscles taut and swollen, beads of sweat cascading down as dozens of fiery veins within him gradually extended towards his dantian. Thanks to Lu Chen's previous daily practice of the turtle breathing technique, he has developed a unique understanding of internal martial arts. Just 3 days prior, while cultivating the red fire technique, he finally sensed the flow of qi. As this sensation intensified, a stream of vibrant red fire energy began to circulate through his meridians, flowing continuously between his chest, abdomen, and limbs. Boom! Lu Chun directed a modest amount of red fire energy into his dantian, compressing and condensing it. As his body shuddered, he slowly opened his eyes, his pupils shimmering with divine light. So this is the true energy cultivated from the red fire technique. It is strikingly different from the turtle breathing energy. Feeling the warmth within him, Lu Chun gently urged it forth, a surge of heat pouring from his dantian, converging towards his right palm. Instantly, his fingers were enveloped in a fiery red vortex. Yet, the quantity of red fire energy within him still paled in comparison to the turtle breathing energy. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door, causing the true energy in Lu Chen's hand to dissipate abruptly. He had previously instructed his servants not to disturb him unless it was of utmost importance, suggesting that there was indeed an urgent matter at hand. Lu Chen opened the door to find Ah Fu standing outside and inquired, "What is the matter?" Ah Fu replied respectfully, "Third young master, someone from the magistrate's office has arrived." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's heart stirred. It seemed that Li Zhao intended to take action against the Xianyuan sect in Jianyang County. The county had been under martial law recently, with heavy troops guarding all major gates, reportedly many soldiers having been dispatched from Linen City. "Understood. I will change my clothes and head over immediately," Lu Chun said calmly. A short while later, Lu Chun arrived at the front courtyard and saw a middle-aged man dressed as a constable standing in the yard. "What may I call you, sir?" Lu Chun approached and greeted him. The man returned the courtesy and replied softly, "Young Master Lu, you are too kind. My surname is Wang. Lordly has instructed me to inform you that tonight at the hour of the pig at the Western Market." Lu Chen nodded slightly and replied solemnly, "Please convey to Lordly that I will arrive punctually." When Lu Yin returned home, Lu Chun informed him about the operation against the Xianyuan sect that night. "Is there a risk involved?" Lu Yin asked, his face etched with concern. "Those cultists are madmen beyond reason. They are capable of anything." Clang! Lu Chun unsheathed his broadsword, gently wiping its smooth, sharp blade, which reflected his calm demeanor. "For both emotional and rational reasons, I must go. Those people nearly killed Qing Yin, and moreover, Li Zhao saved both my life and hers. I have no justification to decline." After a moment of silence, Lu Chun coldly declared, "Blood for blood. I will ensure they find no resting place." An overwhelming aura of killing intent radiated from him, sending chills through the air. Lu Yin trembled slightly, observing Lu Chun with a newfound intensity. Although his younger brother was usually quiet and devoted to martial arts, he proved to be exceptionally reliable in critical moments. Lu Yin gazed deeply at him and cautioned, "Third brother, please be extremely careful. Do not overexert yourself." Once his elder brother departed, Lu Chun closed his eyes, casting aside distracting thoughts, and began to meditate, gradually elevating his spirit to its zenith. As night descended, Lu Chun arrived at the western market of the city at the appointed hour. Jianyang County had previously announced a curfew. At this moment, the shops lining the long street had already shuttered, leaving the thoroughfare eerily desolate. More than 20 men clad in the garb of constables concealed themselves in the shadows. Upon seeing Lu Chun approach, a captain named Wang stepped forward, saying, "Young Master Lu, Lordly has instructed you to lead us." Lu Chun surveyed the assembled group, noting that more than half of the 20 individuals were seasoned martial artists. He inquired softly, "Where is Lordly?" "Lordly is elsewhere," Wang replied swiftly. "According to our informants, the followers of the Xianyuan sect are scattered throughout the county, planning to make a desperate breakout tonight. Lordly, along with the heads of several martial arts halls in the county and a few officials from Linen City, are currently engaged in other matters." Lu Chen nodded. Given the martial law in Jianyang County, the Xianyuan sect was indeed cornered, resorting to a final, desperate struggle. Wang continued, "Young Master Lu, should the Xianyuan sect members see no hope of escape, They may recklessly invade the homes of the common folk to commit slaughter. We cannot allow a single one to escape. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint ignited in Lu Chen's eyes as he replied solemnly, "Rest assured, Captain Wang, I shall not permit a single one of them to live." The group remained hidden in the dark, awaiting silently, as an oppressive stillness enveloped the air. Half an hour later, Lu Chen discerned faint sounds from afar and quietly alerted the others. The men, initially skeptical, soon realized they had not detected any noise themselves. Shortly thereafter, disordered footsteps echoed from around the corner, and the group acknowledged Lu Chen's superior senses. Dozens of figures in black robes emerged from the shadows. And as they reached the center of the street, Lu Chen and the constables charged forth. Onward. Though initially startled, the black-robed figures quickly regained their composure and drew their weapons. Lu Chen transformed into a wraith, swiftly appearing before them, his blade slicing through the air toward the foremost black-robed assailant. With a swift motion, the blade gleamed like a shooting star, and a head soared into the night sky. Blood gushing from the severed neck like a fountain, Lu Chen plunged into the fray, his vigorous vital energy circulating alongside his true qi of turtle breathing and true qi of red fire. He unleashed the tiger slaughter blade technique with unrelenting ferocity, sparing no effort. The few black-robed martial artists before him could not withstand even a single exchange. More heads flew into the air, crashing heavily to the ground. As the streets of the market became saturated with viscous blood, the air thick with the stench of carnage. Witnessing Lu Chen's valor, the constables were invigorated, charging forward with renewed vigor against the black-robed foes. Lu Chen plunged his blade into the heart of a figure clad in black robes. With a swift kick, he sent the man flying several meters away. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation gripped him, prompting him to slash at an approaching black-robed warrior from his upper right. The clash of steel resonated with a crisp sound, causing Lu Chen to stagger momentarily, while his opponent was forced back several steps by an overwhelming force. An 8th-tier warrior. Lu Chen fixed his gaze upon the towering figure, his eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. Seeking death, the 8th-tier black-robed warrior, enraged by Lu Chen's slaughter of nearly 10 members of the Xianyuan sect, gathered his blood and energy into his right hand and launched a powerful strike toward Lu Chen, who stood several meters away. However, before he could close the distance, the temperature around them suddenly spiked. A layer of crimson energy coiled around Lu Chen's blade. How is this possible? The black-robed warrior gasped in shock. In the next instant, he felt the searing edge of the blade collide violently against his throat. His world spun as his visage contorted in terror, and he beheld the severed head of his own body tumbling to the ground beneath the pale moonlight. Chapter 42. Confrontation with a 7th-tier warrior. The remaining black-robed figures, witnessing Lu Chen's lethal blow to the 8th-tier warrior, were paralyzed with fear, daring not to confront him. Lu Chen plunged into the fray, his saber slicing through the air, sending the upper bodies of 2 more foes soaring. At that moment, a black-robed warrior emerged from the end of the street, swiftly appearing before several officials, his sword flashing with deadly intent. In an instant, 2 of the officials were dispatched. Upon recognizing the figure, Lu Chen's focus sharpened, and he swung his long knife fiercely toward his opponent. The black-robed swordsman, seeing Lu Chen's murderous strike, tensed his muscular arm and accurately parried the blade. The impact reverberated, causing both warriors to stagger back several meters. Young Master Lu, having narrowly escaped death that night, dares to seek it again? The black-robed swordsman sneered, his voice hoarse yet composed. Since you are so determined, allow me to escort you on your final journey. Lu Chen's eyes blazed with murderous intent, fixated on the black-robed swordsman, yet he remained silent. In an instant, both figures blurred, and their weapons clashed with ferocity, sparks flying in all directions. Now, invigorated and brimming with vitality, Lu Chen's prowess had grown exponentially since their last encounter. The Tiger Slayer blade technique flowed from him like a vast river, enveloping a 10-meter radius in its luminous arc, an overwhelming surge of energy pouring forth toward his opponent. The black-robed swordsman, initially calm, began to grow increasingly solemn as Lu Chen's technique unfolded. Clang, clang, clang. The blades collided, producing a deafening cacophony that pierced the eardrums of those present. The black-robed swordsman felt a surge of dread. Each strike from Lu Chen felt like a meteoric hammer crashing down upon him. Moreover, Lu Chen's mastery of the blade had reached an ethereal level, unleashing unpredictable moves that gradually overwhelmed his adversary. You seek death, He, a distinguished 7th-tier martial artist, found it utterly unacceptable to be suppressed by an 8th-tier adversary. Enraged, the cloaked swordsman emitted a low growl, his aura surging dramatically. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed down the long street, the roar of a tiger. The sharp sonic blast radiated outward, unleashing a surge of blood and energy. In a state of shock, the cloaked swordsman instinctively raised his sword to block, only to be met with an overwhelming force that crashed into him like a relentless tide. He was propelled backward, unable to control his retreat, landing 10 paces away. "What manner of sword technique is this?" he exclaimed, his voice imbued with disbelief as he faced Lu Haun, who stood proudly with his sword in hand. The cloaked swordsman seemed to be struck by a tremendous impact and shouted at Lu Haun, "What is this technique you wield?" "Naturally, it is the tiger's might blade technique." "Master Chen should be well aware of it," Lu Haun replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Why does Master Chen still hide behind a mask? Is it that you find it shameful to face others?" Upon hearing this, the swordsman visibly trembled, followed by a series of low, sinister chuckles. "Truly, you are my exceptional disciple." As he spoke, he reached for the ghostly mask, adding, "Even if I alter my voice without the stunning leg technique, you would still recognize me." He removed the mask and cast it aside, revealing a composed and seasoned visage, none other than Chen Huiqiu, the eldest disciple of the Fiyu martial arts school and one of Lu Chen's mentors. "When did you become aware of my identity?" Chen Huiqiu's gaze turned cold, his expression devoid of warmth as he regained his original voice. Lu Haun replied solemnly, "From our first encounter, I found your figure strikingly familiar. This night, your movements betrayed your identity." His countenance twisted in disdain, his eyes icy as he continued, "Given your status in Jianyang County, how could you possibly align yourself with the evil cult of Xianyuan?" At this, Chen Huiqiu let out a chilling laugh, his expression contorting as he declared, "My master has grown old, devoid of ambition. He is content merely running a small martial arts school in Jianyang County." Suddenly, he roared, "With my extraordinary talent, yet lacking sufficient cultivation resources, I am doomed to remain in this backwater county. My cultivation stunted at 6th tier, all while teaching you pampered young masters for mere silver. By dedicating myself to the Xianyuan cult, I shall gain boundless resources and techniques. In time, achieving not just mid-tier or upper tier, but even mastery will be within my grasp." Seeing his face twisted with madness and his eyes bloodshot, Lu Haun whispered, "Especially after you dare to abduct my sister as a sacrificial offering." Before he could finish, Chen Huiqiu's expression became grotesque as he retorted, "Your sister?" With her graceful stature and char as Chen Huiqiu beheld the crimson true energy swirling around the blade, a palpable look of horror flickered across his eyes. His gaze widened, and he raised his sword horizontally across his chest. With a thunderous metallic explosion, the entire street trembled violently, and the sword in Chen Huiqiu's hand shattered into countless fragments. Yet, as a 7th-tier warrior, he swiftly evaded the cleaving strike of the broadsword, retreating 10 paces in a heartbeat. "True energy. You have actually cultivated true energy. And it is the Scarlet Fire technique. Impossible. The Scarlet Fire technique was never even taught to me by my master." Stunned, Chen Huiqiu stood motionless, his heart heavy as he gazed at the broken sword in his grasp. "I will kill you, kill the master, annihilate your entire family." Driven to madness, he hurled the shattered sword to the ground, erupting into a frenzied roar. "You have but one path tonight, death." Lu Chen's expression remained as calm as still water as he slowly approached Chen Huiqiu. With each step he took, the ground seemed to tremble beneath him. His muscles bulged, exuding an ever-increasing aura, his blood surging violently, the true energy coursing through him transformed into a bloodthirsty tiger. The blade gleamed with a red light, resonating with a sharp clang. Chen Huiqiu's unwavering gaze was fixed upon Lu Haun. He stood frozen in place. If he relaxed even slightly in the next moment, Lu Haun's blade would cleave through his skull. Chapter 43. Transformation into Demon. Lu Haun drew nearer to Chen Huiqiu, his heart racing with each step he took. Chen Huiqiu was horrified. Though he was aware of Lu Chen's prodigious talent in martial arts, he had never dared to dream that Lu Haun could advance so rapidly. In merely a year, Lu Haun had transformed from a good-for-nothing scion into a formidable 8th-tier warrior, now capable of pressing him with overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, Lu Haun was nearly upon him. As he stepped forward, the ground quaked violently, the bluestone slabs beneath him shattering into pieces. "Tiger's mind," A divine light flickered in Lu Chen's eyes as he unleashed the broadsword, a brilliant flash trailing behind like a phantom, slicing through the air. The atmosphere surged violently, echoing with the roar of a ferocious tiger. Surprisingly, Chen Huaqiu faced this relentless strike without flinching or dodging, as the blade made contact with his body. A mocking smile crept across his lips. Slicing through, the long knife pierced Chen Huaqiu's left shoulder. Then, with a thunderous force, it tore through flesh and bone, descending with devastating power. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Chen abruptly withdrew the broadsword from Chen Huaqiu's body, leaping 10 paces away to confront him coldly. The instant the blade had penetrated Chen Huaqiu, Lu Chen felt a dissonance. Now, as he gazed at Chen Huaqiu, a grave expression clouded his features. It hurts. It really hurts. Lu Chen, is this how you treat your master? Chen Huaqiu tilted his head, grinning malevolently at Lu Chen, a chilling aura pervading the air that sent shivers down the spine. In Lu Chen's gaze, Chen Huaqiu's body was nearly cleaved in two by his previous strike, leaving only a thin layer of skin connecting the bones. However, within him, what should have been vibrant red organs and flesh were gradually overtaken by writhing, twisted black tendrils. Purple smoke, how could this be? Lu Chen beheld this scene, the stench of decay and corruption wafting around him, causing his heart to shudder. How could Chen Huaqiu have transformed into something so grotesque? You're quite familiar with this body, are you not? After all, it was you who slayed my purple smoke. Chen Huaqiu's voice emerged, low and sinister, as his severed body began to heal at an astonishing pace, returning to its former state in the blink of an eye. This is the gift bestowed upon me by purple smoke. You killed her, and I shall use your very flesh and blood to honor her. Chen Huaqiu's expression was cold as a torrent of malevolent energy erupted from within him, rapidly coalescing into a deluge of black raindrops that fell upon Lu Chen with alarming speed. These dark droplets sealed off all avenues of retreat, and Lu Chen understood that they were the toxic essence condensed from Chen Huaqiu's malevolent aura. With a low growl, he activated the turtle breath true technique, enveloping his entire being and his blade with a vital energy. Instantly, his form was shrouded in a pale blue aura, and he raised his blade, striking down upon the most concentrated mass of black raindrops above. Boom! The turtle breath true energy exploded outward, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke upon contact with the raindrops. A few drops landed upon him, immediately producing a hissing, corrosive sound. Wah! How is this possible? Chen Huaqiu, standing several paces away, widened his eyes in disbelief, horror etched across his face. Another type of true energy. He stood frozen, as if confronted by a specter. I will see you dead. Chen Huaqiu roared in fury, yet in his gaze, Lu Chen's figure suddenly vanished. In the next moment, enveloped in a pale blue radiance, he leapt down from above with tremendous force. I will end you as I did with purple smoke. Lu Chen's eyes burned crimson, his vital energy and blood surging within him. Before Chen Huaqiu could react, the blade descended upon him like a tempest, striking every part of his body. The air filled with piercing, anguished shrieks as the blade, empowered by the turtle breath, true energy, and blood force, sliced through Chen Huaqiu's skin and struck the black tendrils within him. Upon contact, the tendrils emitted a shrill sound, contorting and twisting violently, with some dissipating into black smoke, filling the streets with a charred, foul odor. Even as Chen Huaqiu's body began to heal rapidly, it simultaneously started to rot away. With a swift strike, Lu Chen severed Chen Huaqiu's arms, then made a horizontal slash at his neck, only to find the blade met with formidable resistance, unable to sever the flesh. In the next moment, Lu Chen sensed an impending danger as a stream of black viscous liquid erupted from Chen Huaqiu's mouth, hurtling towards him. Lu Chen swiftly turned his head to evade, then exerted force to withdraw his blade from Chen Huaqiu's neck and leapt back to a safe distance. He drew in several breaths, attempting to calm the tumultuous blood coursing through him. Not far away, he beheld Chen Huaqiu's body, nearly torn asunder. The essence of his true energy clung to the exposed black tendrils, emitting a searing sound. Chen Huaqiu cast a silent glance at Lu Chen, his expression as somber as the depths of water. Suddenly his brow furrowed, his chest and throat heaving, his body trembling violently. An object abruptly forced open his neck, and as he opened his mouth, the flesh at the corners began to tear apart, his throat writhing in a grotesque manner. a horrific ripping sound echoing as a fissure tore from the corner of his mouth to the base of his ear. With a heave, Chen Huaqiu bent over and expelled a mass of dark crimson flesh, accompanied by black viscous fluid, onto the ground. Simultaneously, his body crumpled weakly to the earth. The mass on the ground suddenly emitted a piercing wail, and a dense aura of malice enveloped the area around him. This was the first time Lu Haun had witnessed such an eerie spectacle. His heart raced, and he dared not move recklessly. The remaining dozen or so figures in black robes, still alive, desperately evaded the blades of the officials, heedless of their own safety as they rushed towards the crimson mass. As they drew near, they suddenly knelt on the ground, approaching the mass with reverence. In an instant, the black-robed figures encircled it, their hands clasped together, heads bowed deeply, repeatedly prostrating themselves while chanting. Celestial beings descend, guiding all souls. All phenomena return to tranquility, the cycle cleansed and empty. The strange incantation echoed through the streets, and a chill crept into Lu Haun's heart at the sight of the black-robed figures. "Master Lu, what should we do now?" Captain Wang inquired gravely as he approached Lu Haun. Lu Haun gently shook his head. He had never encountered such a situation and dared not act rashly. In the next moment, the mass emitted a shrill wail akin to that of a newborn. The sound reverberated, and 3 black-robed figures suddenly groaned in agony, followed by crimson flesh erupting from their bodies, that then surged madly into the mass. Bang! The emaciated bodies of the 3 collapsed to the ground, and soon 2 more figures released their flesh, which swiftly merged with the mass. Nourished by the blood and flesh of the black-robed figures, the mass began to swell, sprouting limbs and a torso shakily rising from the ground. Witnessing this, Lu Haun's face displayed astonishment. Is this a demon infant? Chapter 44, Cleansing the Doorway. Standing nearly 2 feet tall, the grotesque entity, resembling an infant, wobbled unsteadily, appearing exceedingly frail. Yet, the overwhelming aura of malice emanating from it made Lu Haun acutely aware of its formidable nature. The several remaining disciples of the Xianyuan sect still knelt in piety, heads bowed deeply, uttering incomprehensible incantations. "Lu Haun, it is thanks to you that I can be reborn." The entity's voice pierced the air, sharp and grating, its eyes fixated on Lu Haun with a venomous glare. Lu Haun understood that this creature was the transformed essence of Chen Huaqiu, and he regarded it with an expression of wariness. The sinister black aura entwined around the eerie entity suddenly coalesced into dozens of piercing needles, which then shot toward Lu Haun and the group of officials with alarming speed. The crowd hastily dodged, yet 2 individuals were caught unawares, the black needles piercing directly into their bodies. Their agonized screams echoed, as their skin and flesh swiftly deteriorated, transforming into a pool of putrid liquid in mere moments. Lu Haun was taken aback by the malevolence of the aura. He gazed at the dark red entity and solemnly remarked, "I never imagined Master Chen would forsake his humanity." To his astonishment, the entity let out a chilling, high-pitched laugh, its indistinct features contorting grotesquely. "What is the merit of being human? Even if you're a martial arts master, your lifespan barely exceeds 200 years. I have ascended to become an immortal, and one day I shall dominate this world." Lu Haun understood that Chen Huaqiu had just been reborn and was still exceedingly weak. However, at that moment, the entity, shrouded in malevolent energy, was entirely beyond his reach. The creature cast a penetrating glance at Lu Haun before coldly declaring, "Lu Haun, we shall meet again. Retribution is inevitable." With a wave of its hand, a mass of black mist surged toward Lu Haun. Panic surged within him. Its intent to escape was clear. Lu Haun summoned his inner energy to obstruct the overwhelming black mist advancing upon him. But the entity was remarkably swift, leaping onto the rooftop and fleeing into the distance. If we do not eradicate the root of this evil, it will surely bring calamity in the future. Yet before him lay the obstructive black mist, and the other officials exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unsure of how to proceed. A piercing whistle resonated from above, and a figure emerged from the darkness, launching a crimson wave that collided fiercely with the entity, eliciting a bone-chilling wail. With a resounding thud, the entity plummeted to the street, and a person gracefully descended beside it. Lu Haun swept aside the oppressive black mist and felt a surge of joy upon recognizing the newcomer. It was Chen Huaqiu's master, Chen Bo, the head of the Fiyu martial arts school. At that moment, His body was enveloped by a layer of searing crimson energy, and the malevolent aura surrounding the entity dissipated into black smoke upon contact. Master, the entity quivered on the ground, its crimson-black flesh trembling. Chen Bo regarded the eerie being with a complex expression, sighing deeply. Huiqiu, I never thought you would descend to such depths. Upon hearing Chen Bo's words, the entity erupted into a cacophony of horrid laughter, reminiscent of a saw grinding through wood, sending chills down the spine. You lack the power to make me stronger. I seek a higher realm. What fault lies with me? Chen Bo's brow furrowed, his countenance grave as he murmured, 32 years ago, I saved you, nurtured you, and taught you martial arts. Now you have strayed onto a crooked path, joining the evil sect of Xianyuan and coexisting with the uncanny. I cannot allow this to continue. Tonight, we shall cleanse the ranks. Huiqiu, may you find peace on your journey. As he spoke, Chen Bo extended his right hand, and his aura surged dramatically, the temperature around him rising as the air began to distort. After over 70 years of cultivating his crimson energy, it began to coalesce in his palm. Upon witnessing the scene, the malevolent entity was immediately engulfed in terror, pleading with a voice as innocent as a child's. Master, spare me. I have erred. However, Chen Bo remained impervious to its desperate cries. In response, the creature expelled a viscous, dark crimson fluid from its maw, fiercely hurling it towards Chen Bo's face. Yet, before the fluid could make contact, it was incinerated entirely by the robust, crimson aura emanating from Chen Bo. A searing wave of scarlet energy erupted from the palm of Chen Bo, enveloping the malevolent being entirely. The creature's form contorted and withered, emitting a harrowing wail that reverberated through the minds of those present, akin to a sharp nail piercing the ear, instilling a profound sense of dread. With a resounding crash, the creature was relentlessly scorched by the crimson energy, and moments later, it erupted violently, transforming into a noxious cloud of black smoke that billowed forth. As the onlookers rushed to observe, they found the spot where the creature had stood now reduced to a charred pile of blackened powder. Chen Bo, his expression somber, stared blankly at the ground, momentarily speechless. His hunched figure appeared notably gaunt, and he seemed to have aged considerably. The remaining black-cloaked figures, having witnessed the creature's demise, let out anguished cries, collapsing to the ground in despair. Immortal, they lamented. Captain Wang promptly instructed the guards to restrain them, addressing Lu Haun with utmost respect. This endeavor was entirely reliant on young Master Lu's assistance. Though he suffered losses, it is a blessing amidst the misfortune. Had it not been for Lu Chen's intervention tonight, this group would have surely perished. Young Master Lu, I shall remain here. You may proceed elsewhere. Chen Bo suddenly spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes flared with indignation. He offered a slight bow and, in the blink of an eye, vanished into the shadows. It was now the dead of night, and in a dark, narrow alley, frantic breaths could be heard. The Xianyuan sect is truly inept to be eradicated by the authorities. Hu Wanchun gasped, sprinting through the alley, his face contorted in fury. He had intended to flee Jianyang County alongside the Xianyuan sect that night, but unexpectedly found himself surrounded by soldiers led by Li Zhao. A sixth-tier warrior from the sect had also met his end at Li Zhao's hands, resulting in heavy casualties among the sect's ranks, with the remaining members captured by the guards. Not among the throng, Hu Wanchun seized the opportunity to escape when he saw the group falter, determined to reach his secret hideout in Jianyang County. Once there, he believed he could still find a chance to flee. As long as I can reach Linen City, under the protection of the Lu family, no one will be able to touch me, he thought to himself, the image of Lu Chun flashing through his mind. Lu Chun, the Lu family, one day, I will ensure that you meet a fate worse than death. When Hu Wanchun arrived at the end of the alley, a sudden chill coursed through him, causing him to halt in his tracks, his face betraying sheer astonishment. Who goes there? Show yourself, he bellowed, his demeanor turning fierce as he approached the alley's conclusion. As the words fell, two figures emerged from the shadows. Standing before Hu Wanchun at a distance of more than 10 paces, hands clasped behind their backs, a faint smile gracing their lips. So late at night, President Hu appears rather hurried. Where might you be off to? Upon seeing the duo, Hu Wanchun's heart sank instantaneously, a chill coursing through him. It's you. He was now confronted by Shi Hong and Su Hai, two well-known 7th-tier martial artists in Jianyang County, blocking his path. Aware that he was no match for them, he snorted coldly and turned on his heel, intending to retrace his steps. However, within his line of sight, another figure approached, wielding a blade in his left hand, the sheath gliding softly against the wall as he advanced towards him. Upon recognizing this person's silhouette and hearing the sound of the scraping sheath, Hu Wanchun's expression shifted to one of panic. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Lu Chun, where is Chen Huakyu?" "He is dead," Lu Chun replied nonchalantly, drawing closer. "You'll be next." Seeing himself trapped between three opponents, Hu Wanchun's complexion paled, realizing his dire predicament. With Shi Hong and Su Hai, both 7th-tier masters, in front of him, and the menacing Lu Chun behind, his only chance to escape lay in eliminating the weaker Lu Chun first. Resolute, he fixed his gaze on the approaching Lu Chun, a fierce glint in his eyes, and spoke in a low tone, "Lu Chun, if you still consider yourself a martial artist, dare you engage in a duel with me?" Lu Chen's expression remained as calm as still waters as he regarded Hu Wanchun coldly, replying softly, "Certainly." Shi Hong and Su Hai were taken aback by Lu Chen's agreement. Quickly interjecting, "Young Master Lu, the risk is simply too great. It would be wiser for us to join forces and eliminate him together." In their eyes, although Lu Chun possessed remarkable skill, Hu Wanchun was a 7th-tier warrior, and the disparity was glaringly evident. Lu Chun gently shook his head, addressing the two, "Masters, allow me to take the lead. Should I, Lu Chun, tragically fall in battle, it shall be solely due to my lack of mastery." Hu Wanchun, taken aback by Lu Chun's genuine acceptance, could not contain his exuberance. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." He raised his arms, revealing two exquisitely crafted golden bracers, and forcefully slammed them together. A resounding thud reverberated through the quiet alley, showcasing Hu Wanchun's formidable prowess. As the president of the Merchant Association, though he had limited opportunities for real combat, he was confident he could crush Lu Chen's skull with a single blow. Shi Hong and Su Hai ceased their attempts to dissuade him, their expressions solemn as they watched the two. With a hum, Lu Chun slowly withdrew his broadsword from its sheath, his aura steadily rising, his blood surging within him, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The blade and sheath clashed, producing a heavy metallic resonance. Hu Wanchun, witnessing Lu Chun wielding the sword in his right hand and the sheath in his left, felt the palpable killing intent emanating from him, momentarily suppressing his own resolve, and he was secretly astonished. Aware that he must seize the initiative and could not afford to remain passive, he let out a furious roar, his form flickering as he raised his arms to strike fiercely at Lu Chun. Clang! Clang! Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he seized the opportune moment, his left hand deftly wielding the scabbard to deflect Hu Wanchun's protective arm. In the next instant, a glimmer of intensity flashed in his eyes. His right hand wielded the broadsword like a mighty dragon, descending with an unstoppable force aimed at Hu Wanchun. The blade shimmered with cold light, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, as it struck forth like a volcanic eruption, fiercely cleaving towards Hu Wanchun, with a thunderous roar akin to a tiger's. Hu Wanchun's countenance shifted to one of sheer terror upon witnessing the broadsword's approach. He hastily crossed his arms above his head as a formidable surge of vital energy erupted, shaking the very ground beneath them. Hu Wanchun stood frozen in place, a slender line of blood appearing at his crown and cascading downward like a blood centipede. With a dull thud, Lu Chun sheathed his long knife, the sound resonating like a meteor hammer striking the hearts of those present. Hu Wanchun's body exploded in response, cleaving cleanly in two. "Masters, let us return," Lu Chun murmured to the stunned Shi Hong and Su Hai, without even glancing at Hu Wanchun's remains. "Ah, yes, let us go," they replied, shaking off their daze as if awakening from a profound dream. The two seasoned 7th-tier warriors exchanged glances at the mirror-like surface of Hu Wanchun's severed body, unable to conceal their astonishment. A 7th-tier warrior, slain by a single stroke. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such an event could transpire. Observing Lu Chen's retreating figure, Shi Hong solemnly remarked to Su Hai, "Su, our disciple is truly remarkable." Su Hai noted that it is hard to fathom what kind of monster he will become in the future. 15 days later, in the rear courtyard of the Lu residence, Lu Chun sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed in tranquility. Within him, it felt as if a blazing furnace was ignited, with white vapor surging forth with each breath. His limbs and bones were undergoing a rigorous tempering under intense heat, permeating through his meridians and flesh. His skin had turned a vivid crimson, drenched in sweat, with steam rising around him. Since the moment he had slain Lu Haun, Lu Haun had sensed the premonition of a breakthrough. For days, he had secluded himself, resembling an ascetic monk, dedicating himself wholly to his training. Now was the pivotal moment for his advancement to the 7th tier. Lu Haun let out a low shout, veins bulging upon his forehead, as he sensed the transformation unfolding within his being, amplifying and elevating. Suddenly, he trembled violently, then opened his eyes with the swiftness of lightning, rising from the ground. With several deep exhalations, Lu Haun expelled the stagnant air from his lungs, instantly perceiving the changes within his body. It felt as though boundless power was contained within him. His meridians had grown sturdier, and his already exceptional 5 senses had sharpened even further. Is this what it means to be at the 7th tier? Lu Haun marveled at the energy coursing through his veins, a sense of awe swelling within him. He subtly gathered the vital energy within his body, then unleashed a powerful punch into the void. Bang! His right fist trailed a phantom as the surrounding air was compressed and propelled, emitting a deafening explosion. Such formidable strength indeed surpassed anything he had previously exhibited. Having successfully ascended to the 7th tier, he now stood at the pinnacle of the lower 3 tiers of this world. Given time, he would undoubtedly evolve into a mid-tier warrior capable of facing 100 foes. Chapter 46, The Execution. After successfully breaking through to the 7th tier, Lu Haun changed into a fresh set of clothes and stepped outside. As he arrived in the backyard, Lu Yan hurried towards him. Well, have you succeeded in your breakthrough? His elder brother inquired anxiously. Upon seeing Lu, Chen nodded gently. Lu Yan's face lit up with joy. Excellent, excellent. My third brother is truly extraordinary, breaking through to the 7th tier in just a year. I have never heard of such a feat even among the illustrious families in Linen. Tonight, we brothers must celebrate until we are inebriated. He then asked, has Lordly mentioned anything regarding the Luashi Academy to you lately? Not recently, Lu Chen replied with a smile. However, a few days ago, Lordly sent word urging me to devote myself to my studies. With several months remaining until the entrance examination, I doubt I will hear anything soon. Lu Yan sighed. I apologize for imposing on you during this time. I understand that you are not fond of literary pursuits. Yet it is essential to apply yourself diligently to ensure your admission to the Luashi Academy. Lu Chen nodded, reassuring him, do not worry, brother. I am well aware of my responsibilities. By the way, it seems that at noon today, there will be a public execution of the villains from the Xianyuan cult in Jianyang County. Would you like to witness the spectacle? He had been cooped up at home for days and wished to venture out. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan quickly waved his hand in refusal. I have no interest in such grim affairs. Please, third brother, go on your own. With that, he retreated to his room. Lu Haun made his way alone to the bustling marketplace where the execution was to take place. With time still to spare before the appointed hour, he felt a pang of hunger and sought out a tavern nestled along the street. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he immediately spotted 2 familiar figures. Master Shi, Master Su. It has been several days. How have you both been? Lu Chen greeted them with a respectful gesture. Before them lay several dishes, and they were sipping wine while observing the throngs of people below. Upon seeing Lu Chen, both men were momentarily taken aback, forgetting their drinks. After a brief silence, Shi Hong let out a heavy sigh and remarked, at this point, nothing unexpected could occur involving young Master Lu. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the 7th. Su Hai also bowed in congratulation. After Lu Chen returned the gesture with a smile, he requested the waiter to bring an extra chair and then spoke. Are you two also intending to witness the public execution of the Xianyuan cult in Jianyang County? They both nodded, and Su Hai downed his drink in one gulp. Sighing deeply, the demise of that group is of little consequence. Countless lives have been ruthlessly harmed by them. Over a decade ago, I visited a small village where more than 100 families fell victim to the merciless massacre perpetrated by the Xianyuan sect. Their corpses were arranged in grotesque patterns, a sight so horrific that it is seared into my memory, sending chills down my spine even to this day. In a hushed tone, Shi Hong inquired of Lu Chen. Young Master Lu, I have heard that the local constables mentioned that Chen Huiqiu has also joined the Xianyuan sect, and you had a confrontation with him. Indeed, Lu Chen replied quietly. It was ultimately Chen Bo who intervened and put an end to him. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances filled with a sense of regret. No wonder I noticed that Chen Guanzu appeared significantly older when I encountered him recently. Alas, such a shrewd individual as Chen Laodai. Why would he succumb to the allure of the Xianyuan sect? Having consumed a modest meal at the tavern, and with time pressing on, Lu Chun settled the bill and made his way downstairs. To his astonishment, the crowd that had gathered was quite substantial. As he surveyed the dense throng of people, he felt momentarily taken aback. The bustling street was alive with energy, and as Lu Chun and his two masters followed the pressing crowd, they soon found themselves at the heart of the lively market. The area was teeming with the curious townsfolk of Jianyang County, all drawn to the spectacle. Suddenly, they spotted Chun Bo from the Fiyu Martial Arts Hall amidst the crowd. He stood alone, his eyes clouded, looking nothing like a seasoned 6th-grade martial artist. Shi Hong and Su Hai greeted him with a respectful gesture, to which Chun Bo responded with a slight nod. He then cast a glance at Lu Chun, momentarily taken aback, and remarked quietly, "I did not expect young Master Lu to have advanced to the 7th grade. Congratulations are in order." With that, he turned his attention back to the distance, disregarding the others. In the center of the street, a massive execution platform had been erected, with more than 10 criminals brought forth, kneeling on the ground, their mouths gagged with white cloth and their hands and feet tightly bound. Beside them stood burly executioners, clad in crimson garb, brandishing glistening, fearsome blades. As the hour approached noon, a figure dressed in official attire, Li Zhao, seated upon a chair, proclaimed. Chun Boku's yellowed eyes glanced at him before he slowly spoke. "In that case, let us find a tea house to converse leisurely." Lu Chun located a tea establishment by the roadside and ordered a pot of exquisite tea. He filled Chun Bo's cup to the brim. But before he could utter a word, Chun Bo interjected, "Huaqiu's actions have indeed wronged you, young Master Lu. Please feel free to express any grievances you may have." Lu Chun smiled and remarked, "Your profound cultivation is remarkable, yet you seldom reveal it. What might be your secret?" "Oh." A barely perceptible surprise flickered across Chun Bo's face, followed by a composed response. "So young Master Lu is intrigued by my concealing technique. However, before we proceed, may I ask if your Shuo technique was imparted by Li Zhao?" Lu Chun nodded earnestly, recognizing there was no need for concealment. With a wry smile, he admitted, "I sought the esteemed Li to teach me." Unfazed, Chun Bo replied, "That is hardly significant. Yet, your ability to cultivate Shuo, true energy, in under a month speaks volumes of your extraordinary talent. It is no wonder Li Zhao speaks highly of you." Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes, and his aura surged dramatically as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Chun. "Since you wish to learn the concealing technique, I shall impart it to you." Chapter 47. The Concealing Technique. A Journey to Linen City. In an instant, Chun Bo transformed from an unassuming, frail elder into a deeply skilled 6th-tier martial artist. The stark contrast left Lu Chun astounded. Such mastery of the concealing technique. Upon hearing Chun Bo's agreement to teach him, Lu Chun's heart soared with joy. Soon, he would venture to Linen City. Should he successfully learn the concealing technique, it would undoubtedly benefit him greatly. Chun Bo once again suppressed his aura, and the formidable presence dissipated as he slowly began. "There are numerous types of concealing techniques in this world. The Lu Haun Chun you defeated possessed a different method. The technique I have mastered was learned during my years of training in the temple." After a brief pause, he regarded Lu Chun intently and continued, "Given your rapid cultivation of Shuo, true energy, mastering the Buddhist concealing technique should pose no significant challenge. I will share the incantation with you. Pay close attention." Chun Bo murmured, "Conceal the spirit, harbor the intent within, remain tranquil and serene, with a heart as steadfast as iron. Exhale deeply, and conceal your true essence." The complete incantation comprised approximately 200 characters. After reciting it in its entirety, Lu Chun had committed it to memory. You must remember, while the concealing technique can temporarily suppress one's cultivation and aura, it will be ineffective against someone of significantly higher prowess, Chun Bo cautioned, observing that Lu Chun had memorized the incantation. He then rose, intending to leave the tea house, but suddenly turned to Lu Chun and said, "I have heard from Li Zhao that he intends to recommend you to the Luashi Academy in Linen City. It is a place of hidden talents, far beyond what Jianyang County can compare. Young Master Lu should maintain a low profile there." Lu Chun, upon hearing this, hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and Chun Bo turned without a backward glance, departing. Upon returning to the backyard of the Lu residence, Lu Chun promptly confined himself within his chamber, determined to delve into the intricacies of the breath-holding technique. This particular discipline was not overly complex. The crux lay in the practitioner's mastery over oneself and the maintenance of a tranquil mind. After meticulously recalling the technique's incantation twice, he commenced his training. As he diligently circulated his energy, the unique aura of a martial artist began to dissipate from Lu Chen's entire being. Even the brilliance in his eyes dimmed considerably. What a marvelous breath-holding technique. Moments later, standing before the mirror and beholding the transformed visage of himself, he could not help but exclaim in wonder. Although he could not entirely conceal his aura at present, he appeared akin to a ninth-grade martial artist. With persistent practice, he believed that one day, he would be able to fully restrain his formidable prowess, much like Master Chen. For months later, the gates of the Lu family swung open, revealing a luxurious four-wheeled carriage parked nearby. Two tall and robust brown steeds snorted loudly, raising their heads to emit a resounding neigh. "Third brother, when will you return?" Lu Qingyan exclaimed, throwing herself into Lu Chen's embrace, tears welling in her eyes. Lu Chen gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly. "The city of Linen is less than 10 days' journey from Jianyang County. In the future, I shall make time to visit you." Lu Yin stood beside him, his tone grave. "Although there remains over a month until the entrance examination at Lush Academy, it is surprising that father has sent you ahead. Third brother, you must remember that Linen is not like Jianyang. There are numerous prominent families there. You must exercise caution within the academy and refrain from being overly reckless." Lu Chen acknowledged his elder brother's words and replied, "While I am away, you must ensure your safety. If danger arises, do not hesitate to seek assistance from the Kaishan Martial Arts School or the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School. Spending a little extra is of no consequence." Shortly thereafter, the coachman addressed the group in a hushed tone. "Young Master Lu, the time has come. We must set forth." Lu Chen nodded, bidding farewell to his family before ascending into the carriage. "Let us depart." The coachman called out, and the two steeds reared up, the carriage beginning to glide forward. Before long, they had exited Jianyang County. Upon reaching the expansive main road, the horses suddenly surged with vigor, and the speed of the carriage increased significantly. Lu Chen gazed out the window, observing the ancient, verdant mountains swiftly retreating, soon vanishing from sight. Since his transmigration, this marked his second journey to another locale, counting the prior incident where he rescued Lu Tianhao from bandits. "Young Master Lu, at this pace, we should arrive in Linen within 9 days." The coachman's voice carried from outside. Indeed, travel in this world proved to be rather inconvenient. Lu Chen mused, reminiscing about the ease of travel on Blue Star. Listening to the rhythmic sound of the hooves, he closed his eyes, entering a state of silent meditation. The carriage journeyed by day and rested at inns or beneath the trees along the roadside by night. With everything proceeding smoothly, for days had swiftly elapsed. On this day, however, the main road unexpectedly became congested, and for nearly half an hour, the carriage Lu Chen occupied scarcely moved forward. "Young Master Lu, I shall venture ahead to take a look," the coachman bellowed from outside, before leaping down from the carriage. After a brief interval, approximately half a stick of incense later, the coachman returned to inform Lu Chen, "Young Master Lu, it appears there has been a landslide ahead, obstructing the official road, and nearby officials are currently dispatching personnel to clear the debris. How long will it take to pass through?" Lu Chen inquired. "They cannot say for certain, but it will likely take 2 to 3 days. There is a small path nearby that can be taken, albeit it requires a longer detour, estimating an additional day's delay." "Young Master Lu, shall we wait here or take the longer route?" the coachman asked. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chen replied, "In that case, let us remain here for a few days." The other carriages on the official road, upon realizing the blockage caused by the landslide, cursed and turned back. As night descended, only a sparse few carriages remained on the road. Those not departing parked near the woods and kindled bonfires. Lu Chen hastily consumed some dried meat before returning to the carriage to cultivate. Time passed unmeasured, and suddenly he opened his eyes, a frown creasing his brow, as a sense of foreboding stirred within him. A faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood lingered in the air. He quietly unsheathed his saber, observing the coachman deep in slumber, and gently shook him awake. The coachman, bleary-eyed, upon seeing Lu Chen wielding the gleaming blade, was seized by fear, thinking him a threat. "Young master." Lu Chen quickly pressed a finger to his lips, speaking in a hushed tone. "Do not utter a word. Something feels amiss." The coachman, now alert, nodded obediently. Stepping out of the carriage, the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the woods, shaking the ground beneath them. A chilling scream echoed from a distance, startling the horses, which bolted into the depths of the forest, dragging the carriage along. Chapter 48, Battling the Beast. In the darkness, the distant cries gradually faded the earth quaking violently, evidently heralding the approach of a colossal creature. The occupants of the other carriages, roused by the commotion, began to emerge from their vehicles. Suddenly, it materialized from the shadows, exuding an aura of dread. It lunged ferociously toward another group of travelers, a mere 200 yards from Lu Haun, and an old tiger. The coachman nearly fainted at the sight. "You called it a tiger?" Lu Haun's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the monstrous figure not far away. Its size was at least 4 to 5 times greater than that of an ordinary tiger, its sinewy muscles accentuated beneath a dense, dark red fur coat. And from its gaping maw flowed thick streams of blood and flesh. No, this is a demon, a tiger demon," the coachman stammered, nearly collapsing to the ground. The demon tiger continued its rampage, mercilessly crushing the skulls of 2 black horses that had failed to escape. 3 guards hastily raised their blades to strike at the legs of the tiger demon, only to find that no mark was left upon its formidable form. Its tail, as thick as a tree, swept through the air, sending the guards flying several dozen yards away, where they collided violently with a great tree, their bones shattered to dust. The tiger demon seized another guard by the head, flinging him high into the air, then savagely biting down, devouring his upper body hole. Lu Haun's eyes flickered with intense wariness. This was his first encounter with such a beast. Yet, in this dire moment, only brute force seemed a viable option. The night was dark and the winds howled. A hasty escape would undoubtedly invite relentless pursuit from this creature. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen members of another convoy were reduced to mere fragments by the tiger demon. Its eyes glowed blood red, and with a colossal form, it charged toward Lu Haun at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In an instant, Lu Haun drew 5 willow leaf throwing knives from his waist, his arm muscles bulging as he hurled them with great force toward the tiger demon. The knives whistled through the air, glinting coldly, and struck true. Yet the demon evaded 2 of them, leaving only one to pierce its foreleg. Astonishingly, the tremendous force of the projectile was absorbed by the demon's thick hide. Such resilience! Lu Haun's heart sank at this sight. His projectiles could effortlessly penetrate the bodies of martial artists. Yet against the tiger demon, they were utterly ineffectual. With a low growl, Lu Haun's aura surged dramatically, enveloping his blade in a searing crimson haze. He exerted all his strength, the ground beneath him sinking deeply as he propelled himself forward. In the next moment, he was mere yards from the tiger demon, the foul stench of its breath assaulting his senses. He sidestepped its outstretched paw aimed at his head. His right arm, like iron, swung downward in a fierce arc toward the demon's body. With a ferocious roar, the tiger unleashed a wave of potent vitality that erupted from its being. The blade of Lu Haun's weapon cleaved through the demon's thick fur, slicing toward its flesh and muscle, only to discover a resilience far beyond his expectations. So tough, a long gash oozed blood, and the tiger demon, evidently enraged by Lu Haun's audacity, let out a thunderous roar and struck at him with its powerful paw. Clang! Just as Lu Haun withdrew his blade. The speed of the tiger demon caught him off guard, forcing him to hastily raise his weapon in defense. In the next heartbeat, an overwhelming force crashed in, propelling his body several dozen yards away. Such tremendous strength, far surpassing that of a 7th-grade martial artist. Fortunate for him, the tiger demon lacked finesse. Rising from a pile of debris, Lu Haun wiped the blood from his lips. Though this tiger had transformed into a demon, its cultivation remained shallow, its consciousness not fully awakened. Otherwise, he would have had no hope of victory. Seeing Lu Haun rise again, the tiger demon charged once more, leaping high into the air, preparing to smash down upon him with great ferocity. As Lu Haun beheld a colossal shadow descending from the heavens, he had already exerted himself to the utmost, skillfully evading to a safe distance. Boom! The earth trembled, and the ground within a radius of several dozen feet was shattered by the impact of the tiger demon, with soil and grass flying wildly in all directions. Within the vast pit, the tiger demon let out a ferocious roar and lunged towards Lu Haun. With a cold snort, Lu Haun activated the fiery essence within him along with the turtle breathing technique, deftly dodging the tiger demon's onslaught while unleashing the tiger slashing blade technique with relentless ferocity. Though the tiger demon's skin and muscles were as tough as iron, Lu Haun's blade began to etch wounds across its body. Blood gushed forth from the creature, soaking its fur and gradually slowing its movements. Observing this, Lu Haun seized the opportunity, unleashing his strikes with a relentless fervor, each blow infused with monumental force. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching wail from the tiger demon, which, in a fit of madness, opened its gaping maw and lunged at Lu Chen. Just as its rows of sharp teeth were about to crush him, Lu Chen's figure vanished in an instant. In the next moment, he reappeared directly above the tiger demon, his blade enveloped in a dense aura of fiery energy and turtle-breathing essence. Exhaling a plume of boiling white vapor, he gripped the sword tightly, his presence surging with power, and struck down upon the demon's neck with the force of a comet. With a thunderous roar, the might of his blood surged forth, akin to a tiger's ferocious cry, reverberating like thunder on a clear day. The blade cleaved through skin, flesh, and bone, slicing and shredding within the demon's body, ultimately severing its head with brutal finality. The headless tiger demon recoiled as if struck by lightning, a torrent of blood gushing from its grievous wound. Moments later, it collapsed to the ground in a resounding thud. As the tiger demon fell, the once tumultuous forest fell into an eerie silence. Lu Chen took a moment to calm his racing blood and gazed at the lifeless body of the beast. Why had such a creature appeared here? From his understanding, most demons dwelled deep in the mountains and rarely revealed themselves. However, it was said that demons with consciousness would venture into human towns to wreak havoc and slaughter in pursuit of their cultivation. Young Master Lu, the coachman trembled as he approached. Is the tiger demon truly dead? Indeed, Lu Chen replied, turning to him with a serious demeanor. Go check if there are any survivors among the other group of travelers. The coachman promptly complied, his awe for Lu Chen growing as he witnessed the aftermath of the battle, realizing he had narrowly escaped death. Lu Chen pondered how to dispose of the tiger demon's massive body, which weighed at least 2,000 pounds. Chapter 49. Feast on Flesh. Arrival at Linen City. Young Master Lu, there are no survivors among the other travelers, the coachman reported as Lu Chen swiftly began to carve into the tiger demon's carcass, while he led the previously escaped steed toward him. Fortunately, the two horses did not venture further into the depths of the forest and were rather loyal to their master. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss as to when he would reach the city of linen. Lu Chen nodded silently. The tiger demon had launched a ferocious assault on the enemy's convoy, leaving little hope for survivors. Upon seeing the blood-soaked remains of the demon beast, the coachman displayed a pained expression and hurriedly cautioned, Young Master Lu, the blood of this demon beast is also a treasure. We must not let it go to waste. Lu Chen, hearing this, could only smile helplessly and replied, If that is the case, why don't you come over and assist me in processing it? I shall share some materials with you later. The coachman was instantly elated. The materials from the demon beast were of considerable value, and even a small portion of the scraps would suffice for his family's expenses for several years. Tiger skin, beast bones, entrails, prime meat. In the quiet, silent woods, Lu Chen and the coachman busied themselves tirelessly. Due to the sheer volume of the demon beast's blood, Lu Chen heeded the coachman's advice and transformed it into portable blood tofu. After 2 full hours of labor, they finally managed to cleanly process the enormous carcass of the tiger demon. Fortunately, the carriage was spacious enough to accommodate the abundant materials. Lu Chen produced a parcel and handed it to the bustling coachman, saying, This contains 100 pounds of demon beast meat. Thank you, young Master Lu, exclaimed the coachman, overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly dropping to his knees. Not only had he narrowly escaped with his life tonight, but he had also received such an unexpected boon. After all, as far as he knew, the market price for demon beast meat was at least 7 or 8 taels. At this hour, before dawn had broken, Lu Chen had already rekindled the campfire. Having toiled through the night, he felt a pang of hunger and decided to roast some of the prime demon beast meat. The vividly red meat sizzled over the flames, gradually transforming to a golden, crispy exterior as the fat dripped into the fire, causing the flames to dance high. Demon beast meat must be thoroughly cooked before consumption. This was a lesson he had gleaned from a book he had read. The air was infused with an irresistibly tantalizing aroma, and upon seeing that the meat was completely roasted, Lu Chen quickly sliced off a piece with his dagger. Would you care for some? He inquired softly, glancing at the coachman, who was swallowing hard. The coachman shook his head repeatedly. Such a treasure, I truly am unworthy. My body cannot withstand it. Lu Chen nodded in understanding and was just about to take a bite when the coachman suddenly stopped him. Young Master Lu, what rank of warrior are you? 7th rank, Lu Chen replied, somewhat puzzled. Why do you ask? The coachman smiled and explained, though I'm no martial artist. I have heard it said that only warriors of the 6th rank and above require demon beast meat to enhance their cultivation. It is said that lower-ranked warriors cannot endure the energy of demon beast meat. Lu Haun hesitated, the enticing aroma of the meat proving difficult to resist. I shall try a bite, he resolved, taking a piece of the roasted demon beast meat. As the meat entered his mouth, a delightful explosion of flavor erupted. The crispy exterior and tender flesh melded perfectly, dissolving harmoniously on his palate. Sprinkled only with a hint of fine salt, a unique, sweet, and savory essence enveloped his taste buds, delivering an exhilarating gustatory experience. Truly, the impact of such exquisite flavors was remarkable. Lu Haun felt a surge of apprehension. He had savored the delicacies of Jianyang County and tasted various cuisines from around the world during his time on Blue Star. Yet none could compare to the exquisite flavor of the beast meat. As he swallowed the beast meat, an unusual sensation washed over him. A fiery warmth cascaded down his throat and erupted within his abdomen, rapidly spreading to his vital organs and meridians. How scorching! Lu Haun felt an intense heat engulfing him, his meridians expanding painfully as if they might ignite, causing copious sweat to pour from his body. Suddenly, 2 streams of blood shot from his nostrils. Once his turbulent energy stabilized, he dared not sample the remaining beast meat. It was evidently too soon for him to handle such a substance. At dawn, the coachman made his way to the site of the landslide to report the beast's menace to the local officials. 2 days later, after the official road had been cleared, Lu Haun's carriage finally resumed its journey to Linen City. Due to the carriage being laden with approximately 2,000 pounds of beast materials, their pace had significantly slowed. What would have been a 5-day journey took a full 8 days before they finally crossed into Linen City's boundaries. On that morning, as Lu Haun was earnestly cultivating within the carriage, he heard the coachman call out, "Young Master Lu, we are almost at Linen City." Upon hearing this, Lu Haun leaned out of the window and gazed into the distance, whereupon he was struck dumb by the sight before him. A magnificent city towered above the horizon, gleaming in the early light. Truly, it was the capital of Yun Province, far surpassing Jianyang County, Lu Haun murmured. An hour later, the carriage arrived at the city gate of Linen. After paying the entrance tax, the guards, noting the weight of the carriage, insisted on inspecting its contents. What could possibly be inside? One of the guards climbed into the carriage and was taken aback upon discovering it filled with various packages, blood seeping from within. He exclaimed in astonishment to another guard, "Wu, there are corpses inside." This revelation struck like thunder, causing many citizens to hastily retreat from the vicinity of the carriage. The guard named Wu immediately paled, and the others drew their weapons, encircling Lu Haun and the coachman. "Whose bodies are these?" he demanded sternly. "I encountered a beast on the road and killed it," Lu Haun replied coolly. "Just you?" Wu regarded the young man with skepticism. He appeared to be in his 20s. With only a 9th grade cultivation level. Such a person likely wouldn't survive an encounter with the beast. Keep an eye on them. Wu climbed into the carriage and opened several packages. As a martial artist himself, he quickly realized that the contents were indeed genuine beast materials. "This is quite peculiar," he remarked in astonishment as he descended from the carriage. "The carriage will be temporarily confiscated while we conduct an investigation. If all is in order, it will naturally be returned to you. Additionally, the 2 of you must accompany us." Lu Haun did not anticipate encountering trouble upon his arrival in Linen City. With a slight furrow of his brow, he spoke solemnly, "Esteemed official, we have committed no wrongdoing. By what authority do you detain us?" Wu, the captain, was immediately incensed. "Do you dare defy orders?" Surrounding Lu Haun was a throng of curious onlookers, their murmurs creating a cacophony. "What has transpired?" A steady voice resonated from the distance. Shortly thereafter, several figures navigated through the bustling crowd, approaching Lu Haun and his companions. The leader, a man in his 40s or 50s, stood tall and imposing, his expression grave, clad in armor that exuded authority. General Fong. Upon seeing him, Wu immediately bowed respectfully, whispering an account of the earlier events. "Oh, is that so?" He mounted his carriage and, after a brief moment, descended, casting a penetrating gaze at Lu Haun. "Did you truly slay this beast?" Indeed, Lu Haun chose not to conceal his cultivation any longer, releasing the aura of a 7th-tier martial artist. "I did slay it. I implore General Fong to discern the truth." 7th tier. General Fong's expression shifted slightly, reflecting a mix of surprise and admiration. "Such remarkable concealment techniques. With my own cultivation, I failed to perceive it for a moment." Chapter 50, Brocade Pavilion. The onlookers were astonished to learn that such a young man was already a 7th-tier martial artist. "He is indeed remarkable," So accomplished at such a tender age. What is your name? Ignoring the surrounding crowd, General Fang's demeanor remained as calm as still water. I am Lu Chun, hailing from Jianyang County. Lu Chun, Jianyang County. General Fang's eyes suddenly brightened. What is your relation to Lu Tianhao? He is my father. Ah, you are the nephew of Lu Shi. A faint smile graced General Fang's lips. I share some acquaintance with your father. Come, let's enter the city together. However, your cart laden with beast materials is worth no less than 15,000 taels of silver. According to regulations, you must first pay 200 taels as a fee. Wu, taken aback by Lu Chen's connection to the city guard, promptly altered his demeanor, bowing and addressing Lu Chun with deference. Young Master Lu, you're here to pay the tax. After Lu Chun settled the payment, he was finally permitted to enter the city. General Fang, having other matters to attend to, departed. Although Lu Chun was unaware of his precise identity, he surmised from the surname that he was affiliated with the Fang family of linen. The carriage glided smoothly along the broad street, flanked by various shops bustling with pedestrians, far more vibrant than Jianyang County. After a moment's pause, the carriage gradually came to a halt. Young Master Lu, we have arrived. Stepping out from the carriage, Lu Chun beheld a vast silk shop, its scale far surpassing any of the Lu family's establishments in Jianyang County, with the words Brocade Pavilion emblazoned prominently above the entrance. The Brocade Pavilion spanned 2 stories. Lu Chun instructed the coachman, please wait here for a moment. He approached the shop, and immediately, 4 elegantly attired women in exquisite kipayos greeted him with smiles. Opening the grand door, welcome, young master, to the Brocade Pavilion. As Lu Chun entered the shop, a gracefully attired woman in a kipayo accompanied him. Young master, you seem somewhat unfamiliar. Is this your first visit? Please share your clothing preferences with me, and our tailor will craft a bespoke outfit to your satisfaction. I'll find someone. Lu Chun replied, as he walked further inside, glancing around. He observed that the shop was bustling with customers, the vast majority of whom were women. The establishment was adorned with an array of silk and satin garments, including robes and long skirts, some of which exuded opulence. His gaze fell upon the counter, and a smile emerged on his lips. Dressed in an exquisite white robe, Lu Xian, with a countenance as refined as jade, was engaged in conversation with a woman dressed as a noble. Spotting his elder brother busy at the counter, Lu Chun was about to speak when unexpectedly, Lu Xian glanced in his direction, his face lighting up with joy. He instructed a middle-aged man beside him and dashed over to Lu Chun. Third brother, you have finally arrived, Lu Xian exclaimed, embracing Lu Chun. He appraised Lu Chun with delight, remarking, it has been months since we last met, and you have grown taller and healthier. Lu Chun, beaming with joy, replied, elder brother, you seem to be in much better spirits as well. He was pleased to see that Lu Xian had emerged from the shadows of his previous melancholy due to the matters concerning Qinwan. The carriage is still outside. Where's father? Lu Chen inquired. Father has stepped out. He should return within the hour, Lu Xian replied. The woman, standing beside Lu Chun, upon realizing that he was seeking Lu Xian, was taken aback. Young master, this gentleman is... Oh, this is my younger brother, Lu Chun, whom I mentioned before. He is also a young master, Lu Xian said with a smile, then turned to the woman, instructing her. Please inform the coachman to park the carriage in the back courtyard. The woman hurriedly complied, casting a lingering glance at Lu Chun before leaving. The business here seems quite prosperous. It appears that you have truly thrived in this establishment, Lu Chun observed as he noted the numerous customers selecting silks and garments. Lu Xian chuckled proudly. Indeed, allow me to introduce you to the layout of this fine establishment. The shop is divided into 3 sections. The front counter offers affordable clothing. The second counter features mid to high-end fabrics, and the upper floor specializes in the finest silks and leather goods. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lu Chen noticed the shop was bustling with activity and suggested that Lu Xian attend to the customers while he meandered through the store. The prices of some garments were exceedingly high, leaving Lu Chen astonished. Such items would likely find no market in Jianyang County. After an hour, Lu Chun finally spotted Lu Tianhao returning to the shop. Father, Lu Chun greeted respectfully. Then his attention was drawn to a middle-aged warrior behind him. This man was clad in a black warrior's attire, wielding a long knife at his waist. With a square face and a pronounced nose, his lips pressed tightly together. A 7th-tier warrior, and his cultivation surpasses mine, Lu Chun surmised, sensing the aura emanating from the man. Who is this? Lu Chun inquired of Lu Tianhao, directing his question to the warrior. This is Fang Mo, sent by the Fang family to protect me. You may call him Uncle Mo. After Lu Tianhao introduced him, he inquired, "Why did you arrive only today? I was on the verge of sending someone to look for you." "There were some complications on the road that delayed my arrival," Lu Chen replied with a sheepish smile, then lowered his voice to Lu Tianhao. "The carriage in the back courtyard is laden with the meat of demon beasts, and I am at a loss regarding how to handle it. Although the meat of demon beasts is more durable than ordinary meat, it is likely to begin spoiling soon." "Demon beast meat?" Fang Mo expressed surprise upon hearing Lu Chen's words, speaking for the first time. In the back courtyard of the brocade pavilion, the carriage had departed, and 2,000 pounds of demon beast materials had been unloaded by the attendants, strewn across the ground. Fang Mo persistently opened the packages and was astonished to find they indeed contained high-quality demon beast materials. "It is a tiger demon," Fang Mo stated gravely, then turned to Lu Chen and asked, "Young master, as a 9th grade martial artist, how could you possibly slay a tiger demon?" Chapter 51, Sparring. Fang Mo regarded the young man before him. Despite his impressive stature and extraordinary demeanor, the aura he emanated was merely that of a 9th grade. However, the tiger demon he had brought appeared formidable, to the extent that even he felt uncertain about defeating it. Suddenly, Lu Chen realized he had become accustomed to concealing his presence and acting with humility. With a subtle smile, he no longer restrained his cultivation and clasped his hands before Lu Tianhao, saying, "Father, I have broken through to the 7th grade." Fang Mo was taken aback as Lu Chen seemed to transform before his eyes, his aura now dramatically different. To achieve 7th grade status at such a young age was indeed remarkable within the Fang family. He smiled at Lu Tianhao. "No wonder brother Lu holds young master in such high regard. Today's meeting confirms his exceptional talent." Lu Tianhao, pleased to see Lu Chen's progress and that he had now attained the status of a 7th grade martial artist after half a year, smiled contentedly. Fang Mo opened several more packages, examined them closely, and addressed Lu Chen. "Given our current cultivation levels, we are not yet capable of enjoying this demon beast meat. If consumed forcefully, there is a risk of meridian rupture. Instead, how about this? We sell this tiger demon to the Fang family. We will certainly offer a price that will satisfy young master." After a moment of silence, he continued, "There are over 2,000 pounds here. I will offer 20,000 taels of silver for the entire lot. What do you think, young master?" Though Lu Chen maintained a calm demeanor, he was secretly astonished to learn that the tiger demon was worth such a sum. He glanced at Lu Tianhao, saw no objections, and thus agreed. "In that case, I will return to the Fang family to report this matter." Once Fang Mo departed, Lu Chen turned to inquire about Lu Tianhao's recent experiences in Linen City. Lu Tianhao replied solemnly, "The Lu family has been relatively quiet lately. Ever since Wan Chun's death, they have not engaged in any outrageous actions. It is said that the Fang family has secretly sent people to remind the Lu family to keep their actions in check." The two conversed casually in the back courtyard of the brocade pavilion, and after half an hour, Fang Mo finally returned. "These are 2 pieces of silver notes. Young Master Lu, please take good care of them. I shall transport the materials from the demon beasts." Fang Mo handed over 20,000 taels to Lu Chen, and with a wave of his hand, several individuals began loading the tiger demon onto the cart. "You may retain this silver for your use at the Lush Academy. Should you find yourself in need of funds, do not hesitate to request from your family." Lu Tianhao regarded the silver notes with indifference, stating casually. Lu Chen tucked the notes into his bosom, his heart racing uncontrollably. Since his arrival in this world, he had never held such a substantial sum. Lu Tianhao led Lu Chen to a grand estate not far from the Jingxiyu workshop, which was their family property in Linen City, reportedly purchased for 7,000 taels. Although it lacked the grandeur of their estate in Jiangyang County, it still boasted several dozen guest rooms. Lu Tianhao guided him to a finely appointed chamber, filled with exquisite furnishings. "During your stay in Linen City, you shall reside here." Before long, as Lu Chen arranged his belongings, Fang Mo arrived at the Lu family estate and called Lu Tianhao to the courtyard, whispering in his ear, "Oh." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianhao appeared somewhat taken aback, glancing at Lu Chen within the room, his expression revealing a hint of difficulty. A moment later, Lu Chen called out loudly, "Chener, come here." With some confusion, Lu Chen approached the 2 men, and Lu Tianhao smiled, saying, "Your Uncle Mo is a martial enthusiast, having observed your skills. He is eager to engage in a friendly sparring match with you." Lu Tianhao paused and continued, "If you are unwilling, it is not mandatory. I humbly request your guidance." "Third young master." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Fang Mo's eyes as he bowed respectfully. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chen nodded slightly. If that is the case, I asked Uncle Mo to show restraint. He was also curious to witness the prowess of his father's bodyguard. To avoid any mishaps, both exchanged their weapons for wooden swords and stood 10 paces apart. Chen, your Uncle Mo's swift blade is renowned throughout Linen City. Remember not to overexert yourself. Understood. Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement and then bowed to Fong Mo. Uncle Mo, please bestow your teachings. Fong Mo smiled slightly, and before Lu Chen could make a move, he stepped forward, his form blurring as he closed the distance, executing an upward slash with his wooden sword. Such incredible speed. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled. Indeed, this individual's footwork was remarkable, and the angle of his strike was exceedingly cunning. Feeling the rush of wind, Lu Chen remained composed, deftly deflecting Fong Mo's wooden sword with a flick of his wrist. Impressive. He truly possesses some skill. Observing Lu Chen's effortless defense against his strike, Fong Mo recognized the depth of his opponent's swordsmanship. Young Master Lu, be cautious. Fong Mo gently cautioned, and then his wooden sword transformed into a flurry of shadows, launching a continuous series of strikes toward Lu Chen. The force of the blade enveloped Lu Chen completely, the sound of slicing air resonating fiercely in the courtyard. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged, his long sword seemingly possessing a will of its own, successfully parrying all of Fong Mo's attacks. In but a fleeting moment, the two had exchanged numerous moves, demonstrating skills, agility, and strength that were nearly indistinguishable. Lu Tianhao observed their sparring from a distance, a satisfied smile unwittingly gracing his countenance. Although he was aware of Lu Chen's exceptional martial talent, it was the first time he had witnessed him in combat. And to see him hold his own against Fong Mo, who had trained for decades, and do so with such apparent ease, brought him great relief. As dust swirled around them, their duel continued, with Fong Mo relentlessly advancing towards Lu Chen, yet increasingly feeling a sense of alarm. Despite appearing to have the upper hand, he found Lu Chen's swordplay to be naturally fluid and his movements unpredictable. Gradually, he began to feel the strain. Crash! Lu Chen deflected Fong Mo's wooden sword and swiftly countered with a slash. The blades collided with a dull thud, resulting in both swords shattering. Lu Chen took 2 quick steps back, then stood firm, discarding the broken blade onto the ground, and respectfully said, "Thank you, Uncle Mo, for your leniency. I have learned much." Fong Mo chuckled, casting aside his broken sword, and remarked, "Young Master Lu is indeed remarkable for his age. I am in awe. Your future is bound to be limitless." With a beaming smile, Lu Tianhao approached the two, joyfully stating, "He is but a young lad, still far from matching Brother Fong." Turning to Lu Chen, he added, "We have matters to attend to, so you may return to your quarters to rest." After bidding farewell to the two, Lu Chen returned to his room. Could it be that he deliberately broke the weapon to provide me an excuse? Fong Mo felt a peculiar unease regarding Lu Chen's final strike. He furrowed his brow, a profound expression crossing his face, contemplating that if this were true, Lu Chen's martial arts and cunning were indeed extraordinary. "Brother Lu, your third son is truly remarkable," Fong Mo murmured to Lu Tianhao. Chapter 52. Thunderous surprise. 5 days swiftly passed. On that afternoon, Lu Chen was preparing for the entrance examination at the Luashi Academy when Lu Tianhao abruptly entered, informing him of a banquet that evening. "Why would they invite me?" Lu Chen inquired, having never involved himself in family affairs. Believing the Fong family had no interest in him, Lu Tianhao countered, "Do you recall your recent spar with Fong Mo?" Seeing Lu Chen nod, he continued, "Afterward, Fong Mo mentioned that your duel was instigated by the Fong family, primarily to assess your skills. Your prowess indeed exceeded his expectations. Perhaps the Fong family intends to court you. You shall accompany me at the hour of the dog tonight," he concluded. That evening, Lu Chen and Lu Tianhao shared a carriage, making their way to the Fong residence. "Was it the second son of the current head of the family who invited us?" Lu Chen inquired within the carriage. "Indeed," Lu Tianhao replied with a slight nod. "The current head, Fong Hongtu, has many children. Though he is over 80, his spirit remains undiminished, and his authority is as commanding as in his youth. We are to meet his second son, Fong Yu. As for the city guard of linen you mentioned earlier, that would be his sixth son, Fong Qian." Lu Chen nodded, realizing today that General Fong was, in fact, the sixth son of the head of the Fong family. As the carriage came to a gentle halt, the two disembarked, and Lu Chen was greeted by an imposing entrance, adorned with the characters for Fong Mansion. Beyond the gate lay a vast expanse of darkened buildings. Lu Haun had previously heard tales of the Fong family's dominion over much of the street, and upon witnessing it firsthand, he found the accounts to be true. Flanking the steps were two fierce-looking stone lions, their presence accentuated by the night. Truly, as one of the two prominent families of Linen City, the grandeur and majesty of the Fong residents were unparalleled, far surpassing the wealth of the Lu family. At this moment, the grand entrance of the Fong mansion stood closed, yet a few servants awaited outside. After respectfully greeting the two, they opened a side door for them. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Haun was instantly captivated by the design. Reminiscent of a classical garden, complete with pavilions, terraces, small bridges, and flowing water, all imbued with an antiquated charm and tranquility. Within the courtyard, another individual awaited, elegantly dressed and possessing an unassuming yet refined appearance. This was Fong Kuan, one of the stewards of the Fong household. Lu Tianhao quietly addressed him. Upon seeing them, Fong Kuan smiled and said, "Master Lu, please follow me." Before long, under Fong Kuan's guidance, they arrived at a grand hall where a banquet had already been. As they entered, a robust, middle-aged man with an impressive demeanor approached them, accompanied by Fong Mo brother Lu. "It is a true honor to have you visit my humble abode." Fong Yu greeted Lu Tianhao with a smile. Lu Tianhao returned the gesture with a respectful nod, replying, "Brother Fong, it has been a few days since we last met, and you appear even more distinguished than before." Fong Yu's gaze fell upon Lu Haun, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he remarked to Lu Tianhao, "This must be the esteemed third young Master Lu, whose presence is indeed remarkable." Feeling somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny, Lu Haun bowed his head and said, "Greetings, Uncle Fong." This man, too, was a martial artist of considerable prowess, likely at least a fifth-grade warrior. The group settled at the table, and the maid servants filled their cups. Fong Yu downed his drink in one gulp, then turned to Lu Haun and said, "Dear nephew Lu, please do not feel constrained. I am a close friend of your father. You may behave as if you were at home." After several rounds of toasts and a variety of dishes, Fong Yu suddenly addressed Lu Haun. "Fong Mo speaks highly of your martial skills. May I inquire from whom you have studied?" "Primarily from the various martial arts schools in Jianyang County," Lu Haun replied candidly. "Then it seems Jianyang County is indeed a hidden gem, harboring many talented individuals capable of producing a disciple like you," Fong Yu remarked with a smile. Before turning to Lu Tianhao and adding, "A few months ago, the Xianyuan sect caused turmoil in Jianyang County, but they were met with the might of Li Zhao and the soldiers of Linen City, resulting in considerable casualties. It is said that even the former president of the Merchant Association, Lu Haun, was involved." Upon hearing this name, Lu Tianhao's eyes ignited with fury. After nearly 20 years of friendship, how could Lu Haun betray us and conspire with the Lu family to threaten my family? His death, however simple, is a mere stroke of fortune for him. Although Lu Haun was slain by Lu Haun, it was publicly declared that he was executed due to his connections with the Xianyuan evil cult. Lu Haun had previously informed Lu Tianhao of this matter and advised him to keep it confidential. Upon hearing the mention of the Lu family, Fong Yu let out a cold snort and assured Lu Haun, "Do not worry, the Lu family will eventually vanish entirely from Linen City." He then turned to Lu Haun and calmly remarked, "I have heard that you wield a sword. Might I request to see your blade?" Lu Haun glanced at Lu Tianhao, who gave a slight nod, prompting him to retrieve the Zanmeidao from his robe and present it to Fong Yu. Grasping the weapon, Fong Yu unsheathed it with a flourish, revealing a gleaming blade. "What a weighty weapon," he observed, admiring its smooth lines and superior craftsmanship, indicative of a masterful blacksmith. Gazing at the sharp edge, he continued, "It seems you favor formidable arms. As fortune would have it, I recently acquired an exceptional sword from the Imperial City. Would you be interested in examining it?" Before Lu Haun could respond, Fong Yu called out to a servant, instructing him to fetch the sword. Moments later, a robust young man entered, carrying a long sword that, judging by the strain on his veins, was no trivial weight. Fong Yu effortlessly accepted the weapon and drew it forth. With a resounding clang, a silver dragon seemed to break free from its sheath, dancing in the flickering candlelight. "What do you think of this blade, Lu Haun?" Fong Yu inquired, as the blade sang its sharp melody through the hall. From the moment the long sword appeared, Lu Haun's attention was wholly captivated. The blade was elegantly crafted, flowing like water, its cold glimmer radiating an aura of lethal intent. Intricate patterns of intertwined lightning adorned the hilt, shimmering with brilliance, even from a distance. Lu Haun could discern that this sword was far from ordinary. Noticing Lu Chen's interest, Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. This sword is named Jing Lei, measuring 7 feet 2 inches in length and weighing 31 pounds and 6 ounces. Crafted from the finest steel, I would be honored to present it to you as a gift upon our first meeting. What say you? Overjoyed at the prospect of receiving a sword, Lu Chen, seeing no objections from Lu Tianhao, promptly bowed and expressed, "Thank you, Uncle Fang, for the generous gift." Fang Yu remarked, "I have heard from Lu that you will soon be attending the Luashi Academy. May this sword aid you in showcasing your prowess there." He sheathed the Jing Lei and handed it to Lu Chen. Chapter 53. A surging dragon in flight as night deepened at the Fang residence. Lu Chen and his father had already departed. Fang Yu sat comfortably in a chair, leisurely sipping his fragrant tea. "Second master, why bestow the Jing Lei upon Lu Chen?" Fang Mo, standing silently beside him, finally spoke up. Fang Yu, maintaining an impassive expression, countered, "What is your assessment of this individual? From our initial spar, I perceived his swordsmanship and movements to be rather peculiar. On the surface, they appear disorganized, yet in reality, they flow seamlessly. I always feel constrained when engaging him. It is quite discomforting," Fang Mo replied after a moment of contemplation. Fang Yu's face remained tranquil as he responded slowly. "You are of a similar caliber to him, which may render you unaware. However, upon our first encounter tonight, I detected a peculiar aura emanating from him." "What kind of aura?" "A heavy scent of blood, indicative of at least dozens of lives taken by his hand. It is rather astonishing that a young man of merchant lineage exudes such an essence, is it not?" Fang Mo's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. How could a wealthy scion possibly have slain so many? Fang Yu gently shook his head and continued, "I had previously dispatched someone to investigate the Lu family. Lu Chen, the third son, was merely a debauched youth without any knowledge a year ago. Yet after suffering a grave illness, he seems to have awakened, now achieving the 7th rank. This clearly indicates that he is indeed a remarkable talent." A glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. The sword is but an inanimate object, while he is a living being. If he is truly a talent, he could serve the Fang family well. What harm is there in gifting him a thunderblade? However, if he is merely a mediocre individual? As Fang Yu spoke, a ruthless expression surfaced on his countenance. Meanwhile, in the carriage heading home, Lu Chen gazed at the hefty thunderblade in his hands and quietly inquired of Lu Tianhao, "Father, what does it signify that Fang Yu presented such a valuable gift upon our first meeting? What do you think?" Lu Chen gently brushed the blade's sheath and replied thoughtfully, "To know a person's face, but not their heart, while Fang Yu appears exceedingly amiable. I cannot be swayed by mere flattery or a blade." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianhao revealed an expression of surprise and nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, my son has matured. Your ability to consider such matters reassures me. When venturing out, remember not to easily trust others. Although the Fang family currently enjoys a favorable relationship with our Lu family, we must remain vigilant." "And what should be done with this thunderblade?" Lu Chen hesitated to ask. "Use it without reservation." Lu Tianhao smiled, the corners of his mouth curling upward. "The Lu family is in a partnership with the Fang family, not their servants. Can they truly demand back a gift once given?" 20 days later, Lu Chen sat with his eyes closed in the courtyard, his expression tranquil, resembling a still surface of water. Yet within his mind, thoughts raced, occasionally illuminated by flashes of inspiration. After the duration of a jaw stick, he experienced a revelation, like a startled swan, akin to a gliding dragon. You have deduced the techniques of the swan leg and gliding steps, successfully creating a lightness skill, the gliding swan dragon. In Lu Chen's mind, the lightness technique he had conceptualized was now indelibly etched within. He activated his blood energy according to the method of this technique, and in the next instant, his form transformed into an arrow released from a bow, akin to a swan alighting upon snow, swiftly vanishing in the blink of an eye, several paces away. What astonishing speed! Lu Chen marveled inwardly. His gliding steps were primarily intended for combat, while this newfound lightness skill excelled in rapid traversal. Should he encounter an opponent of superior cultivation, even if he could not emerge victorious, he would possess the means to escape. Lu brother. As Lu Chen practiced his sword within the confines of his home, he was suddenly interrupted by a visitor. He opened the door to find 2 young men, fair of complexion and clad in scholarly robes. With a gentle smile, Lu Chen clasped his hands and greeted them. "Xiao brother, Bai brother, what brings you here today?" Before them stood 2 scholars named Xiao Chu and Bai Xiaohua. A fortnight ago, during a visit to the Jingxiyu workshop for clothing alterations, They mentioned their intention to participate in the entrance examination for the Luashi Academy this autumn. Lu Xian then introduced them to Lu Chun. These two individuals, sons of merchants from Linen City, hailed from non-aristocratic backgrounds. After several interactions, Lu Chun had developed a decent rapport with them. Upon noticing Lu Chun with his bare torso, steam rising from him, Xiao Chu remarked with a hint of surprise, "So, Brother Lu is practicing martial arts. Today marks Brother Bai's 18th birthday, and he intends to host a banquet at the Chunxing restaurant. Would you do us the honor of attending?" Hearing this, Lu Chun smiled and replied to Bai Xiaohua, "Ah, is indeed Brother Bai's birthday. Congratulations. Regrettably, I have not prepared a gift today, but I shall certainly make amends the next time we meet." After changing into appropriate attire, Lu Chun followed the two towards the Chunxing restaurant. On the bustling street, pedestrians thronged, and the air was filled with the lively sounds of vendors calling out their wares. "By the way, Brother Lu, who recommended you to participate in the entrance examination for the Luashi Academy?" Xiao Chu inquired, lightly fanning himself. He knew that although Lu Chun, like them, was a young master from a merchant family, his own family had connections to officials in the imperial city, while the Bai family had ties to the Lu family in Linen, which might explain their eligibility for the examination. If it were merely wealth, one might not qualify. "The county magistrate of Jianyang recognized my talent in martial arts and recommended me," Lu Chun casually responded. Xiao Chu nodded slightly, acknowledging that a personal recommendation from a county magistrate held some weight. Before long, the three arrived at the entrance of the Chunxing restaurant. Before Lu Chen's eyes stood a magnificent 7-story edifice, brilliantly illuminated from within, alive with the vibrant sounds of guests. It was said that while the Chunxing restaurant was not the largest in Linen, it boasted an outdoor viewing platform unmatched by other establishments. Upon entering, the trio ascended the staircase, guided by two maidens. As they climbed higher, the number of patrons gradually dwindled. When Lu Chun reached the topmost floor, he was greeted by a breathtaking view. Leaning against the railing, he gazed out over the splendid landscape of Linen City. Xiao Chu, resting against the railing, remarked contentedly, "Brother Lu, as you are new here, you may not yet know that during the New Year and other significant festivals, one can enjoy a spectacular display of fireworks and a sea of lanterns from this vantage point. However, securing such a prime location at that time would be quite a challenge." Shortly thereafter, Bai Xiaohua beckoned to Lu Chun and Xiao Chu. "Brother Lu, Brother Xiao, come over here." Lu Chun observed Bai Xiaohua seated at the head of the table, which was laden with a sumptuous feast. More than a dozen young men had already taken their seats. Although Lu Chun did not recognize them, their splendid attire and dignified demeanor suggested they were likely friends of Bai Xiaohua. Once he and Xiao Chu were seated, the group began to raise their glasses in a toast to Bai Xiaohua, instantly igniting a lively atmosphere for the banquet. As the lights brightened, the revelers exchanged drinks, and as the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from a staircase. Moments later, another group ascended to the highest floor, led by a young scholar who surveyed the banquet before him, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Bai Xiaohua. "I did not expect to find you here, Brother Bai." Chapter 54 Feast. The leader, tall and slender, despite his scholarly attire, was instantly recognized by Lu Chun as a formidable martial artist. His prowess, at least on par with his own. Uncertain whether this individual concealed his presence, Lu Chun cast a fleeting glance and pondered silently. Upon seeing him, the others at the banquet immediately shifted their expressions, while Bai Xiaohua, seated at the head of the table, trembled slightly and hastily approached him, bowing respectfully. "I greet you, Brother Lu. We are merely a few brothers seeking some amusement." The others followed suit, hastily offering their salutations. Lu Chun remained impassive, seated firmly in his place. As the Lu scholar, with an expression as still as deep water, scanned the gathering before his gaze landed on him. "And who might this newcomer be? How do you address yourself, my friend?" With all eyes upon him, Lu Chun had no choice but to clasp his fists and reply, "I am Lu Chun from Jianyang County. It is a pleasure to meet you, Brother Lu." A barely perceptible smirk played across the latter's face as he turned to Bai Xiaohua. "Brother Bai, please make yourself at ease." With that, he led his entourage to another table. "Who is this person?" Lu Chun inquired in a hushed tone to the side. "Xiao Julinit Golo, Wheatspun. He is the fourth son of the current head of the Lu family, Lu Haun. Do not offend him." It became clear that this man was associated with the Lu family of Linen City, and it was no wonder Bai Xiaohua appeared so subdued in his presence. As the banquet resumed, the previously boisterous guests transformed into a demeanor of decorum and refinement, their heads bowed in silence, as they quietly consumed their meals. In stark contrast, raucous laughter erupted from Lu Haun's table. Who would have thought the Bai family would befriend country folk from Jianyang County? How could such individuals possibly deserve to dine at the top? The Bai family truly seemed to be declining with each generation. Suddenly, laughter erupted from Lu Haun's table, causing Bai Sheahua to tremble slightly, his expression fluctuating between anger and despair as he clenched his fists, veins protruding. Xiao Chu quickly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to restrain himself. The young scions, noticing the silence enveloping the others, grew bolder with their laughter. That fellow named Lu Chun. You're new to Linen City and unfamiliar with the customs. Come, raise a toast to us. A young man of average stature, dressed in lavish attire, suddenly called out to Lu Chun. As his words fell, derisive laughter erupted from the group. Lu Haun, holding a wine cup, regarded Lu Chun with mocking amusement. The attendees exchanged glances, urging Lu Chun to comply. Yet, to their surprise, he ignored their silent entreaties and downed his drink in one gulp. I said to come over and toast us, the young man in fine clothing exclaimed, fuming at Lu Chen's defiance, his glare icy. Enough, enough. Young Master Zhou, please temper your anger. This country bumpkin knows no better. It is not worth your ire. Lu Haun spoke slowly, attempting to diffuse the tension. The young man, surnamed Zhou, suddenly lost his composure, striking the table with great force and revealing a murderous intent. You seek death, he exclaimed, gesturing menacingly to the guards behind him. One of the guards, towering and muscular like a small mountain, already an 8th-tier practitioner, immediately advanced towards Lu Chun upon receiving the signal. The onlookers hurriedly stepped back in fear as the guard extended his rough right hand, aiming fiercely at Lu Chen's head. Bang! In an instant, a figure was sent flying, crashing heavily against a wooden pillar with a dull thud. The others present were rendered speechless, witnessing the guard collapse lifelessly to the ground while Lu Chun remained seated, seemingly unscathed, leaving them in disbelief. How is this possible? What has happened? Did you see that? Young Master Zhou stood frozen, and in the next moment, everyone except Lu Haun rose to their feet, exclaiming fiercely, "What audacity!" The guard behind them drew their weapons, coldly regarding Lu Chun, ready to charge at a moment's notice. The owner of Spring Prosperity Restaurant, hearing the commotion, rushed upstairs. Upon witnessing the tense standoff, he quickly forced a smile, saying, "Gentlemen, please temper your anger. Grant me some face. These young masters are spoiled and arrogant, and they hardly offend anyone. What are you all trying to do in a place meant for dining?" Lu Haun waved his hand dismissively, and at his command, the guards obediently sheathed their weapons. Lu Chun ignored the crowd, rising to thank Bai Sheahua for the invitation, and without a backward glance, he left the restaurant. Once on the street, Lu Chun walked a few steps before suddenly shifting his expression and heading towards a dark alley. Noticing the absence of onlookers, he halted, and soon enough, young Master Zhou appeared, followed by 3 guards, 2 at the 8th tier and 1 at the 9th. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he surveyed the group before him. Through clenched teeth, young Master Zhou declared, daring to provoke our Zhou family in Linen City. Today, I shall break your limbs. Go! No sooner had he spoken than Lu Chen's vision trembled, the air around him distorting, and a sudden fog enveloped their figures. What is happening? What is going on? The others also noticed the unsettling change, their faces awash with panic. A smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips as he slowly said, "Young Master Zhou, do not be hasty and deely upon hearing those words." The individuals trembled violently, momentarily unable to fathom the gravity of his statement. "Eat," he reiterated. The grotesque entity emitted a piercing howl, and in an instant, the eyes of those still on the ground erupted, followed by a torrent of blood and viscera spilling from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses, frantically surging into the creature's being. Moments latte. Young Master Zhou and his guards were entirely consumed, along with their garments, by the grotesque entity. "Are you satisfied now?" A fierce expression emerged on Lu Chen's face as he slowly drew the thunderblade from his robes. It resembled a celestial dragon unsheathing its sword, its blade entwined with waves of pale blue and crimson energy. "Since you are satiated, it is now my turn." Chapter 55, The Lush Line Academy. After absorbing the essence and blood of several individuals, the grotesque figure visibly expanded in size. However, Lu Chen's aura surged dramatically, presenting a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. The entity emitted a wailing, shrill cry once more, but Lu Chen appeared utterly unfazed. In a flash, He leaped into the air, his thunderblade crashing down upon the grotesque creature with the force of a dam-breaking buzz. The power of blood and energy, infused with two distinct forms of true qi, erupted from the blade, instantly enveloping the grotesque entity. The creature trembled violently before it suddenly exploded, disintegrating into dust that scattered in the air. Regrettably, no strange orb had fallen. Lu Haun sheathed his blade, gazing at the spot where the entity had vanished, murmuring softly. The dense fog surrounding him had dissipated, and Lu Haun activated his agility to swiftly depart the alleyway, making his way home. In recent months, he had delved into numerous texts concerning the bizarre. Although none explicitly detailed the origins of such phenomena, the writings indicated that, without barriers, the grotesque could manifest anywhere in this world. Most entities appeared solitary, only congregating when a powerful being, like the violet smoke of Jianyang County, emerged in the vicinity. In the dead of night, in Linen City, within the rear courtyard of the Lu residence, a lavish chamber flickered with candlelight, the flames dancing erratically. The room echoed with the intense breaths of a man and the cries of a woman pleading for mercy. Moments later, the woman's screams abruptly ceased, followed by the door flinging open, as a naked female corpse was carelessly discarded into the courtyard like refuse, her body marred with swollen bruises, her features contorted, and her head hanging limply to one side. "Remove her," Lu Haun commanded, his body bare as he exited the chamber. He summoned a servant and coolly instructed, "Immediately send someone to investigate the background of Lu Tianhao's third son." The following day, news of young Master Zhou and his guard's disappearance spread throughout Linen City. The seasoned captains were well aware that while taking a life is a simple endeavor, disposing of the body poses a far greater challenge. Despite their exhaustive search throughout the city and its outskirts, they found no trace of a burial site. Given the cordial relations between the Lu family and the Fong family, they respectfully returned Lu Haun, categorizing the aforementioned individuals as missing. Their likenesses plastered across the streets and alleys of Linen. 15 days swiftly passed. On this particular morning, as dawn broke, rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting their golden hue upon the earth. The Lu family estate was already bustling with activity. "Chen, do you truly not require my company to the Lush Academy?" Lu Tianhao inquired, a hint of concern etched upon his face. Lu Haun gently shook his head, responding with a smile, "I shall go with Bai Xiehua and Xiao Chu. Father, you have business to attend to today. There is no need to worry about me." Lu Tianhao scrutinized him for a moment, and after a brief pause, he sighed softly. "Very well. Exercise caution on your journey. Do not fret too much. If need be, you can always return to Jianyang County." After bidding his father farewell, Lu Haun proceeded to the designated meeting place with Bai and Xiao. Before long, he arrived to find a tall carriage waiting by the roadside. Bai Xiehua spotted Lu Haun through the window and waved cheerfully at him. Upon entering the carriage, Lu Haun was surprised to find not only Bai Xiehua and Xiao Chu, but also a stern-looking middle-aged man who bore an air of solemnity. "Who is this?" Lu Haun inquired. "This is my father, Bai Yuanshan, who insisted on accompanying me to the academy," Bai Xiehua explained. Realizing he was in the presence of the head of the Bai family, Lu Haun hurriedly bowed in respect. "I am Lu Haun, pleased to meet you, Uncle Bai." Bai Yuanshan nodded slightly. Lu Haun stole a glance at him, noting that he, too, was a martial artist possessing a cultivation level of the 8th rank. Lu Haun quietly apologized to Bai Xiehua for the earlier conflict, but to his surprise, Bai Yuanshan, who had remained silent until then, suddenly let out a cold snort. "This matter has been brought to my attention by Xiehua. Ultimately, it is the Lu family that has been excessively overbearing." A flicker of indignation crossed his face as he continued. "Though the Bai family engages in business with the Lu family, we are not their servants." He fixed his gaze on Lu Haun and declared in a deep voice, "I, too, am a martial artist, albeit with modest talent, unable to advance further in my cultivation. However, from Xiaohua's account, it is evident that your prowess far exceeds the 9th rank." No longer concealing his abilities, Lu Haun released the aura of a 7th rank martial artist and respectfully stated, "Uncle Bai, your insight is remarkable. I have simply grown accustomed to restraining my presence." 7th rank. Bai Yuanshan responded, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled heartily. "Indeed, you are a promising youth. Should you be living alongside them at the Lush Academy, I shall rely on you to look after them." Bai Xiehua and Xiao Chu, upon discovering that Lu Haun had already attained the 7th rank, were visibly excited. "Lu brother, you have kept this from us for so long. You must teach us a few techniques in the future. The carriage departed from Linen, swiftly making its way toward the outskirts and the Luashi mountain. An hour later, the roads became increasingly crowded with carriages carrying talented youths from various regions of Yunzhou, all arriving to participate in the entrance examination. Once the carriage came to a halt, the three bid farewell to Bai Yuanshan and promptly leapt from the carriage. Before his eyes stood a magnificent archway, inscribed with the four bold characters of Luo Shi Academy, exuding an imposing grandeur. Behind it loomed several immense structures, and as Lu Chun gazed into the distance, he could faintly discern numerous residences scattered throughout Luo Shi Mountain, with pavilions and towers artfully interspersed like stars in the night sky. 2 rows of armored soldiers stood sentinel behind the archway, maintaining order. All candidates must register before proceeding to the Hall of Rites. No other individuals were permitted entry. The 3 of them passed through the archway and approached the main entrance of Luo Shi Academy, where a lengthy queue had already formed outside. They waited for a significant duration, akin to the burning of a stick of incense, until their turn finally arrived. Linen City, Xiaochu. Linen City, by Xiaohua, Jianyang County. Lu Chun. Lu Chun produced a jade token from his bosom and handed it to the middle-aged scholar before him. This token had been given to him by Li Zhao during his time in Jianyang County, and it was said that those without the token could not partake in the entrance examination. Chapter 56. The Martial Examination. After verifying their identities and registering their information, the 3 crossed the threshold and entered the Hall of Rites. The vast hall was teeming with people, already divided into 2 sections, the Literary Academy and the Martial Academy. Brother Lu, we shall await you over there, Bai Xiaohua and Xiao Chu said with smiles, bowing slightly. Lu Chen nodded in return and made his way to the Martial Academy side, in stark contrast to the frail scholars of the Literary Academy. The individuals here were decidedly more robust, exuding a fierce aura and piercing gazes. Lu Chun found a relatively quiet corner and began to wait in silence. Half an hour later, a melodious chime resonated from afar, and simultaneously, the heavy doors of the Hall of Rites creaked shut, instantly silencing the previously bustling atmosphere. Follow me. A middle-aged martial artist instructed the participants of the Martial Academy examination. Over 100 individuals complied, trailing behind him as they exited through a side door of the Hall of Rites, traversing the outer corridor before entering another grand lecture hall. Once everyone was seated, an elderly scholar clad in a gray long robe entered. Though you are all martial artists and may not excel in the art of letters, the Academy's purpose is to cultivate talent for the imperial court. Thus, we cannot admit those who are merely brash and reckless. You must respond earnestly. The scholar spoke slowly. He surveyed the crowd and then waved his right hand, prompting several instructors to distribute the examination papers to them. Lu Chun received his paper and quickly skimmed through it, noting the diverse array of questions, the majority of which pertain to military strategy and martial classics. You have 1 hour. You may begin, the scholar concluded. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Chun began to write fervently, for he had already etched the contents of those texts into his mind, enabling him to respond with ease and without hindrance. Half an hour later, he submitted his paper and departed. In the afternoon, on a vast training ground of Luo Shi Academy, the surface was covered in hard blue stone, with various weapons neatly displayed along both sides. Over 100 martial artists stood at the edge of the arena, their expressions solemn, silently fixated on the high platform within the training ground. Moments later, a venerable warrior, graying at the temples, strode with an imposing presence onto the training ground. He approached swiftly and took a seat at the center, flanked by 2 middle-aged warriors. Upon the appearance of this formidable figure, a ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd, which erupted into hushed whispers. It was evident to Lu Chun that this individual was of at least the 5th rank. The aura he exuded surpassed that of Li Zhao and Chun Bo from Jianyang County, his eyes shining with an intense brilliance that radiated authority. As the commotion settled, the warrior rose, scanning the assembled crowd with keen eyes before a smile graced his lips. It appears this year's candidates are superior to those of previous years. Having been at the Lush Academy for many years, he could easily discern the true capabilities of the young warriors with just a glance. And he had already identified several promising talents. I am Lin Yang, an instructor at the Martial Academy. Today I, along with my 2 esteemed colleagues, will assess your martial skills, Lin Yang announced in a resonant voice. Furthermore, there is no need for concern regarding your current cultivation level. What truly matters is your talent. Tenacity, intellect, and potential. Should any of you possess remarkable abilities, feel free to demonstrate them. With that, Lin Yang took his seat and instructed the warriors beside him to signal that the assessment could commence. Li Qing from Pingshan County stepped forward. A warrior of the 8th rank hurriedly made his way to the center of the training ground, respectfully bowing to the 3 examiners. The assessment at Lush Academy encompassed various disciplines, including horsemanship, stone lifting, martial arts, and archery, all of which were components of the imperial martial examinations of the Dajing Dynasty. Prior to entering the training ground, each candidate had received a wooden token. Lu Chun S. bore the number 57, and ahead of him were over 50 others, indicating a lengthy wait. Candidates continuously entered and exited the training area, and after an hour and a half of anticipation, it was finally Lu Chen's turn. Lu Chun from Jianyang County stepped forward. Upon hearing his name, Lu Chun walked into the training ground, bowing respectfully to the 3 seated warriors before approaching the array of stone weights. 7th rank, let us see your strength, Lin Yang remarked, his expression shifting slightly at Lu Chen's entrance as he whispered to his companions. Lu Chen's gaze was fixed on the heaviest stone weight, as he had no intention of holding back from the outset. Weighing 1,400 jin, Lu Chun placed his hands upon the stone. Since the beginning of the assessment, no one had ever lifted this weight. The previous 50 candidates had struggled to raise even the 1,000 jin stone. As the crowd witnessed this moment, whispers erupted among them, a buzz of speculation filling the air. With a slight surge of vital energy, Lu Chun suddenly exerted his strength, effortlessly lifting the 1,400 jin stone above his head. After holding it aloft for 10 breaths, he gently placed it back down. The other candidates were left in stunned silence, unable to voice their astonishment. The atmosphere was thick with disbelief until, in the next instant, a cacophony of exclamations erupted. How is this possible? He truly lifted it. That is 1,400 jin. Lu Chun paid no heed to the discussions of the crowd as he approached the next event. Though horsemanship and archery were not his forte, months of diligent practice had transformed his skills into something remarkable, far surpassing the average person. With a graceful motion, he mounted the horse and galloped forth, swiftly completing a lap around the training ground before arriving at the designated archery target. Archery encompasses both foot and mounted shooting. After successfully shooting an arrow into the bullseye, Lu Chun dismounted, just as he was about to draw his bow. He suddenly turned to Lin Yang and inquired whether he might employ a different technique for the foot shooting. Lin Yang nodded sleepily, prompting Lu Chun to request 5 targets from a nearby attendant. He had previously heard that leaving a profound impression on the examiners during assessments could lead to more attentive training once admitted to the academy. In a short while, 5 targets were lined up in a row, and Lu Chun positioned himself over 10 paces away, producing 5 slender, throwing knives from his waist. With a swift motion of his arm, he hurled them forth. 5 flashes of silver sliced through the air, each striking perfectly in the bullseye of the respective targets. The spectators were momentarily rendered speechless by his extraordinary knife-throwing prowess. Lin Yang displayed a hint of astonishment before he took the roster from the side. Lu Chun, hailing from Jianyang County, had been jointly recommended by the county magistrate and the town evil suppression office. Upon seeing the mention of the town evil suppression office, Lin Yang was taken aback, realizing that this individual was indeed remarkable. He closed the roster without uttering a word. Lu Chun then accepted an iron blade from the attendant and unleashed the tiger might blade technique. The blade danced through the air like a dragon, leaving countless afterimages in its wake, each strike as fierce as a tempest. The onlookers felt the wave of heat wash over them, exchanging silent glances of awe. Moments latte. Lu Chun abruptly came to a halt, standing firm like a towering pine. After bowing respectfully to Lin Yang and the others, he exited the training ground. Lin Yang, observing Lu Chen's composed departure, nodded in satisfaction and quietly remarked to the other 2 warriors that this individual would surely achieve great things in the future. The 2, recognizing Lin Yang's appreciation for talent, nodded in agreement. Chapter 57. At the pinnacle in the late hours of the night, within a chamber of Lush Academy, several instructors were busily attending to their work. It was utter chaos. The elderly scholar who had overseen the martial arts candidates earlier in the day was now hunched over a table, meticulously grading the exam papers, his brow furrowed, and his wrinkled face displaying signs of irritation, lamenting the utter lack of merit in the responses of these martial practitioners. Beside him, a middle-aged instructor responsible for the literary division chuckled and remarked, "Why must you be so vexed, Mr. Yen? The Academy never expected those martial practitioners to produce eloquent compositions. As long as there are redeeming qualities, it suffices, for they will require the Academy's nurturing in due course. Mr. Yin offered a resigned smile, and shortly thereafter, he pulled out an examination paper. A mere glance at it brought a serious expression to his face. He quickly reviewed it, his demeanor gradually transforming into one of excitement, his complexion flushing with enthusiasm, and ultimately, he could not contain himself and struck the table in applause. True insight, truly remarkable. Mr. Yan's body trembled with excitement as he let out a profound exclamation. Such a martial artist possesses such remarkable insights. Indeed, it has truly opened my eyes. Upon witnessing the usually solemn Mr. Yan in such a fervent state, the surrounding instructors hurriedly approached him. Come, take a look, Mr. Yan, extending the examination paper into their hands. This foresight I have never encountered even among the scholars of the Academy. Clearly, this individual possesses genuine talent and knowledge. His admission to the Academy is a stroke of fortune for Luoshi Academy. The instructor, taken aback by Mr. Yan's high praise, quickly perused the examination paper. After a thorough reading, he stood frozen in place. Mr. Yan, this is simply... Mr. Yan reclaimed the paper, letting out a deep sigh. The candidate's responses are incisive, pinpointing advantages and disadvantages with exceptional insight and maturity. Even we had not contemplated such notions. He pointed at the final question. Given the ongoing incursions from northern tribes and General Li's valiant defense at the border, the candidate was tasked with proposing measures. Gazing at the text, he expressed his admiration. This individual has approached the issue from military, political, and economic perspectives, suggesting effective strategies, such as constructing the Great Wall to fend off external threats and establishing beacon towers. He is truly a person of unparalleled intellect. Who is this person? The instructor inquired, astonished as he glanced at the paper. Lu Chen, from Jiangyang County. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly seemed to awaken from a dream. I heard someone mention today that during the afternoon's martial arts assessment, there was a contestant whose skills in all areas, except for horsemanship, far surpassed those of other martial artists. I believe his name is Lu Chen. Mr. Yin nodded gravely, slowly responding. This individual is extraordinarily gifted, a rare talent indeed. Furthermore, I shall refine the measures he proposed and submit them to the imperial city for the military officials' consideration. As the two conversed, an individual entered the room, handing several sheets of paper to Mr. Yin. What is this? He inquired, perplexed as he scanned the documents. The newcomer respectfully replied. These 3 individuals have been approved by the dean to enter the academy without examination. Mr. Yan's eyes flashed with anger. Lu Haun and Zhou Song, Luo Jing, descendants of the illustrious families of Linen City. How could they possibly have any genuine interest in studying at the academy? The instructor quickly reassured him, Mr. Yin, please calm your anger. The academy's daily expenses rely on the support of various prominent families from Yunzhou. It is said that the Lu family has already contributed a substantial sum. However, these young masters will likely depart before long. Mr. Yin nodded in silence, then remarked, though I am far from the academy, I have heard of Lu Haun's name. Allowing him into the academy may indeed lead to numerous complications. 10 days later, on the day of the examination results at Luoshi Academy, over 200 candidates congregated, anxiously scanning the crimson list affixed to the wall. So many people. Lu Chen, accompanied by Xiao Chu and by Xiaohua, arrived a bit late, only to find themselves unable to push through the throng of bodies. However, Lu Chen's stature stood tall among his peers, and through his diligent daily practice, he had cultivated both body and mind, far surpassing the average individual's sensory acuity. His eyes shimmered with a divine light as his gaze swept across the crowd, landing directly upon the ranking list of the Martial Academy. A fleeting glance revealed a smile gracing Lu Chen's face. His name resided prominently at the pinnacle of the list. It appeared that his earlier performance had left a profound impression on the instructors of Luoshi Academy, surpassing all expectations by securing the top position. Lu Chen then turned his attention to the list of the Literary Academy. After a brief moment, he clasped his hands in salute towards the eager and anxious Bai and Xiao, saying, "Congratulations, dear brothers, your names have also graced the list." Upon hearing this, both were overcome with joy, for they understood that those who practice martial arts possess keen senses. Moreover, Lu Chen, with his profound cultivation, would not jest with them in such a manner. As the trio prepared to return to Linen City to share their joyous news with their families, a young man clad in the attire of a servant suddenly approached Lu Chen, bowing respectfully, Might I inquire if you are Lu Chun, Master Lu? Noticing the stranger's unfamiliarity, Lu Chen nodded slightly and inquired, "Who might you be?" The servant promptly replied, "I am a servant of Master Lin Yang. He wishes to invite Master Lu to his residence for a discussion, should you have the time." Upon hearing the name Lin Yang, Lu Chen's mind conjured the image of a middle-aged man with an inscrutable depth of cultivation and streaks of white in his hair. After returning to Linen City from the assessment, he had conducted an inquiry into this individual. It was said that he hailed from Linen City, possessing formidable skills, and was already at the 4th rank, one step away from becoming a top-tier martial artist capable of facing thousands. In his youth, he had spent decades in the imperial capital and the frontier, returning to his homeland 6 years ago, after which he was recruited by Luashi Academy as an instructor. What could such a person want with me? Lu Chan furrowed his brow, pondering. However, recognizing the depth of the man's skills and the necessity of future interactions within the academy, he considered that establishing a connection might yield benefits down the line. With this thought, Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Xiao Chu and Bai Xiehua smiled and said to Lu Chen, "In that case, Brother Lu, please proceed. We shall meander around the academy for a while and await you in the carriage." Guided by the servant, Lu Chen made his way into the heart of Luashi Mountain. Before long, he arrived at a residence nestled within the mountain. The surroundings were adorned with towering ancient trees and babbling brooks, presenting a delightful abode. As the grand door swung open, Lu Chen had yet to step inside when he sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. This sensation was eerily distinct from that of the martial artist he had encountered previously, conjuring in his mind vivid images of 2 armies clashing, rivers flowing with blood. Given the invitation, why would such a potent aura of killing intent permeate the air? Though Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged, his heart was secretly alarmed. Nevertheless, his diligent practice of the Taoist technique of turtle breathing kept his mind clear and calm, allowing him to discern that the murderous aura bore no malice. Yet, for safety's sake, he discreetly drew 3 flying needles, concealing them within his sleeves, while his right hand reached for the thunderblade at his back. "Master, young Master Lu has arrived," the servant announced as they entered the courtyard, addressing Lin Yang in the main hall. "Let him in," came the command, and as the words fell, the doors to the main hall opened of their own accord. Observing this, Lu Chen stepped forward slowly into the room. Seated upon a chair, Lin Yang observed as Lu Chen entered the room with serene composure, a look of gratification gracing his features, causing the formidable aura he exuded to dissipate in an instant. Chapter 58, The Blood Ignition Technique. Noticing the abrupt retreat of Lin Yang's imposing presence, Lu Chen felt a sense of calm wash over him. Surmising that this must be a test set forth by Lin Yang, with a visage as tranquil as still water, he bowed respectfully, saying, "Student Lu Chen pays his respects to teacher Lin." Lin Yang, beaming with warmth, gestured for him to take a seat beside him and instructed a servant to serve tea. Once a cup of tea was placed upon the table, the servant withdrew, leaving only Lu Chen and Lin Yang in the main hall. "I have perused your examination paper," Lin Yang remarked, "and it is indeed a treasure trove of wisdom. It is rare for someone of your age to possess such insight." Sipping his tea, he continued, "Mr. Yan from the academy had insisted on enrolling you in the Literary Institute, but fortunately, I intervened." Lu Chen, feeling honored by Lin Yang's high appraisal, hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Lin Yang smiled slightly and inquired, "I have reviewed your records. Achieving the 7th rank within a year is quite remarkable. However, how did you come to be associated with the town Evil Suppression Division? In a twist of fate, I once saved the life of a captain from the town Evil Suppression Division, and my recommendation was a means of repaying that debt," Lu Chen replied casually, omitting further details. Understanding that there was more beneath the surface, Lin Yang chose not to press further and instead asked, "Now that you have entered the academy as the top student, what are your aspirations?" After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chen responded, "Naturally, I wish to diligently study and hone my skills in the academy, aiming to stand out in the imperial examinations and secure a position as a military official." Lin Yang, seemingly anticipating this response, allowed a faint smile to emerge, saying, "With your talents, is it not too modest to merely seek a minor official post?" Fixing his gaze upon Lu Chen's eyes, he continued, "Are you aware that there exists an inner academy within the Luashi Academy?" A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Chen's eyes as he silently shook his head. The concept of an inner academy was foreign to him. Among the exceptional talents in both the literary and martial institutes, those who are recognized may gain entry into the inner academy. where they would receive additional resources and the teachings of their mentors in earnest. While sipping his tea, Lin Yang glanced at Lu Chun and elaborated. Students of the Inner Academy, even if they do not partake in the imperial examinations, may still find opportunities for official positions through their mentors' connections. For instance, many individuals in the Hamlin Academy of the Imperial City are, in fact, students of Mr. Yin. Pausing for a moment, he then said leisurely, "If I were to take you as my disciple, would you be willing?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's heart soared with joy. To be accepted as a disciple by a fourth-rank martial artist like Lin Yang would not only provide him with guidance in martial practice, but also potentially grant him access to officialdom without participating in the examinations, thus serving two purposes. With this thought in mind, he swiftly rose from his chair and performed the customary bow of apprenticeship. Seeing Lu Chen's earnestness, Lin Yang, thoroughly satisfied, helped him to his feet. Given your current 7th rank cultivation, it is almost certain that you will break through to the 6th rank within 2 years and become a mid-tier martial artist. Though I may not be particularly gifted, I can certainly guide you in the cultivation of mid-tier techniques. Lu Chun expressed his gratitude once more, and Lin Yang waved his hand, producing a tome from his bosom and presenting it to him. This was the military martial art known as Burning Blood Technique, devised by General Li, who guards the frontier. It significantly enhances the flow of vital energy within the body. Once mastered to a certain extent, one's speed and power can surpass that of others with equivalent cultivation. With a fortnight remaining before officially entering the academy, I must embark on a journey. You may return and practice in the meantime. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to inquire later. Lu Chun was taken aback that Lin Yang, having just taken him as a disciple, would bestow upon him such a profound technique. He gratefully accepted it, and then inquired, "Is General Li the renowned General Li Chuang, known as the Flying Dragon General?" During his time in Jianyang County, he had heard tales of Li Chuang on numerous occasions. It was said that his prowess, military command, and strategic acumen were unmatched in the Great Jing, and his flying dragon army was swift and formidable, instilling fear in enemy nations. Lin Yang nodded slightly, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. "Indeed, I served under General Li for several years and was deeply impressed by his capabilities. Regrettably, during my time in the Falling Dragon Valley, I was surrounded by foreign foes and suffered from a snow avalanche that damaged my lungs, preventing me from continuing my service to General Li." Lin Yang's expression turned somber, revealing his emotional turmoil. After a moment, he concealed his myriad feelings and returned to his usual demeanor, addressing Lu Chun, "Upon your arrival at the academy, do you intend to reside there or stay here?" Without hesitation, Lu Chun replied, "It would be best for the disciple to stay here." 7 days later, within the Lu family estate, Lu Chun sat cross-legged, the thunderclap blade resting upon his lap. At this moment, his vital energy surged violently, akin to tumultuous waves, ceaseless and overwhelming. His garments fluttered without wind, and the temperature around him steadily rose. With a clang, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly widened as he swiftly rose, drawing the thunderclap blade from its sheath. The air resonated with a thunderous roar, the blade vibrated, and the energy within him reverberated as Lu Chun swiftly cleaved at the void. Tiger roar! A deafening roar of a mighty tiger echoed through the courtyard. Yet, unlike the previous display of the tiger roar, this time, the energy within him did not overflow uncontrollably. In the next moment, the vital energy flowed from the blade through his palm and arm, reintegrating into his body and coursing through his limbs, devoid of any prior exhaustion. Indeed, it can be done. Lu Chen's heart leaped with joy at witnessing his understanding yield results. Mastering a martial art requires both comprehension and diligent practice. However, possessing an innate talent for understanding, he had grasped the essence of the Burning Blood Technique within a day of returning from Lin Yang. The Burning Blood Technique, created by the Flying Dragon General, primarily focuses on enhancing self-control and the instantaneous explosion of vital energy, while also minimizing energy leakage. After all, he led troops in the frigid northern territories, necessitating a concerted effort to conserve internal energy. In recent days, Lu Chun had persistently practiced, integrating his insights to tailor the Burning Blood Technique to his unique circumstances. After days of rigorous training, Lu Chun finally resolved a particularly challenging issue. During his encounters with adversaries, any misfired attacks would result in a waste of both vitality and true energy. However, he has since mastered the refined technique of burning blood, enabling him to control the flow of energy within his body with precision, thereby significantly minimizing consumption. Chapter 59, Bayun Village. In the balmy month of March, as grass flourishes and orioles take flight, the verdant expanse of Luashi Mountain is suffused with a delicate floral fragrance, resembling a magnificent painting. At the foot of the mountain stands a grand ancient edifice with elegantly curved eaves, where young scholars frequently enter and exit, cradling various tomes. Inside a spacious and well-lit room, towering bookshelves are filled with ancient texts meticulously arranged. In one corner, Lu Haun is engrossed in the contemplation of scripture. This is the library of Luashi Academy, a treasure trove of diverse literature, where most of the collection is available for students to borrow. Since Lu Chen's arrival at Luashi Academy, he has spent 4 months immersed in study. Under Lin Yang's guidance, his cultivation has advanced remarkably, and he has now reached the pinnacle of the 7th rank. According to Lin Yang's estimations, it is likely that within 3 months, he will successfully break through to become a mid-tier martial artist. Upon entering the academy, Lu Haun had informed Lin Yang of his prior mastery of the internal cultivation technique known as Crimson Fire, through which he had successfully cultivated true energy. However, internal cultivation differs from external techniques, and Lin Yang was unable to provide further guidance, leaving Lu Haun to discern the path on his own. Only upon comprehending his unique method could he transcend to new realms of mastery. Nevertheless, Lu Haun chose to conceal his knowledge of the turtle breathing technique, as it is quite rare for someone of his age to have cultivated true energy, let alone to possess 2 distinctly different internal techniques, which would certainly be seen as extraordinary. Indeed, the dual paths of Buddhism and Taoism harbor profound mysteries. Lu Haun rubbed his eyes and closed the scripture before him. Since entering Luashi Academy, aside from his daily studies and cultivation, he has devoted the majority of his remaining time to reading in this library. With his extraordinary insight, he has occasionally experienced flashes of inspiration, leading to significant breakthroughs in various martial arts techniques, such as spear play, swordsmanship, and staff techniques. However, his energy is limited, and he primarily focuses on the martial arts he learned in Jianyang County. After nearly half a month of diligently studying Buddhist texts and integrating them with the Crimson Fire technique, Lu Haun has begun to faintly perceive the nascent form of another internal technique. Brother Lu is indeed here, a familiar voice called out as 2 figures approached him. Upon recognizing their faces, a smile graced Lu Chen's countenance. These 2 were his fellow students, Xiao Chu and Bai Xiaohua. Let us speak outside, Lu Haun suggested, placing the scripture away before rising to his feet. The 3 exited the library and found a secluded corridor to sit. Lu Haun gazed at the stunning mountain scenery, stretching comfortably as he did so. Xiao Chu, seated beside him, teased, Brother Lu has spent more time in the library than even the students of our literary institute. I heard that you recently penned an article that astonished everyone, nearly causing Master Yin to faint from excitement. You should consider joining our institute directly. Lu Haun smiled and shook his head, choosing to remain silent, until Bai Xiaohua interjected, Brother Lu, you are now an inner disciple of Master Lin, destined for great achievements in the future. Why would you come to our institute? By the way, the academy will soon be on spring break. What are your plans? Lu Haun pondered briefly before responding. I haven't returned home for quite some time. I plan to visit Jianyang County to see my family. He had been in Linen City for half a year and usually communicated with his family through letters. Now, taking advantage of the month-long spring break, he thought it best to return home. A few days later, at the city gate of Linen, Lu Haun clasped his hands in farewell to Lu Tianhao, who had come to see him off. Chen'er, you must be careful on the road, Lu Tianhao said with some concern. Lu Haun nodded slightly, patting his bundle, and replied with a smile, Father, rest assured, I have prepared maps and provisions. He mounted his horse and turned to the young warrior beside him, who was already mounted, saying, Brother Fong, let us set off. The young man nodded, and the 2 bid farewell to Lu Tianhao before galloping down the broad official road. Initially, Lu Haun intended to travel alone to Jianyang County, as the guards at home were not as skilled as he, and he feared they would hinder him in case of trouble. However, Lu Tianhao, worried about his son traveling alone, insisted on sending another talented youth from the Fong family to accompany him. This young man, named Fong Yuan, was in his early 20s and already possessed an 8th grade cultivation level, demonstrating considerable prowess. Moreover, Lu Haun and Fong Yuan had an additional purpose for their journey, to stop by Bayun Village, located 2 days' travel from Linen City. According to Lu Tianhao, the villagers were adept at sericulture, and their mulberry leaves were ideal for feeding silkworms, with most of the high-quality silk for the brocade workshops sourced from Bayun Village. However, A caravan that was supposed to return from Bayun village 2 days prior had yet to appear, prompting the Fong family and Lu Tianhao to request the two young men to investigate. Brother Lu, at this pace, we should reach Bayun village in less than 2 days. Fong Yuan said respectfully as their swift horses galloped. Lu Chen nodded slightly. The horse-drawn carriage he had taken previously had encountered landslides, causing a delay of over 10 days. Yet now, riding the Fong family's finest steed, he estimated they could reach Jiangyang County in no more than 7 days, even with a detour to Bayun village. 2 days swiftly passed. Lu Chen and Fong Yuan traveled by day and rested at night, encountering no incidents along the way. However, the weather today was somewhat unfavorable. Lu Chen gazed at the dark, heavy clouds above, the surroundings shrouded in an ominous stillness, stirring a sense of unease within him. He took out the map and directed his attention to Fong Yuan, saying, "If we leave the main road here, it should take about an hour to reach Bayun village." Noting the dimming light and the dampness in the air, he continued, "If the weather does not improve, we shall rest for the night in Bayun village." Before Fong Yuan's departure, the Fong family had cautioned him to heed Lu Chen's every word, to which he nodded in agreement. Lu Chen folded the map, and the two of them rode away from the main road, turning onto a narrow path to the left. In stark contrast to the previously broad road, the route to Bayun village was entirely composed of sand and dirt, significantly slowing their pace. After about a stick of incense's time, the two men traversed a small earthen hill and suddenly spotted a middle-aged man, dressed like a woodcutter, squatting by the roadside, smoking a pipe. They approached him slowly. "Excuse me, good sir, is Bayun village ahead?" Lu Chen inquired, cupping his hands in greeting. "Indeed," the woodcutter replied with a nod. "It is less than an hour's journey from here. Just continue straight ahead." "Thank you." Lu Chen expressed his gratitude before turning to Fong Yuan. "Let us proceed." Half an hour later, Lu Chen abruptly reined in his horse. "Something is amiss." Fong Yuan was startled by his sudden halt and quickly stopped, his voice low and serious. "Lu, what on earth is happening?" "Something is amiss," Lu Chen repeated, his brow furrowed, his countenance darkening considerably. He had not noticed it before, but now, upon reflection, he finally grasped the unsettling feeling that had been lingering in his mind. A chill crept into his heart, and the hair on his arms stood on end. Leaning closer to Fong Yuan, he whispered urgently, "Can you recall the appearance of that woodcutter from earlier?" Chapter 60. Unwelcome Visitors. Strange Affairs. Though Lu Chen possessed an extraordinary memory, he found himself utterly unable to recall the woodcutter's features. In his mind, the man's facial features seemed shrouded in a veil of shadow, obscuring his true visage. Yet, the woodcutter's voice echoed incessantly in Lu Chen's thoughts, as if urging him to hasten to Bayun village. "Can you recall the woodcutter's appearance?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, Fong Yuan's expression shifted to one of deep concern. He pondered fervently, then, with despair, remarked, "Lu, I cannot remember at all. What could this mean?" Hearing this, Lu Chen felt a weight settle in his heart. It seemed this was not merely his own illusion. "We must turn back," he commanded decisively. And the two men swiftly turned their horses, racing back in the direction they had come. As the scenery around them receded, what should have been a half-hour journey extended to a full hour, yet they found themselves no closer to the main road, nor had they encountered the woodcutter again. "Let us halt." Lu Chen sighed quietly, bringing his steed to a slow stop. He turned to the visibly frightened Fong Yuan and said, "Look to the right." Lu Chen pointed towards a large tree on their right, where a sharp willow leaf knife was embedded straight into the trunk. "What is this?" Fong Yuan questioned, his face betraying confusion. Lu Chen let out a quiet sigh and addressed, "These marks I made on the trees signify that we have been going in circles for an entire hour." "A wall of ghosts," Fong Yuan exclaimed in a state of confusion. Observing Fong Yuan's disarray, Lu Chen discerned that, as a member of an affluent family, he had likely never encountered such bizarre occurrences before. A malevolent presence was clearly at play here. A glint of determination flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. It was evident that some dark force was intent on preventing their escape. Thus, their only choice was to proceed towards Bayun village. At this juncture, they had no option but to advance. Drawing the thunderblade from his back, Lu Chen cast a glance at the alarmed Fong Yuan and warned, "If you wish to survive, you must remain on high alert from this moment onward." Fong Yuan took several deep breaths, his composure gradually returning. He withdrew a long knife from its sheath and replied solemnly, "Understood, Brother Lu. Let us move." The two slowed their pace, cautiously traversing the muddy path, while a faint, acrid scent of charred decay wafted from a distance. "Do you detect the foul odor?" Lu Chen inquired softly of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a few deep breaths, then shook his head in bewilderment. Perhaps I am being overly cautious, Lu Chen murmured, for the scent seemed elusive, almost ethereal, and he could not pinpoint its source. After the passage of a fragrant incense sticks time, Lu Chen's gaze began to discern flickers of light. Be careful. We are nearing Baiyun village, he cautioned. Smoke was rising from afar, and as they drew closer, the sounds of barking dogs and children at play reached their ears. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Baiyun village, they beheld a scene of ancient trees, old houses, and flowing streams, all exuding an aura of tranquil harmony. Farmers returning home after a day's toil greeted them with friendly nods. Brother Lu, what is the meaning of this? It appears to be nothing out of the ordinary. Fang Yuan whispered, for had he not previously encountered the wall of ghosts, he would have suspected Lu Chen of being paranoid. Lu Chen shook his head slightly, then dismounted, leading his horse slowly into the village. Numerous villagers sat outside their homes, chatting and enjoying leisure, and upon seeing the two, they offered warm greetings. Lu Chen approached the village's only inn, where a young attendant hurried out, respectfully asking, Gentlemen, would you like to dine or seek lodging? Has anything unusual occurred in your village recently? Lu Chen casually inquired while stroking his steed. The attendant smiled gently and replied, No, there have been no reports of anything strange happening. Please prepare a fine guest room. Lu Chen instructed the attendant, then softly said to Fang Yuan, You go inside first. I will gather some information outside. After wandering through the village for a while, Lu Chen perceived no signs of abnormality. He stopped a farmer who was heading home and asked, Could you tell me when the last caravan visited the village? A caravan? The farmer looked puzzled, then chuckled. There hasn't been a caravan in the village for quite some time. A sudden heaviness gripped Lu Chen's heart. Could this not be Baiyun village? The farmer listened and chuckled, saying, This is Zixia village. Perhaps the guest has come to the wrong place. With that, he turned and walked away. Zixia village? Lu Chen had previously confirmed multiple times that he would not take a wrong turn, and moreover, he had never seen any village named Zixia on the map. He returned to the inn and entered his room, sharing this matter with Fang Yuan. What should we do now? Fang Yuan, encountering such an illogical mystery for the first time, felt a twinge of panic. As night fell, Lu Chen gazed out of the window at the thick, swirling clouds and heard the heavy rumble of thunder. He spoke slowly. For now, we must stay in this Zixia village for the night and reassess our plans come dawn. Fang Yuan sighed, then opened the door and said to Lu Chen, I ordered a table of food and drink earlier. Let us go down and fill our stomachs. The two made their way to the first floor of the inn, casually selecting a table to sit at. It wasn't too long before the waiter brought forth 4 dishes and a soup to their table. They hadn't eaten since noon, and their hunger was quite evident. The dishes were visually appealing and aromatic, and Fang Yuan immediately felt his appetite stir. He picked up his chopsticks, eager to dig in. Lu Chen extended his chopsticks to stop him, then examined the food carefully. It appeared normal, Lu Chen thought to himself, as he subtly activated his internal energy, a cool force emanating from his palm along the chopsticks and into the dishes before him. In an instant, the once fragrant meat transformed into a plate of putrid scraps. A heavy stench assaulted their senses, and Fang Yuan, witnessing the grotesque transformation, jumped up in shock, exclaiming, Brother Lu, what is this? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, ignoring Fang Yuan, and continued to channel his energy into the other dishes. Chapter 61. The Haunted Village. As the energy spread, the food before Lu Chen underwent a drastic change. The dishes were now composed of moldy, decayed flesh, while the soup had turned into a thick, clotted substance resembling blood. The 2 bowls of rice in front of them had astonishingly morphed into writhing maggots. Fang Yuan, witnessing this horrific scene, could no longer contain himself and bent over to vomit violently. Lu Chen glanced at the other 2 tables, noticing that the patrons seemed oblivious to their commotion, continuing to eat without a care. Buzz! A cool wave of energy radiated from Lu Chen, and in an instant, the food on the other tables transformed into the same grotesque fare. Stop eating. Fang Yuan, his face contorted in disgust, flipped over the other 2 tables in frustration. Yet, the diners paid no heed, kneeling on the ground and continuing to consume the decayed flesh. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder resonated from the sky. As rain poured down like a torrential flood, Lu Chen looked outside, observing that the few lights in the village had completely extinguished, plunging the area into darkness. Brother Lu, what should we do? Fang Yuan had never encountered such a situation and was at a loss. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with intensity as he gripped the thunderblade, warily observing the few individuals within the inn. Let us remain here for now. Do not act rashly. The torrential rain outside could pose greater danger if we venture out. Why aren't you two eating? Is the food not to your liking? The innkeeper's assistant emerged from the kitchen, a broad smile adorning his face. He cast a glance at the dishes on the table, revealing a sinister grin, lamenting the waste of such fine cuisine. In the next moment, he lunged at Lu Chun, teeth bared, with a flash of silver. The assistant's head was swiftly severed from his body, which fell silently to the ground, dispersing into a wisp of black smoke. Thunder roared as a bolt of lightning struck a venerable tree in the village, charring its robust trunk and splitting it in two. Instantly, the sound of numerous doors slamming echoed from afar as the villagers of Xixiang village poured forth, brandishing an array of farming tools and weapons. A frenzied throng of no less than 300 individuals surged toward the inn. The other patrons in the inn abandoned their grotesque feast of decaying flesh and instead lunged wildly at Lu Chun and Fang Yuan. Close the door. Lu Chun shouted to Fang Yuan, who stood frozen in shock. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a torrent of blade light, cleaving 6 individuals within the inn in half. Fang Yuan barricaded the door with a bolt and piled tables and chairs against it. The relentless pounding of the villagers against the doors and windows reverberated throughout the inn, shaking it to its very foundation as they desperately sought to break in. Brother Lu, were these creatures? Fang Yuan, with his weapon drawn, trembled uncontrollably at the sight of the maddened crowd. Lu Chen offered no reply, his gaze fixed on the splintering doors and windows. In an instant, as the windows shattered, Lu Chen surged forth, slicing through the villagers outside with ferocious intent, reducing 4 to mere fragments. The remaining doors and windows burst open, and a tide of villagers with blood-red eyes surged into the inn. A fierce glint flickered in Lu Chen's eyes as he obliterated the 2 individuals before him and commanded Fang Yuan, "If you wish to survive, kill with unrelenting ferocity." Fang Yuan let out a low growl of fury, then severed a villager's head with a swift strike. As the number of villagers within the inn multiplied, the structure trembled violently, swaying perilously as if on the brink of collapse. Staying here would surely lead to their demise. Stand back. Lu Chun summoned all his vitality and bellowed to Fang Yuan near the entrance. In the next moment, the thunderblade cleaved through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek. With a tremendous force, it erupted against the wooden door, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Clang! As the door made contact with the blade, it shattered into countless splinters, scattering into the air. The villagers gathered at the entrance were hurled away like cannonballs, landing dozens of yards from the scene. Get out quickly. The roof is about to collapse. Lu Chen called out to Fang Yuan, who was still inside the inn. With a deafening crash, the already unstable and could no longer bear the strain and collapsed, trapping dozens of villagers beneath its debris. The rain poured relentlessly, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder and flashes of lightning overhead. Outside, nearly 200 villagers had surrounded them completely. A surge of vitality coursed through Lu Chun, his body feeling like a molten furnace as his fiery energy surged like a tempest. The thunderblade in his hand vibrated violently. Whether we survive depends on your skills, Lu Chun gravely warned Fang Yuan. Exhaling a cloud of steaming breath, he leaped high into the air, bringing his blade down upon a villager charging at him. Tiger roar! The ferocious roar of a tiger shook the heavens and drowned out the thunder above, as his immense strength reduced over 50 villagers to mere dust in an instant. Seeing Lu Chen's valor, Fang Yuan felt invigorated, channeling his energy to strike at the villagers not far away. Amidst the impenetrable wall of bodies, Lu Chun moved with grace, deftly evading attacks while delivering lethal blows with the thunderblade. The number of villagers began to dwindle at a visible rate, acrid smoke rising and mingling with the rain before trickling to the ground. The last one, Fang Yuan's blade flashed with a cold glimmer as he cleaved the final villager in half, collapsing onto the muddy ground, gasping, finally finished. At that moment, aside from the 2 of them, there were no other souls in Xixiang village, as if the frenzied villagers had never existed. After a brief moment of recuperation, Lu Chun suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He exerted force through his legs and leapt powerfully from the ground. With a resounding crash, Lu Chen's blade met an incoming object mid-air, the tremendous impact sending rainwater splattering everywhere. What formidable strength! A torrent of power surged toward him, and Lu Haun landed firmly after retreating 2 steps, his gaze fixed on a shadow not far away. Though humanoid in shape, it was ensnared in thick, gnarled vines, obscuring its features. Fang Yuan, rising from the ground, spoke gravely to Lu Haun. "Brother Lu, what is this creature?" Lu Haun shook his head slightly and replied, "You are no match for it. Do not intervene." His inner fiery energy and turtle breath surged rapidly, enveloping him in a swirling aura, the rain sizzling as it hit his body. Chapter 62, Predicament. Prison. A deafening roar erupted from the creature wrapped in layers of vines before Lu Haun and Fang Yuan. And in the next moment, both Lu Haun and the creature vanished, only to collide violently an instant later. Clang, clang, clang. In Lu Haun's eyes, a fierce light flickered. The air shrieked, and the long blade in his hand transformed into a silver dragon, relentlessly striking the entire body of the eerie creature. With the enhancement of true energy, Lu Haun's speed and explosive power surged significantly as the Thunderblade transformed into a deadly weapon, enveloping the creature in its luminous glow. But Lu Haun struck once more upon the creature, which staggered back several steps. However, its armored exterior remained unbroken. Once more, witnessing this, Lu Haun's ferocity was ignited, his eyes burning crimson, a tempest of brutal intent reverberating within his chest. Muscles in his arms bulged as he unleashed his strength, delivering a diagonal slash downwards upon the creature. The might of his blade was overwhelming, akin to a chilling flash of light that tore through everything in its path, piercing through the creature's chest. Roar! Tendrils were rent apart, and the creature emitted a heart-wrenching howl. Lu Haun offered no respite, plunging the blade deep into its body. Death! A fierce killing intent flashed in Lu Haun's eyes as he channeled his inner energy, allowing the tortoise-like true energy to surge into the creature's interior. The creature quaked as if struck by lightning, its thick, vine-like armor visibly rotting away, its body collapsing and twisting grotesquely. Lu Haun noted the writhing roots within it and felt a chill of astonishment. Indeed, the bizarre abilities of this world varied greatly. Boom! The creature's form shattered into countless fragments. A wave of energy surged outward from its center, filling the air with a foul, acrid stench that rapidly permeated the village. This scent was identical to what Lu Haun had encountered before entering the village. "Brother Lu, what was that just now?" Fang Yuan approached slowly, trembling as he inquired. In Lu Haun's eyes, he had become a deity. Despite their mere one-rank difference, an insurmountable chasm lay between them. He had never witnessed a 7th-rank warrior wield such devastating power. The creature, but why did nothing change after its demise? Lu Haun furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, sensing something amiss within. "Let us retreat indoors. Remaining here in the rain is unwise." Lu Haun proceeded toward a nearby house, but suddenly felt a chill at his back. Acting on instinct, he swung the Thunderblade backward. Swish! A robust branch was cleaved in two, and in the next moment, forged from the finest iron, twisting and dancing through the air, producing a sharp, fearsome sound that instilled dread. Were he to be struck by these branches, he would likely be torn to shreds, reduced to mere pulp. Boom! Lu Haun's blade, enveloped in surging gusts of energy, resembled a dragon rearing its claws. The Thunderblade became a relentless river, slashing down upon the incoming tendrils. Moments later, he severed every root before him, and piercing, ear-splitting shrieks resonated as the severed roots swiftly retreated underground. Behind Lu Haun, Fang Yuan suddenly emitted a series of piercing cries. Turning around, Lu Haun beheld Fang Yuan sprawled on the ground, his legs ensnared by numerous rigid branches, which were frantically dragging him towards the outskirts of the village. "Brother Lu, save me." Fang Yuan clutched the earth desperately. Yet to no avail, a robust branch emerged from the ground, wrapping around his waist and lifting him into the air. Observing this, Lu Haun swiftly moved, his blade poised to sever the encroaching branch, only to be met by another vine that sliced through the air, striking towards him with ferocity. In that very moment, the branches continued to pull Fang Yuan's body, vanishing into the darkness of the night within a heartbeat. Now, Fang Yuan's fate remained uncertain. And the sky grew increasingly intense, as if the heavens themselves were trembling, with purple lightning incessantly striking the houses within the village, rain cascading down accompanied by countless sparks of electricity. It would be prudent to wait until dawn to devise a plan, Lu Haun thought, sensing the peril surrounding him, and hurried towards a larger structure in the village. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm struck him. The air before his eyes warped and twisted. Houses collapsed in succession, and the world trembled violently as the scenery rapidly shifted. A buzzing sound filled Lu Chen's ears, and darkness enveloped his vision, accompanied by a slight dizziness. After a moment, he regained consciousness, only to be shocked by the scene before him. In the evening twilight, dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder rumbled ominously, and smoke rose from the village as farmers returning from their toil greeted him with smiles. What is this? Lu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Xixia village appeared identical to the moment he and Feng Yuan had entered. I have returned, Lu Chen murmured gravely to himself. The figure of Feng Yuan, once at his side, had vanished. Holding the reins, Lu Chen cautiously stepped back into the village, where everything felt both familiar and strange. He approached the village inn, where the attendant greeted him warmly, as always, a broad smile lighting his face. Would the esteemed guest like a meal or a room? Have you seen me before? Lu Chen inquired slowly. The attendant sized him up before shaking his head. Never seen you, esteemed guest. You must be visiting our village for the first time. Is this Xixia village? Lu Chen asked in a hushed tone. Indeed it is. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his heart sinking. It seemed he had truly returned to the evening, trapped in this place, as Xixia village transformed into an inescapable prison. Please prepare a room for me, Lu Chen instructed, handing the reins to the attendant with a composed demeanor. He entered his room, seated himself on a chair, and closed his eyes to meditate, seeking tranquility, while his senses remained alert to the surroundings, every whisper of the wind and rustle of grass failing to escape his notice. As night fell, thunder rumbled, and the anticipated torrents of rain began to pour. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning illuminated the surroundings as if it were daylight, striking forcefully upon an ancient tree. At that very moment, a cacophony of footsteps reverberated outside the guest room as villagers poured out of their homes, frantically surging towards the inn. The denizens of Xixia village seemed to have lost their senses, likely due to the ominous tree. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, unsheathing the thunderblade with a heavy rasp. He could hear the villagers desperately attempting to break down the door, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. For now, he had to eliminate these individuals first. Chapter 63, The Phoenix Fire Technique. With a swift motion, Lu Chen cleaved the last villager in two, and from the depths of darkness emerged a peculiar entity, ensnared in layers of thick, vine-like armor. Time was of the essence. A spark of brilliance flickered in Lu Chen's gaze as he concentrated all his strength, striking the entity with a single, forceful blow. Tiger's Fury. The thunder blade collided with the tendrils like a meteorite impact, unleashing a surge of pure energy that erupted violently, causing the entity to tremble violently before it disintegrated in a fine powder, dissipating into the air. At the same instant, numerous robust roots burst forth from the ground, launching an assault from all directions. What nuisance! Wreathed in a torrent of true energy, the thunderblade severed the roots effortlessly. A familiar, slight dizziness washed over him, and in the next moment, Lu Chen found himself once more at the entrance of Xixia village. Indeed, he had regressed again. Lu Chen felt a tinge of helplessness. He had yet to escape the bizarre confines of this trap, nor did he fully comprehend the entity's abilities. Grasping his steed, he ventured into the village once more. But instead of heading to the inn, he approached the ancient, broad tree at the village's center. It appeared unremarkable, and Lu Chen gazed at the tree, murmuring to himself. He touched the rough bark, finding nothing amiss. Although ancient, such trees were not uncommon in the world. You seem somewhat unfamiliar. Are you perhaps interested in this tree? An elderly man seated beneath it suddenly addressed him. Lu Chen nodded slightly, inquiring, "Might I ask if this tree holds any significance?" The elder chuckled softly, replying, "I've never heard of any significance. This tree has stood here since my birth. It is said to have been here since the village's inception." Clang! The thunderblade was abruptly drawn from its sheath, disregarding the elder's astonished and terrified expression. As Lu Chen struck down with ferocity, the blade shimmered, and the trunk came crashing down, obliterating several houses in the village. A foul, blood-like substance oozed from the severed trunk. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the sky darkened ominously in an instant. "You dare!" The elderly man beside Lu Chen witnessed this scene, his features twisting grotesquely like withered bark, his eyes ablaze with fury. As Lu Chen's blade fell, a head soared high into the air. At that moment, a swarm of frantic villagers rushed towards him. The sixth regression weighed heavily upon Lu Haun, who sighed inwardly. Previously, he had galloped towards the village's outskirts, only to be drawn back as night fell. Now, seated cross-legged on the ground, he paid no heed to the villagers' strange gazes, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit, breathing deeply while vigilantly monitoring his surroundings. Despite his vigorous vitality and exceptional physical prowess, coupled with his mastery of the blood ignition technique, he nonetheless sensed a depletion of his energy. As the turtle breath true regulation technique circulated, the refreshing true energy coursed through his limbs and meridians, alleviating some of the turmoil within him. Should he remain unable to break free from this predicament, even without the threat of being slain by malevolent entities, he would ultimately succumb to exhaustion. At that moment, the mental incantation of the Crimson Fire technique vividly surged within Lu Chen's mind, pulsating with life. As a Buddhist and Daoist mental discipline, the true energy cultivated through this technique was the epitome of yang and strength. With each passing day of practice, his comprehension and insights into the technique deepened. Moreover, in recent months, he had immersed himself in the sacred texts housed in the Academy's library, where a new internal energy technique was beginning to illuminate his consciousness. Lu Haun focused his mind, relaxing his body and spirit, allowing his breath to lengthen gradually. He sensed the subtle compression of his bones, muscles, and internal organs, even perceiving the sound of blood flowing within him. A heat surged within, as a fiery essence ignited in his Danshan, slowly rising and coursing through his meridians, enveloping his entire being. His skin flushed a vibrant red, radiating intense warmth, while a dense vapor of white mist billowed around him. Time passed unknowingly, and soon, the anticipated torrential rain began to fall. However, before a single drop could touch Lu Haun, it was dissipated by the emanating heat. The scarlet true energy enveloping his body took on a tangible form, gently draping over him like a feathered garment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from above, striking the ancient tree in the village once more. Simultaneously, the villagers of Zixia village transformed into bloodthirsty beasts, their expressions frenzied as they charged towards Lu Haun, who remained still and steadfast, eyes closed in tranquil concentration. As they approached within mere yards, Lu Chen's eyes snapped open, revealing pupils streaked with crimson. Blazing inferno of the phoenix, purest yang and hardest strength. Your innate understanding defies the heavens, transcending the ordinary, and in a moment of divine inspiration, you have successfully grasped the internal energy technique, the phoenix fire art. With a surge of overwhelming momentum, an abyssal wave of phoenix fire true energy erupted from within Lu Haun, coalescing above his head into a vibrant scarlet phoenix. The flames soared skyward, casting a crimson hue over the village. With a resonant clang, the phoenix spread its wings, emitting a melodious cry that resonated like celestial music. In an instant, it darted towards the villagers with a speed imperceptible to the eye, as anguished wails filled the air. The villagers were engulfed in flames, vanishing into nothingness in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous crash, the thunderblade, enveloped in phoenix fire true energy, effortlessly severed the last remaining tendril, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. The tumultuous surge of energy gradually subsided, and the searing thunderblade began to cool beneath the onslaught of the rain. At that moment, he comprehended not only the crimson fire technique and the turtle breath true regulation technique, but had also mastered a third, distinctly different internal energy discipline. The Luan Huo Ju, originating from the esoteric teachings of Buddhism, was further refined by Lu Chen's insights gleaned from myriad of texts, culminating in a unique internal cultivation method that belonged solely to him. Both the potency and quantity of his genuine energy had ascended to unprecedented heights. As the surroundings began to collapse, Lu Haun sensed that the next temporal regression was imminent. In that fleeting moment, his eyes widened slightly as he discerned a vague silhouette standing at the entrance of the village below the creek. His heart tightened, and with a flicker of movement, he appeared before the figure in an instant. The figure bore a long, slender face, tall stature, and was clad in a tattered yet tidy Daoist robe, bearing a pale yellow peach with sword on his back. His complexion was as pallid as that of a corpse, devoid of any semblance of color. Who was this Daoist? Why was he here? Before Lu Haun could utter a word, the Daoist, in a state of urgency, implored when the next regression occurs. You must remember to venture into a cave located in the northern forest. Before he could finish his sentence, the deist's form grew indistinct and vanished, plunging Lu Haun into darkness. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing before the village by the creek. Chapter 64. The Key to Breaking the Stalemate. Lu Haun stood before the village, the echo of the deist's voice resonating in his mind. In the next heartbeat, he mounted his horse and galloped towards the direction indicated by the deist. Continuing into the village would only result in perpetual regression. Even with his newfound mastery of a more potent internal cultivation method, it would yield no results. Although he remained uncertain of the deist's true identity, he felt compelled to pursue this lead in hopes of breaking the impasse. As the scenery rapidly receded, Lu Haun cast aside a multitude of thoughts. Before long, he entered the woods, slowing his pace to survey his surroundings in search of the cave the deist had mentioned. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization struck him, prompting him to dismount. Not far ahead, he could discern the entrance to a cave, partially obscured by towering dead trees and overgrown weeds. Drawing forth his thunderblade, he entered the cave, which was shrouded in darkness as thick as ink, chilling to the bone. Sensing something amiss, Lu Haun remained vigilant as he cautiously advanced deeper into the cavern. He had explored several caves before, but this one exuded an extraordinary aura of coldness, and a foul stench of decay pervaded the air. After traversing the cave for a while, Lu Haun found his path obstructed by dense, intertwining roots. He swung his blade repeatedly, cleaving at the resilient tendrils. After numerous strikes, he finally carved a passageway. As he slipped through the opening, what lay before him caused a slight tremor in his form. The roots were deeply embedded in the soil, intertwining like serpents, meandering endlessly into the distance. Directly ahead, he beheld a massive root tumor, its coarse exterior hinting at a viscous, reddish-brown liquid within, appearing semi-translucent. Crimson veins pulsated within the tumor, throbbing gently like a heartbeat. Without hesitation, Lu Haun focused his energy and struck fiercely at the rough surface. With a resounding roar, the root tumor shattered, unleashing a torrent of the viscous reddish-brown liquid like a flood breaching its dam. A foul and putrid stench permeated the air, prompting Lu Haun to swiftly sidestep as withered and deformed corpses of both humans and animals burst forth from within. In the next moment, a piercing and sorrowful shriek echoed through the woods, causing the ground to tremble violently. The cave shook violently, rocks cascading down, and Lu Haun exerted all his strength to execute his movements, swiftly escaping the cave in mere moments. No sooner had he exited than a multitude of tendrils surged towards him from the distance, resembling a colossal dragon, slicing through the air with ferocious intent. A brilliant light ignited in Lu Haun's eyes. Empowered by the Lu Haun fire true Qi, the thunderblade in his grasp radiated a terrifying brilliance. With a series of hissing sounds, the thunderblade unleashed its formidable might, severing the encroaching tendrils from all directions, leaving them no chance to approach. In the next instant, tumultuous clouds roiled above, and the earth quaked violently. The towering ancient trees around him seemed to come alive, extending numerous twisted vines that obscured the sky. Witnessing the scene, Lu Haun hesitated not a moment. He took a deep breath, activating the Lu Haun fire technique with great urgency, the crimson light on the blade intensifying. He stamped his feet heavily upon the ground, unleashing a powerful force that created a deep pit beneath him. Gripping the thunder blade tightly, he took flight, soaring like an arrow into the air, and struck fiercely at the encroaching vines. With a resounding roar, the blade exploded upon the vines, releasing an immense shockwave that twisted and shredded the tendrils into countless fragments. The forest echoed with a thunderous wail as Lu Haun seized the opportunity to pursue, darting through the woods like a specter while cleaving the thunder blade against the trunks, intertwining the two true Qi energies. A chorus of piercing shrieks emanated from within the ancient trees, rapidly wilting and decaying. Boom! Countless ancient trees erupted violently, transforming into black smoke that dissipated into the air. As the dust settled around him, Lu Haun sensed an overwhelming and formidable pressure approaching from afar. That must be the sinister entity, he mused, to unravel this predicament. It must be vanquished. With a vigilant expression, Lu Haun moved toward the source of the oppressive aura. Before long, a dense ancient tree came into view, its branches and leaves thick yet emanating a vengeful essence. It was likely that this malevolent being surpassed the likes of the purple smoke in its mastery. Lu Haun fixed his gaze upon the ancient tree, its topmost tendrils poised like indomitable blades, a grave expression crossing his face. This malevolent entity had taken residence within the tree, consuming all the villagers of the nearby creek, and after basking in the essence of the sun and moon, it would prove difficult to contend with. With a low hum, the thunderblade in Lu Chen's hand vibrated, the power of his blood and energy mingling with a surging wave, directing itself toward the sinister being. "You seek death." A hoarse voice emerged from within the ancient tree. In the next instant, a torrent of thunder struck the tendrils of the entity, clashing violently with the blade. Clang! Lu Chen's body jolted as a tingling sensation coursed through him, compelling him to retreat in alarm. As he steadied himself, countless tendrils of the malevolent creature erupted from the earth, raising a cloud of dust as they surged toward Lu Chen. Emitting a low growl, flames ignited within his pupils, and his aura swelled with intensity. The fire phoenix. His vital energy trembled, and the essence of the phoenix transformed into a magnificent bird, violently clashing with the creature's tendrils. Bang! A muffled thud reverberated through the forest as nearly 100 tendrils vanished in an instant. The creature let out a thunderous roar, and in the next moment, hundreds of distorted human faces emerged from its rough exterior, each contorted in agony and wailing in despair. A torrent of vengeful energy surged forth from within the creature, and witnessing this, Lu Chen enveloped himself in his vital energy. His eyes glowed crimson, his blood boiling with fury, his face etched with a fierce expression as he reached the pinnacle of his dual techniques. With a furious roar, he charged forward, the lingering flames of the phoenix accompanying him as he slashed at the creature. Bang! 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 Lu Chen unleashed 3 swift strikes, carving through the resilient bark with ferocity. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he aimed to pierce the creature's core, but countless vines ensnared his right hand, rendering his thunderblade immobile. Sharp thorns piercing his flesh and eliciting excruciating pain. "Die for me." The agony ignited his ferocity. He inhaled deeply, his left arm bulging with muscle, enveloped in the dense essence of the phoenix, and he struck down upon the creature like a divine being. The air compressed, erupting with a deafening sonic boom, his mountain-splitting palm sweeping forth like a tempestuous wave. Under the immense force, the vines disintegrated into powder, the roots shattered, and the outer layer crumbled. Bang! Splinters flew as Lu Chen forcefully drove his palm into the creature, his vital energy spreading instantaneously. The creature emitted a chilling scream, its surface now marred with crimson wounds. Lu Chen spotted Fang Yuan, who had been missing for a long time, now fused within the creature's body. With a sudden surge of strength, he yanked him free. Chapter 65, Flesh Fields. After dragging Fang Yuan out from within the creature, Lu Chen paid no heed to his condition, flinging him aside carelessly. The creature's skin cracked, fissures spreading across its surface as it let out a series of anguished howls, descending into madness. "I shall tear you to shreds." A piercing shriek echoed as dozens of spiked vines lunged towards Lu Chen's neck. Recognizing the imminent threat, he understood that even with his mastery of external techniques and the protection of the Great Sun Golden Bell, he might not withstand this assault. With his left hand, he seized the thunderblade, channeling his vital energy, and with a fierce effort, he severed the vines ensnaring his right hand. Following this, he unleashed a flurry of kicks. Splin Lu Chen fixed his gaze upon the eerie entity, his pupils radiating an inexhaustible killing intent, an overwhelming aura surging forth from his entire being. Waves of heat rolling across his body, his blade glowing like a red-hot iron. The Luan fire, true Qi, and the turtle breath, true Qi, coursed wildly within him, igniting an internal furnace of searing heat, instantly amplifying his speed and strength significantly. With a resounding thud, Lu Chen's figure vanished from the ground, leaving a deep crater in his wake, only to reappear high in the sky, his hands raised with his blade, exhaling a cloud of steam as if a celestial being had descended. Tiger's fury. The azure dragon streaked across the heavens, the ferocious roar of a tiger reverberating powerfully. Lu Chen plummeted to the earth like a cannonball. The thunderclap blade cleaved into the top of the eerie entity, demolishing it with unstoppable force. Then, with the might of a tempest, he struck downwards. The blade sliced through the entity's interior, wreaking havoc, ultimately crashing into the ground below. A cacophony erupted. The eerie entity convulsed violently, visibly rotting and dissipating at an alarming rate. With a thunderous sound, it shattered into countless fragments. transforming into a foul-smelling black smoke that vanished into the air. As the entity faded, Lu Haun rushed to the side of Feng Yuan, whose fate hung in the balance. Placing his hand upon the pulse. To his astonishment, Feng Yuan was not dead. Though his heartbeat was weak, he was indeed alive. From a young age, his physical constitution far beyond that of an ordinary warrior. He would likely have perished long ago. However, his meridians were filled with a malevolent black energy, severely damaged. Even if healed, he might never achieve the mid-tier level in his lifetime. Lu Haun channeled a stream of refreshing turtle breath true qi into Feng Yuan's body, observing the pallor of his face gradually improving, and his breathing began to stabilize. At the very least, a life had been preserved, which was a stroke of fortune amidst the misfortune. Returning to the site where the eerie entity had vanished, Lu Haun discovered a black orb, the size of a goose egg, smooth and lustrous, lying on the ground. Another eerie pearl. A surge of joy filled his heart as he picked it up. This orb was significantly larger than the one that had fallen from the purple smoke, and its internal energy appeared far more abundant. After all, this entity had absorbed over 300 souls from Xixia village, drawing upon the essence of land and sun, its cultivation deepening considerably. Placing the eerie pearl into his embrace, Lu Haun suddenly noticed the figure of the Taoist reappearing beside him. "Are you human or specter?" he inquired, the thunderclap blade held before him. The Taoist bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, young master, for your assistance. It has granted us our freedom." From behind him, countless indistinct white figures materialized, numbering no less than 300. "We thank you for your aid," the figures bowed in unison. Lu Haun, taken aback by this sight, widened his eyes and asked the Taoist, "Could these individuals be the villagers of Xixia?" The Taoist nodded slightly, sighing, then inquired, "Is Emperor Jingwen still reigning?" "Indeed," Lu Haun replied slowly. "It is the 37th year of Jingwen." Upon hearing this, a myriad of thoughts flickered in the Taoist's eyes. "I never imagined so much time had passed. When I first arrived in Xixia village, Emperor Jingwen had only been on the throne for 3 years. More than 30 years ago, a Taoist priest, upon hearing of the mysterious disappearances in Xixia village, ventured into the village, apprehensive of supernatural disturbances. That fateful night, amidst the tempest of thunder and torrential rain, the malevolent entity emerged and consumed all the villagers, regardless of age or gender. The entity proved to be far more formidable than the priest had anticipated. With his limited cultivation, the Taoist fell victim to the malevolence. The entire forest has since become a realm for the entity's cultivation, entwined for decades, and now it has finally met its demise at the hands of the young master. "We are now liberated at last," the Taoist spoke, his expression somber. Lu Haun remained silent, observing as the figure of the Taoist gradually faded, knowing he would soon vanish entirely. Suddenly, the Taoist's brow furrowed, indicating a weighty concern. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to speak. "According to the tenets of my Taoist teachings, I should not utter such words. However, the young master has shown kindness to me and to Xixia village, so I feel compelled to share this matter before my departure." Lu Haun, puzzled, fixed his gaze on the increasingly translucent figure of the Taoist. The Taoist paused, then continued, "This forest has been tainted by the entity for decades and is no longer habitable. It is the most suitable place for a meat field. With your cultivation, young master, I believe you will soon break through to the 6th rank, which may prove advantageous in the future. Just remember not to disclose this location to anyone else, lest you attract peril." He advised Lu Haun to head east back to Xixia village, where he would find his way to the official road. After delivering this guidance, the Taoist and the 300 white shadows behind him vanished in an instant. Lu Haun's expression grew grave, the Taoist's words echoing in his mind. A meat field? What could that possibly mean? He had never heard of such a thing before. Perhaps it was best to return and investigate the Taoist's meaning later. Lu Haun etched the location of the forest into his memory before placing the still unconscious Feng Yuan onto his horse and riding away. Upon returning to Xixia village, he found it transformed into a desolate graveyard, the ancient trees blackened and withered, long dead. Following the Taoist directions, he raced eastward, encountering no further oddities along the way. After 2 hours, he finally emerged onto the official road. The sky had cleared, yet Lu Haun was unaware of how long he had been ensnared by the malevolent entity. He navigated according to the map towards Bayun village. In stark contrast to his previous encounter, the road, though not as smooth as the official path, was far more traversable than the route leading to Xixia village. After riding for nearly an hour, He could faintly discern the undulating silhouettes of the village in the distance. With Fang Yuan still unconscious on his horse, Lu Chun dismounted at the village entrance, leading the reins as he stepped into the village. A few villagers, upon spotting the two, paused in astonishment, and in the next moment, hurried towards them. Could you be Lu Chun and Fang Yuan? Chapter 66, Breaking Through to the 6th Rank. Lu Chun was taken aback, nodding slightly, surprised that the villagers recognized him on his first visit to Baiyun village. Indeed, he replied softly, then inquired, how do you recognize us? Has a Lu and Fang family's caravan departed? The villagers, upon hearing the news, were filled with immense joy and exclaimed, they have long departed. These days, both families have searched countless times along the roads of Linen City and Jianyang County for the two young masters. What time is it now? Lu Chun inquired hastily. It is the 14th of April. At the response, Lu Chen's heart sank. He was astonished to realize that it was already mid-April, and the two of them had been ensnared in the strange realm for a month and a half. Yet, it felt to Lu Chun as if barely a day had passed. What has happened to the young master? Seeing Fang Yuan still unconscious on the horse, a villager asked. We were ensnared by the bizarre entity on our journey, and only just escaped. Bizarre indeed. The villagers' eyes widened in disbelief, and they hurriedly lifted Fang Yuan into a house, leading Lu Chun to a wall where posters of the two young masters were displayed, offering a reward of 1,000 taels for any clues. No wonder they recognized me and were so enthusiastic, Lu Chun thought to himself. One villager respectfully said, Young Master Lu, we shall dispatch someone to Linen City immediately to inform both families. 2 days later, a grand procession approached from afar. Leading the group were Lu Chen's elder brother, Lu Xian, and a remarkably poised young man. At that moment, Lu Chun was engaged in casual conversation with Fang Yuan, who had just awakened the night before, when he heard the villagers' report and hurriedly stepped outside. Third brother, we have finally found you. Lu Xian approached, his expression anxious, and upon seeing Lu Chun safe and sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It is a long story. We were dragged into a strange realm by a bizarre entity and only escaped 2 days ago. Lu Chun chuckled helplessly. More bizarre occurrences, Lu Xian frowned, then sighed. You indeed have it tough, constantly encountering such incidents. He turned to the guard beside him and instructed. Quickly return to Linen City and inform our father, and also send a letter home to Jianyang County. King Yin must have cried countless times by now. Fang Yuan had just awakened and was still quite weak. The young gentleman who had accompanied Lu Xian approached him and placed his hand on his pulse. Second cousin. Fang Yuan respectfully greeted him. Do not speak. The man's aura suddenly intensified as he channeled his energy into Fang Yuan, an internal martial artist, likely of at least the 6th rank, and remarkably young. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. This man appeared to be around 25 years old, yet every movement revealed his extraordinary prowess. Elder brother, who is this person? Lu Chun whispered to Lu Xian. He is Fang Yu's second son, Fang Han. It is said he broke through to the 5th rank a year ago, Lu Xian replied quietly. In his 20s and already at the 5th rank. He certainly possesses exceptional talent. Your meridians have been severely corroded by the black energy. You must not engage in combat for 2 years. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. The young man named Fang Han stated solemnly. Alas, Fang Yuan sighed heavily. The bizarre entity was indeed formidable, had it not been for Brother Lu's assistance. I fear I would have perished long ago. Fang Han, with a tranquil countenance, slowly approached Lu Chun, scrutinizing him closely, a flicker of barely perceptible astonishment flashing in his eyes. According to his speculation, the assailant possessed an eerie and profound level of skill, at least that of a mid-tier martial artist, to have a chance at slaying him, and even then, there was no guarantee of returning unscathed. As his father mentioned, the third scion of the Lu family had attained a 7th-tier cultivation and was able to escape from the clutches of the supernatural entity, even rescuing Fang Yuan. It was evident that he possessed extraordinary abilities, which explained why his father held him in such high regard and even bestowed upon him the Thunderblade. I'm deeply grateful for your timely intervention, young Master Lu. The Fang family owes you a debt of gratitude, Fang Han expressed with a respectful gesture. He then turned to Lu Xian and said, now that we have located him, we may return. 2 days later, Lu Chen arrived safely in Linen City and returned to the Lu family estate. After being missing for over a month, Lu Tianhao appeared significantly haggard, with several strands of white hair now mingling with his formerly raven locks. A pang of guilt surged within Lu Chun as he solemnly addressed Lu Tianhao. Father, I have returned. I did not anticipate such events would unfold and cause you worry. Lu Hao patted his shoulder and sighed softly. Ah, as long as you are safe, that is what matters. Who could foresee encountering the bizarre? You should go rest. Also, the Academy has sent people several times, and your master, Lin Yang, has been quite concerned about you. You should return to the Academy tomorrow. Lu Chen nodded, performed a courteous farewell, and promptly retreated to his chamber, securing the door behind him. He then settled into a cross-legged position. At this moment, a powerful surge of energy was relentlessly battering against his meridians and acupoints. Drawing from prior experience, Lu Chen recognized this as a harbinger of a breakthrough. However, the intensity of this sensation was far more overwhelming than before. Boom! His garments billowed without wind, blood coursed through him with fervor, and waves of air rippled around him, emanating an invisible pressure that resonated throughout the room. Sensing the tumultuous surge within him, Lu Chen's mind stirred as he guided the energy to continuously refine his flesh, meridians, bones, and internal organs. He closed his eyes in serene meditation, engaging in rhythmic breathing, radiating an intangible wave of energy. His meridians trembled violently, power roiling within him, a warmth enveloping his entire being, causing his skin to flush a brilliant red. The temperature around him soared, the air distorted under the searing heat. Buzz! Feeling a tremor from the depths of his soul, Lu Chen's eyes snapped open, a brilliant light flashing within his pupils, akin to the brilliance of stars. It has been achieved. Lu Chen abruptly rose to his feet, every sinew in his body resonating with a tingling sensation. This was the 6th tier of cultivation. He clenched his fists, acutely aware of the transformation within. Though he had not grown taller, he had always stood out in this world, and while his physique had not undergone a significant alteration, he could feel an inexhaustible power coursing through his very essence. With a slight exertion of his right arm, his muscles swelled, rising robustly and hard as iron. The vigor of his blood surged within, amplifying his strength, and his meridians had thickened considerably. In that moment of breakthrough, he sensed a profound refinement and elevation of his entire being. Though he remained still, standing there like a wealthy scion, an aura of ferocity emanated from him, capable of instilling terror in any martial artist of lesser cultivation, leaving them paralyzed with fear and devoid of will to fight. The 6th rank represents an insurmountable chasm for the majority of martial artists in this world, a threshold that countless individuals may struggle a lifetime to reach. In less than 2 years of training, Lu Chen has already attained the status of a middle-tier martial artist, mastering 3 internal cultivation techniques, which is truly remarkable. He retracted his aura, allowing the brilliance in his eyes to fade, transforming once again into an ordinary entry-level martial artist. Tomorrow, he would visit the academy to seek guidance from his mentor on the cultivation methods for middle-tier martial artists. A faint smile graced Lu Chen's lips. Chapter 67. Methods of Cultivation. Qi and Blood Pills. The following day, at the Luashi Academy, Lin Yang gazed at the radiant Lu Chen before him, momentarily lost in thought. Astonished by his breakthrough, Lin Yang, endowed with exceptional martial talent, had already reached the 4th rank, mere steps away from becoming a top-tier martial artist. However, upon encountering Lu Chen, he truly understood the meaning of genius. Lin Yang had anticipated that Lu Chen would require at least 6 months to break through to the 6th rank, yet against all odds, he not only emerged unscathed, but also became a genuine middle-tier martial artist. Lu Chen briefly recounted his encounter with the peculiar creature, deliberately omitting details about the flesh field. From your account, it seems this creature possesses the ability to reverse time. It is no small feat to have vanquished it, Lin Yang remarked, visibly pleased with Lu Chen's accomplishments. He entered a room and soon returned, handing a tome to Lu Chen. This manual is easier to practice than the blood ignition technique. Take a look and feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Lu Chen glanced at the cover of the manual, which bore the title, Transcending the Profound. Master, what is the essence of this technique? What effects does it yield? He inquired eagerly. Transcending the Profound, Lin Yang replied, contains my annotations and is perfectly suited for newly promoted middle-tier martial artists. Although the difference between the 6th and 7th ranks is but 1 tier, the transformation in the body is monumental, and many martial artists struggle to adapt. Upon reflecting on Lin Yang's words, Lu Chen realized their truth. Ever since his breakthrough the previous day, he had felt a subtle dissonance within himself. Though faint, it was undeniably uncomfortable. This is due to the vast disparity in physique, strength, and vitality between middle-tier and seventh-tier martial artists. Practicing transcending the profound will allow you to adapt swiftly. Lin Yang continued. He pointed out several key aspects of the technique and added, vitality is fundamental to a martial artist. Abundant vitality equates to strength, while diminished vitality leads to weakness. Now that you are a 6th-rank martial artist, the fresh blood and flesh of ordinary livestock will yield minimal benefit. You must seek additional resources to aid your training. As he spoke, Lin Yang produced 2 white porcelain vials from his robes and handed them to Lu Haun. These are qi and blood pills, which will assist you in your daily cultivation. The other resource is the blood and flesh of magical beasts. However, both of these items are costly and scarce, and I cannot continually provide them for you. You will need to devise your own means. After all, as merely an instructor at Lush Academy, I also require medicinal pills for my own training and cannot bear such expenses. However, his disciple hails from a prosperous family, having established numerous shops in Linen City and Jianyang County. Thus, he is unlikely to encounter any scarcity in cultivation resources. Lu Haun respectfully accepted the blood qi pill, a wave of joy surging within him. Upon opening it, he revealed a pill that was entirely black, its exquisite aroma instantly enveloping the surroundings. By the way, does Master possess the formula for the blood qi pill? Lu Haun inquired abruptly. Lin Yang, displaying a look of confusion, shook his head. I'm not an alchemist. So naturally, I do not have the formula. I do possess some knowledge of alchemy, but I wonder if Master has any means to acquire the formula. Lu Haun chuckled softly. Lin Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. You're an alchemist? He asked, struggling to believe it. Indeed, though I currently only know how to concoct basic pills such as the pure spirit pill and the slimming pill, I have yet to attempt crafting more advanced elixirs. Lu Haun admitted somewhat bashfully. He indeed harbored the intention of personally refining the blood qi pill, as the one sold in the market likely only possessed average quality. The truly excellent pills were probably reserved for personal use or for the esteemed families. Furthermore, with his exceptional comprehension, he might be able to refine the formula to better suit his own cultivation needs. Lin Yang gazed at his disciple, who was barely 20, with increasing awe, realizing the depths of his potential. It is said that without years of dedicated practice and accumulation, one would find it exceedingly difficult to enter the realm of alchemy. Moreover, the complexity of pill refinement poses a significant challenge, testing the alchemist's skill, focus, and experience. Although Lu Haun only claimed to be able to concoct basic pills, it was rumored that he had been a wastrel before the age of 17. If he had only begun studying alchemy after engaging in martial arts, his talent could be described as extraordinary. Lin Yang sighed heavily, smiling. I will use my connections to seek it out. For today, you should rest. Return to the academy to study tomorrow. He then explained the usage and cautions of the blood qi pill to Lu Haun, who rose to express his gratitude before taking his leave to return to his own room. If Lin Yang could not procure the formula for the blood qi pill, Lu Haun would have no choice but to seek assistance from the Fong family. Once back in his room, Lu Haun began to peruse the manual for the Qigong. Compared to the ranks Qigong, this technique appeared significantly simpler, primarily designed to assist warriors in smoothly adapting to a medium-grade physique. He devoted approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense to read it thoroughly from start to finish. Let us give it a try. Lu Haun settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and, following the operational route of the Qigong, began to circulate his energy. A gentle warmth surged forth from the Tianling point, coursing through his body and limbs before ultimately settling into his lower abdomen stanchion. It seemed to yield some effect. He opened his eyes, rising to sense the subtle changes within his body. The previously imperceptible discomfort had indeed begun to dissipate. To his astonishment, the Qigong exhibited immediate results, filling Lu Haun with delight. With the day ahead of him free of obligations, he resolved to dedicate himself to cultivating this technique, aiming to master his medium-grade physique completely. 3 hours later, Lu Haun exhaled deeply. The lingering sense of discord that had subtly plagued him since the previous day had vanished entirely. At last, he has fully acclimated to the body of a mid-tier cultivator. Lu Haun retrieved a porcelain vial and poured out a blood essence pill, its surface glimmering with a lustrous sheen, reminiscent of a resplendent black pearl, indicative of its superior quality. Eager to test the effects of the blood essence pill, he prepared to consume it for the first time during his cultivation. Following Lin Yang's instructions precisely as he placed it into his mouth, the pill was cool upon entry, smoothly sliding down into his abdomen, and in the next moment, a tremendous surge of medicinal power erupted within him. One astonishing potency. Lu Chen's eyes widened slightly. It was no wonder that low-tier martial artists could not cultivate using such pills. If ingested recklessly, their meridians would likely rupture. The remarkable medicinal force continued to spread unchecked within him, prompting Lu Chen to swiftly close his eyes, calming his mind and concentrating on the energy of the blood essence pill, guiding its power for refinement and absorption. His entire being began to boil with vitality, as his muscles, bones, and meridians felt as if they were being tempered in a blazing furnace. After a period equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, Lu Chen gradually opened his eyes. He felt invigorated, warmth enveloping him in a most comforting manner, having fully absorbed the essence of the pill, merging it seamlessly with his flesh. In the estate of the Lu family, within a spacious hall, a grand circular dining table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes. The emptied plates stacked high like a miniature mountain. Dozens of maid servants moved in and out, continually placing steaming dishes upon the table. A middle-aged man, corpulent and resembling a mountain of flesh, was presently engrossed in shoveling food into his mouth, remnants splattering everywhere. His unusually rotund body quivered with each movement. Akin to tumultuous waves, his rounded muscles swollen like inflated balloons. Suddenly, he paused in his feasting, breathing heavily, and bellowed towards the doorway. "Come in." No sooner had he spoken than over 10 martial artists clad in dark attire entered the hall, respectfully kneeling upon the ground. Fourth Master. Lu Siggy narrowed his eyes, the weight of his eyelids reducing his gaze to a mere slit. He quietly inquired of the cloaked warriors, "You must have learned of that person's whereabouts by now." The dark-clad figures nodded in silence, prompting Lu Siggy to continue. "I have granted him countless opportunities. Since he refuses to recognize the situation and obstinately declines to partake of our Lu family's share, this fate is, alas, inevitable." His face, laden with excess flesh, creased as he spoke in a low, grave tone. "Remember, do not reveal any clues. Go forth." The cloaked figures acknowledged with reverence, their forms blurring, vanishing from the room in an instant. Lu Siggy swallowed a roast goose and then slowly rose, his corpulence jiggling as he ambled towards the courtyard not far away. From the shadows emerged countless pairs of crimson eyes. He smiled softly and remarked, "I wonder when I shall be able to let you out to play." Chapter 68. By Yuehua the following day, as Lu Chen emerged from a lecture hall, he was approached by Xiao Chu and by Sheihua, who had not seen him for over a month. "At long last, you have returned, Lu brother. We were beside ourselves with worry during your absence," they exclaimed, patting him on the shoulder, their anxiety still palpable. Lu Chen chuckled softly. "It's nothing of great consequence. After I returned home the day before yesterday, I should have sent someone to inform you." "That is truly fortunate," Bai Sheihua replied. "In the days of your absence, even the instructors at the academy appeared restless." Xiao Chu observed Lu Chen, who seemed as composed as ever, and sighed with relief. After scrutinizing him closely, a look of astonishment crossed his face. "Compared to before the spring break, Brother Lu seems even more radiant. Could it be that you have encountered some fortuitous event?" They had heard of the strange occurrences surrounding Lu Chen and were initially concerned for his safety. However, seeing his improved demeanor now, they could not help but feel a sense of surprise. "I have fortuitously broken through," Lu Chen replied slowly. "Broken through?" The two were taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief. "So Brother Lu is now a mid-tier martial artist, renowned for being able to take on 100 foes." Lu Chen nodded nonchalantly. His breakthrough had come naturally, and he was not overly excited. "Congratulations, Brother Lu, on advancing your cultivation. We shall rely on you all the more at the academy in the future," they exclaimed, offering their heartfelt congratulations. After some light conversation, Xiao Chu suddenly remarked, "By the way, shortly, Brother Bai's sister will come to deliver clothing for him. Let us accompany her and afterwards dine together at the academy. His sister is quite graceful and an absolute beauty." Bai Sheihua chuckled in playful reproach. Having not seen Lu Chen for several days, and with no other pressing matters at hand, he readily agreed. The three arrived outside the grand gates of the Luashi Academy, where a luxurious carriage was parked to the right. A gentle, youthful woman, upon catching sight of Bai Sheihua from the window, called out, "Brother." She descended from the carriage and approached them. According to Bai Sheihua, his sister was named Bai Yuehua, just a year younger than him, and they shared the same mother. Before long, Bai Yuehua stood before them. Lu Chen noted her cascading black hair, porcelain-like complexion, and eyes that sparkled like stars. He was momentarily taken aback, rooted in place. It was the first time Bai Shaohua witnessed such a reaction from Lu Chen. Based on his understanding of Lu Chen, while his sister was indeed enchanting, he presumed that Lu Chen would not be swayed merely by appearances. After greeting his sister, Bai Shaohua pulled Lu Chen aside and whispered, "What is wrong, bro? Could it be that you have truly fallen for my sister at first sight?" He glanced towards Bai Yueha in the distance, a smile spreading across his face. "If Brother Lu truly has feelings for my sister, you may pursue her without hesitation. I have no objections. You are far superior to those young masters in Linen City, and our father holds you in high regard. After all, both the Lu and Bai families were engaged in commerce, making them well-matched. Furthermore, Lu Chen's exceptional talent in martial arts was renowned within the academy. Now, at under 20, he had already achieved mid-tier status. If his sister were to marry him, it would indeed be a fitting match." Lu Chen, upon hearing this, merely smirked. "Brother Bai, what are you thinking? I was only momentarily taken aback because your sister bears a resemblance to an old acquaintance." Upon seeing Bai Yueha for the first time, Lu Chen had noticed her striking similarities to Qin Wan from Chunshui Pavilion. Though not as breathtaking as Qin Wan, she was undeniably charming. "What do you think of my second brother?" Lu Chen pondered for a moment before suddenly asking. After the departure of Qin Wan, Lu Xian devoted himself entirely to the family business, politely declining the introductions to potential partners made by Lu Tianhao and Lu Yan, as if he had resolved never to establish a family. At this moment, upon encountering Bai Yueha, who bore a resemblance to Qin Wan, Lu Chen began to entertain the notion of bringing the two together. Bai Shaohua, after a moment of contemplation, smiled and remarked, "Your second brother's appearance and character are indeed commendable, and in less than a year, he has managed to organize the Jingxi Yufang adeptly, demonstrating considerable business acumen. I understand now. Let's return." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen replied slowly. As Bai Yueha noticed the two approaching, she gently said, "Brother, weren't you going to show me around the academy?" He nodded in agreement, and then introduced Lu Chen to his sister. Having just completed a letter, Lu Chen respectfully addressed Bai Yueha, asking if she could personally deliver the missive to a person named Lu Xian at Jingxi Yufang. Bai Yueha nodded slightly, carefully storing the letter, and the group proceeded into Luashi Academy. In this world, women are unable to enter academies for study. Hence Bai Yueha was filled with curiosity and enthusiasm for everything within the academy. As they arrived before the library, just as they were about to enter, they suddenly heard laughter from behind. Turning around, they found themselves facing Lu Haun and his entourage. Lu Chen had encountered them upon his initial arrival at the academy. Although he was unaware of why they were studying there, he chose to ignore them, remaining vigilant. Over the past months, this group had occasionally provoked him, but Lu Chen had completely disregarded them, resulting in no conflict. "I heard that Brother Lu encountered a strange occurrence and managed to reclaim his life. Truly a stroke of great fortune," Lu Haun said, fixing a penetrating gaze on Lu Chen, his expression a peculiar blend of mockery and disdain. Chapter 69. Fierce Battle with Lu Haun. Seeing Lu Haun's provocations, Lu Chen remained unperturbed, casting him a sidelong glance, too indifferent to engage. He had previously learned that this individual possessed considerable talent in martial arts, having achieved the rank of a 6th-grade warrior several years prior. Although Bai Shaohua found Lu Haun distasteful, their families had significant business dealings, and thus she could only greet him, saying, "Greetings, Brother Lu." She then glanced at the others beside Lu Haun and quietly suggested to Lu Chen and the others, "Let us move to another location." As they turned to leave, one of Lu Haun's companions lightly flicked his folding fan, letting out a cold laugh as he drawled, "What a bunch of cowards." He then directed a mocking gaze at Bai Yueha, saying, "Sister, not long ago, I sent someone to propose to your family. Why did you refuse?" The group erupted into raucous laughter, one of them shaking his head and adding, "Brother Luo already has a wife and 3 concubines. Why not let her go to me instead?" Bai Yueha, feeling openly humiliated by their taunts, turned crimson, tears welling in her apricot-shaped eyes. Luo Jing, Bai Shaohua, infuriated, clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, clearly enraged. "Brother, let us not pay attention to these individuals. Let us leave," Bai Yueha urged softly, tugging at his sleeve, her voice tinged with a sob. "Humph." The man named Luo Jing emitted a cold snort, his expression dripping with disdain. As Bai Shaohua was about to depart, a faint yet distinct voice resonated in the air, clear enough for all present to hear. "Has young Master Luo never received proper upbringing? The Luo family must truly be unfortunate to have produced someone like you." The onlookers were taken aback by the bluntness of the speaker, their faces reflecting shock as they turned to identify the source. Lu Chen, what did you just say? Luo Jing fixed his furious gaze upon the calm figure of Lu Chen, who stood behind by Xiaohua, and let out a furious roar. It seems that not only does Luo brother lack proper decorum, but his hearing is also impaired. Lu Chen leisurely stepped forward, a mocking expression gracing his features. You seek death. Luo Jing glared at Lu Chen, his eyes flashing with malice. The Luo family, allied with the Lu family, had long controlled the silk and garment industry in Linen City. However, a year prior, Lu Tianhao from Jianyang County, in collaboration with the Fong family, had launched a formidable embroidery workshop that directly competed with them. The quality of the workshop's goods was exceptional and their service commendable, leading to a significant loss of clientele for the Luo family. Rumor had it that they were even preparing to open another store in the city soon. Luo Jing harbored a deep-seated disdain for Lu Chen and wished to eliminate him at the earliest opportunity. Now, witnessing his insolence, murderous intent surged within him. With a low growl, he unleashed his aura, having broken through to the 7th rank 6 months prior, believing few could rival his prowess. A mere country bumpkin. You shall perish. Unable to maintain his composure, he sought to humiliate Lu Chen publicly. With his eyes ablaze with fury, he curled his fingers into a fist, his figure flashing forward until he stood before Lu Chen, his right fist slicing through the air, accompanied by a piercing wind as it hurtled toward Lu Chen's face. Young Master Luo, stop! Lu Haun, taken aback by Luo Jing's brazen assault, urgently called out. Bai Yueha, terrified, covered her eyes. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, a dull thud echoed through the air as Luo Jing was sent flying like a cannonball, rolling several times upon impact before crashing violently into the wall of the library. How is this possible? Blood gushed from Luo Jing's mouth. Yet fortunately, as a 7th-rank martial artist, his body was far sturdier than that of an average person. Otherwise, he might have suffered broken bones. Lying on the ground, his eyes vacant, he stared blankly at the drifting clouds above, a look of existential doubt etched upon his face. What on earth had just transpired? Everything had unfolded in the blink of an eye, and among those present, aside from Lu Haun, no one had witnessed how Lu Chen had struck. Lu Haun's brow furrowed, a grave expression crossing his features. He was aware that Lu Chen was a 7th-rank martial artist, yet he had not anticipated that this individual could subdue the equally ranked Luo Jing with a single move. In the next moment, as the others struggled to comprehend the scene, a figure blurred into motion, appearing before Luo Jing in an instant. Lu Chen smiled slightly, placing his feet directly upon Luo Jing's arms. Ah! Luo Jing let out a wail akin to that of slaughtered pig as Lu Chen leaned down, delivering a series of 10 resounding slaps, causing the latter's cheeks to swell dramatically. Young Master Lu. Beside Lu Haun, others trembled in fear of Lu Chen's imposing presence, daring not to approach and hastily sought assistance from Lu Haun, the most formidable cultivator present. Lu Haun, naturally, could not remain a mere spectator, watching as Lu Chen mercilessly tormented Luo Jing. His expression darkened, and he leaped high into the air. Lu Chen, having sensed Lu Haun's movement the instant he acted, also soared into the sky, colliding fiercely with Lu Haun. Bang! A shockwave erupted, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. As the two landed, they instantly vanished again. Bang, bang, bang! Their fists clashed with tremendous force, the resounding impacts echoing like thunder throughout the vicinity. It seemed a brawl had erupted. Let us go quickly. It is said that one party is Lu Haun of the Lu family. Can anyone in the academy dare to provoke him? The tremendous commotion before the library had already alerted other students, who rushed toward the scene, soon forming a dense circle, trembling as they observed the fierce confrontation. Unable to squeeze through the impenetrable wall of onlookers, students could only tiptoe desperately, trying to catch a glimpse inside. The martial spirit was prevalent in the great Dajing Dynasty. The scholars standing far off admired the remarkable skills displayed by the two fighters, their praises rising and falling like waves. Lu Haun, while aware of Lu Chen's capabilities, did not anticipate such a relentless opponent. Despite being a 6th-grade warrior, he struggled to subdue Lu Chen, whose cultivation was inferior to his own. Anger flared within Lu Haun as he took a deep breath, his palm enveloped in a layer of pale purple true qi, striking toward Lu Chen's heart. Should this blow connect, Lu Chen would have no chance of survival. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, his Luan fire true qi intertwined with his blood vitality, enveloping his palm as he met Lu Haun's strike head-on. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, and a shock wave surged outward like a tempest. Wow! The ferocious gust almost toppled the onlookers, causing an uproar among the crowd. Both men retreated 10 steps simultaneously, then steadied themselves. Such strength! Aside from the earlier clash at Chunqing Tower, by Xiahua and Xiao Chu were witnessing Lu Chun engage earnestly in combat for the first time, and he actually managed to contend with the Lu family's prodigy. Again! Lu Chun, fired up, wore an expression brimming with battle fervor, darting towards Lu Haun, unleashing a flurry of kicks in an instant. The energy surged, and the two moved rapidly across the plaza outside the library. Chen, how do you perceive these two? From atop a structure within the academy, two middle-aged warriors observed the fierce battle between Lu Chun and Lu Haun from above. One of them was Lin Yang, Lu Chen's master, while the other, Yuan Tingyu, stood steady like a towering pine, his cultivation subtly surpassing Lin Yang's. Lin, your disciple, is indeed not a mere ordinary warrior. When the county magistrate of Jianyang and the Jingzai division jointly recommended him, I became curious about him. Now, he has begun to reveal his potential, and in the days to come, he shall surely become a significant figure. The warrior surnamed Qin gazed into the distance and remarked, as for Lu Haun, he is indeed a talent, but his intentions are not pure. He is ruthless in nature. I have heard that his cultivation methods are quite sinister. Observing the intensifying clash between Lu Chun and Lu Haun, which seemed to escalate to a life-and-death struggle, he added, it would be wise to intervene now. Otherwise, a fatal incident in such a public setting would be quite unfortunate. With a resounding thud, Lu Chun and Lu Haun's fists collided with tremendous force, causing both to crash to the ground, only to leap back up simultaneously. Just as they were about to clash once more, a figure suddenly descended from above, forcefully separating the two combatants and sending them sprawling to the ground. The scholars of the library were taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer, President Chen. Chapter 70, The Challenge. A figure had flown down from above, directly breaking apart the fierce struggle between Lu Chun and Lu Haun, indicating that this person's cultivation level was far superior to both of theirs. Lu Chun swiftly moved to stand beside Bai Xiahua and the others. Lu brother, are you all right? Bai Xiahua inquired with concern, feeling guilty since Lu Chun had stepped in to defend him and his sister. It's nothing serious, Lu Chun replied quietly. His gaze fixed on Lu Haun, who stood several paces away, his eyes filled with resentment. The warrior, surnamed Chen, gracefully descended, prompting everyone to respectfully address him. President Chen. This individual was none other than Chen Taile, the head of the martial arts academy at Lush Academy, rumored to have achieved the pinnacle of the 4th rank, and was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd rank. Why are you two fighting here? Chen Taile scanned the crowd with a steady gaze before speaking calmly. Before Lu Chun could respond, Lu Haun chuckled, regaining his usual demeanor as he lightly waved his folding fan and said, I have heard that Lu brother possesses remarkable skills and have long desired an opportunity to spar. Today presents the perfect occasion for such an exchange. Seeing that Lu Haun did not wish to escalate the situation, Lu Chun seized the opportunity to reply. I have also long admired Lu brother's prowess. This bout has indeed been most enlightening. Luo Jing had been helped up by Lu Haun's associates. And Chen Taile glanced at him, inquiring, what happened to Luo? Why is he injured? Luo brother accidentally fell, just now. Lu Haun quickly answered. Chen Taile nodded slightly, and continued, in that case, everyone should avoid blocking the entrance of the library. The crowd responded in unison, preparing to disperse. When Lu Haun suddenly interjected, I have heard that Lu brother's swordplay is exceptional. In 2 months, it will be the 190th anniversary of Lush Academy. Perhaps I could invite you for further instruction then. Having recognized Lu Chen's extraordinary skills and his close ties with the Fong family after their encounter today, Lu Haun understood that if he did not eliminate Lu Chen promptly, he could become a significant threat in the future. Moreover, with his prideful nature, having failed to subdue Lu Chen today, he sought an opportunity to personally vanquish him. The academy students, who had thought the conflict resolved, were taken aback by Lu Haun's renewed challenge, which caused a stir among them. Chen Taile furrowed his brow at Lu Haun's words, believing he had chosen to let the matter rest. Yet it seemed he still sought to eliminate Lu Chun. Very well, Lu Chen replied slowly. As the crowd witnessed Lu Chen's unexpected agreement, a wave of astonishment swept through them, leaving many in disbelief. Bai Xiahua and Xiao Chu anxiously tugged at his sleeve from behind. Despite the fact that Lu Chun and Lu Haun had reached an impasse that day, it was widely acknowledged that Lu Haun's swordsmanship was his forte. It was rumored that a decade prior, he had encountered a band of robbers and had ruthlessly slain over 40 of them. Chen, taken aback by Lu Chen's ease and acquiescing, darkened his expression and surveyed the scholars around him, stating in a low voice, "Why do you linger here? Do you have naught else to attend to?" The scholars cast a reluctant glance at the two opposing factions before slowly dispersing. Lu Haun's lips curled into a subtle smile as he calmly remarked, "I hope Brother Lu does not renege on his word." He then glanced at the Bai siblings, a barely perceptible fierceness flickering across his face. "Brother Bai, the familial bond you share is indeed enviable. Farewell." Once Lu Haun and his group departed, Lu Chun and his companions intended to leave as well. However, Chen suddenly called out, "Lu Chun, stay. The rest may go." The others exchanged glances with Lu Chun before departing. "You have unwisely accepted Lu Haun's challenge," Chen said, his expression tinged with irritation as he regarded Lu Chun. "By agreeing, you have set yourself up for a predicament. Lu Haun will undoubtedly spread the word throughout Linen City and the Academy, making it impossible for you to retract your promise." Lu Chun understood the implications. Yet he recognized Lu Haun's narrow-mindedness and penchant for meticulous revenge. If he did not acquiesce today, it was likely that Lu would resort to underhanded tactics that might endanger his family. Chen sighed softly before continuing. "Do you know how the Lu family rose to prominence?" Lu Chun shook his head. The Lu family existed long before the establishment of the Dajing Dynasty, albeit with far less influence. However, during the decline of the previous dynasty, a member of the Lu family served closely under a martial arts master, acquiring the master's formidable skills, which were subsequently passed down through the family. A glimmer of insight flickered in Chen eyes. Lu Haun's specialty is the Hongming sword technique devised by that master. Do you truly believe you can defeat him? Lu Chen's expression remained as calm as still water as he replied, "Every technique, being human-made, harbors weaknesses. I have given my word, and I shall commit myself fully." Seeing this resolve, Chen slowly advised, "You may leave now and inform Lin Yang of this matter. Seek his counsel. You have indeed made an unwise promise." Lu Chun conveyed to Lin Yang, who responded gravely, "However, a confrontation with Lu Haun is inevitable. I have not witnessed Lu Haun's swordplay, but I am familiar with the Lu family's Hongming sword technique, sharp and ferocious. It is indeed remarkable." Lin Yang exclaimed, "I recall that you trained in the Hu Wei sword technique from Jianyang County. Though it is commendable, it may prove insufficient to stand against him," Lin Yang remarked, his brow furrowing with concern. Lu Chun quietly assured Lin Yang, "Indeed, it is the Hu Wei sword technique. However, my disciple has made modifications, and it has now diverged significantly from its original form." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yang replied, "Even so, it may still fall short." Chapter 71. The Hidden Martial Arts Pavilion. Lin Yang fell silent for a moment, his expression somber. "Although your swordsmanship is exceptional and augmented by the Thunderblade, your martial arts training has only recently advanced to the 6th rank, and there remains a considerable gap between you and Lu Haun, who possesses both refined sword techniques and a legacy from Master." Lu Chen hesitated briefly. During their recent sparring match, their skills in hand-to-hand combat were nearly equal. However, in a life-and-death struggle, Lu Chun felt confident he could defeat Lu Haun. Yet, Lu Haun had mastered the Hongming sword technique, a creation of the world's masters, which Lu Chun had never encountered. His own Tiger Slayer technique was derived from personal insight, and whether it could stand against Lu's was uncertain. "For the sake of the great Jing dynasty, if only one of you and Lu Haun can remain, it must be you," Lin Yang murmured, his brow furrowing slightly. Moments later, a glint of determination sparkled in his eyes. "I still have some connections within the military. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the Kangyu Pavilion of the Army in Linen City to see if there is a suitable martial art for you." In the late hours of the night, at the Fong residence, a voice reported, "Father, news has emerged from Luashi Academy that today Lu Chun clashed with Lu Haun. It is said that afterwards, Lu Haun proposed a rematch during the Academy's 190th anniversary celebration, and Lu Chun has already agreed." In a grand private chamber, a young martial artist, his visage as refined as jade and his cultivation profound, respectfully conveyed the information to the middle-aged man seated before him. This man was Fong Han, and the other was Fong Yu, the second master of the Fong family. "Oh, how intriguing." Fong Yu's expression revealed surprise, followed by a smile. But this was inevitable. When I first heard that Lu Haun entered the academy, I anticipated this day would come. Fang Han's eyes flashed with a hint of intensity as he quietly inquired. Though Lu Chen is extraordinary, he may find it challenging to rival Lu Haun. The Lu family is currently allied with us. Are we to allow him to be slain? You have sparred with Lu Haun on several occasions. What is your assessment of him? Fang Yu refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fang Han proudly replied, although it was not a life-and-death struggle, years ago we were evenly matched. However, I have since reached the 5th rank, surpassing him in cultivation. Lu's Hongming sword technique, indeed, lives up to its masterful heritage, and I fear it will require considerable effort to defeat him. Fang Yu nodded slowly. Given Lu Haun's character, news of tomorrow's duel with Lu Chen will likely spread throughout Linen City, leaving Lu Chen in a position from which he cannot retreat. What shall we do then? Fang Han could not help but ask again. We shall observe the unfolding events and take no action, Fang Yu replied leisurely after sipping his tea. Though Qin Tele will not permit students to engage in lethal combat, Lu Haun evidently seeks to eliminate Lu Chen and deliver a warning to our Fang family, likely claiming he cannot hold back. A smile, both enigmatic and sardonic, played upon Fang Yu's lips. Should Lu Haun perish in battle, our Fang family would be rid of a formidable adversary. If Lu Chen were to fall, it would merely demonstrate that he is not as remarkable as believed. He unfurled the folding fan in his hand and began to wave it gently. However, Lu Chen's master, Lin Yang, was renowned for his protective nature and had served under Li Chuang for many years. He would never stand idly by while his precious disciple was so carelessly slain. The following day, news of the impending duel between Lu Haun of the Lu family and Lu Chen, scheduled for 2 months hence, spread throughout the academy and the city of Linen. In no time, this matter became a hot topic of conversation, yet most were unaware of Lu Chen's identity. However, some were indeed informed. Lu Chen was the 3rd young master of the illustrious Jingxi Yufang. Within Jingxi Yufang, upon hearing this news, Lu Xian and Lu Tianhao were momentarily taken aback. They hurried to the back courtyard of Jingxi Yufang. How could Chen possibly be in conflict with Lu Haun? Lu Tianhao's face turned pale, his stance unsteady. During his time in Linen, he had frequently heard the name Lu Haun. It was said that although he appeared to be like any other wealthy young master, he was, in truth, cunning and adept at employing underhanded tactics. Do not worry, father. I believe my younger brother will surely prevail, Lu Xian reassured him. Having witnessed a series of events, Lu Xian had developed unwavering confidence in his younger brother, believing him capable of anything. What do you know? Lu Tianhao frowned deeply and replied in a somber tone. Though Chun'er has reached the 6th rank, there remains a considerable gap between him and Lu Haun. As he spoke, a look of profound concern etched itself across his features. While the two were conversing, a messenger arrived, announcing, "A young lady named Bai Yue has come to the shop, specifically requesting to see the young master." Bai Yue? Lu Xian pondered for a moment. I do not believe I am acquainted with her. Father, I shall go and see. Upon entering the shop, he was met by an elegant woman who gracefully approached him and handed him a letter. At the first sight of her visage, Lu Xian was struck with astonishment, momentarily frozen in place. Young Master Lu, Lu Chen entrusted me with this letter to deliver to you, Bai Yue said softly. Observing Lu Xian's bewilderment and his indifference towards the letter, she inquired, Young Master Lu? Oh, Lu Xian snapped out of his reverie and accepted the letter. He opened it and quickly perused its contents, letting out a deep sigh. Ah, brother, you truly are earnest in your endeavors. Lu Xian bowed slightly to the somewhat perplexed Bai Yue, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Bai, for delivering the letter. On the outskirts of Linen, a grand edifice stood, heavily guarded, with several squads of soldiers patrolling incessantly. This was the forbidden armory of the Linen garrison, housing countless martial arts manuscripts, weapons, and armor. Brother Fang, it is thanks to you that we are permitted to enter the forbidden armory to select martial arts techniques, Lin Yang said to a tall, robust man clad in shining armor. This man was none other than Fang Qian, the 6th son and current head of the Fang family, renowned for his role as the city's defender. This matter has stirred quite a commotion, and given the close ties between the Fang and Lu families, it is only natural for me to lend my assistance to the nephew of the Lu family, Fang Qian said, gazing at Lu Chen with a measured demeanor. Lin, having a military background, naturally understood that the Kangyu Pavilion housed primarily martial arts suited for combat, though he could not ascertain whether they would benefit his nephew Lu. As Fang Qian spoke, he ushered the two into the grand entrance of the pavilion. After passing through several rigorous checkpoints, they finally arrived at a vast hall. The hall was lined with towering bookshelves, and at that moment, only a few individuals were present. Upon seeing Fang Qian, they respectfully greeted him, General Fang. Fang Qian nodded slightly, and then addressed Lu Chun. Nephew Lu, the martial arts techniques are located on the first 3 floors. The first floor contains basic methods suitable for beginners in martial arts. Given your current cultivation level, you may need to explore the 2nd or 3rd floors. However, for safety's sake, you might start from the 1st floor. Lin Yang smiled gently and said to Lu Chun, "We shall wait outside while you take your time." After expressing his gratitude, Lu Chun approached one of the bookshelves. He casually glanced at the displayed texts, which indeed consisted of common techniques appropriate for those at the 1st or 9th rank of martial arts. He selected a few titles, such as the sequential bow technique, the plum blossom sword technique, and the enemy breaking blade technique, but upon perusal, found them rather mundane and of no use to him. "Let us proceed to the 2nd floor," Lu Chun decided, making his way towards the staircase leading upwards. Chapter 72. The Tsonglang Blade Technique. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Lu Chun found only a sparse gathering of martial artists dressed in military attire. As he entered, they scrutinized him briefly before resuming their examination of the tomes in hand. Paying them no mind, Lu Chun walked directly to another bookshelf, diligently searching for techniques that suited him. The techniques available here, such as the 100 Battles Blade Technique, the life-taking Spear Technique, and the Horizontal Training Method, were evidently more advanced than those on the 1st floor. However, they still could not compare to the techniques he had mastered, despite his extraordinary comprehension, which allowed him to quickly grasp martial arts. He recognized that his time and energy were limited. It was essential to prioritize and focus his efforts. Otherwise, he would merely squander precious time. Since both Lu Haun and he excelled in blade techniques, he resolved to seek out techniques that surpassed his tiger-killing blade technique. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun made up his mind, set aside the texts he had been holding, and began to concentrate on finding blade techniques. His great Sun Golden Bell shield was now thoroughly cultivated. Even if he could not outmatch Lu Haun, he possessed means of self-preservation. As his gaze swiftly swept across the shelves, finding no suitable blade techniques, he ascended to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was entirely empty, containing only 3 bookshelves, upon which the techniques displayed were clearly intended for practitioners above the 7th rank. After a short search, Lu Chun's eyes finally landed on a weather tome. Qigong Blade Technique. He opened the text and began to read. Moments later, his eyes brimmed with a fierce intent. As if he could faintly perceive the rise of wolf smoke and the horrific scene of corpses strewn across the battlefield. Lu Chen's heart raced with fervor. While he could not decisively determine whether the Tiger Shaman Blade Technique or the Tsong Wolf Blade Technique was superior, he understood that the former emphasized overwhelming strength, capable of subduing 10 foes with sheer force. Coupled with his vigorous and extraordinary vitality, it had indeed proven invincible in prior encounters. Conversely, the Tsong Wolf Blade Technique, with its fierce and ruthless strikes, prioritized the elimination of adversaries with minimal cost. Casting a glance at the remaining techniques, which did not resonate with him, Lu Chun seized the Tsong Wolf Blade Technique and descended the stairs, returning to Lin Yang and Fang Qian's side. "Did you find anything?" Lin Yang inquired as Lu Chun approached. Nodding, Lu Chun presented the Tsong Wolf Blade Technique to him. "Oh, so it is this one," Lin Yang remarked, casually flipping through its pages, a nostalgic glint flickering in his eyes. "This technique was also devised by General Li, alas. I have devoted my life to mastering another blade technique and have had no energy left to pursue others." His demeanor grew solemn as he drifted into reminiscence. "However, I have witnessed General Li wield the Tsong Wolf Blade Technique, and its power is indeed astounding. None could withstand a single strike from him." As he spoke, he returned the technique to Lu Chun, saying, "Then choose this manual. I shall come to guide your practice." Fang Qian interjected, addressing Lin Yang, "Brother Lin, you must be aware of the military regulations. It is strictly prohibited to remove manuals from the barracks. Young Master Lu, you should find a training room to memorize the techniques." Lu Chun proceeded to a training room within the Tsong Wu Pavilion, dedicating half an hour to imprint all the techniques of the Tsong Wolf Blade Technique into his mind. Subsequently, he drew forth the Thunder Blade and meticulously practiced each move from beginning to end, standing in the center of the serene chamber with the blade in his right hand. He pondered, "The Tsong Wolf Blade Technique is indeed profound, If I could integrate this technique into my main focus, the Tiger Shaman Blade technique, its power might ascend to even greater heights. After another half hour, Lu Haun finally exited the training room. He returned the manual to Feng Qian, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Feng." Feng Qian waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, "From the moment I first laid eyes on you at the city gate of Linen, I knew you were extraordinary. I simply did not anticipate your rapid growth. Moreover, the relationship between the Lu and Feng families runs deep. Such trivial matters are merely part of my duty." Suddenly, his expression turned grave as he asked in a low voice, "Are you aware of the inner cultivation method that Lu Haun specializes in?" Lu Haun slowly shook his head. "The method is called Heart Without Dust, acquired by the Lu family at great expense in the Imperial City. Practitioners must completely sever emotional bonds and cut off the ties of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. If you wish to prevail, you must shatter his mental state." A fierce intensity flashed in Feng Qian's eyes. "It is said that the cultivation of heart without dust requires the assistance of young women. Rumor has it that after engaging with them, Lu Haun ruthlessly murders them. The number of women who have perished at his hands is likely in hundreds. Yet, those individ amidst the swirling dust, the chaotic sound of hooves shattered the tranquility of the night, causing a flock of birds to take flight into the air. Within the confines of the carriage, carefully shielded at its center by Yuan Shan, the head of the Bai family, was resting with his eyes closed. After encountering a jolt, Bai Yuan Shan was abruptly awakened and inquired in a deep voice to the coachman outside, "How long until we reach Linen City?" "Master, we shall arrive within 2 hours." The coachman replied hastily. Bai Yuan Shan fell silent. Were it not for urgent business that necessitated his night journey back to Linen City, he would not have traveled at such an hour. Yet, an unsettling emotion lingered in his heart, causing him some trepidation. He could not help but wonder how his children, Bai Xiahua and Bai Yueha, were faring. The images of his children floated in his mind, and a smile crept onto his face. Bai Xiahua proved to be more capable than he had anticipated, and with great likelihood, he would excel in the imperial examinations, destined to become an official in due time. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, causing Bai Yuan Shan to topple to the side. He quickly regained his composure and leaned out of the window to ask the guard outside, "What has happened?" "Master, it seems there's been a landslide." Blocking the road ahead, the guard responded urgently. Bai Yuan Shan furrowed his brow and commanded, "In that case, clear the path swiftly. We must reach Linen City before dawn." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sound echoed, followed by a painful groan from the coachman outside. Chapter 73. Turbulent Times Suddenly. An arrow pierced through the coachman's chest, accompanied by a spray of thick crimson blood that splattered onto the carriage. An ambush! The guard of the Bai family quickly reacted, drawing their weapons. "Master, enemies are attacking. Do not come out," one guard warned before galloping forward. Although momentarily startled, Bai Yuan Shan soon regained his composure. His household guards were seasoned veterans, bolstered by the presence of 2 formidable 7th-tier martial artists. Any bandit daring to assault his convoy would be courting death. "Protect the master," a guard shouted, and immediately the outside erupted into a cacophony of battle cries and anguished screams. Before long, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Feeling a growing sense of unease, Bai Yuan Shan called out for his guards, but received no response. Cautiously, he peered out of the window, and his heart sank at the sight before him. Dozens of bodies lay scattered on the ground, some his own guards, others clad in black. Faint footsteps approached him slowly. Refusing to remain passive, Bai Yuan Shan exited the carriage only to find himself surrounded by over 20 black-clad figures advancing from all directions. His household guards had been completely annihilated. "Gentlemen, if it is wealth you seek, I possess 80,000 taels and silver notes to offer as tribute." Bai Yuan Shan spoke, his heart racing. Yet his countenance remained steady as he retrieved several banknotes from his bosom. The black-clad figure before him seemed indifferent to the silver notes in his hand. Blood still dripped from the long knife he wielded as he rasped with a sinister smile, "Master Bai, it is time to embark on your journey." 4 days later, at the Lionheart Academy. "Master, how do you find it?" Lu Haun inquired, having just completed a thorough practice of the Tsanglang blade technique. With the thunderblade sheathed, he turned to Lin Yang, who stood nearby. After departing from the hidden martial pavilion in Linen, he had returned briefly to the Jingxiu workshop to inform Lu Tianhao and Lu Xian of his intentions before making his way back to the academy. During this time, he had remained under Lin Yang's guidance, not stepping out even once. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. Your comprehension of martial arts is nothing short of astonishing. To master the Tsanglang blade technique in just a few days is indeed remarkable, even within the military ranks. However, at such a level, it is doubtful that you could contend with Lu Haun's Hongming blade technique. Lu Chen nodded silently at these words. Although he had committed the Tsanglang blade technique to memory, he did not harbor the illusion that it would suffice to defeat Lu Haun. For now, refrain from further practice. Spend some time reflecting on the insights you've gained over the past few days, Lin Yang advised gently. Lu Chen acquiesced, recognizing that relentless training in his current state would yield little benefit. As he prepared to return to his quarters, a servant of Lin Yang's suddenly approached, announcing, "Young Master Lu, young Master Xiao has arrived." "Oh," Lu Chen responded, puzzled. "What brings him here alone at this hour?" Upon stepping outside, he was met with the sight of Xiao Chu, whose demeanor was wan and weary, stirring an unsettling feeling within Lu Chen. "Brother Xiao, what troubles you?" Lu Chen asked urgently. "I had no intention of disturbing you, but circumstances have compelled me," Xiao Chu replied, offering a respectful gesture. With a deep sigh, he continued, "Uncle Bai has passed away." At these words, Lu Chen felt a jolt in his heart, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What did you say?" At the Bai family residence in Linen, the gates stood wide open, with a constant stream of visitors, the air thick with the sound of weeping. Lu Chen, along with Lu Tianhao and Lu Xian, disembarked from their carriage and entered the courtyard where a coffin was stationed, surrounded by more than 10 monks and priests chanting prayers for the deceased. After Lu Tianhao led Lu Chen and Lu Xian in offering incense and paying their respects, they were greeted by Bai Shaihua and Bai Yuo, who were clad in mourning attire and had tears streaming down their faces. After a moment of shared grief, they instructed the household servants to escort the visitors to the reception room. Inside the room, Lu Chen noticed Xiao Chu was also present and took a seat beside him. "Brother Xiao, how did Uncle Bai meet his end?" Lu Chen asked in a hushed tone. Having not received the details after Xiao Chu's previous hasty departure upon announcing Bai Yuanshan's passing, Lu Chen was deeply perplexed, having encountered Bai Yuanshan several times. He knew him to be a robust 7th-rank martial artist in the prime of his life, seemingly unlikely to succumb to sudden death. Xiao Chu shook his head, lowering his voice as he replied, "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but a couple of days ago, I overheard my father mention that Uncle Bai encountered bandits on his way back to Linen, which led to his unfortunate fate." Lu Chen's heart sank at this revelation. As a prominent family in Linen, the Bai family was well guarded, and the head of the household, Bai Yuanshan, would not typically be vulnerable to common bandits. Such an attack would be tantamount to digging one's own grave, unless the assailant is an ordinary robber. As the two conversed, a sudden shout echoed from outside. "Lu family, Lu Honghai, come to pay respects." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chu's face immediately contorted with disdain. That pig. This was the first time Lu Chen had heard the name, prompting him to inquire hastily. Xiao Chu's expression was marred with revulsion, as if recalling something utterly vile. He is the 4th son of the current head of the Lu family, a treacherous man skilled in deceit, responsible for the ruin of countless families, leading to their disintegration and despair. Given the current circumstances, his personal visit clearly harbors malicious intent. Lu Chen stood at the doorway, stealing a glance outside. Upon spotting Lu Honghai, he was momentarily stunned. The man resembled a colossal mountain of flesh, his attire utterly failing to conceal his corpulence. With each step he took, his abundant flesh quivered violently, causing the ground beneath to tremble slightly. Yet, what astonished Lu Chen even more was that Lu Honghai was also a martial artist. From the aura he emanated, Lu Chen sensed that he was of comparable cultivation, both being 6th-grade warriors. Returning to Xiao Chu's side, Lu Chen shook his head, lamenting, "Brother Xiao, this man is far fatter than a pig." Xiao Chu appeared somewhat uneasy, frequently glancing towards the courtyard. Though he is exceedingly rotund, he cannot tolerate the term fat. A few years back, our Xiao family was invited to a banquet at the Lu residence, where I witnessed Lu Honghai personally execute a servant merely for uttering the words "fat goose." Rising from his seat, he whispered to Lu Chen, "Yesterday, the Lu family had already sent someone to pay their respects, and now Lu Honghai comes in person. I fear he covets the Bai family's assets." Lu Chen also looked outside, observing Lu Honghai standing before Bai Shaihua, whispering incessantly to him, while Bai Shaihua wore a troubled expression, restrained by the situation from expressing his discontent. "Let's go find Brother Bai," suggested Xiao Chu. The two approached Bai Shaihua, who visibly relaxed upon their arrival. Xiao Chu was the first to clasp his hands in greeting, addressing Lu Haun. "Greetings, Uncle Lu." "Ah, it is merely the nephew of Xiao," Lu Haun replied, his flesh jiggling as he spoke, his gaze then shifting to Lu Chen, appraising him with a fleeting glimmer of intrigue. "And this is?" Lu Haun inquired. "This is Lu Chen, a friend of mine and brother Bai's," Xiao Chu responded slowly. "Lu Chen? Lu Chen?" Lu Haun murmured the name twice, his eyes narrowing. "Ah, so you are the renowned young Master Lu, recently making a name for yourself in Luashi Academy in Linen City. Indeed, you are spirited. In the future, when sparring with my inept nephew, I hope you will show him some mercy," Lu Haun said slowly, his eyes squinting amid the folds of flesh. Lu Chen found it impossible to discern his expression and remained silent. "Uncle Lu, we seek brother by regarding some matters. May we?" Xiao Chu inquired softly with a slight smile. "Oh, of course. Nephews are free to proceed," Lu Haun replied nonchalantly. Just as he was about to depart, Lu Haun called out from behind them, "By Shizi, do not forget to give careful thought to my earlier proposal." The three men ventured into a secluded area, and before Lu Chen and Xiao Chu could speak, Bai Shaihua exclaimed with fervent intensity, "I truly wish to eradicate every member of the Lu family." Startled by his words, Xiao Chu hurriedly inquired, "Could it be that Uncle Bai is really?" Bai Shaihua shook his head slightly, his voice solemn. "It remains uncertain. Yet it is highly probable. My father mentioned months ago that the Lu family has long sought to meddle in our business." Lu Chen, perplexed, recalled that the Bai family was involved in the medicinal herb trade, which, despite its remarkable profits, hardly warranted such drastic measures from the Lu family. "What are your plans moving forward, Bai Xiong?" Lu Chen asked. Bai Shaihua, shaking his head with a despondent expression, replied, "My father has only two descendants, myself and you. Now that he is gone, I cannot afford to dwell in sorrow, for the hundreds of people in the Bai family still require sustenance. I must contemplate this matter thoroughly in the coming days." The three exchanged glances, rendered speechless for a moment. After a brief pause, Bai Shaihua slightly lifted his spirits, saying, "I will return to the courtyard now. Brother Lu, you must not be distracted by my troubles, as you are to duel with Lu Haun shortly." Just as he was about to leave, he halted abruptly, lost in thought for a while, before resolutely stating, "Brother Lu, once you are free, I have something important to discuss with you." Lu Chen turned to Xiao Chu, who silently shook his head in acquiescence, prompting him to respond affirmatively. 20 days later, a carriage departed from Linen City, hastening towards the distance. "Where are we headed, Bai Xiong?" Lu Chen queried as the carriage veered off the broad, official road onto a hidden path. Bai Shaihua, still clad in white, appeared markedly more composed, and he spoke earnestly. "Brother Lu, I am taking you to a place that even Brother Xiao has never visited. I implore you to keep this a secret and never disclose it to anyone." Noticing Bai Shaihua's grave demeanor, Lu Chen understood the gravity of the situation and nodded. "Rest assured, I will not reveal this to a soul." Upon hearing this, Bai Shaihua slowly continued, "This is also the reason why the Lu family targeted my father." Lu Chen felt a tremor in his heart at those words and murmured, "So is indeed the Lu family behind this." Although he had harbored suspicions, hearing Bai Shaihua confirm it was a revelation. Bai Shaihua sighed inwardly, his expression grave. "The Lu family has long coveted our family's enterprises, but my father remained steadfast, which ultimately led to his misfortune." The carriage sped along the rural path, flanked by towering ancient trees, until after 4 hours, it finally came to a gradual halt. "We have arrived," Bai Shaihua announced as he descended from the carriage, leading Lu Chen along a winding path. After roughly the duration of a stick of incense, Lu Chen found himself in a breathtaking expanse. Gazing into the distance, his eyes widened in astonishment. This is... Before him lay a vast field of dark red earth, covered with clusters of reddish-brown, flesh-like formation, their interiors woven with crimson threads that appeared to pulse slightly. More than a dozen servants were pouring a thick, crimson liquid over the masses of flesh, saturating the soil beneath. "Brother Bai, what on earth is this?" Lu Chen inquired, taken aback, for it was his first encounter with such an enigmatic substance. "Beast meat, or rather, Tai Sui meat, is an exceptional resource for practitioners of the intermediate level," Bai Shaihua replied, his gaze fixed on the horizon, his expression intricate. "Wild beasts are elusive, and the emergence of this beast meat from the ground can fill that void. This meat field has long been coveted by the Lu family. The conditions for its formation are exceedingly rigorous, and in all of Linen City, Only our family possesses 2 such fields. Meat field? Lu Chen exclaimed, his body trembling as memories of an encounter with a Daoist in Cici village surfaced. The Daoist had mentioned that a certain grove could serve as a meat field. He was astonished to learn that beast meat could grow from the earth. No wonder the Daoist had said it would prove useful to him in the future and advised him to keep it secret from others. With that meat field, Lu Chen would have an inexhaustible supply of training resources at his disposal. In recent days, in preparation for his duel with Lu Haun, Lu Chen, with the assistance of the Fong family, had acquired hundreds of pounds of beast meat and dozens of bottles of blood essence pills. However, while beast meat was inherently scarce, and the consumption by practitioners was substantial, it could never satisfy all intermediate-level warriors. If there were a way to cultivate Tai Sui meat, it would be far more reasonable. For the Bai family, this meat field represented an endless source of wealth. It was no wonder the Lu family sought to claim it. Is the liquid being poured in D blood? Lu Chen asked. Indeed, Bai Shaohua nodded slightly. Beef blood, sheep blood, and deer blood are all viable. The quality of the Tai Sui meat is closely related to the blood absorbed. What about human blood? Lu Chen inquired, his voice low. Bai Shaohua shook his head. We have naturally experimented with human blood. However, it seems to be the nemesis of Tai Sui meat. The moment it is poured upon, the meat withers and dies. As they spoke, a middle-aged warrior of considerable prowess approached them, respectfully addressing, Young master. Bai Shaohua replied gravely, Zhongbo. Please fetch a piece of Tai Sui meat. The warrior named Zhang nodded and departed, returning shortly with a piece of Tai Sui meat the size of a fist, which he presented to Bai Shaohua. Brother Lu, what do you think of this piece of meat? Bai Shaohua offered the Tai Sui meat to Lu Chen. Lu Chen examined it closely, observing the intricate network of flesh fibers. While its quality was inferior to genuine beast meat, it was undeniably a valuable resource for cultivation. Lu Chen speculated that this Tai Sui meat might be a type of special fungus. After absorbing sufficient blood, it could possess similar properties to that of beast meat. Chapter 75. The Stars Above. Comprehending the blade technique. Lu Chen gazed at the Tai Sui meat in his hand and slowly remarked, this Tai Sui meat is indeed a rare resource for intermediate-level practitioners. Although it does not surpass the natural beast flesh, its quality is still commendable. Nevertheless, a question lingered in Lu Chen's mind. Why had Bai Shaohua chosen to reveal such a monumental secret to an outsider like him? A glimmer of determination flashed in Bai Shaohua's eyes as he resolutely declared, Brother Lu, your duel with Lu Haun is entwined with my own conflict with you. As the impending battle approaches, my family intends to furnish you with the finest Tai Sui meat to aid your cultivation. The Lu family has already caused the demise of Bai Yuanshan, and I, Bai Shaohua, can no longer afford to remain dependent on them. By allying with you, should you vanquish Lu Haun, your reputation will surely soar. Lu Chen nodded gravely, affirming, if that is the case, I shall undoubtedly sever Lu Haun's head. 3 days later, at Luashi Academy, the night descended, and the sky sparkled with countless stars. Lu Chen, Bai Shaohua, and Xiao Chu sat atop a hillside within the academy, engaging in casual conversation. Lu Chen was to face Lu Haun in a month's time, a confrontation fraught with peril. The hillside was also occupied by other students of the academy, who pointed and whispered among themselves upon seeing Lu Chen and his companions. With nearly a month remaining until the academy's anniversary celebration, most speculated that Lu Chen would inevitably suffer defeat. Lu Haun had retreated from the academy, secluding himself at the Lu residence to devote himself to rigorous training. This was an unavoidable reality. For Lu Haun had received esteemed guidance from martial arts masters since childhood and was well-versed in the legendary Hongming blade technique. While Lu Chen was merely the son of a merchant from Jianyang County. Despite his exceptional martial talent, he was not expected to match Lu Haun's prowess. Hearing the incessant murmurs around him, Lu Chen smiled at Bai Shaohua and Xiao Chu, saying, It seems I am not regarded with much favor. Xiao Chu, noticing the remarks, quickly offered reassurance. What do they know? Only we understand your true capabilities, Brother Lu. Do not let their words sway you. Lu Chen, undeterred by others' opinions, had been diligently attempting to integrate the essence of the Tsanglang blade technique into the Hushai blade technique over the past few days. Though the power had significantly increased, he felt it lacked a certain finesse. Bai Shaohua remained silent beside Xiao Chu, both aware of the recent upheaval in the Bai family, and thus refrained from engaging him in conversation. Lu Chen gazed at the heavens, his mind swirling with the movements of both sword techniques, each clashing within his thoughts. Brother Lu, where did you acquire such skills? Xiao Ju In Quit Sop Di. Some were imparted by the martial arts school in Jianyang County, while others stem from my own insights. Lu Chun replied, his gaze drifting to the myriad stars above. Mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, and fish, all can serve as my teachers if one is willing to learn. Xiao Chu was momentarily taken aback by this response, and then, filled with admiration, remarked, indeed, your perspective is truly extraordinary. I have decided to abandon my studies and leave the academy, Bai Sheihua suddenly declared after a prolonged silence, akin to thunder on a clear day. Xiao Chu was startled, quickly asking, Brother Bai, what brings about this decision? Bai Sheihua reclined on the slope, his expression relaxed as he explained, my family's business requires my man, and I am also concerned for my sister. Thus, I have opted to forego my education and devote myself entirely to commerce. Lu Chen also lay back on the hillside, stretching comfortably without uttering a word. The countless stars in the night sky sparkled like diamonds. Brother Lu, what are your thoughts? Xiao Chu inquired, turning to face Lu Chen. Noticing Lu Chen's silence, she expressed her confusion. Brother Lu? Bai Sheihua, sensing something unusual in Lu Chen's demeanor, quickly gestured for Xiao Chu to be quiet. At that moment, Lu Chen was already lost in his thoughts. The countless stars in the night sky seemed to come alive before his eyes. The vast expanse of the starry sky ignited a brilliant light in Lu Chen's gaze, akin to the shimmering of precious gems. Xiao Chu and Bai Sheihua observed Lu Chen in silence, even holding their breath, afraid to disturb him. In Lu Chen's mind, flashes of profound and mysterious techniques danced vividly. After half an hour, Lu Chen suddenly rose, startling Bai Sheihua and Xiao Chu. Brother Bai, Brother Xiao, I must take my leave, he declared, and without waiting for a response, his figure vanished from the hillside. In Lin Yang's courtyard, Lu Chen held a blade in his left hand and spoke slowly, Master, I have just comprehended a new sword technique. I seek your appraisal. Oh, Lin Yang's expression revealed surprise. He had been imparting all his knowledge to Lu Chen, who was absorbing it with remarkable speed. Yet, he had previously sent someone to investigate Lu Haun's Hongming sword technique, only to find that both the technique and the practitioner's skill surpassed Lu Chen's. Just as he felt at a loss, he did not expect Lu Chen to gain new insights once more. It should still be the Tiger Sha sword technique. But you've managed to incorporate the Tsang Wolf sword technique, which is already a feat of genius. Could it be that you have yet another novel idea? Lin Yang chuklet. To Lin Yang's surprise, Lu Chen shook his head and slowly drew the thunderblade from its sheath. The deep, resonant clash of metal sent chills down the spine. Casually discarding the sheath to the ground, Lu Chen stated, this is a technique I have derived from the myriad stars in the night sky, distinct from both the Tiger Sha and Tsang Wolf sword techniques. Standing firm in the courtyard, Lu Chen's aura surged dramatically, causing the air to resonate with a low hum. Time seemed to freeze for an instant as Lin Yang gazed at Lu Chen from 10 paces away, holding his breath in rapt attention, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Buzz! The thunderblade emitted a series of ringing sounds as Lu Chen intoned, this entirely different sword technique. I ask for your evaluation, Master. In the next moment, the thunderblade descended from above, cleaving through the air with a force that tore the atmosphere asunder, akin to a raging tide crashing down. Around Lu Chen, the airflow was violently compressed, howling outward in a tempestuous rush. With one stroke, Lu Chen's blade transformed into a cascade of stars, the brilliance of the blade illuminating the surroundings, as thunderous sounds erupted within the courtyard. Lu Chen executed the newly comprehended sword technique from start to finish, abruptly halting his movements, sheathing the blade, and bowing respectfully to Lin Yang. Master, what do you think of this technique? Lin Yang stood there, momentarily entranced, seemingly deaf to Lu Chen's words, still ensnared in the experience. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled deeply, murmuring, the fortune of the Dajing Dynasty for the next century may very well rest upon your shoulders. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Chen, his breath quickening, excellent, excellent, excellent. Utter 3 auspicious words. Lin Yang then burst into hearty laughter. Having lived for a considerable part of my life, to possess such discerning vision and take you as my disciple is undoubtedly a remarkable fortune. Lin Yang's eyes glowed with fervor, a hint of excitement in his voice. With this set of blade techniques, even Lu Haun would stand no chance against you. In Linen City, within the Lu residence, a bone-chilling crack echoed from the inner chamber, where a lifeless, naked woman was callously discarded like refuse. Lu Haun emerged from the room, his skin enveloped in an eerie sheen that soon receded back beneath the surface. "How has Lu Chun been of late?" Lu Haun inquired nonchalantly of the servant by his side. The servant knelt, trembling as he replied. "According to news from the academy, Lu Chun has not attended classes recently. He spends his days in Lin Yang's courtyard, receiving guidance." Haimpeha, Lin Yang, merely a stray dog returned from the military. What threat could he possibly pose? A mocking smile curled at the corners of Lu Haun's lips. "I am on the verge of breaking through to the 5th rank. Once I eliminate Lu Chun, the next target will be Fong Han." Lu Hai, a man of considerable girth, approached slowly, casting a glance at the corpse on the floor. A sinister grin forming on his face. "Nephew, your temper seems to have flared recently. What brings you here, fourth uncle?" Lu Haun glanced at him, his tone measured. Lu Hai, his face jiggling with flesh, chuckled. "I hear Fong Yu is also coming to witness your duel with Lu Chun. I thought I'd see how well you are prepared." "Fong Yu? Fong Han? Soon enough, they shall perish by our hands." Lu Haun's eyes gleamed with ferocity, transforming him into a beast of prey. Chapter 76. The Duel, Part 1. A month later, the bustling Lush Academy was alive with activity, celebrating its 190th anniversary. Within the grand and imposing martial arts arena, the ground was covered with exceptionally hard bluestone. Seats around the arena began to fill rapidly. Today, Lu Chun was to duel with Lu Haun here, amidst the prevalent martial spirit of the great Dajing Dynasty. Both were esteemed figures among the youth, their confrontation attracting countless spectators from Linen City. Though the arena was initially empty, within moments, it was brimming with eager onlookers, many even standing to catch a glimpse of the two. As the crowd awaited impatiently, a group entered, inciting a stir. "It's the Fong family. How remarkable that they are interested. Unbelievable. Fong Yu, Fong Han, and even the city guard Fong Qian has come." Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the presence of such high-profile figures was unexpected. The members of the Fong family, accompanied by over a dozen guards, made their way to the elevated platform, where they settled beside the visibly anxious Lu Tianhao and Lu Xian. The platform provided an excellent vantage point for viewing the battle, and they casually took their seats. "Chen." Lu Tianhao scanned the arena, but found no sign of Lu Chun, his heart hanging in suspense. "Father, do not worry. Third brother will be just fine." Lu Xian offered a feeble consolation, his body trembling involuntarily. As he spoke, the crowd erupted into a greater uproar. The Lu family had arrived. This was indeed remarkable. Lu Yuan, Lu Hai, and the infamous fourth master Lu were present, just as the rumors had suggested, plump and imposing. "Hush, keep your voices down. We mustn't let him hear us." The Lu family ascended the high platform and settled beside the Fong family. Oh, who would have thought that Brother Fong had the inclination to witness the playful antics of the younger generation? Although the two families maintained an outwardly amicable relationship, they were, in truth, rife with underlying tensions. Upon seeing Fong Yu, Lu Yuan, the eldest son of the current head of the Lu family, asked with a smirk that did not quite reach his eyes. Fong Yu chuckled lightly, fanning himself with an ornate folding fan. "I have long heard of your esteemed son, Lu Haun's remarkable prowess. Thus, I deemed it a worthy opportunity to witness it firsthand, especially since brother Lu Chun is also a friend of our Fong family." "Humph," Lu Yuan scoffed, then turned to Fong Han beside Fong Yu, slowly remarking, "Lu Haun has long wished to spar with your esteemed Fong Han. I wonder if an opportunity might arise in the future." Fong Yu's expression darkened at this, as it was clear that Lu Yuan held Lu Chun in contempt and harbored designs on Fong Han. He replied coolly, "There will surely be opportunities ahead, but before that, Lu young master must first contend with Lu Chun." A mocking smile crept onto Lu Yuan's face as he glanced at Lu Tianhao and Lu Xian, chuckling. "It seems these two are indeed the family of Lu Chun. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." The two shot him a fierce glare, but remained silent. The tension between the two factions was palpable, yet they fell silent and stood at attention as several more individuals ascended the platform. Leading them was Chen Yongzhong, the governor of Yinzhou, dressed not in official robes, but in the attire of a martial artist. "Governor Chen, who would have thought we would be graced by your presence?" The crowd murmured. Chen Yongzhong, in his 50s, with a robust figure with a short beard and piercing eyes. He waved his hand and spoke slowly. "I recently heard of this matter during my visit to the president of Lush Academy. As a practitioner of martial arts myself, I naturally have an interest in observing." In a side room adjacent to the martial arts arena, Lu Chun sat cross-legged, his demeanor tranquil. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and in the next moment, Scarcely audible footsteps approached. Oh, someone is coming. Lin Yang, who was keeping watch by Lu Chen's side, sensed the presence and rose to head towards the door. Master, please let him in. He is an old acquaintance of mine. Lu Chen had already discerned the identity of the visitor from the footsteps, though he was somewhat curious as to why this person had come. A moment later, a scholar-clad martial artist entered the room. I did not expect to encounter you here. Masterly, Lu Chen greeted, cupping his hands in respect. The visitor was none other than Li Zhao, the esteemed magistrate of Jiangyang County. He regarded Lu Chen with a smile, saying, "My judgment was indeed sound. It has been a year, and I see that young Master Lu has attained the 6th rank of cultivation." He continued, "I was promoted to Sima of Yunzhu last month, and upon taking office, I heard the rampant rumors of your impending duel with Lu Haun. Worried for your well-being, I came to see for myself." Lu Chen was taken aback to learn of Li Zhao's promotion and hurriedly offered his congratulations. However, Li Zhao, wishing to avoid further disturbance, took his leave. After a month of rigorous training, Lu Chen had reached the pinnacle of both his mental state and skills, rendering him impervious to external influences. An incense stick's worth of time later, Lu Haun made his grand entrance, gracefully leaping onto the martial arts arena. The surrounding crowd, tightly packed and fervent, erupted in thunderous applause upon witnessing Lu Haun's exceptional prowess. Moments later, Lu Chen arrived at the arena, holding a sword in his left hand and walking forward with measured steps. Most in the audience had only heard of Lu Chen's reputation, and this was their first glimpse of him. Yet he stood tall and unyielding, his presence commanding, and faced Lu Haun without faltering, leaving the onlookers in awe. Lu Haun fixed his gaze on Lu Chen from a distance of 10 paces, his expression as calm as still water, and remarked coolly, "Young Master Lu, should you have any regrets, you may cast aside your sword and surrender. I could spare your life." Chapter 77, The Showdown, Part 2. Lu Chen regarded the arrogant Lu Haun with indifference. After 2 months apart, it was evident that his opponent had made significant advancements, now reaching the 6th rank of perfection, which explained Lu Haun's dismissive attitude. Though they had yet to engage in combat, the aura emanating from both of them surged, tangible and overwhelming, radiating outwards. "Xiao, do you think Brother Lu can win?" In the crowd, Bai Xiahua asked Xiao Chu in a trembling voice. Xiao Chu shook his head, taking several deep breaths. "Now, we can only trust in Brother Lu." The two had refrained from disturbing Lu Chen for a month, fearing they would disrupt his training, and now they watched the arena with bated breath. The academy's headmaster, Qin Tele, slowly approached the arena, and the crowd fell silent, their gazes fixated on the 3 figures. With an expression as calm as water, Qin Tele glanced at Lu Chen and Lu Haun, stating solemnly, "Blades and swords are merciless. I do not wish for either of you to perish within the academy. Should one fall, do not resort to lethal force. Otherwise, I shall intervene immediately." "Headmaster Qin, your words are misguided." A voice suddenly challenged from the high platform. Qin Tele's countenance darkened as he cast a glance at the speaker, Lu Haun, and replied slowly, "Oh, what is your opinion, Lu?" Lu Haun rose abruptly, capturing the attention of the entire assembly. Unfazed, he continued with an air of confidence. "Both Haun and young Master Lu possess profound skills. If constrained by rules, they may find themselves hindered and unable to unleash their full potential. Wouldn't that be a pity? It is better to allow them to engage freely in combat." "Feng, Lu, do you not share the sentiment?" He glanced toward Feng Yu and Lu Tianhao. Feng Yu smiled and countered pointedly, "What you say is indeed true, and I hold no objections with Brother Lu." Lu Tianhao nodded slightly. He had been informed by Lu Chen that this would be a fight to the death, with only one of them able to leave the arena alive. Despite his deep concerns, he could only place his faith in Lu Chen at this moment. The onlookers, initially believing they were merely observing a friendly spar, were suddenly thrust into a life-and-death struggle, erupting into a cacophony of astonishment, their hearts racing with anticipation. Qin Tele glanced at Lu Chen and Lu Haun on the training ground, and seeing no objections from them, he let out a cold snort and proclaimed loudly, "Very well. Prepare the life-and-death contract." Once the two signed the document, Qin Tele displayed it to the crowd, stating coldly, "The contract is signed. Fate shall take its course." He descended from the training ground and quietly advised Lu Chen and Lu Haun, "May you both seek your own fortune." Lu Haun, gazing at Lu Chen who stood resolute like a towering pine, felt a chilling intent flicker in his eyes. With a mocking tone, he challenged, "Last time, our martial prowess was evenly matched. Shall we engage in another bout as a warm-up?" Very well, let us proceed. Lu Chen, perturbed, responded calmly. Come fort. Boom. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lu Haun unleashed his right foot with explosive force, propelling himself like a cannonball toward Lu Chen. The spectators, caught off guard by his audacity and the overwhelming momentum he generated, gasped in surprise. Flames ignited in Lu Chen's eyes as he summoned his strength, his garments billowing without the slightest breeze. In an instant, he vanished from his original position. Bang! The two figures collided with tremendous force, the impact resonating like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Lu Chen's eyes blazed with intensity as he unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Lu Haun's arms, each blow infused with his vital essence. Should they connect, even a sixth-tier martial artist, tempered through countless trials, would find their bones shattered and sinews torn. Boom! The air trembled as Lu Haun found himself momentarily suppressed, his complexion darkening as he channeled his vital energy into his palms, his arm muscles hardening like iron. Bang! With another violent clash, both combatants retreated a dozen paces, having exchanged dozens of blows in mere moments. Exhilarating, Lu Chen chuckled, a fierce glint in his eyes as he regarded Lu Haun. You seek your own demise. Lu Haun retorted with a cold snort, a surge of immense pale, violet energy enveloping his form. His pupils sparkled with fierce brilliance, a strange sheen gracing his face. Realizing Lu Haun was about to unleash his true energy, Lu Chen activated the Luan fire technique and the turtle-breathing true technique within him. His palms enveloped in dense Luan fire and turtle energy. Lu Haun transformed into a streak of cold light, hurtling toward Lu Chen, who met him with a fierce punch. Fire Luan! A crimson Luan bird erupted from above, emitting a resounding cry as it collided with the myriad strands of pale violet energy emanating from Lu Haun's palm. So powerful! Such a beautiful Luan bird! The spectators, captivated by the spectacle, momentarily forgot to breathe, witnessing such a fierce battle for the first time. What is that? Crimson fire energy? No, wait. On the high platform, Li Zhao gazed at Lu Chen, who appeared like a celestial being, astonished within. Although he had imparted the crimson fire technique to Lu Chen, what was being demonstrated now was an entirely different martial strategy. Two types of true energy. How intriguing. Fang Yu observed Lu Chen's ability to deftly wield various internal martial arts, his eyes narrowing slightly as a smile graced his lips. What do you think of his internal mastery? Fang Yu inquired softly to Fang Han beside him. Fang Han's eyes sparkled with intensity, his demeanor solemn as he shook his head. I have never encountered such a technique. Lin Yang, gazing at the soaring fire phoenix, couldn't help but smile faintly. When Lu Chen had first revealed that he practiced two forms of martial arts, Lin Yang had been somewhat skeptical. However, after several months of guidance, Lu Chen's vital energy now flowed effortlessly, seeming almost instinctual. Fourth brother, what do you think? Lu Hongyuan's expression turned serious as he quietly asked Lu Honghai. Initially, he had believed that Lu Haun could easily defeat Lu Chen, only to find his opponent more formidable than anticipated. Despite Lu Hongyuan's impatience, he remained unconcerned. Hand-to-hand combat was not Lu Haun's forte. On the martial arts stage, their fierce battle raged on, with vital energy clashing like thunder, each strike echoing like a thunderclap. The air rippling with force. Lu Chen parried Lu Haun's palm aimed at his head, then focused intently, curling his fingers into a fist and launching a powerful strike toward Lu Haun's face. Boom! At the critical moment, Lu Haun crossed his arms to block the punch, the immense force resonating throughout his body, sending him hurtling backward. He managed to dissipate the impact, landing steadily several paces away. Lu Haun was secretly astonished. Compared to 2 months ago, Lu Chen's skills and strength appear to have surged dramatically. Frustration welled within him. Although hand-to-hand combat was not his specialty, he had intended to defeat Lu Chen with his fists to instill fear, only to find himself being suppressed instead. Indeed, young Master Lu possesses remarkable abilities. Lu Haun chuckled, retrieving a single-handed straight sword from behind him. The blade was long, straight, robust, and entirely black, emanating a chilling sheen. The quality of both the materials and craftsmanship was exceptional, surpassing even Lu Chen's thunderblade. Upon witnessing Lu Haun's long sword, Lu Chen's expression turned grave. Such a blade, sharp and lightweight, possessed formidable lethality. It was likely specifically crafted to complement the Hongming sword technique. Draw your sword. Lu Haun's murderous intent surged, his gaze fixed on Lu Haun as if he were already a corpse. A tremendous aura radiated from Lu Haun, starkly contrasting with earlier. Any ordinary warrior meeting his gaze would likely feel their spirit extinguished, losing the will to fight. Chapter 78. The Duel, Part 3. The spectators, witnessing Lu Haun's overwhelming presence, were taken aback. Having lived in Linen City, they were already familiar with his reputation. Seeing him in action only confirmed the tales they had heard. Lu Haun seemed significantly stronger than he had been 3 years prior, and Lu Haun might indeed face a grueling battle. Fan Han leaned closer to Fang Yu, whispering. Fang Yu nodded slightly. With his advanced cultivation, he sensed Lu Haun's exceptional prowess. He narrowed his eyes, intently observing Lu Haun on the martial arts stage, his expression serious. Lin Yang noted Lu Haun's greater difficulty than expected. Though surprised, a hint of a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Had it been before, he would never have deemed Lu Haun to possess any semblance of chance. However, now that Lu Haun has grasped a new sword technique and experienced a significant surge in his cultivation, he stands unyielding against Lu Hoqin's Hongming sword technique. As Lu Haun gazed at the formidable Lu Haun, he appeared utterly unfazed. He stepped forward, his right hand slowly drawing the thunderblade from its sheath. The blade ground against the sheath, producing a resounding and heavy metallic clamor, causing the fierce momentum emanating from Lu Haun to diminish considerably. With a thrum, a silver dragon broke free from the confines of the sheath, writhing in Lu Chen's grasp, its presence resonating with power. Observing Lu Chen est formidable. Lu Haun felt a flicker of surprise. Yet, having practiced the Exen internal skill for nearly 2 decades, he swiftly calmed his mind, immersing himself in focus. Untouched by any distracting thoughts, feigning indifference, Lu Haun's expression remained impassive as his qi surged powerfully. With a swift motion of his horizontal blade, he initiated the first strike. His speed was astonishing, as if time itself had momentarily paused. In the blink of an eye, his blade transformed into a myriad of gleaming lights, assailing Lu Haun from all directions. The training ground reverberated with the piercing cries of the wild geese, causing the eardrums of the onlookers to ache. This crowd experienced a disorienting sensation of time distortion. Except for the adept martial artists like Fang Yu, none could discern precisely when Lu Haun had made his move. What a swift blade! Fang Han could not help but exclaim in admiration. Lu Haun's eyes widened, seemingly anticipating Lu Chen's transformation into mere flesh and blood. Yet, in the next instant, a torrent of crimson qi surged forth, akin to a mountain torrent, imbued with profound sword intent, completely countering his onslaught. How is this possible? Lu Haun felt a tremor course through him, as if each of Lu Chen's strikes descended upon his horizontal blade like shooting stars. With a swift motion, Lu Chen deflected Lu Haun's attack, a wave of air striking Lu Haun's arm. Though Lu Haun reacted swiftly, retreating in the nick of time, his sleeve was nonetheless torn, leaving a deep crimson mark on his wrist. What sort of sword technique is this? Lu Haun inquired, feeling a sharp sting of pain. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, reminiscent of a dazzling night sky. Within him, 2 entirely distinct streams of qi erupted, fervently stirring the surrounding air, creating ripples akin to tumultuous waves. Star Slaughter sword technique. I invite you to experience it, Brother Lu, Lu Haun replied nonchalantly. In the next moment, Lu Haun vanished from sight, the thunderblade descending with a celestial brilliance, the blade transforming into a silver waterfall cascading from above. Lu Haun's hair stood on end, as he sensed an ominous premonition of danger. He let out a low growl, enveloping his horizontal blade in a dense aura of qi, as the clear notes of the Hongming echoed around him. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing erupted across the training ground, as Lu Haun moved like a star-studded night sky, each strike resembling a falling star. Lu Haun faced this formidable challenge, his long blade morphing into a violet lightning flash, swift as thunder. Yet, his Hongming sword technique, relying on speed to secure victory, had previously offered no opportunity for his opponent to react. The peculiar star saber technique wielded by Lu Haun had never been encountered before. Its moves were enigmatic and difficult to discern. Although its speed did not quite match that of the Hongming saber technique, the difference was negligible, and each strike bore the weight of immense power, crashing down upon his hands. While Lu Haun could engage in a mutually destructive exchange, how could he possibly compare to Lu Chen's formidable physique? As Lu Haun defended against the celestial onslaught, he found himself continuously retreating. In the next moment, both combatants' eyes glimmered with intensity as they fiercely clashed their blades together, their forms vibrating as they simultaneously withdrew over 10 paces. Lu Haun's right hand trembled, his palm numb, realizing that Lu Chen's strength surpassed his own significantly. He had initially relied on the Hongming saber technique to secure victory, yet he was unprepared for the sudden emergence of Lu Chen's unfathomable star saber technique. The onlookers were rendered speechless. They had anticipated Lu Haun's effortless triumph, only to witness him being thoroughly subdued by Lu Chen. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a turn of events. Lu Chen exhaled deeply, his blood surging violently. His skin flushed crimson and veins bulging on his forehead, the thunder saber emanating a chilling aura. Lu Haun's pupils quivered, and in the next instant, Lu Chen's figure, accompanied by a blurred phantom, hurtled towards him with ferocity. Star saber. The overwhelming energy from both combatants completely locked onto Lu Haun. The air compressed with such intensity that it emitted a piercing shriek of unbearable strain. Lu Haun felt a sharp pain in his eyes, his vision consumed by a blinding white haze. With no time to ponder, he gathered all his strength and struck directly against the thunder saber. Boom! The collision of energies produced a resounding reverberation, sending shockwaves throughout the training arena. The azure stone slabs beneath their feet buckled under the pressure, shards flying as they shattered into a fine dust, cracks spreading outward in every direction. Lu Chen let out a low roar, his right arm's muscles bulging as his strength surged forth like a volcanic eruption, crashing into Lu Haun with unrestrained ferocity. Unable to withstand the onslaught any longer, Lu Haun was sent hurtling through the air, rolling across the training ground for dozens of circles before finally coming to a halt. A deathly silence enveloped the surroundings. Lu Haun, unable to resist, was thrown aside like refuse, landing tens of paces away, an outcome unforeseen by all. The Lu family members were struck with terror, their hearts torn as they rose abruptly from their seats. Haun, the Fong family members, taken aback by Lu Chen's unexpected ferocity, stood rooted in place, rendered speechless. Brother Xiao, it appears Lu Chen is truly formidable, Bai Xiaohua remarked, astonished. Though he had anticipated Lu Chen's prowess, he had not foreseen such overwhelming strength. Chapter 79, The Duel, Part 4. A hushed stillness enveloped the entire training arena, the spectators holding their breath, their expressions taut with tension as they fixated on the two figures. Enough, you win, please stop. Lu Hong, stout as a pig, said impatiently, his flabby flesh quivering. Though this outcome had taken the Lu family completely by surprise, Lu Chen was far more formidable than they had imagined. Even with Lu Haun's lifelong training in the master Hongming saber technique, he found himself unable to compete with Lu Chen's self-taught star saber technique. In the present moment, the only option is to concede swiftly, preserving Lu Haun's life. Otherwise, one would have to witness Lu Chen's merciless onslaught. The Lu family has surrendered. Is it possible? Has Lu Chen truly emerged victorious? Among the tightly packed crowd, whispers erupted, revealing their astonishment at the unexpected outcome. This is intolerable. A roar akin to thunder resonated through the training grounds, causing the spectators to gaze in astonishment. The death warrant has been signed. Who dares to intervene? Lu Chen's eyes burned crimson, emanating a palpable aura of menace as he bellowed towards the platform. The Lu family members were momentarily daunted by his overwhelming presence. But in an instant, Lu Haun, who had maintained a stoic expression, let out a cold snort, his face contorted with fury, intent on descending to the arena himself. Impudent! How utterly arrogant! Lu Chen may possess merely 6th grade prowess, yet despite his exceptional skills among mid-tier martial artists, how could he possibly contend with a 4th grade warrior like himself? Just as Lu Haun was about to leap from the platform to rescue Lu Haun, an elegantly folded fan abruptly obstructed his path. The death warrant has already been signed. Could it be that Brother Lu intends to renege? Fan Yu's countenance was solemn as he spoke, a formidable aura radiating from his being. Fan Yu, are you and your family openly declaring war against the Lu family? Lu Hongyan's face darkened, his voice a thunderous reprimand. He and Fan Yu were of comparable strength, and given the overwhelming presence of the Fong family at this moment, he could not act recklessly. Any aggression would spell disaster for the rest of the Lu clan. Rise! Did you not declare your intent to kill me? Lu Chen disregarded the tense standoff between the two families on the platform, revealing a chilling smile as he spoke. Lu Haun slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a sinister grin forming on his face. Come fort. Having lived a life of ease and fortune, surrender was not an option. Death was preferable. Clang! Before his words could fully dissipate, Lu Haun's vision blurred as the thunder blade roared like a ferocious dragon, crashing violently against his horizontal blade. How is this possible? Lu Haun's body was sent flying several feet away, his eyes wide with disbelief. How can this be? Lu Haun roared, his face betraying a crisis of faith, as he felt Lu Chen's strength growing ever more formidable. A monster! This man is a monster. A profound chill enveloped the onlookers, who gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. At this moment, within the training grounds, Lu Haun, the Lu family's prodigy, was being mercilessly ravaged by Lu Chen, with little resistance to offer. Die for me! Lu Haun let out a frenzied howl, his aura surging explosively as he charged towards Lu Chen, his blade thrusting forward with ferocity. Observing the impending onslaught, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. His skin was laced with crimson lines, his veins pulsating violently, as he exhaled a cloud of steam. Tiger Fury! A thunderous roar reminiscent of a mighty tiger erupted from the training grounds. As the energies of the two combatants clashed violently, dust billowed, and a shockwave surged outward, akin to a tumultuous tide. Lu Chen and Lu Haun were propelled backward simultaneously for several dozen paces before coming to a halt. Lu Haun fixed a fierce gaze upon the upright figure of Lu Chen, panting heavily, his eyes reflecting a look of sheer disbelief. Impossible. Why are you not fatigued? His eyes widened, grappling with the staggering reality. The military's martial arts, particularly the blood-burning technique, Lu brother ought to learn a thing or two. Lu Chen remarked nonchalantly. How is it that Lu brother's pristine state of mind cannot be sustained? In the next moment, two formidable and domineering energies surged forth from Lu Chen's body, his aura swelling dramatically, overwhelming and formidable, instilling fear. Lu brother, your martial prowess is indeed admirable. Lu Chen inclined slightly, speaking in a hushed tone. Oh, is it the technique you intend to employ? Lin Yang, observing from the high platform, glimmered with excitement, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Fang Yu, get out of my way. Lu Haun, recognizing Lu Chen's exceptional prowess, bellowed furiously at Fang Yu. Seeing the opponent's persistence, Lu Haun struck out with an open palm towards Fang Yu's head. Boom! The two waves of energy collided violently, causing both to stagger back, the platform trembling ominously, on the verge of collapse. Bang! On the training ground, Lu Chen exerted force through his legs, soaring into the air as the slate beneath him shattered into fragments. Leaping high into the sky, in the heavens, Lu Chen transformed into a falling crimson meteor, wielding a blade, his figure eclipsing the sun, crashing down upon Lu Haun with tremendous force. Starfall. The lawn fire true Qi and the turtle breath true Qi cascaded in layers, akin to a raging tide surging downward. Lu Haun unleashed a thunderous roar. A violet wave of energy surged toward Lu Chen. Boom! Before their blades could even clash, the two distinctly different energies erupted violently, creating a cacophony of explosive reverberations. Lu Chen's pupils contracted as his true energy surged downward like a dam breaking. Lu Haun howled in fury, yet his body began to uncontrollably sink and cave in. The massive green slate of the training ground, unable to bear the weight, cracked in layers, disintegrating into countless particles, with massive fissures spreading wildly in all directions. Lu Chen's aura expanded rapidly, causing Lu Haun's body to tear apart. Blood gushing forth, the terrifying sound of bones fracturing echoed, and the overwhelming force radiated outward from the two like a tempest. The earth trembled. The entire training ground resonated violently. Thick clouds of dust spiraled skyward. All present stared in astonishment at this scene, their bodies trembling slightly. Even the fiercely confronting Lu Haun and Fang Yu were momentarily rooted in place. After a lengthy pause, as the dust began to, the crowd could vaguely discern two figures standing amidst the wreckage. You have one. Lu Haun, his clothing tattered and drenched in blood, gradually lowered the horizontal blade in his hand to the ground. Lu Chen, with a serious expression, clasped his hands in salute, solemnly uttering, "Safe travels, Lu brother." Father. Lu Haun turned to the high platform, spewing forth a mixture of blood and shattered viscera. The previous strike had ruptured his internal organs, leaving him beyond salvation. In the next moment, Lu Haun silently collapsed to the ground, motionless, I will kill you. Lu Haun, witnessing his son's demise, his eyes ablaze with fury, unleashed an astonishing force as he leapt from the high platform. His cultivation far surpassed that of Lu Haun, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived before Lu Chen, delivering a fierce palm strike imbued with a sanguine aura aimed directly at his heart. Though Lu Chen possessed the blood-burning technique, his internal energy was nearly depleted. Observing Lu Hongyuan's murderous intent, he instinctively raised his sword to block. The clash resonated like thunder. The overwhelming force, far greater than that of Lu Haun, surged through Lu Chen's meridians, shattering the protective energy enveloping his body, and he was propelled several dozen feet away. Lu Haun, realizing that a single strike had not slain Lu Chen, prepared to launch another attack. However, two figures emerged, encircling him. Chapter 80. A resounding victory. Two highly skilled warriors enclosed Lu Haun. Is the Lu family incapable of facing a fair fight? Chen Tele, the academy's head, exclaimed with palpable anger. Meanwhile, Fan Yu activated his internal technique, ready to strike should the opponent make any rash movements. Lin Yang rushed to Lu Chen's side, seeing him on his feet, and quickly supported him, inquiring, "How is your body?" "It's nothing serious," Lu Chen replied, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Such a domineering energy, he mused silently. The peculiar energy from Lu Hongyuan's previous strike, had it not been for his protective technique, could have easily ruptured his meridians. The crowd, having witnessed Lu Haun's sudden demise, erupted in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that the once mighty Lu Haun had fallen at the hands of Lu Chen. Observing prominent figures from Linen City locked in a tense standoff in the severely damaged training ground, they felt their visit was indeed worthwhile. Such breathtaking developments expanded their horizons. Such scenes were not commonplace. "Everyone, cease at once," a commanding voice echoed from afar. The crowd turned to see Chen Yongzong, the governor of Yinzhou. "They have sworn an oath of life and death, and their battle is fair. Does the Lu family wish to seek vengeance?" Chen Yongzhong said, a frown creasing his brow, clearly displeased. Acknowledging the governor's authority, the crowd quickly bowed in respect. Lu Haun, realizing he had no chance for revenge today, sighed heavily and knelt beside Lu Haun's lifeless body. Lu Haun's bones and meridians were shattered, devoid of breath. Even the most precious herbs could not restore him. "Carry the young master home," Lu Haun commanded. Though grief-stricken, he had regained his composure. The Lu family's guards promptly obeyed, lifting Lu Haun's body from the training ground. Despite his impassive expression, a deep-seated hatred flickered in Lu Haun's eyes. He cast a glance at Lu Chen and the members of the Fong family, and spoke solemnly. "The humiliation of today shall surely be repaid in the future. Farewell." Moments later, the Lu family vanished from the crowd's sight. "Chener, are you all right?" Lu Tianhao and Lu Xian rushed to Lu Chen's side, their expressions filled with concern. Having endured a fierce battle and just exchanged a blow with a fourth-tier warrior, Lu Chen's ability to still stand was nothing short of miraculous. "I am fine." Though Lu Chen's face remained as serene as still water, the inner workings of his turtle breathing technique were frantically mending his slightly damaged meridians. That is a relief. Lu Tianhao let out a long sigh, visibly unsteady. Lu Xian hurried to support him, forcing a smile as he said, "Father, having worried about third brother for 2 days without rest, I can finally sleep soundly tonight." Hearing this, Lin Yang smiled and suggested, "In that case, rest for a few days in my courtyard." Fan Yu and Fang Han approached Lu Chen, their expressions calm. "Today's battle has truly opened our eyes. We shall come to the Fang family for further discussion another day. We must take our leave now." With that, they led the members of the Fang family away from the martial arts arena. As the Fang family departed from Luashi Academy, they settled into their carriage, slowly making their way toward Linen City. "Hunter, what are your thoughts on Lu Chen after today's battle?" Fan Yu suddenly inquired after a lengthy silence. The death of Lu Haun, although anticipated, had led him to expect a more evenly matched confrontation. He had not anticipated Lu Chen's resounding victory. After deep contemplation, Fang Han replied slowly, "This individual is indeed a remarkable talent. Father's foresight in wanting to recruit him is commendable. However, I cannot shake the feeling that his techniques are quite peculiar, distinctly different from conventional martial arts." Fan Yu nodded, his eyes gleaming with insight, and remarked gravely, "A single Thunderblade, if we could enlist Lu Chen's service, would undoubtedly be a lucrative endeavor. Yet, he does not seem the type to submit easily. Thus we must remain vigilant." He then turned to the silent Fang Qian, saying, "With Lu Haun's demise, The Lu family will likely make significant moves soon. Sixth brother, should you acquire any new information, be sure to report back to father promptly. Fang Qian nodded. And just as he spoke, the three Lin Yang smiled, downing his cup of fine wine in one gulp, and remarked, I am merely embellishing an already splendid affair. Were it not for Lu Chen's extraordinary talent and his independent mastery of the Star Slaughter Blade technique, the outcome of today's duel would remain uncertain. He cast another glance at Lu Chen and addressed Lu Tianhao, saying, with Lu Chen's aptitude, it is likely that within a few years he will surpass me. And becoming a superior martial artist will be no arduous task. Lu Chen was taken aback by Lin Yang's high regard for him and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. During their conversation, a servant of Lin Yang suddenly entered, leaning in to whisper in his ear, Oh, is that so? Lin Yang's expression shifted as he turned to the somewhat puzzled Lu Chen and the others, saying, Fang Yu and his companions encountered an ambush from the Lu family on their return journey today. Both sides suffered casualties, and Lu Haun fought fiercely against Fang Yu. With no clear victor, Lin Yang continued, I did not expect the Lu family to act so rashly. There were others present who witnessed the incident. Governor Chen has been informed and is furious, ordering both families to refrain from any public conflict. Chapter 81, Celestial Silkworm Garb, Checks and Balances. For the successive governors of Linen City, maintaining the facade of order within the city is imperative. Otherwise, should the two families publicly sever ties, Linen City could very well become engulfed in flames. After all, the prominent families within the city, to varying degrees, are linked to these two households, with intricate connections that cannot be overlooked. In a few years, I plan to have Lu Chen undergo military training. What are your thoughts on this, Brother Lu? During their casual discourse, Lin Yang suddenly posed this question to Lu Tianhao, having previously served as a subordinate general under General Li of the Dajing Dynasty. Although unable to return to the battlefield due to health reasons, he still maintained some connections within the military. Even without going through the martial examinations, he could facilitate Lu Chen's appointment to a minor official position. Moreover, Lin Yang believed that Lu Chen was indeed a prodigious talent, a born martial artist, and his self-discovered Star Slaughter Blade technique was nothing short of astonishing. Currently, the northern front of the Dajing Dynasty faced repeated incursions from foreign tribes, and the military was in dire need of capable individuals. If nurtured properly, Lu Chen could undoubtedly become a formidable general, potentially even evolving into a second Flying Dragon general. Lu Tianhao was taken aback by Lin Yang's high regard for his son and readily agreed. If Lu Chen could gain renown within the military, the Lu family could rise to prominence, no longer merely a family of merchants. Lu Tianhao drained his cup and glanced at Lu Chen beside him, exclaiming, Do you understand why I never allowed you to manage our family's affairs? Lu Chen gently shook his head. In the beginning, you were unremarkable, preferring to indulge in frivolities outside. I thought it best if you could lead a peaceful life. However, after you began your martial training, you exhibited remarkable talent, and I resolved not to confine you to the small confines of Jianyang County or Linen City. As Lu Tianhao spoke, myriad thoughts flickered in his eyes. He continued, should you have the opportunity to venture onto a larger stage in the future, do not hesitate to pursue it. There is no need to worry about matters at home. Late at night, as the banquet concluded, Lu Tianhao, having consumed considerable amounts of wine, fell into a stupor, prompting Lu Xian to attend to him. As Lu Chen returned to his chamber, he felt a lingering trepidation despite having dispelled the internal energy that Lu Haun had previously infiltrated into his meridians. Although Lu Chen was indeed a formidable opponent among sixth-tier martial artists, he harbored doubts about his ability to contend with adversaries of significantly higher cultivation. He could envelop his body with protective energy, yet today, that very defense was shattered by Lu Haun's force. Contemplating the potential for stronger defensive techniques, Lu Chen settled into a meditative posture, his brow furrowed in concentration. The daylight golden bell shield he practiced belonged to the external martial arts, capable of repelling blades and clubs, yet it proved insufficient against formidable internal cultivators. To truly safeguard himself, he required a more effective internal defensive technique than mere protective energy. Currently, Lu Chen was honing two primary internal cultivation methods: the powerful Yuan fire technique, which he employed as his primary offensive means, and the turtle breathing technique, derived from the Daoist text Xiangge Hukbei 2, known for its longevity and resistance to ailments, serving as an uncanny adversary to foes. In the dimly lit room, Lu Chen racked his brain, fleeting inspirations igniting only to be dismissed. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the previously shadowy corners of the room. Suddenly, aided by the moon's glow, Lu Chen caught sight of the exquisite attire he wore. Noble and elegant, resplendent with sheen, crafted from a resilient yet soft fabric. This splendid garment had been a gift from Lu Tianhao, following his duel with Lu Haun, reputedly fashioned from the finest silk of Baiyun village, opulent and extraordinarily comfortable. Gazing at his attire, an image of the celestial silkworm flashed in Lu Chen's mind. If he could emulate the silkworm's ability to spin silk and weave a cocoon, could it not serve as a means of defense? With a spark of inspiration, he began to cultivate this notion further. His mastery over internal energy had advanced remarkably, allowing him to manipulate it with precision. Carefully, he activated the turtle breathing technique, and a pale blue energy began to manifest upon his skin. Inhaling and exhaling, he transformed the energy into threads. A radiant light glimmered in his eyes as the energy coalesced into fine strands, akin to the material used to sew his luxurious garments, layering and intertwining around him. The energy silk, seamless and ethereal, continued to gather in his meridians, expanding around his body as if an exceptionally skilled tailor were crafting a garment just for him. After a span of incense burning, Lu Chen abruptly opened his eyes and rose from the ground. A gossamer layer of shimmering blue energy now enveloped him, rippling with his movements. This was the celestial silkworm garment, a revelation drawn from the silkworm's natural ability to spin silk. Though it appeared light and airy, this protective covering was forged entirely from his internal energy, woven into countless layers. Even a fourth-tier martial artist would find it challenging to breach. With the celestial silkworm garment, Lu Chen had secured at least one means of self-preservation. Lu Chen recalled Lu Haun, a flicker of fierce intent flashing in his eyes. In the city of Linen, within the expansive courtyard of the Lu family, several formidable, middle-aged warriors stood. Among them were Lu Haun and Lu Honghai, accompanied by two others, Zhou Ming and Luo Zhengchuan, the heads of the Zhou and Luo families, respectively. They were clad in splendid attire, their demeanor exuding an air of privilege. In the distance, a haunting chorus of weeping echoed, while before them lay innumerable immense and resilient cages. The pungent scent of blood permeated the atmosphere, and pairs of blood red, menacing eyes fixated upon them, emitting low growls and snarls. Luo, brother, your method for taming wild beasts has proven remarkably effective, and the tamed beasts are indeed far more formidable than ordinary ones, Lu Honghai remarked, his gaze narrowing at the pack of monstrous hounds. The solemn and menacing Lu Haun, his eyes ablaze with vengeful fury, interjected, Luo, brother, do you have any means of acquiring more beasts? The more, the better. Today, his son Lu Haun had met his demise, and his confrontation with Feng Yu had ended in a draw, both sustaining minor injuries. The sorrowful cries from the spirit hall, erected at home, weighed heavily on his heart. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhengchuan trembled slightly and inquired in a hushed tone, does Lu brother intend to engage in open warfare with the Feng family? Humph. Lu Haun responded with a thunderous snort, his voice grave. Now is not the opportune moment. Once I have gathered sufficient beasts to aid me, I will send all members of the Feng and Lu families to their demise. Zhou Ming, who had remained silent, now spoke with fierce intent. That Lu Chen not only harmed Haun, but my eldest son has also gone missing following a confrontation with him. He is likely dead at Lu Chen's hands. I shall ensure that he suffers a fate most gruesome to quell my rage. Lu Haun seethed, an overwhelming hatred etching across his face. Within 6 months, I shall personally avenge Haun. However, the governor had cautioned against any overt conflict with the Feng family, as it would likely draw the intervention of the garrison in Linen, which could lead to complications, Luo Zhengchuan remarked with unease. A barely perceptible sneer appeared on Lu Honghai's face, his features twitching. You speak wisely, brother Luo. Yet if beasts were to inadvertently attack a few members of the Feng family, it would be beyond our control. He approached the cages, gently tapping them before coldly chuckling. Do not worry. In a few days I shall send you out to feast. Chapter 82. The echoing melody of darkness 15 days later, in the city of Linen. Torrents of rain cascaded from the heavens, merging earth and sky into a singular line, enveloping the town in thick mist. 2 young men clad in raincoats traversed the desolate streets when they suddenly halted. Did you hear that sound? One inquired. The other shook his head in confusion. The relentless drumming of the rain resonating like a muffled beat. No, In this ghastly weather, we should return home soon. The two of them were servants of the Fong family, just returning from out of town, hurrying back home. The next moment, 3 pairs of blood-red eyes appeared from the street corner. Rain pelted the massive forms, sending splashes flying in all directions. Dog demons. The 2 men froze in terror, their souls seemingly ripped from their bodies. Just as they reached for their weapons, the blood-soaked figures leapt at them. One dog demon lunged and bit directly into the throat of one of the men. A jet of blood erupted like a fountain, instantly mixing with the pouring rain. The other, panicking, swung his sword wildly, but the demoness hide was as hard as iron, not a scratch appearing. Another dog demon opened its gaping maw and crushed his right hand in an instant. Then a single paw slammed down on his head, smashing it like a watermelon. In mere moments, both men were dead. The dog demons dragged the bodies and vanished down the street. The rain washed away the crimson blood, leaving the scene as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, in Lu family manor, Linen City, night had fallen. Shops were closed, and Lu Chun, Lu Tianhao, Lu Xian, and Fong Mo were gathered around a steaming copper pot, cooking mutton. Ever since the battle with Lu Haun, Lu Chen had been wary that the Lu family might target his family. He had already asked the Fong family to assign extra warriors for protection. The academy had just given a short break, and, except for Fong Mo, most of the Fong family members were temporarily away. Second brother, how are things going with Bai Yuehua? Lu Chun asked softly, lifting a piece of mutton from the pot, dipping it in sauce. Hearing this, Lu Tianhao glanced at Lu Xian, who blushed slightly and smiled. Not bad. Thanks a lot to third brother, though. Lu Tianhao nodded in satisfaction. Lu Xian had often said he never intended to marry, but meeting Bai Yuehua was different. Their families were both merchants, well-matched, a perfect union. Besides, the Bai family was wealthier than the Lu family, and the current patriarch, Bai Yuehua, was one of Lu Chun's closest friends. Their ties ran deep. Now, Lu Tianhao no longer pressured Lu Chun about marriage. For a man like his third son, tying down with a wife and children would be a restriction, even a shackle. Fong Mo chewed and swallowed a piece of mutton before speaking. Master Fong Yu once said repeatedly, if he had a daughter, he would marry her to young Master Lu Chun. Lu Chun shook his head with a faint smile, but the next moment, his expression turned serious. Oncle Montauk, did you hear a knock at the door? He asked. Fong Mo shook his head. The rain was torrential. He hadn't heard anything. Something was wrong. Lu Chun frowned. Who would come a time like this? Grabbing the Jinglei blade, he said solemnly, Uncle Mo, stay here. I'll go check. Lu Chun left the room, opening an oiled paper umbrella as he approached the Lu family gate. A few steps in, he barely caught the sound of knocking, a faint, almost imperceptible rhythm. A chill ran down his spine. Then, in the next instant, the wide, sturdy gates exploded into splinters, shredded by a shockwave, which shards shot toward him like bullets. A formidable figure suddenly charged towards Lu Chun. With a resounding bang, Lu Chun cast aside his oiled paper umbrella, unsheathing his long blade with determination, delivering a powerful strike upon the advancing shadow. A wave of force radiated outward, causing the assailant to stumble back several paces, while Lu Chun himself was jolted back a couple steps by the impact. Upon discerning the man's attire, a cold sense of resolve gripped Lu Chun's heart, and a flicker of vengeful fury ignited in his gaze. What was happening? Fong Mo, startled by the commotion, hurriedly emerged from the room. Uncle Mo, stay back. Protect my family, Lu Chun commanded sternly. After all, the adversary before them, like Lu Chun, was of the 6th rank, rendering Fong Mo, a 7th rank warrior, of little help. Brother Lu, your prowess is indeed remarkable. Today, I have finally witnessed it. A chilling, ethereal voice emanated from the shadowy figure, sending shivers down the spine. In an instant, he vanished, propelling himself into the sky. Trying to escape, Lu Chun observed this and swiftly activated his movement technique, catching up to the figure in mere moments. How is this possible? The man was taken aback by Lu Chen's swift maneuvering as a blood-red longsword emerged from his voluminous robe, precisely meeting the point of Lu Chen's blade. A surge of immense power erupted forth, causing the man to land on a rooftop dozens of paces away. Lu Chun, undeterred, leaped onto another rooftop, their gazes locking in a cold standoff. Rain poured violently from the heavens, yet within Lu Chun, his internal energy surged, evaporating the downpour before it could touch him. At last, the scum of the Xianyuan sect has revealed itself. Lu Chun coldly regarded the distant warrior, his killing intent rising like a tempest. Draped in black robes, his face obscured by a ghostly mask, There was no doubt he belonged to the Xianyuan sect. Young Master Lu, it seems you still remember us. It is hardly surprising, considering you have slain so many of our brethren, the black-robed warrior remarked with unsettling composure. Have a Xianyuan sect crawled out from their wretched hole to enact a blood sacrifice in Linen City? Lu Chen retorted, all the while secretly consolidating his power. None of your concern. Today, I merely wish to greet young Master Lu. We shall meet again, the black-robed warrior replied with a sinister grin. In the next moment, a jade flute appeared in his hand, which he raised to his lips, preparing to play. The haunting melody pierced the air, and Lu Chen's form trembled as a multitude of bizarre phantoms surged towards him like a tidal wave. Engaging in trickery, Lu Chen stepped forward, channeling his true qi to create a shockwave that clashed violently with the eerie white figures. Although they bore a resemblance to the strange apparitions, Lu Chen understood that they were merely illusions conjured by the black-robed warrior's internal energy. Boom! The black-robed warrior watched helplessly as his illusions dissipated, a sinking feeling taking hold as he realized Lu Chen was far more formidable than anticipated. Yet, the melody from the jade flute never ceased, continuing to emit resonant waves of sound. Lu Chen, we shall meet again, the black-robed warrior proclaimed, his aura intensifying as the jade flute unleashed a cacophony of wailing, a sound reminiscent of ghostly howls. In the next moment, countless skeletons surged towards Lu Chen like a tidal wave. By the time Lu Chen shattered all the true qi of the man in the black robe, his opponent had already vanished into the rainy night. Lu Chen refrained from recklessly pursuing him. He cast a glance at the direction for which the black-robed warrior had departed before returning to the Lu residence. Such an eerie technique, Lu Chen pondered, gazing at the nearly pulverized door, his thoughts wandering back to the sound waves that had emanated from the jade flute. Knowing that this person would undoubtedly be formidable. Young Master Lu, who was that just now? Fang Mo inquired urgently upon Lu Chen's return. The Xianyuan sect. I'm not sure who they are, Lu Chen replied slowly, and at that instant, Fang Mo's eyes widened slightly. How could the followers of the Xianyuan evil cult appear in Linen City? He furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth in the room. After a moment, he clasped his hands in a bow to Lu Chen and declared, this matter is of utmost importance. I must report it to Lord Lu immediately. After all, as the city guard of Linen, Fang Qian could not allow the Xianyuan sect to wreak havoc within the city. Wait, Lu Chen called out hastily as Fang Mo prepared to leave. We shall accompany you. They are currently in the open, while the Xianyuan sect operates in the shadows. It is safer for us to stay at the Fang residence for now. The group raised their oil paper umbrellas and exited through the desolate doorway, heading towards the Fang family's direction. Not long after traversing the wide, empty street, two pairs of blood-red eyes flashed before them, drool dripping from their gaping maws. In the next instant, two dark shadows darted past, disregarding Lu Chen and the others and lunging directly at Fang Mo. Lu Chen, anticipating the movement of the shadows, swiftly drew the thunderblade, cleaving one of the demonic beasts in half from head to tail. The other dog demon leapt high, aiming to sink its teeth into Fang Mo's throat. However, Fang Mo, a seasoned 7th-grade warrior, remained calm. With a flick of his wrist, his gleaming blade danced through the air, leaving the dog demon in tatters, ultimately severing its head with a single strike. The group exchanged glances at the corpses on the ground, their eyes reflecting their unease. What a bizarre night it was, with not only the followers of the Xianyuan sect making an appearance, but also the demonic beasts roaming Linen City. We must hurry, Lu Chen urged, as he and Fang Mo retrieved a carcass of a demonic beast, prompting Lu Tianhao and Lu Xian to follow suit. In the hall of the Fang residence, the two discarded the dog demon's corpse onto the floor and subsequently recounted the events of the night to Fang Yu and Fang Qian. The Xianyuan sect is actually in Linen City, Fang Qian exclaimed, his heart racing and his expression shifting dramatically. He then rose abruptly and addressed everyone. I must head straight to the city gate at once. With that, he dashed out into the torrential rain without hesitation. Fang Yu examined the two dog demon corpses on the ground with a grave expression. In recent days, several servants of the Fang family had mysteriously disappeared, neither seen alive nor dead. Could it be that they were devoured by these creatures? Lu Chen felt a twinge of confusion himself when confronted by the dog demons. They had not attacked him, who was in front, but seemed singularly focused on Fang Mo, as if commanded to only target those of the Fang family. Fang Yu summoned a servant and instructed, quickly, fetch Master Mo. After the servant withdrew, Fang Mo addressed Lu Chen and others. stating that Master Mo was a respected elder of the Fong family, possessing profound knowledge of various beasts. After waiting for a brief moment in the room, they heard a faint sound of footsteps. Judging by the gait of the approaching figure, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. Lu Haun turned to see a stout, silver-haired elder entering, exuding an impressive aura. The elder did not conceal his cultivation, and Lu Haun estimated his prowess to be around the 5th rank. The Fong family, renowned as a prestigious lineage, indeed had a guardian of such caliber. The elder Mo merely cast a cursory glance at Lu Haun and the others before losing interest. He approached Fong Yu and inquired, "What is it that second master has summoned me for?" Fong Yu chuckled and introduced the elder to Lu Tianhao and the others. When it came time to introduce Lu Haun, he remarked, "Master Mo, it was he who vanquished the tiger demon last year." "Oh." Mo's eyes widened slightly, appraising Lu Haun with a discerning gaze. "No wonder with a 6th rank cultivation. It is indeed plausible for you to have slain that tiger demon." Fong Mo interjected, "What you may not know, Master Mo, is that young Master Lu achieved this feat while still at the 7th rank." Mo was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled softly. "It seems you possess some skill. For an ordinary 7th rank warrior, surviving against a beast that has cultivated for decades is no small feat." His gaze fell upon the discarded corpse of a canine demon, and a look of intensity crossed his features. "The reason for summoning you, Master Mo, is to have you examine these 2 corpses. They were recently slain by Fong Mo and Lu Haun in Linen City." "Are there indeed demon beasts in Linen City?" Mo pondered, scrutinizing the canine demon. He then crouched down, inhaling deeply before instructing someone to fetch a gleaming butcher's knife. With remarkable speed, he began to dissect the body, and in no time, the bones, flesh, and internal organs were neatly arranged on the ground. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Once finished, Mo rose to his feet. "This demon beast is rather peculiar," he observed, pointing to the flesh of the canine demon. "Unlike wild demon beasts, these 2 have evidently been domesticated for some time, and their diet is quite strange. I found these items in their stomachs, but I cannot ascertain their nature at the moment. Although the demonic beasts may appear tamed, their wild nature remains profound, and there exists the possibility that one day they may suddenly reject their masters or even fatally attack them. Consequently, the Yunzhou government has decreed that due to the inherent dangers involved, no individual may casually harbor demonic beasts within their household, lest they face severe penalties." "Teacher Mo, you just mentioned that the materials used to feed the dog demons are peculiar. What do you mean by that?" Fong Yu inquired further. Montauk Fenzite, casting a regretful glance at the remnants of the demonic beasts on the ground. "The materials from these 2 dog demons are entirely unsuitable for martial artists. If consumed forcefully, they may even cause bodily harm. It is evident that someone has fed them strange food." He summoned several servants and instructed, "Please transport these materials to my workshop. I shall examine them in detail." "Thank you, Teacher Mo," Fong Yu replied softly. After Mo Fan bid farewell with a respectful gesture, he departed from the hall. Chapter 84. Military training. Once Mo Fan had left, before Lu Haun and the others could speak, Fong Yu interjected, "Given the current uncertainty in Linen City, it would be prudent for you, Brother Lu and your companions, to stay at the Fong residence for the time being." Lu Haun concurred with this sentiment. Although it felt somewhat like being a guest under another's roof, remaining here was undoubtedly safer than returning to the Lu family, especially with the Xianyuan sect seeking vengeance. Thus, over the next 10 days, Lu Haun, along with Lu Tianhao and Lu Xian, resided in a modest courtyard of the Fong family, refraining from venturing outside. Fong Mo would occasionally visit to update them on the happenings within the city. Reports indicated that Fong Qian had led the Imperial Guards on several searches throughout Linen, but had found no trace of the demonic beasts or the Xianyuan sect, as if they had vanished into thin air. Lu family Lu Haun guided the family heads Zhou Ming and Luo Zhengchuan into a small chamber, and then through a secret passage beneath the bed, they descended into the dim and shadowy depths below. Flickering candlelight extended along both sides of the path. "Brother Lu, the Imperial Guards have now become aware of the existence of the demonic beasts. It would be wise to refrain from allowing them to roam freely for the time being," Luo Zhengchuan cautioned, gazing solemnly at the rows of iron cages before him. Countless pairs of crimson eyes flickered ominously in the surroundings, akin to the gaze of death itself. Lu Haun nodded in agreement. "These demonic beasts have yet to be fully tamed. 2 of the dog demons did not return upon hearing the command, and I fear they have already been discovered by the Fong family. Today, Fang Qian's troops came to the Lu residence for a search, but I managed to intercept them. Luo, Zhang Xuan remarked, "In half a year's time, Brother Lu, you shall have these demonic beasts completely under your control. Furthermore, I have arranged for a formidable demon to be secretly transported to Linen City, said to rival a peak 4th-grade martial artist." Upon hearing this, Lu Hongyuan's eyes gleamed with vengeful fury. "After lying in wait for half a year, we shall launch a surprise attack and leave the Fang family with nothing." He then added, "By the way, I have heard that the Xianyuan sect has also made an appearance in the city. Have you encountered them?" In the Dajing Dynasty, any association with the Xianyuan sect was punishable by death. Although the Lu family harbored dreams of eliminating the Fang family, they never contemplated an alliance with the Xianyuan sect. Zhou Ming shook his head and replied solemnly, "I do not know why those lunatics have come here. As long as they do not disrupt our plans, it shall suffice." 10 days later, Lu Chen bid farewell to Lu Tianhao and the others and returned to the academy. In recent days, tranquility has prevailed, with not transpiring. However, for the sake of safety, Lu Tianhao and Lu Xian continue to reside at the Fang family estate. The business at Jingxiu Fang is flourishing, prompting both the Lu and Fang families to contemplate the establishment of an additional shop. Upon Lu Chen's return to his lodgings, he informed Lin Yang of the recent developments in Linen City. To his astonishment, the emergence of the Xianyuan sect had occurred. A group whose unpredictable actions could prove quite troublesome, likely causing Fang Qian considerable distress, Lin Yang remarked. "How much do you know about the Xianyuan sect, master?" Lu Chen inquired eagerly. "Not much, but the Xianyuan sect originated from the great Dajing Dynasty and possesses a formidable capacity for brainwashing. They have garnered a fervent following across various nations, as they firmly believe that one day they shall transcend to immortality. They are merely a band of deluded lunatics." Lin Yang scoffed, expressing his disdain for the sect. He then produced a book and handed it to Lu Chen. "For now, do not concern yourself with the Xianyuan sect. There are more pressing matters at hand." Lu Chen accepted the tome, its cover inscribed with the words "Essentials of Martial Classics." "Master, what is this?" he asked with curiosity, casually flipping through its pages, which detailed military strategies and tactics. "There are thousands of bandits on the mountains near Yongchang Town in Yunzhu, and the army of Linen plans to eliminate them. I intend for you to accompany them for practical training. This book can serve as your reference in your spare time." Lin Yang elucidated. Previously, Lu Chen had heard Lin Yang express his desire to provide him with military experience, yet he had not anticipated it would come so swiftly. "Master, what if I am not competent enough?" Lu Chen questioned anxiously, aware that, although he had studied various strategies and martial principles in the academy, he had never engaged in real battle. Seeing Lu Chen's unease, Lin Yang smiled reassuringly. "You need not lead the forces this time. It is merely an opportunity for you to experience the atmosphere of the battlefield." Lu Chen nodded slightly. Only through first-hand experience of warfare could one truly grasp its essence. It appeared Lin Yang indeed intended to cultivate him into a formidable general. "Understood. When does the army depart?" Lu Chen asked with a serious expression. 20 days hence." Time swiftly passed, and during this interval, Lu Chen dedicated himself to training while absorbing Lin Yang's insights into military operations. One day as dawn broke, Lin Yang led Lu Chen to the outskirts of Linen City. The military banners waved and the war horses neighed. It would not be long before the army set forth to eradicate the bandits in Yongchang Town. "Brother Chao, I entrust my disciple to your care," Lin Yang said in a grave tone to a robust commander clad in armor. "Rest assured, Brother Lin," the man responded, thumping his chest with a hearty voice. Prior to their arrival, Lin Yang had informed Lu Chen that this individual was named Chao Zhe and held the rank of centurion. Lin Yang departed. Chao Zhe summoned a fine steed for Lu Chen, stating, "You shall ride this horse." Lu Chen nodded in acceptance, but suddenly overheard a derisive snort from the surroundings. A student from the academy dares to join the army. Does he not fear being frightened to death by the enemy? Amidst the crowd, a wave of laughter erupted, drawing everyone's attention towards a colossal figure clad in imposing black armor. Chao Zhe furrowed his brow slightly, displeased, and remarked, "What do you mean by that, Captain Wei? This young brother has received recognition from both Din Xin Tele and the city guard, and, at such a tender age, he has already attained the 6th rank of cultivation." Before he could finish, the captain surnamed Wei leapt down from his steed, standing before Lu Chen with an air of intimidation. His muscles bulged, exuding vitality, and he grinned broadly. "It's still early. How about we spar a little?" Chapter 85. The battlefield's initial clash. Charge into battle. Seeing that Captain Wei showed no respect and was determined to spar with Lu Chun, Chao Zai's expression hardened, revealing a hint of anger. Wei Ji, this seems rather bullying. Doesn't he it? Although Lu Chun has the support of Lin Yang and Fang Qian, he is still merely a student from the academy. Fighting against an experienced soldier like you, who has been through nearly 20 years of military life, is indeed somewhat inequitable. Lu Chun dismounted and bowed to Chao Zai. My lord, there is no need for concern. Since Captain Wei wishes to play, I shall indulge him. Good, you have guts. Wei Ji noted the calm demeanor of Lu Chun, his expression unchanged, and for the first time, a flicker of admiration sparkled in his eyes. Having served in the military for many years, the aura of bloodshed surrounding him was not something that pampered young masters could compare with. Typically, even seasoned warriors would be intimidated by his presence, their limbs turning to jelly and collapsing to the ground. Lu Chen's composure before him indicated remarkable courage. Rest assured, I will exercise restraint and not harm you in the slightest. Wei Ji slowly drew a gleaming yamling knife from his waist, his gaze fixated on Lu Chun. Please, grant me your guidance, Captain Wei. Lu Chun replied, neither servile nor arrogant, drawing forth his thunderclap blade. The onlookers among the soldiers gasped in astonishment, as they had not anticipated that a mere student would wield such a heavy and broadsword, leaving them somewhat taken aback. Wei scrutinized Lu Chen, a fervent battle spirit igniting within him. Although both possessed the 6th rank of cultivation, Wei Ji, forged in the crucible of battle, was incomparable to those merely nourished by resources. You may attack without reservation, Wei Ji said solemnly. My apologies. As soon as the words left his lips, a brilliant light surged in Lu Chen's eyes, and his robust vitality surged violently, creating a mist of white vapor around him, while the thunderclap blade trembled in his grasp. Wei Ji did not anticipate that Lu Chun could transform in an instant. Chao Zai and another captain witnessed Lu Chen's genuine prowess, their pupils contracting and expressions turning grave. With a swift motion, a flash of cold light sliced through the air, conjuring the illusion of a silver dragon that struck precisely against the edge of the yamling knife. The sudden surge of vitality overwhelmed Wei Ji, who felt a colossal force akin to an unbridled sea of fury spreading from the blade throughout his body. With a resounding clang that echoed in the surroundings, the yamling knife was sent soaring into the air, embedding itself deeply into the ground. While Wei Ji staggered backward from the backlash, the onlooking soldiers were astonished by the scene before them, enveloped in a silence as profound as death. Wei Yi, a man of robust vitality and formidable strength within the ranks, found himself disarmed by a single stroke from Lu Chun, revealing an overwhelming superiority in prowess. How could this be? Wei Ji felt a numbing sensation in his right arm, his eyes wide with disbelief. Could it truly be? One move. The soldiers whispered among themselves, momentarily unable to trust their own eyes. Ha 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 ha. The 3,000 troops had already set forth, with Wei Ji mounted and emitting a thunderous laugh. I, old Wei, have the utmost admiration for those of true caliber. Brother Lu, your martial prowess far surpasses mine. I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. He grinned at Lu Chun. Aware that most of these soldiers were straightforward in nature, Lu Chun took little offense, and after demonstrating his skills, he noted a marked shift in the soldiers' demeanor towards him, now imbued with respect. Chao Zai, observing Lu Chun mingling amicably with Wei Ji and the others, recalled Lin Yang's words. According to Lin Yang, Lu Chun possessed an extraordinary talent for martial arts, yet his understanding of military operations was merely theoretical. However, with practical experience in the army, given time, he could transform into a commanding general capable of independent leadership. Lord Chao, any updates regarding the bandits around Yongchang Town? Lu Chun inquired softly as he rode alongside Chao Zai. The contingent comprised over 3,000 soldiers, led by 3 6th-tier captains, which seemed excessive for dealing with a mere band of brigands. Chao Zai responded slowly. The group gathering in the mountains near Yongchang Town is known as Shalong Jai. Initially, they numbered only a few hundred, but as their influence grew, other bandits joined their ranks. They now boast around 2,000 members, with the most formidable among them being the leader, Tai Li, and his brother, Tai Shan, both 6th-tier warriors. Notably, Tai Li has reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier and is exceedingly powerful. He cast a glance at the iron cavalry, a sight as majestic as a dragon, exuding strength and authority. Yet, with our elite soldiers, those mountain ruffians will surely crumble. 12 days later, the army finally approached Yongchang town, owing to the threat of bandits. The town was desolate and abandoned, surrounded by barren lands and dilapidated structures, presenting a scene of utter desolation and silence. Before the troops could rest, the ground began to tremble slightly as the sound of countless hooves approached from all directions. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The signal horn blared with a heavy resonance. Fortunately, they had rested prior to their arrival at Yongchang town and had remained vigilant, not allowing their guard to drop. Now, thousands of soldiers quickly readied themselves for battle. That was swift. Lu Chun leaped onto his horse, clad in light armor, wielding a gleaming silver spear with a thunderblade secured at his back. Having previously mastered several spear techniques, he was finally afforded the opportunity to employ them in the chaos of battle. This was the first time Lu Chun had personally experienced the ravages of war, witnessing countless bandits surging forth from the heights, a torrent of fervor coursing through his veins. His heart racing uncontrollably. Form ranks. At Chao Zai's command, the soldiers immediately organized into squads of dozens, armed with shields, swords, crossbows, and arrows, exuding a palpable aura of menace. The nearly 1,000 mountain bandits of Shalongjai charged forward in a magnificent display, their throaty howls echoing like thunder. Kill! The three highest-ranking captains stationed at different positions shouted in unison. The cacophony of battle cries was deafening as the army of linen seamlessly merged with the cavalry of Shalongjai. The clash of arms intensified, and amidst the fray, Lu Chen's unit comprised 50 men, facing an onslaught of nearly 100 frenzied cavalrymen. Annihilate them, sever their heads. The lead bandit, a middle-aged ruffian, revealed a sinister grin as he swung his long knife directly at Lu Chen's head. In the next instant, Lu Chen's spear was enveloped in a layer of crimson energy, his vital essence erupting forth as he thrust the silver spear with lightning speed. Bang! The spear, with remarkable velocity, detonated upon contact with the bandit's armor, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into several other bandits before coming to a halt. Kill! The soldiers beside Lu Chun were taken aback by his extraordinary prowess, having dispatched the petty leader with a single strike, their morale soaring. Accompanied by over a dozen men, Lu Chun charged into the throng, his spear moving like a dragon. With each thrust, a foe was unseated, their heads and bodies crushed beneath the relentless hooves of his steed. Clang! Lu Chun had already slain nearly 20 adversaries when two massive hammers struck his spearhead with tremendous force, producing a resounding clash of metal. Die for me! A burly figure, seemingly a leader among the bandits, radiated a terrifying aura as he swung the two hammers, overshadowing the sun, aimed squarely at Lu Chen's head. A 7th-rank martial artist, Lu Chen's heart tightened, his Lu Haun fire technique surging into action, enveloping his spear in a dense cloak of fiery energy as he countered the descending hammers. Boom! The explosive force of his energy erupted like a tidal wave, shattering the hammers into fragments. The giant staggered violently, blood gushing from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, his body colliding into two of his own guards. All three perishing on the spot, their forms tumbling lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 86, Glorious Achievements. Invigorated by the battle cry, kill, 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 the soldiers' spirits soared, their shouts echoing like a tsunami. The other bandits, stunned by Lu Chen's ability to dispatch a 7th-rank warrior with a single blow, were instantly filled with terror, scattering in all directions. Before long, the bandits of Shalongjai had lost their will to fight, hastily retreating up the mountain. They had anticipated catching the army off guard, unaware that their adversaries were well prepared. Quickly retreat! Quickly retreat! The bandits issued frantic withdrawal commands, and upon witnessing the chaos, the three captains ordered their soldiers to pursue briefly before sounding the retreat. That night, the army camped at Yongchang town, dispatching guards to secure the perimeter, vigilant against potential night raids from Shalongjai. Lu Chun sat by the campfire, surrounded by several soldiers who, having witnessed his valor in broad daylight, now regarded him with the utmost reverence. Brother Lu, I never anticipated that your first experience on the battlefield would showcase such remarkable prowess. It is truly extraordinary. One of the soldiers handed Lu Chun a piece of jerky, his expression filled with admiration. Had it not been for Lu Chun's presence during the day, facing that 7th-tier martial artist would have surely spelled doom for them. Chao Zai approached and took a seat beside them. Today's battle can be deemed a resounding victory. We have slain nearly 400 bandits, while our own casualties are but 100. Chao Zai bit into the jerky, savoring it with evident delight. Lu Chen nodded slightly, remaining silent. This is the nature of war. Lives are merely numbers. Having only heard of its brutality, he had not truly grasped the harsh reality until he experienced it firsthand. Little brother Lu, if it weren't for the knowledge that this is your inaugural battle, no one would believe that you have slain 42 mountain bandits today. Your achievements are indeed commendable. Lu Chen had not tallied the number of foes he had vanquished until Chao Zhe revealed the figure. Since you're not a soldier, your contributions this time will be noted, and when you obtain an official rank, they will be reported accordingly, Chao Zhe explained slowly. That is perfectly fine. I'll leave it to Lord Chao's discretion, Lu Chen replied with a nod of agreement. Let us rest for the night. Tomorrow, the army will march towards Shillong Stronghold. The following day, within a dense and lush forest, Shillong Stronghold was built against the mountains, perched upon steep cliffs. The stronghold was primarily constructed surrounded by an exceptionally sturdy palisade. The entrance to the camp was concealed within the woods, accessible only by a narrow and arduous path leading to the gate. Chao Zhe and Wei Ji, both centurions, led a contingent of elite soldiers to the gate, while another centurion remained stationed at the foot of the mountain. At that moment, the heavy drawbridge before the gate began to rise, revealing a bottomless abyss below. Shillong Stronghold is easily defensible yet challenging to assault. It appears we shall require considerable effort, Chao Zhe remarked gravely, taken aback by the formidable terrain. Wei Ji nodded slightly, his brow furrowed. If this drags on too long, it may prove disadvantageous for us. As the two were about to lead their soldiers away, the drawbridge suddenly descended with a slow rumble. A thunderous sound resonated as the hooves of horses approached from within. Over 20 bandits emerged from the stronghold, each possessing a cultivation level of 8th tier or above, exuding a palpable aura of menace. The leader, a man in his 40s with a fierce countenance, wielded a hefty axe, and his cultivation had reached the 6th tier. I am Taishan. Do you dare send someone to engage me in single combat? Taishan's muscular form was imposing, his voice booming like thunder. He glanced at a nearby, 7th-tier martial artist, who nodded slightly before galloping forth. Captain Zhang, why not accompany him for a bit of sport? Chao Zhe suggested, commanding a 7th-tier soldier to meet the challenge. The captain, surnamed Zhang, brandished his spear and charged directly at the bandit, their weapons clashing violently as they exchanged blows, the battle intensifying within mere moments. A fierce wind rushed toward them, both individuals being formidable warriors of the 7th rank, momentarily locked in a stalemate with no clear victor. After several hundred exchanges, Captain Zhang's eyes gleamed with intensity as he seized upon a flaw in his opponent's defense. With a deft maneuver, he deflected the bandit's weapon and plunged his spear into the brigand's heart, utilizing all his strength. Captain Zhang hoisted the lifeless body high before casting it aside at the foot of Iron Mountain. The soldiers, witnessing Captain Zhang's valor and might, erupted into thunderous cheers. Receive my axe. Enraged at the sight, Iron Mountain bellowed as he charged toward him on horseback. Master Zhang, retreat. Realizing that Captain Zhang was no match for Iron Mountain's direct assault, Chao Zhe spurred his horse forward, thrusting his spear like a dragon toward Iron Mountain. Perceiving the surge of energy from his adversary, Iron Mountain, his gaze sharpening, abandoned Captain Zhang and swung his mountain axe forcefully toward Chao Zhe's spear. Clang! A shock wave radiated outward as both warriors staggered, and in the next moment, they were entangled in battle. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of weapons rang out incessantly, sparks flying, creating a deafening symphony of metal on metal. Iron Mountain, fierce as fire, though possessing greater strength than Chao Zhe, found himself unable to subdue his opponent, who wielded his spear with remarkable agility. Iron Mountain roared, his blood boiling, his speed suddenly accelerating. In response, Chao Zhe let out a cold snort. Enveloped in a faint crimson aura, his offensive growing fiercer, gradually overpowering Iron Mountain. Iron Mountain's expression turned frenzied, and in an instant, his entire being vibrated violently as his cultivation surged, advancing directly to the pinnacle of the 6th rank. How is this possible? Chao Zhe gasped in astonishment as Iron Mountain's axe, like a raging tide, forcefully deflected his spear, and then he extended his left hand, striking the head of Chao Zhe's warhorse. The skull shattered with a resounding crack. The horse emitted a mournful cry, collapsing instantly, causing Chao Zhe to tumble to the ground. Iron Mountain transformed into a ferocious beast, his mountain axe obscuring the sky as he brought it down upon Chao Zhe. At that moment, A young general clad in silver armor charged forth, moving with such swiftness that none had time to react. Reaching Chao Zai's side and thrusting his spear against the mountain axe. Chapter 87. A display of divine power. The might of the blade. Lu Haun pressed his legs against the belly of his steed, which let out a neigh and surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Just as Iron Mountain's axe was about to descend upon Chao Zai's head, a dragon-like aura surged forth, glowing red, and pierced directly into the giant axe. Clang! The clash echoed like thunder, and a shock wave erupted, nearly toppling several onlookers from their mounts. Who are you? Iron Mountain, witnessing Chao Zai retreating back to his troops, and confronted by the silver-clad youth, roared furiously, demanding an answer. Iron Mountain, noticing that this young man, despite his age, also possessed the 6th rank of cultivation, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure as he stood several paces away, having sensed the youth's ferocity from afar during the battle. Regardless of the stature or the warhorse beneath Taishan, both far exceed the size of Lu Haun. Moreover, his cultivation has surged abruptly to the pinnacle of the 6th rank, adding a more sinister hue to his demeanor. With a malevolent smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Lu Haun remained silent, his bright silver spear transforming into a dragon, its tip cleaving the heavens. Agile and free, ethereal and unparalleled, each thrust tearing through the air with unyielding ferocity. I shall shatter your skull, Taishan roared, the fiery essence of his blood surging violently within him. Although he lacked the inner cultivation methods and possessed no true qi, his strength was unrivaled within the entire Shillong stronghold. Now, facing the silver-robed youth, whose physique was far less imposing, he found himself unexpectedly suppressed. I will end you. Taishan bellowed, his vitality boiling fiercely, his entire being igniting like a beacon of war. With both hands gripping the mountain-splitting axe, he swung downwards with the force of 1,000 June, aiming to cleave Lu Haun in two. The fierce gust of wind rushed towards Lu Haun, who felt a tremor of apprehension. He understood that Taishan's attack was anything but trivial. Suddenly, the surroundings quaked, the temperature soaring as the air warped and twisted from the heat. Lu Haun transformed into an infinite sea of wrath. His lawn-fired true qi and turtle-breathing true qi surging wildly from within, fully coalescing around his spear, resembling a fire dragon, bearing its fangs and claws. A sight to behold. The clash of the bright silver spear against the mountain-splitting axe reverberated with a thunderous clang, echoing through the deep mountains for an extended duration. Lu, my brother, is astonishingly powerful, Wei Ji exclaimed with wide eyes, scarcely able to believe what he was witnessing. It dawned on him that during their earlier sparring match, Lu Haun had not unleashed his full potential. Now I truly understand what genius means, Chao Zai, who had narrowly escaped death, stared in awe, momentarily speechless. Who on earth is this individual? He appeared to be scarcely over 20. The mountain bandits observing were equally stunned, rooted to the spot. They were well aware of Taishan's abilities, and now that he had employed a life-risking secret technique to temporarily enhance his power, it was astounding that Lu Haun remained his equal. The instant their weapons met, Taishan sensed Lu Chen's extraordinary prowess. A dreadful might emanated from the spear's tip. How dare you underestimate me? Taishan's voice boomed like thunder, veins bulging on his forehead, his arms swelling as his blood surged forth, pushing the mountain-splitting axe fiercely towards Lu Haun. Boom! A deafening shriek erupted from the two, cascading outward with unparalleled intensity. Both Lu Haun and Taishan retreated rapidly, their warhorses unable to bear the strain, letting out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. The two stood firm on the earth, separated by over 10 paces, coldly confronting one another. I will turn you into minced meat. Taishan roared furiously, resembling a madman as he swung his mountain-splitting axe, his figure flashing as he descended upon Lu Haun. Lu Haun had already discarded his bright silver spear, reaching behind him. With a swift motion, a silver dragon broke free from its constraints, and the thunderblade was drawn, unleashing a wave of force. In that instant, Lu Haun seemed to transform into another being, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him, the long blade vibrating violently, akin to the wails of vengeful spirits. From beneath his silver robe emerged a layer of ethereal light blue energy, enveloping him like a tangible garment. Fire Phoenix. Lu Haun uttered a low incantation, and the fiery aura surged forth, transforming into a colossal crimson phoenix, its wings poised for flight. observing that Titian was but a few zhang away. Lu Chen's pupils turned icy, his entire being flushed with vigor, and his arm muscles hardened like tempered steel. With a surge of power, he vanished from his original position, reappearing before Titian in the blink of an eye. Star Calamity. The Thunderblade, trailing a phantom, struck upwards in a fierce clash against the mountain-splitting axe. The energy, infused with overwhelming vitality, erupted forth as the fiery phoenix crashed down upon Titian's head. A resounding wail erupted from Titian, echoing through the air. In that fleeting moment of their weapons colliding, Titian sensed impending doom. The opponent's strength had evidently surged far beyond what it had been during their previous encounter with firearms. The instant he came into contact with the crimson energy, a violent jolt reverberated through his mind, akin to being scorched beneath the blazing sun for days on end. Swoosh! A cold gleam cleaved through the iron-forged axe, sweeping with tremendous force towards Titian's face. Rip! The Thunderblade pierced through Titian's formidable armor, flesh and bone, severing his head along with his left shoulder in a brutal stroke. Thud! A fountain of blood erupted skyward, as Titian's head thudded heavily to the ground. His remaining body collapsed, severely dehydrated and deformed under the fierce heat of the phoenix, shrinking considerably in size. Demon monster! The onlookers found themselves momentarily paralyzed, unable to process the shocking scene before them. With a single strike, the 6th-ranked Titian had been slain. Incredible, astounding. The hearts of fellow 6th-rank warriors Chao Zhe and Wei Ji raced fiercely, nearly forgetting to breathe. The second-in-command is dead. Quick retreat. Close the gates. Raise the heavy barriers. The remaining bandits finally regained their senses, uttering cries of despair as they fled towards the fortress. Lu Haun retrieved Titian's head from the ground, observing the wide-eyed, contorted features filled with terror. Lord Chao, I entrust this head to your care, Lu Haun said softly as he handed it to Chao Zhe. Oh, brother Lu, you have worked hard, Chao Zhe replied, dazed, a chill rising within him, grateful that Lu Haun was one of their own. Otherwise, who knew what calamity might have ensued? Lu Chen's initial foray into battle had been executed with remarkable finesse. Given time, he could evolve into an extraordinary force. With proper guidance, Lu Haun might even transform into the second dragon general of the great Dajing Dynasty. Chao Zhe recalled Lin Yang's words from earlier, initially dismissing them as exaggerations. However, witnessing Lu Chen's prowess now revealed the truth behind Lin Yang's claims. Lord Chao, let us return, Wei Ji said gravely. The Dragon Snare Fortress was easy to defend but challenging to assault. They needed to strategize carefully to uproot the bandits entirely. However, today, Lu Haun displayed his formidable prowess by vanquishing the second-in-command of the Shillong village, an unexpected feat that undoubtedly constitutes a significant achievement.